Chapter 164. Everyone fell silent as they looked at Li Haoran's corpse. After some investigation, they found the murderer. However, there was an even stronger culprit behind this murderer. Why is my mother's revenge so complicated? Long Wanqing asked with an unsightly expression. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head with a sullen expression. To be able to hide it from your maternal grandfather, this person is extremely problematic. However, no matter who it is, I will take revenge for Xiaoya. The unborn man said sullenly, "What should we do with Li Haoran's corpse?" Long Wanqing asked with a frown. Hall Master Long, Senior, please let go of the battalion commander's corpse. The battalion commander is already dead. All grudges should be resolved. At this moment, a group of Shinji battalion disciples who were still alive rushed over. A group of people knelt before Long Wanqing, begging for mercy for Li Haoran's corpse. "Kill them!" the surrounding cultivators shouted while glaring. Clearly, they were still angry. However, even though many cultivators shouted, no one stepped forward. There were less than 100 surviving Shinji battalion disciples. All of them had wounds all over their bodies as they knelt and begged. Long Wanqing's expression turned sullen. Venerable Lu Nian took a deep breath and said, "Never mind. Pack up Li Haoran's corpse and send it to Li Shinji. At the same time, tell Li Shinji that it was the final culprit who killed Li Haoran." "Yes. Many thanks, Venerable Lu Nian. We will definitely pass on your message." The 100 scarred Shinji battalion disciples kowtowed continuously. Li Shinji? Many people seem to have heard of this name before. Now that Li Haoran was dead, no one wanted to bring trouble to themselves over a corpse. The cultivators slowly moved away. The Shinji battalion disciples took out a large piece of wood and chiseled a simple coffin. Then they placed Li Haoran's headless corpse inside and carefully placed the 2 withered arms at the side. After placing Li Haoran in the coffin, the Shinji battalion disciples bowed very carefully to Venerable Lu Nian. Then they bowed to Gu Hai. After that, they moved to the side. Long Wanqing showed some dissatisfaction in her eyes. "The clues are gone. What should we do now?" Gu Hai said, "Hall Master, after Ding Rue died, I found a letter in her token space. I haven't read it yet. Also, there might be some clues about Li Haoran's belongings. Let me search for it." With that said, Gu Hai put away the protective barrier and took out a small box. It was the box that Ding Rue had left in the small space of the token. Gu Hai hadn't opened it and had kept it until now. Oh, Venerable Lu Nian received it. Because Li Haoran was already dead, it was very easy to refine his storage bracelet. In an instant, Gu Hai's hand entered it. As soon as his consciousness entered it, it was the flying boat of the Shinji battalion. Then there were hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Finally, there was a pile of junk. Elixirs, secret manuals, golden arrows, and golden swords were all here. There was also the dragon luring jade. "Who?" Gu Hai took out the dragon luring jade with a flip of his hand. At the same time, he took out 10 different letters. Gu Hai did not open them. Instead, he handed them to Venerable Lu Nian. "Hall Master, your dragon luring jade." Gu Hai extended his hand and handed it over. Long Wanqing shook her head and said, "Back then, my mother died because of this dragon vein." "Dragon luring jade. Dragon vein. Ha ha. It is useless for me to keep it. You should keep it. Only you can collect the dragon vein." Gu Hai nodded, not putting on airs. Naturally, Gu Hai did not take out Li Haoran's other belongings. Instead, he put them away. "Hey!" Venerable Lu Nian suddenly raised his eyebrows. "This letter? What's wrong?" Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. "Of Li Haoran's 10 letters, 9 of them are not important. Only this one has no signature or label. There is only one sentence. That is strange, Venerable Lu Nian said sullenly. Gu Hai walked to the side, as if he did not want to know. Division Master Gu, there is no need to avoid it. Perhaps you are already involved and can no longer avoid it. Why don't you just read it openly? Venerable Lu Nian smiled. Gu Hai frowned. Then he sighed and nodded. However, he saw that Long Wanqing had already started reading. Li Haoran, Long Wanqing will definitely draw out a dragon vein on this trip. There was a total of 18 words. These 18 strange words gave off an extremely strange feeling. Li Haoran asked maternal grandfather to protect me because of this letter? How does the writer know me so well? Is it that black hand? Could it be that I know him as well? Long Wanqing frowned. What about the handwriting? Gu Hai asked. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head and said, I don't recognize this handwriting. Furthermore, there is no anger in this handwriting. It should be done on purpose. This is just plain and ordinary handwriting. This person is really clean. Gu Hai showed a complicated expression. What about Ding Rui's letter? Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian carefully opened the envelope and read it. Similarly, there is no signature. The handwriting is the same. There is only one sentence. Plain and ordinary handwriting. Venerable Lu Nian said with a sullen expression. Ding Rui cooperated with Li Haoran and stirred up the situation. Long Wanqing read. These 12 words caused everyone to fall silent. Ding Rui should know. Where is her corpse? Bring me there. The unborn man said sullenly. Guqin, take 2 people and accompany the unborn man to Ding Rui's grave. Gu Hai said as he held the golden ghost stones. Yes, Guqin answered from outside. Although Gu Hai could not see Guqin, the people outside could still see the player. Gu Hai, the unborn man, did not say much. He pushed off the ground and strangely exited the death puzzle. How did he get out? Many people revealed shocked expressions. When the unborn man entered the puzzle, why is there no ghost stone clone? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity as he looked at Venerable Lu Nian. However, Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly and said, because he is the unborn man, an unborn person, a person who does not exist, how could he be recorded by the ritual array? The unborn man, an unborn person, a person who does not exist. Gu Hai revealed a confused expression. You will understand in the future. Their bloodline is blessed by the heavens. However, they suffer continuously. Venerable Lu Nian said as he shook his head. What should we do now? This mastermind is very efficient. How are we going to investigate? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Venerable Lu Nian also frowned. Perhaps, Gu Hai said with a frown. Perhaps what? Venerable Lu Nian asked out of curiosity. You can check the paper of these 2 letters and see what material they are made of and where they are produced. You can determine a rough location based on the paper, right? Also, the handwriting is not easy to check. You can check the ink. I don't know if it will work, but let's give it a try, Gu Hai said with a faint sigh. Oh, not bad. Many thanks, Division Master Gu. Venerable Lu Nian's eyes lit up. After all, paper was produced all over the world. However, due to the different materials used, there would be slight differences. Perhaps something could be found. The ink was the same. Mr. Good, can you solve this death puzzle? Let us out. Indeed. Mr. Good, I do not want to stay here a moment longer. The surrounding people looked at Gu Hai in anticipation, although Gu Hai defeated Li Haoran. They still worried that Gu Hai would go crazy like Montez and Li Haoran. You all want to go out? Yes. Everyone nodded. Everyone, be careful. I'll send you out of the array. Ah, thank you, Mr. Good. Everyone was overjoyed. There's no need to be so polite. Now, I'm the one playing all 3 games. I can solve the death puzzle at any time. Solemnly, Guhai said Guhai. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Rumble! A strong wind immediately blew, lifting everyone into the air, including Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian. Ah! Everyone cried out in alarm as they soared into the sky. A surge of energy brought everyone up to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was as if they had crossed some cloudy area. Bang! 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 Everyone suddenly left the death chessboard and flew out of the giant peony like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Ah, I'm falling! I'm falling! Ha ha! They're out! They're finally out! Thank you, Mr. Good! Thank you, Mr. Good! Tens of thousands of people fell into the air. As they breathed in the air outside, they felt excited and grateful to Guhai. Rumble! Everyone fell down. Although some of them were injured, it was still better than dying inside. After leaving the Go puzzle world, everyone quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the giant peony. Long Wanqing and 3 servants supported Venerable Lu Nian as they flew to a mountain peak. Everyone come out. All the Go stones on the Go board vanished. Huh, that's not right. There are still 2 Go stones. Long Wanqing said in shock. That golden Go stone is Guhai, right? However, that black Go stone is... One of the servants asked, feeling bewildered. Guhai had tossed out everyone in the death chessboard world, including the Shinji battalion disciples. Only one person was left behind. Guhai slowly walked over to the last weak man, lying limply on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Ha 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 ha. Guhai, you are here to kill me, right? The man laughed bitterly as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Montez! Guhai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Montez. You are leaving me alone? I knew that you would not let me off. Come, then. Ha ha. Montez laughed bitterly. You know, after seeing what you've done, personally speaking, I still hate you. You're a despicable person who makes people hate you. To achieve your goals, you will do anything to disown your family and be cold-blooded and vicious. Ha! You are truly a detestable person. Guhai sneered. I am like this. It is destined that I cannot change. Montez sneered. Boom. Guhai smacked Montez's head. Buzz. Montez's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. With a flip of his hand, Guhai took out a coffin and placed Montez inside. After closing the coffin, Guhai waved his hand. Whoosh! The coffin immediately flew out of the death chessboard and to the life chessboard. Guqin, watch this coffin, Guhai instructed as he held the golden Go stone. Yes, Guqin answered from outside. Chapter 165. Inside the death puzzle. Some time ago, Long Wanqing had already told Guhai how to drive the dragon luring jade. It was not very difficult. Guhai studied it carefully for a while before grabbing it with his left hand. Then he looked coldly at the dragon vein below. Xiao Chun had already put away his 2 sabers. Now he held 2 golden Go stones in his right hand. He said coldly, the death puzzle? It's really crude. Pa! Guhai suddenly crushed the 2 golden Go stones. The instant Xiao Chun crushed the Go stones, the countless cultivators outside revealed shocked expressions. Why did Mr. Good crush those 2 golden Go stones? Look, cracks appeared on the death puzzle. The death puzzle is about to crumble? Did he break the puzzle by crushing 2 golden Go stones? Why did Montez and Li Haoran fight over it back then? The cultivators outside stared in shock at the slowly trembling gigantic peony. Venerable, crushing 2 golden ghost stones is enough? Is it that simple? A servant asked, feeling confused. No, there is only one winner in the death puzzle. That is, there is only 1 ghost stone left. If 2 golden ghost stones are crushed, isn't there only 1 ghost stone left? Venerable Lu Nian explained. Guhai's ghost stone clone, that golden ghost stone? Long Wanqing asked as she looked into the distance. That's right. He is the only one left. He is the final winner. Hence, the puzzle is solved, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Inside the Go puzzle world, the mountains and rivers shattered. The entire world seemed to crumble. Guhai held the dragon, luring jade, in his left hand and the crimson saber in his right. He looked coldly at the increasing number of cracks in the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks spread out like a spider web as the ground quickly shattered. Roar. The dragon vein roared. It seemed like the seal loosened and could move again. Rumble. The ground looked like it would shatter soon. Old Man Guanqi's legacy, the 8-colored peony, also trembled as it slowly squeezed through the shattered seal and rushed towards Guhai. Guhai's eyes were cold. Holding the blood saber in his hand, he suddenly slashed out, an astral saber that looked like a river of bloodshot towards the 8-colored peony. What? Is Mr. Good going to destroy Old Man Guanqi's legacy? Are you kidding me? That's the inheritance of Old Man Guanqi. No, Mr. Good, how could you destroy it? Don't you want to give it to me? No, Mr. Good, don't. Countless cultivators cried out as they looked at Guhai in disbelief. Guhai, on the other hand, had a ferocious look on his face. His eyes flashed with determination. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian were flabbergasted. They did not expect Guhai to be so ruthless. Not far away, Guqin's expression changed. He bit his lip and reached out, grabbing a black ghost stone on the life go board. As he looked at the huge go board, he tried to recall where Guhai had planned to place his ghost stone. Clack! Guqin placed his ghost stone on the go board. On the other side, Old Man Guanqi's puppet suddenly revealed a strange smile. Bang! Old Man Guanqi's puppet suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. Boom! In the distance, Guhai's saber slashed down, breaking the seal shard. It looked like it would hit the 8-colored peony. However, the 8-colored peony suddenly twisted strangely, dodging the blood saber and flying towards Guqin. What? Guhai's expression changed as he turned his head to look. Buzz. The 8-colored peony instantly stuck to Guqin's forehead and entered. Whoosh! Boundless clouds suddenly gathered from all directions and charged at Guqin, slowly lifting Guqin into the air. First young master, Guhai's subordinates called out worriedly. Fool! Guhai shouted angrily as he glared. Roar! Below, the dragon vein finally unsealed and roared. Rumble! The surrounding ground immediately shook. The giant peony exploded into pieces. Guhai's subordinates quickly leaped away, carrying a coffin with them as they jumped into the distance. Ah, there's another earthquake. Quick retreat. The dragon vein is coming out. Quickly run. Oh no, the seal is undone. The dragon vein is going to rage. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated in horror. A group of mountains crumbled, and a group of peaks rose from the ground. Roar! A dragon soared into the sky, kicking up a berserk storm. Guhai did not have time to scold Guqin. He put away the crimson saber and drove the dragon, luring jade, to charge at the dragon vein. A powerful suction force gushed out from it. This suction seemed to pose a fatal threat to the dragon vein. The dragon vein's pupils suddenly constricted. Roar! In horror, the The dragon vein twisted its body, looking like it wanted to flee. Clack! However, the dragon-luring jade instantly touched the dragon vein's head. Rumble! A strange scene occurred. That vast dragon head, which was hundreds of kilometers long, strangely seemed to be sucked into the dragon-luring jade. Guhai's eyes lit up. The dragon head went in. He quickly drove the dragon-luring jade. Roar! 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 As the dragon vein roared, it struggled, twisting its body quickly. Rumble! The surrounding ground exploded, and countless rocks and trees soared into the air. The countless explosions instantly dyed the world gray. Blarg! A large number of rocks crashed into Guhai's body. Guhai could not bear it and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Guhai's eyes turned increasingly ferocious. Collect! Guhai drove the dragon-luring jade with all his might. Rumble! The dragon-luring jade sucked in a large portion of the dragon's body. The dragon vein struggled even more intensely. However, Guhai hugged the dragon-luring jade with all his might, letting it twist intensely. Save me! Ah, no! So many rocks are falling from the sky. I'm going to be buried. Ah! Quickly run! Save me! The surrounding cultivators screamed with all their might. Amid the chaos, rocks flew everywhere and dust kicked up. No one could tell north from south. All the cultivators struggled in this chaos in horror. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. All the rocks in the air fell. Everything turned calm. The dust remained horrifying as everyone waited in silence. Guhai stood on a large rock as he looked at the dragon-luring jade in his hand. Roar! A dragon roar seemed to come from the dragon-luring jade. Xiao Chun could clearly see a small golden dragon struggling in the dragon-luring jade. However, the sealing force was too strong. The small golden dragon could not escape at all. It could only struggle in there, giving off a faint golden light. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the dragon-luring jade returned. The storage space can only store inanimate objects and not living things? Is the dragon vein alive? Is that why it cannot be stored? Guhai revealed some doubts. Guhai took out a small box and carefully placed the dragon-luring jade in it. Then, he placed the dragon-luring jade on his back. After Xiao Chen did all this, the surrounding dust slowly scattered. Many injured cultivators crawled out of the rubble in pain. Like the dragon pinning sect, the surroundings had turned into rubble. However, it was not as large as the dragon pinning sect's rubble. The rubble spanning 50 kilometers still looked incredibly shocking. My lord! 8 evil men carried a coffin to Guhai. Guhai nodded. Then, he looked up at a cloud in the sky, with worry flashing in his eyes. The cloud was in the shape of a peony and had 8 colors. Guqin was within it. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, and the others walked over as well. After 2 hours, the 8-colored cloud in the sky slowly withdrew and returned to Guqin's body. Guqin opened his eyes, and a colorful light flashed in them. Whoosh! Guqin fell from the sky. Bang! Guqin landed before Guhai. Guhai looked at Guqin coldly. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, and the others behind him did not say anything, just watching quietly. Guqin knelt on both knees. Adoptive father, this child is unfilial. Please punish me. You still know about being unfilial. Guhai asked coldly. Guqin bit his lip and said, this child listened carefully to what adoptive father said earlier. This child knows that there are risks and dangers. However, when adoptive father entered the death puzzle, this child thought about it and finally decided to take this risk. Huh, Guhai said sullenly. This child remembers that before second brother left, adoptive father said that one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. This child deeply agrees with that. Old man Guanxi's inheritance is risky. However, it is also an opportunity, right? I have to take revenge for my mother. This child watched as adoptive father and the others worked hard, but this child was lagging behind. This child felt indignant, so this child wanted to contribute. This child also wants to take revenge. Guqin said with reddened eyes. Gu Hai stared at Guqin, and his anger subsided significantly. This child was brought back by adoptive father and adoptive mother on a snowy night. At that time, this child was already abandoned. Perhaps I would freeze to death before that night. After living for so many years, this child has already profited, right? Adoptive father, you taught us in the past to be content with what we have. This child is already very content. Among the 4 brothers, this child's temperament is more stable because this child is stupid. I am not as smart and nimble as my 3 younger brothers. This child does not want to embarrass adoptive father. This child would rather not do anything than make a mistake. That is why this child appears to be stable. This child is stupid and does not learn anything as fast as my 3 younger brothers. However, adoptive mother has never despised me. When I was young, whenever adoptive mother had a new toy or tasty food, this child would be the first to play with it and eat it. When the 4 brothers played around, adoptive mother was the first to protect this child. Adoptive mother died. So tragically, but this child could not do anything? This child is unwilling. This is really unwilling. Yes, all I need to do is follow adoptive father's footsteps. However, this child really wants to be useful for once. I do not want to be adoptive father's shadow. I want to help adoptive father. This child has always been very stable and listened to adoptive father. However, this time, please allow me to be willful for once. Just once. Adoptive father. This child really wants to take revenge for adoptive mother. I really want to do my best. Guqin's tears slowly flowed out. Gu Hai looked at Guqin and was silent for a while. Then he sighed softly. Sigh, forget it. Get up. We should go home. Many thanks for adoptive father's forgiveness. Guqin raised his head with reddened eyes. Chapter 166. Gu Residence. Already 3 days had passed since Gu Hai's group returned. Inside Hulao Pass, the craftsmen continued working day and night. There was a hubbub of voices, and dust flew everywhere. A group of guards stood guard in a large hall in the Gu residence. Gu Hai sat in the host's seat, holding a cup of tea. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Montez, who barely managed to sit up in the guest seat. You don't hate me anymore? Montez held his teacup as he glared at Gu Hai. No, I already said that I still hate you. You are cold-blooded, merciless, insidious, and ruthless. You will do anything to achieve your goals. Unfortunately, in the end, you failed at the last step. No one pitied you. Gu Hai said as he shook his head. Then, you still want to subdue me? You want to establish a nation and make me your subject? Montez stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. A nation, not a home. I am about to face an overwhelming situation. All my subjects are of one mind. Such a nation will not amount to much. It is just like a horse. No matter how strong it is, it might not run fast. However, if there is a locust on the horses, but the horse will charge forward with all its might. My nation will gather the most outstanding talents. However, talent is not enough. I will need to command it. I will need a locust to stab me. Gu Hai said as he sipped his tea. A locust? Montez revealed a look of disbelief. Meng Tai had guessed that Gu Hai wanted to establish a nation. It was not hard for Meng Tai to guess that Gu Hai wanted to gather countless talents to be his subjects. However, Meng Tai found it hard to understand why Gu Hai wanted to find a saboteur in the imperial court. A locust, using me to spur the subjects. That analogy is not appropriate. Let's change it to another one. The catfish effect. Have you ever seen fishermen go out to sea to fish? Gu Hai looked at Montez. Montez shook his head. He was a cultivator. Why would he pay attention to those vulgar fishermen? There are a lot of reasons in the world of mortals. A fisherman goes out to sea and catches a lot of tuna, but the tuna dies from lack of oxygen when they reach the shore. The fisherman can't sell them for a good price, so he looks for a reason. He discovers that the tuna likes to be quiet, so they slowly suck up all the oxygen in the water in the fish hold and die from lack of oxygen. However, it's different when there's a catfish. The catfish likes to move, and it will stir up the fish hold, making it restless. If it keeps stirring, the oxygen will keep flowing, and the tuna will still be alive when they reach the shore. Gu Hai said solemnly. Montez did not understand what oxygen was, but he understood the general meaning. Are you worried that as your country grows bigger and bigger, it will slowly lose its vitality like a pool of stagnant water? You want me to be a bad person and stir up a country's stagnant water? Aren't you thinking too far ahead? You're already thinking about the way to balance the vassals? You're still far from that step. Montez looked at Gu Hai in shock. It's not far. I'm going to establish my country soon. Gu Hai said as he took a sip of tea. Montez's eyelids twitched. At this point, Montez was no longer worried about Gu Hai's cultivation. The Golden Core realm was indeed inferior to him, but if they really fought, Montez believed that Gu Hai had a dozen means to kill him. In fact, Montez even felt a sense of dread when he fought with Gu Hai. This was something that he had never felt before. I understand. Establishing your country. After you establish your country, you want me to do all the internal matters. You want me to do all the things that are inconvenient for you. I have to bear the curse and fear of my subjects, while you have the support of the world. Montez stared at Gu Hai. I will establish a special department called the Embroidered Uniform Guard. The Embroidered Uniform Guard will have the authority to set up prisons and patrol and arrest people. There will be a discipline division that will be responsible for investigating, arresting, questioning, and other activities. They will help me monitor my subjects and the world and spy on the secrets of other countries. The Embroidered Uniform Guard will be my personal army and will not be responsible to anyone else. They will only be responsible to me. Gu Hai said solemnly. Embroidered Uniform Guard? Montez's eyelids twitched. After hearing Gu Hai's simple description, Montez could naturally feel the power behind this identity. It was second only to one person and above all others. Moreover, this power was perverse. Gu Hai sat to the side and quietly drank his tea. Ha! Aren't you afraid that I will rebel again, do something that will betray you, or find a chance to kill you and replace you? Montez narrowed his eyes as he stared at Gu Hai. This is your nature. I have naturally thought of it. You will definitely not be able to return to Class 1 Hall. Your reputation is already in tatters. Also, you want to establish your own business. Unfortunately, you are too smart, but you do not understand the big picture. Without me, you will not be able to achieve anything. Ha! Since I dared to use you, I am not afraid of you rebelling. However, before you rebel, you better think about the price you will have to pay. Gu Hai said calmly. Montez's eyelids twitched. Without me, you would have died long ago. But I know that you will not remember this kindness, and I do not need you to remember it. My patience is limited. I will give you 3 days to adjust your identity and position. After 3 days, I hope to see you change. Gu Hai put down his teacup, stood up slowly, and walked out of the hall. I still have not agreed to be your subject, Montez shouted while glaring. Gu Hai stopped and turned his head to look at Montez. Then he revealed a faint smile. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked out of the hall. This left Montez with a twitching face. Are you sure that you can control me? After leaving the hall, Gu Hai saw Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, and the unborn man in another hall. The three seemed to be discussing something. When the three saw Gu Hai walk over, they stopped. Senior unborn man, did you discover anything strange with Ding Rui's corpse? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. The unborn man shook his head and said, Li Haoran destroyed Ding Rui's 3 spiritual souls. Dead men tell no tales. Gu Hai frowned slightly, as that was what Shang Guanhen said back then. How did Shang Guanhen figure it out? That is unfortunate, Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Gu Hai, we are preparing to return. I have to report this to maternal grandfather immediately. Do you want to come with us? When we return, I will help you register at Elite Hall's headquarters. That way, you will be able to enjoy the bestowment of Providence, Long Wanqing said, as she looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I will be establishing my nation in 1 month. I have too many things to do and cannot leave. All right, Long Wanqing sighed softly. 1 month. Perhaps we will not be able to make it back in time, Venerable Lu Nian said with some regret. Gu Hai nodded. Finally, he asked, Hall Master, I have never asked before. Your maternal grandfather is... You don't know who my maternal grandfather is? Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Venerable Lu Nian also goggled as he looked at Gu Hai, not daring to imagine. I have never paid attention to him before, Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Division Master Gu is really magnanimous. Indeed, it is useless to pay attention to him too early. Venerable Lu Nian nodded as he looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Do you know the Deqian celestial dynasty? Long Wanqing asked. One of the 3 great celestial dynasties of the divine continent. I have heard of it before. Gu Hai nodded. My maternal grandfather is the ruler of the Deqian celestial dynasty. It is located in the north of the divine continent and connects to the sky. It is called Qian, Long Wanqing said confidently. The Deqian celestial dynasty? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Our elite hall, the Shunji Battalion, and some other organizations are the foreign affairs departments of the Deqian celestial dynasty. They are in charge of handling the miscellaneous matters of the Deqian celestial dynasty. The elite hall master, starting from my mother, is the Marquis Division, one of the 10 external affairs departments. Unfortunately, it has declined somewhat in my hands. Long Wanqing sighed, slightly. Gu Hai nodded. Senior unborn man, prepare to come with me to meet my maternal grandfather. We will be leaving soon. After meeting my maternal grandfather and checking the materials of the 2 letters, I will come and inform you, Long Wanqing said with some reluctance as she looked at Gu Hai. That's fine. Gu Hai nodded. After saying goodbye, Long Wanqing's group boarded the flying ship and rushed into the distance. After sending off the group, Gu Hai gave some instructions before heading to the soaring pagoda to enter closed-door cultivation. Gu Hai sat in the soaring pagoda with a large number of experts guarding the outside world, the outline of the celestial dynasty laid out before him. The royal seal is supreme, the divine tool of the nation. It stabilizes the nation's luck and establishes the world. The dragon-luring jade hides the dragon veins of the land, with blood as the guide, the mind as the soul, and the numinous treasure as the source. Fuse them into one. The supreme royal seal is heavy, and the lowly royal seal is light. After fusing, they will take form and worship. After establishing the nation, temper it with energy and strengthen the royal seal and the treasure. Both can be strengthened. Gu Hai repeated these words. Xiao Chun looked at the dragon, luring jade in his hand. According to the outline of the celestial dynasty, he still needed a treasure to fuse with it, using blood as the guide and the mind to pour in. Fuse it into an imperial seal. What treasure should he use? Li Haoran and Ding Rui had many treasures in their storage spaces. However, Gu Hai did not care for them. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai reached out and touched his forehead. Buzz! The black ghost stone that brought Gu Hai from Earth to this world suddenly appeared in his forehead space. As Gu Hai held the black ghost stone, he remained silent for a while. The stronger the numinous treasure, the stronger the imperial seal. I wonder how effective this black ghost stone will be if I fuse it into the imperial seal, Gu Hai said seriously. Xiao Chun extended his hand and made a cut with his fingertip. Blood wrapped around the black ghost stone and slowly brought it to the dragon luring jade. Buzz! When the dragon luring jade came in contact with the blood, it seemed to come to life. The dragon luring jade greedily sucked in Gu Hai's blood. At the same time, 9 small jade-shaped dragon heads appeared on the dragon luring jade. The dragon heads waved their claws and rushed to consume the black ghost stone. Buzz! Suddenly, the black ghost stone gave off a black light, which instantly filled the dragon luring jade. Roar! The dragon vein in the dragon luring jade seemed to fear this black light, letting out a long, painful roar. Gu Hai quickly infused his consciousness into the dragon luring jade through the blood. Slowly, as the blood and the black ghost stone merged with the dragon luring jade, Xiao Chen's consciousness connected with it as well. It seemed like he could slowly control the dragon luring jade. Gradually, the spherical dragon luring jade turned into a square. 9 dragons circled the square, each showing a ferocious expression as they faced the black ghost stone in the center. As the black ghost stone merged with the dragon luring jade, it instantly dyed the entire dragon luring jade black. The outline of a black imperial seal appeared. Gurgle! Surging blood flowed into the 9-dragon imperial seal. Slowly, 8 large, scarlet words appeared at the bottom of the seal. Receiving the mandate of heaven, long life and prosperity. Buzz! 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 Under Xiao Chen's control, the imperial seal slowly took form and gave off a faint jade-colored light. Perhaps it was because the black ghost stone was too precious. The moment the imperial seal was refined, it felt like it weighed a ton. Boom! The imperial seal landed on the ground in front of Gu Hai. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. The gigantic soaring pagoda collapsed with a loud rumble under the great pressure. What? Gu Hai's expression changed as he reached out to grab the imperial seal. Perhaps it was because Gu Hai was the one who refined the imperial seal. Although Gu Hai struggled to grab the imperial seal, he could still hold it in his hand. However, the soaring pagoda was not spared. It suddenly collapsed, causing the expressions of everyone in the Gu residence to change. Adoptive father! Guqin cried out in the distance. Everyone, do not come over! A loud shout came from the rubble. Guqin, Shangguanhen, Chen Tianshan, and the others stopped in their tracks, revealing shocked expressions. Gu Hai was trapped in a small space in the depths of the rubble. However, Gu Hai did not care. Instead, he flipped his hand and tested the imperial seal again. Then, he pressed it against the ground. Boom! A strong suppressive force spread out in all directions from the rubble. The strong suppressive force caused the ground around the Gu residence to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Everyone outside revealed horrified expressions. They did not know what Gu Hai was doing in there. Below the black jade imperial seal were the words, "Blessed by the heavens, live a long and prosperous life." Satisfaction flashed in Gu Hai's eyes as he said, "From today onwards, you will be called the heaven-suppressing divine seal. You will guard the world for me." Buzz, the pitch-black heaven-suppressing divine seal trembled slightly as if it was responding to Gu Hai. Gu Hai gently placed the heaven-suppressing divine seal on his forehead. Buzz. Just like the black ghost stone from before, the heaven-suppressing divine seal strangely entered the space between Xiao Chen's eyebrows. Without the black ghost stone in the space between Xiao Chen's eyebrows, the white crystal fragment seemed to become restless, wanting to flee. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly appeared and pressed down on the white crystal. The white crystal immediately stabilized. The heaven-suppressing divine seal hovered in the air, looking down on the world. Below, the 30,000-odd go-boards continued merging. After the heaven-suppressing divine seal entered the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, Gu Hai sank his consciousness into it again. Roar! The dragon vein in the heaven-suppressing divine seal roared. However, the black ghost stone's might was too horrifying. It suppressed the dragon vein until it could not resist. Now, the dragon vein roared in pain. When Gu Hai's consciousness entered, the dragon vein seemed to calm down significantly. The black ghost stone is indeed an incredible treasure. After it entered the heaven-suppressing divine seal, it actually suppressed the dragon vein and made it so easy to refine. I can completely refine the dragon vein in less than a year. At that time, I can enlarge the dragon vein and raise a dragon underground. Satisfaction flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai broke free of the rubble around him. He slowly walked out of the rubble. Chapter 167. Boom! Gu Hai shook off the rocks and wood on his body and walked out of the rubble. Guqin, Shangguan Hen, Chen Tianshan, and some of the Gu residence's old managers surrounded him. "Master, are you all right?" "Adoptive father, are you all right?" "My lord, why did the soaring pagoda fall?" Everyone looked at Gu Hai worriedly. "I'm fine." Gu Hai turned his head to look at the soaring pagoda. "So what if it fell? Since the soaring pagoda fell, let's call the newly built palace hall the Soaring Palace Hall." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes," Guqin answered. "Get someone to tidy up. Carefully take out all the books in there." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes," everyone answered. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. There were still many areas of the former 5 nations that Xiao Chun had not managed to sort out. However, the general framework was already in place. The 3,000 evil men and the 3,000 cultivators that Chen Tianshan recruited, a total of 6,000 cultivators, were sent to various parts of the world to assist the various cities in preparing for the establishment of the nation, preventing any chaos in the surroundings. A large group of palaces rose from the ground outside the former Gu residence at Hulao Pass. Although the construction was crude, the largest palace was incredibly majestic. It was called the Soaring Palace Hall. At this moment, the surroundings of the Soaring Palace Hall were filled with armored soldiers. There were more than 300,000 of them densely packed. A large number of men in scholarly robes stood in the center. They looked like officials who had not been conferred official yet, standing there respectfully. The countless cultivators from the former Peony sect had not left yet. Many of them stayed behind to watch the ceremony. A large platform stood between the Soaring Palace Hall and the prospective officials. It looked like an altar in the center of the plaza. Many guards stood outside the Soaring Palace Hall. "The time has come. Gu Hai, ascend the altar and invite the heavens above and the earth below." An attendant shouted from outside the Soaring Palace Hall. The 300,000 people were all waiting solemnly. Everything was silent. Creak. The gates of the soaring sky hall opened with a loud bang. Slowly, Guhai stepped out from the inside. At this moment, Guhai was wearing a flat imperial crown and a black dragon robe. The dragon robe was embroidered with golden silk. The long dragon robe seemed to drag on for a long time, making it look extremely long. Wearing a pair of cloud dragon boots, Xiao Chen slowly walked out of the soaring palace hall. Guhai's expression was solemn. He held the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal in his right hand and a golden silk scroll in his left hand as he slowly walked out. Everyone in the outside world stood there respectfully, watching as Guhai walked step by step to the altar not far away. Slowly, Guhai reached the top of the altar. Everyone stood respectfully below him. On the altar, there was a table. Guhai placed the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and the golden silk scroll on the table. After placing the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, he unfurled the golden silk scroll, slowly revealing a blank golden silk scroll. Then, Guhai took a deep breath and suddenly performed a cupped fist salute. Today, Guhai of the 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea requests the heavens above and the earth below to bear witness to me establishing a dynasty today. I will use my blood as a sacrifice to the heavens to show my will. I, Guhai, will treat my people well and my new nation well. Guhai shouted. As Guhai shouted, he took out a small golden knife and slowly cut open his right palm. Blood slowly flowed out. Using the blood, Guhai wrote the word Han on the golden silk scroll. Then, Guhai sprinkled the blood on the altar, establishing a new dynasty with the name of Han. The Han dynasty will use the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal as the nation-defining divine artifact to stabilize the nation's luck. With the soaring palace hall as the center of the Han dynasty, it will absorb the luck of the world. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of our nation. We kowtow to the earth to accept the establishment of our nation. Guhai shouted. As Guhai spoke, he slowly raised the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and stamped the word Han on the golden silk scroll. Boom! After the imperial seal stamped the name of the nation, it sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. A strong wind blew. 3 kowtows to the heavens. Kowtow! Suddenly, the master of ceremonies shouted. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. The 300,000 people shouted at the same time. Following Guhai's words, everyone knelt down and kowtowed. At the same time, in all the cities of the original 5 nations, under the organization of the new officials, all the people walked out of their houses and gathered in the plaza in the center of the city. In front of the soaring palace hall, Guhai shouted and prayed to the heavens. At the same time, the master of ceremonies read aloud. After all, this was such an important ceremony. Guhai had planned every word and every sentence. According to the time, almost at the same time, Guhai's words spread throughout the entire nation. 3 kowtows to the heavens. Kowtow! The officials in the various cities shouted. Old Master Gu has established the nation? That's great. Many thanks to Old Master Gu. Our family can survive. No, we have to call him Emperor now. Right, Emperor. Amidst the whispers, the people all knelt down. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. The people all bowed to the heavens. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. We kowtow to the heavens to accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. In hundreds of cities, countless people bowed to the heavens. The sound of the people's voices seemed to reach the heavens. Somehow, the heavens seemed to have sensed it. the entire area under Gu Hai's rule was filled with strong winds, as though it was responding to the wish to establish the nation. At the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai kowtowed to the heavens 3 times. Solemnly, his subordinates all followed, looking extremely solemn. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. For a moment, it seemed like there was a breeze blowing from all directions. However, it was a strong wind blowing towards the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Then, it came out of the heaven-suppressing divine seal and surged towards the majestic soaring palace hall not far away. Then, the breeze rushed up into the sky and slowly circled around. Gu Hai looked over and saw that the breeze circling above the soaring palace hall seemed to have a faint golden color. Providence? Is this the providence of the people? It gathered above the soaring palace hall. Establishing a nation can indeed store providence. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. However, Gu Hai did not pay too much attention to it, because not far away, the MC shouted again. 3 kowtows to the earth, bow, the MC shouted. We kowtow to the earth, accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. We kowtow to the earth, accept the establishment of the Han dynasty. From Hulao Pass to the hundreds of cities, nearly all the ordinary people cheered loudly. Rumble! The will of the people reached the earth, and the earth trembled slightly. The ceremony is complete. Rise! The MC shouted. Rumble! In front of the soaring palace hall, everyone stood up and looked at Gu Hai, who was on the altar. Gu Hai wore a dragon robe and looked down at all the officials below. Today, I establish the Han dynasty as the Water De dynasty. Here, I confer hundreds of officials to build the Han dynasty together with me. Gu Hai shouted, May the emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Han imperial dynasty. Long live! Long live! Everyone below began to cheer loudly. In the distance, the MC took out a scroll and shouted, By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Guqin will be the crown prince of the Han dynasty. Guqin stepped forward, and an attendant immediately put on a robe for him. This official accepts the title of crown prince and thanks the emperor. Long live the emperor! Tang Chu will be the minister of revenue of the Han dynasty. A white-haired old man stepped forward, and an attendant immediately put on an official robe for him. This official accepts the title of Minister of Revenue. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Gao Xianji will be the Han dynasty's 1st Legion commander. Gao Xianji stepped out of the ranks and bowed respectfully. This subject, Gao Xianji, has been bestowed the position of the 1st Army commander. Thank you, my emperor. Chen Tianshan will be the Han dynasty's 2nd Legion commander. Chen Tianshan was slightly surprised. He did not expect to be conferred the title of 2nd Legion commander. Your subject, Chen Tianshan, has been bestowed the position of 2nd Army commander. Thank you, Your Majesty. Scar will be the Han dynasty's Minister of War. This official accepts the title of Minister of War. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Chen Tianshan, who was not far away, was slightly surprised. Why was Scar not conferred the title of 1st Legion commander, but Minister of War? However, since this was Gu Hai's decision, Chen Tianshan did not ask for more details. The conferment continued. When all the old shopkeepers following Gu Hai put on their official robes, joy appeared on their faces. This group of old shopkeepers had followed Gu Hai to conquer the world a long time ago. Gu Hai was very familiar with their abilities. Although they suddenly changed from running a business to running a country, Gu Hai believed that they could do it well. Montez will be the Han dynasty's embroidered uniform guards commander. This shout shocked Chen Tianshan, Scar, Gao Xianji, and the others. Even the countless cultivators at the peony sect that Montez threatened burst into an uproar. What? Montez? Didn't he die in the death puzzle? Gu Hai did not kill him. Doesn't he have a grudge with Gu Hai? Montez is that cold-blooded and vicious person. Gu Hai still wants to give him an official title. Did I see wrongly? Countless cultivators looked at the group of officials in disbelief. Indeed, Montez wore extremely gorgeous embroidered robes. Then, he showed a cold and stern expression as he respectfully stepped forward. This official, Montez, accepts the title of Embroidered Uniform Guards Commander. Thank the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Montez shouted. Gasp. Montez's ferocious reputation was still very intimidating to the cultivators. Sharp intakes of breath rang out in the distance. It really is Montez? Gu Hai actually dares? Embroidered Uniform Guards Commander? What position is that? Montez? This ambitious and ruthless person actually submitted to Gu Hai? Amid the shock, the conferment of the various officials continued. Nearly everyone who followed Gu Hai had already been conferred an official title. Only Shangguan Hen sat in a small courtyard not far away, drinking alone. "Milord, why didn't you—" A subordinate standing at the side asked with a frown. Shangguan Hen shook his head and smiled. His Majesty was going to confer me the title of Legion Commander. However, I will only follow him for 20 years. I told him not to confer a position on me, just to let me stay in Elite Hall's Water Division in name. Yes, that subordinate nodded in confusion. Chapter 168. It took 4 hours for all the officials to be conferred their titles. Of course, they were all important officials. Some of the minor officials were not conferred their titles yet. At the end of the conferment, Gu Hai carefully rolled up the golden thread scroll. Then, he held the golden thread scroll in one hand and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in the other as he slowly walked down the altar. Then, he slowly walked to the soaring palace hall. The officials followed behind Gu Hai and slowly walked into the main hall. The large hall was more than 30 meters tall, and the interior was extremely spacious. There was a tall platform in the north. Gu Hai slowly walked up the steps to the tall platform in the north. A golden dragon throne was placed on the tall platform, looking extremely exquisite. Earlier, the master of ceremonies delivered the official conferment edict. The master placed the edict on a table at the side. Gu Hai grabbed the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and slowly placed it on the edict. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal indicated that this conferment was effective. Gu Hai looked at the 2 rows of officials and slowly sat on the dragon throne. Greetings, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The officials shouted. In the divine continent, outside an extremely luxurious large hall, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian slowly came out of the large hall. Venerable, what is maternal grandfather's attitude? Long Wanqing showed a complicated expression. Hall Master, His Holiness will make a decision. Just wait patiently. Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. How could Venerable Lu Nian dare to say anything when they just left? Even if Venerable Lu Nian said anything, Dai Qianqing, who was inside, would hear it clearly. Gu Hai should have established a nation by now, right? I wonder if it is a mundane kingdom or a dynasty. Long Wanqing said with a frown. A mundane kingdom? Ha ha. I think that Gu Hai is not interested in it. He should have directly announced it to the world and established a dynasty. However, Gu Hai's accumulations are too shallow. Even if he established a dynasty, it would be the weakest one. Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. The weakest dynasty? Long Wanqing frowned slightly. The weakest as weak as an ordinary kingdom. How much territory does he have? How many citizens does he have? How many experts did he have? Not to mention dynasties. If not for Gu Hai, given the national strength of his dynasty, even a small spiritual beast tribe would be able to destroy it, not to mention a dynasty. A slightly stronger kingdom would be able to crush Gu Hai's dynasty. Only in the barren land of the Thousand Islands Sea would Gu Hai have this opportunity. Venerable Lu Nian said bitterly. At the very least, it's an empire. Long Wanqing shook her head. The two of them slowly left the hall. In the hall, two voices slowly sounded. His Holiness, this is the information from the Thousand Islands Sea. It's about Gu Hai. An extremely respectful voice sounded. After a moment of silence, a dignified voice slowly sounded. Gu Hai, this is rather interesting. Where is Li Xinji now? The voice from the Daqianqian came again. Ever since His Holiness dismissed him, he has been roaming the world. Recently, he seems to be fishing for turtles in the Northern Sea. The extremely respectful voice rang out. Fishing for turtles? Humph. Send my orders. Have him reorganize the Xinji battalion within 3 months. The voice from the Daqianqian came again. Yes. Above the vast sea north of the Thousand Islands Sea, dark clouds covered the sky. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and an overwhelming tsunami soared into the sky. The tsunami tossed a large number of whales into the air. Amid the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, a colossal object appeared on the surface of the sea. It was a gigantic tortoise, about 1,500 meters long. The entire sea seemed to obey its orders. Roar! The gigantic tortoise roared, and boundless seawater soared into the sky, enveloping a figure in the center. Boom! A loud sound rang out from the center of the water, and a purple-robed man shot out. The purple-robed man held what looked like a golden tortoise shell in his hand as he threw a palm strike. When the purple-robed man threw a palm strike, a 1,500 meters wide manifested palm pressed down. It looked like it would flatten the entire sea as it clashed with the gigantic tortoise. Roar! Boom! The gigantic tortoise's palm struck, and the two palms clashed. A surging storm kicked up in the air. The storm instantly appeared, and the chaotic air currents formed 4 tornadoes that wildly sucked in seawater. Ha 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 ha! Miao Chen, I'll keep this Xuanwu golden armor for now. Like I said before, if you are willing to submit to me, I'll return this Xuanwu golden armor to you. Ha ha ha! The purple-robed man soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Li Xinji, you thief! Stop right there! Roar! The gigantic tortoise, Miao Chen, roared as it gave chase. The surging seawater seemed to heed its orders, surging into the sky with it. The purple-robed man turned his head with pride in his eyes. Then he threw another palm strike with the flip of his hand. Boom! When man and tortoise clashed, they immediately moved some distance apart. The purple-robed man soared into the sky, looking like a flying ship hidden in the clouds. Bang! Li Xinji landed on the flying ship and said, "Let's go." Yes, the attendant on the flying ship answered. Whoosh! The flying ship immediately turned into a beam of light and flew far away. Li Xinji, you despicable person! Roar! The gigantic tortoise, Miao Chen, raised its head and roared above the sea. The surrounding seawater soared into the sky, and countless fish flew up and fell back down. Rumble! After a while, the sea calmed down due to the gigantic tortoise, Miao Chen. Buzz! Miao Chen's figure flashed, and he turned into a large man wearing embroidered robes. Then he looked coldly in the direction that Li Xinji left in. A group of subordinates slowly appeared behind Miao Chen. These subordinates respectfully stood behind Miao Chen. Elder Miao, this subordinate is incompetent. Unexpectedly, Li Shinji is so sinister. To think that he came for the golden sovereign armor. One of the subordinates said with an unsightly expression. Miao Chen looked into the distance and said with a sullen expression, "A prime fell. However, the prime's shard cannot be desecrated. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to stain the golden sovereign armor will die. Li Shinji is gone. What should we do now? Guard the sea palace well. I can sense the golden sovereign armor's location. He will not be able to escape." Humph. Miao Chen glared. Yes. Whoosh. As Miao Chen stepped forward, his figure flashed as he shot into the distance. On the flying ship, Li Shinji held a golden shard in his hand and carefully inspected it. Li Shinji looked somewhat similar to Li Haoran. Although he was Li Haoran's uncle, he looked younger and skinnier. His hands were long and slender, making him look like a youth in his 20s. However, his eyes exuded a sinister air. "Clanhead, is this Xuanwu's golden sovereign armor?" One of the subordinates looked at the golden shard in Li Shinji's hand curiously. Xuanwu's golden sovereign armor. Back then, when Prime Xuanwu suffered the wrath of heaven, his entire body exploded. This is just a shard of his tortoise shell. Prime Xuanwu? Huh. Back then, he defied heaven together with Old Man Guanxi. Unfortunately, he failed. Old Man Guanxi suffered the wrath of heaven, and the Sky Chess Pavilion was nearly wiped out. As an accomplice, he naturally did not end up well. Prime Xuanwu? Prime Xuanwu? Rumor had it that his tortoise shell was the strongest defense in the world. The strongest defense? So what? Didn't it shatter before the wrath of heaven? Li Shinji said with a cold smile. As Li Shinji grabbed Xuanwu's golden sovereign armor, he gently waved his hand. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a cloud of mist condensed in the surroundings. Oh, that's right. This tortoise shell can call the wind and summon the rain, summoning clouds and water? Li Shinji said in surprise. Family head, I heard that 800 years ago, after the fall of the black tortoise paragon, the turtle snake tribe also suffered a great calamity and fell apart. Many experts scattered to the four corners of the divine continent. Many of the turtle snake tribe were captured to be the guardian beasts of some sects. Humph. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. It is already pretty good to be able to survive. However, this Miao Chen lives alone in the northern sea, unwilling to enter the divine continent. He is rather stubborn. However, it does not matter. I will slowly subdue him. A golden light flashed in Li Shinji's eyes. Oh, right. Haoran left the capital. Li Shinji asked. Yes. I heard that he took the initiative to go to the Thousand Islands Sea. He said that he was going to protect Long Wanqing. That subordinate nodded. Long Wanqing, the elite hall master, the Thousand Islands Sea? Foolish. Foolish, Li Shinji said with narrowed eyes. Ah, does he not know about the death of the elite hall master Long Xiaoya? The waters here are extraordinarily deep. Would he dare to get involved in this? Furthermore, the Thousand Islands Sea, although they are all unranked sects, does he not know that that used to be the Sky Chess Pavilion's territory? That is the land of the wrath of heaven, a forbidden land. Old Man Guanxi might be dead, but that old man definitely has countless schemes. Any one of those schemes can consign them to eternal damnation. Humph. Li Shinji said coldly. Ah, what should we do? Then quickly send a message to him and tell him to scram back immediately. The waters of the Thousand Islands Sea are not something he can explore. Li Shinji said coldly. Ah, yes, this subordinate will immediately send the message when I return. Speaking of the Thousand Islands Sea, it seems that the Thousand Islands Sea has a Xuanwu as well, right? Li Shunji asked with a frown. Yes. However, this Xuanwu already split. Xuanwu is a combination of a tortoise and a snake. This Xuanwu seems to be a tortoise and a snake. They seem to be constantly fighting over resources, wanting to evolve into a dragon. Evolve into a dragon? Ha ha. When Prime Xuanwu was alive, who in the Xuanwu race would want to evolve into a dragon? A dragon is a dragon. Xuanwu is Xuanwu. The Xuanwu is no weaker than the dragon race. Li Shunji said with a cold smile. This subordinate doesn't understand either. There's nothing you don't understand. When Prime Xuanwu died, the god of the Xuanwu race was also extinguished by the heavens. When the god of a race is extinguished, the race will only decline. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years it will take for a new god to be born? Ha ha! Have the Xuanwu race started to give up on their race? It's truly an unstoppable decline. Li Shunji said coldly. Whoosh! The flying ship flew quickly. 10 days later, it finally arrived at a piece of land. Soon, the flying ship landed in front of a group of palaces. At this moment, a group of people wearing mourning clothes knelt outside the palaces. Many of them were crying and complaining. Uncle, I implore you to avenge Big Brother. Uncle, my big brother died so miserably. Patriarch, Howren was killed by a vile person. He died so miserably. Patriarch, I implore you to avenge Howren. Cries and wails sounded outside Li Shunji's flying ship. On the flying ship, Li Shunji's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw a crude coffin lying in the center of the group of people crying and kneeling. Chapter 169. In the main hall of the Li residence, Li Shunji sat on the main seat with his right hand on the tiger head chair. He stared coldly at a Shunji battalion disciple and listened to him. The crude coffin was placed in the middle of the main hall. Everyone stood respectfully at his feet. You're saying that Guhai killed Howren? Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. Yes, yes. The Shunji battalion disciple braced himself and said, Ha 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 ha, Shunji battalion, I gave it to Li Howren, and you're the one who taught it? How dare you lie to me in front of me? Li Shunji said coldly, I didn't. The Shunji battalion disciple gritted his teeth and said, Uncle, it was Guhai who killed Big Brother. A well-dressed man said, Second young master is right. Another 2 Shunji battalion disciples echoed. Li Howren smiled coldly and pointed at them. You, and you, men, drag them out and behead them in the square. Yes, a group of subordinates walked over immediately. Uncle, what are you doing? The second young master exclaimed. Patriarch, why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? The 3 people who were dragged out exclaimed. However, Li Shunji had already ordered his subordinates to drag the 3 people out. Second young master, help! Second young master, help! The 3 people exclaimed. The second young master was also shocked. Patriarch, I was wrong. It was the second young master who asked me to say this. It was the second young master who asked me to say this. Patriarch, please spare us. The 3 people who were dragged out screamed in horror. However, Li Shunji had already ordered them, so no one dared to plead for mercy. Behead! A loud shout came from outside the hall. Ah, ah, ah. The 3 screams sounded, and everyone in the main hall trembled. Uncle! The second young master said with an ugly expression. Li Shunji turned his head and said indifferently, Tomorrow leave everything behind and go to the North Sea to guard the island. The second young master's face was ashen, and he wanted to beg for mercy. but the person beside him immediately pulled him back and whispered, "Second young master, it's true that you helped the eldest young master vent his anger, but you deceived the patriarch. The fact that the patriarch didn't sentence you to death is already a blessing." Second young master raised his head to look. As expected, Li Shunji's eyes were filled with iciness. Startled, he didn't dare to say anything more. Li Shunji coldly glanced at everyone in the hall. "All right. Now, who is going to describe what happened to Li Haoran in the Thousand Islands Sea?" Li Shunji demanded coldly. Then, the surviving Shunji battalion disciples described everything in detail. This time, there was no deviation, no details big or small. Li Shunji listened quietly, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the tiger-headed chair as he narrowed his eyes. After the narration, the main hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Shunji. "The mastermind? Haha, Li Haoran, you really know how to get into trouble. Princess Xiao, you actually died at your hands?" "Huh." A cold light flashed in Li Shunji's eyes. Li Shunji slowly stood up and walked to the coffin. Whoosh! The coffin lid opened, and cold air came out of it. Clearly, it was used to preserve the corpse. Li Shunji carefully examined Li Haoran's corpse. His head was gone from the explosion, and his body was riddled with wounds. However, his arms were withered. Li Shunji slowly picked up a bone, a grave look flashing in his eyes. His bone marrow was extracted clean. Li Shunji frowned. "Patriarch, no matter what, Big Brother's death is related to Gu Hai." Second brother was confused by anger. Another man shouted, "Gu Hai?" Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. Li Shunji received the decree. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the main hall. Everyone's expression changed. Li Shunji also quickly walked out of the main hall. He saw a man wearing an official's robe standing on a giant crane, looking out of the main hall. This commoner, Li Shunji greets the heavenly envoy. "Long live His Holiness." Li Shunji immediately bowed respectfully. His Holiness's decree, Li Shunji within 3 months reorganized the Shunji battalion. Listen to His Holiness's orders. Solemnly, the official on the giant crane said to Li Shunji, "Yes, I received the decree." Li Shunji bowed respectfully. At this moment, the official smiled. "Congratulations, Lord Li. Lord Li, in 3 months, please bring your Shunji battalion to the capital to meet the emperor. I will also take my leave." "Safe journey, my lord," Li Shunji replied. Screech. The giant crane let out a long screech, carrying the official and soaring into the sky. "Patriarch, have you been reinstated?" "Patriarch, as long as you give the order, your troops will rush back immediately." "Patriarch, has His Holiness forgiven you?" Everyone was overjoyed, as if they didn't care about Li Haoran's death. "Where is the divine strategy token?" Li Shunji asked calmly. "It was taken by Gu Hai." Solemnly, a Shunji battalion disciple said. "Gu Hai again. Ha! It seems like before I go to the capital, I have to meet this Gu Hai." Li Shunji's eyes turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Han Dynasty, Soaring Palace Hall. Gu Hai wore a flat imperial crown and a black dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and looked coldly at the 2 rows of officials. The left row was Guqin and a group of old shopkeepers, while the right row was Gao Xianji, Qin Tianshan, Scar, Montez, and other newcomers. "Pa!" Gu Hai slapped the armrest of the dragon throne and looked coldly at the group of officials on the left row. The expressions of the group of officials changed. The Han Dynasty has just been established for less than a month. There is actually news that someone is selling official positions and titles. As long as one has money, one can buy an official position. Gu Hai looked coldly at the group of officials. Your Majesty, the Dahan's territory is too large and there are too many vacancies. We need people for many positions. Although we have a large number of talents, it is still not enough. The various regions only thought of this method to quickly run the administration. We can quickly run the administration and increase the national treasury as soon as possible. An official said, bracing himself, the ones buying positions are your family members, right? Ha! Increase the national treasury as soon as possible. Do we need you to increase the national treasury? Gu Hai said coldly. The group of officials immediately did not dare to speak. Imperial Father, after obtaining such a large territory in such a short time, we do not have enough manpower. We cannot run the administration in many places. Guqin sighed and pleaded for mercy for the group of old shopkeepers. If you cannot run the administration, then stop. Didn't I tell you to prepare for the imperial examinations? Isn't it fine to use the imperial examinations to select talents? Gu Hai said. Guqin lowered his head. Montez. Gu Hai said, Yes, Your Majesty. Montez stepped forward. It has been a month. How is the establishment of the embroidered uniform guard? Gu Hai asked. We have already recruited 3,000 people. They are not elites, but we can slowly optimize them. The embroidered uniform guard can operate for the time being. Montez said, Good. I will give you 1 9 Dragons medallion. Investigate every city. Punish those who sell official positions, take bribes, form cliques, or cause trouble for the people according to the laws of the Han Nation. Everywhere you go, you will receive the 9 Dragons medallion as if I am there personally, Gu Hai said seriously as he handed over a medallion. Yes, Your Majesty. Montez took the token. He stepped back. The expressions of the old officials at the side froze, and they sighed softly. However, no one realized that a rain of blood was about to start. Scar. Yes, Your Majesty. Scar stepped forward respectfully. Mobilize the troops in each city and fully cooperate with the embroidered uniform guard in this operation. Gu Hai said, Yes, Your Majesty. Scar answered. How are the negotiations going with the other 5 mundane regions on 9-5 Island? Gu Hai looked at Guqin. Reporting to Imperial Father, the negotiations with 3 mundane regions went very smoothly. However, the other 2 did not. We have been holding on to hope, Guqin said with a frown. Qin Tianshan. Yes, Your Majesty. You will lead the various border armies and start opening up the mountain paths. Open up all the mundane regions on 9-5 Island. First, open up the paths to the 2 regions that do not submit to my Han royal dynasty. At the same time, you will take charge of collecting the 3 regions that submit to my Dahan, Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xinji. Yes, Your Majesty. I need a batch of elite troops. You can choose from all the soldiers in the world. The first batch of 800,000 elite troops will be expanded into the 1st Legion. You will train them and use these 2 mundane regions as the battlefield. I need an invincible army. The enemy does not have an innate expert participating in this battle. You are not allowed to have one. I hope that in the future, the Han royal dynasty's strength lies not only in strong generals, but also in a strong army. Gu Hai said, Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xinji answered. Many government decrees were passed through the royal court. Now, Gu Hai made all the decisions arbitrarily. No one questioned any of his decrees. Reporting to Your Majesty, Shang Guanhen requests an audience. A guard said respectfully outside the hall. Oh, summon him, Gu Hai said, feeling suspicious. Shang Guanhen was not willing to accept an official position in the Han royal dynasty. Gu Hai felt helpless. Now that Xiao Chun requested an audience during the royal court, there must be something important. When Shang Guanhen walked into the hall, 2 rows of officials looked over in confusion. Your Majesty, Yao Jingtian is outside the hall. He seems to have bad news. Shang Guanhen said solemnly. Oh, Yao Jingtian. Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. Yao Jingtian was the divine beast Baxia. Before the founding of the nation, Baxia asked Gu Hai to solve the Go puzzle on its tortoise shell and gave Gu Hai the heavenly dynasty outline. Yao Jingtian also promised Gu Hai that he would do his best to help if Gu Hai needed it. Gu Hai was very grateful to Yao Jingtian. After all, although the heavenly dynasty outline was not precious in the divine continent, it was something that Gu Hai needed. Without putting on airs, Gu Hai stepped off the dragon throne and slowly followed Shang Guanhen out of the hall. The officials followed behind Gu Hai. Outside the hall, Yao Jingtian stood in the plaza and smiled at Gu Hai. Congratulations to Mr. Good. No, congratulations to Emperor De Han. Once the nation is established, it will be an empire. Yao Jingtian said, with a smile. Mr. Yao is too kind. May I ask why Mr. Yao is here today? Gu Hai asked. Yao Jingtian's expression turned solemn. Last time, when Mr. Good founded the nation, this one was delayed by some matters and could not come. I hope Mr. Good can forgive me. This time, however, I am here to bring bad news. I hope it will be useful to Mr. Good. Oh, Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. Back then, when news of Mr. Good obtaining the century lifespan immortality peach spread, countless innate realm and golden core realm cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea rushed over. Now, Mr. Good obtained the dragon vein. This item is even more enticing than the century lifespan immortality peach. On the various islands, some of the Yuanying states, island lords, sect masters, and sovereigns can no longer sit still and are rushing over to 9-5 Island with all their might. Not long ago, I received news that 20 sects from the Yuanying state have formed an alliance and are preparing to snatch Mr. Good's dragon vein. Oh, 20 Yuanying state. Gu Hai's expression sank. Right after Gu Hai finished speaking, Yao Jingtian's expression suddenly changed. He revealed a bitter expression as he said, It looks like this old man is still too late. They are already here. Then he saw 20 beams of light shooting over from the south. Wherever they went, they kicked up a strong wind. Boom! The 20 beams of light suddenly stopped in front of the soaring palace hall, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Gu Hai looked up and coldly eyed the 20 figures that suddenly appeared in the air. Chapter 170. Above the soaring palace hall in the Han royal dynasty, a gentle breeze blew, and their clothes fluttered. At this moment, 20 men and women with different expressions were looking coldly at the soaring palace plaza. When they saw Gu Hai, their expressions sank. After all, when news spread throughout the Thousand Islands Sea, Gu Hai's ferocious reputation spread as well. He destroyed the 5 large sects and even defeated Li Haoran. Golden Core Realm? No one cared about Gu Hai's cultivation anymore. Otherwise, the 20 Yuanying state cultivators would not have formed an alliance. Archers! Immediately, a guard in the square shouted. A large number of guards quickly raised their bows. Gu Hai slowly raised his hand and stopped all the attacks. Gu Qin, who was at the side, silently retreated to the back. Everyone, you have come from afar. What can I do for you? Gu Hai asked coldly. The 20 cultivators looked at the plaza. When they saw Yao Jingtian, they brushed past him as if they did not know him. The leading white-clad man stared at Gu Hai and said, Mr. Good, I am the sect master of the 8-6 Islands Grand Origin sect. Today, I heard that Mr. Good obtained a dragon vein. Is that true? What is there to ask? He is now a dynasty. Without the dragon vein, he cannot establish a dynasty. The dragon vein is in his imperial seal. A cultivator at the side shouted. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I obtained the dragon vein. Why did everyone come here without notice? Hand over the dragon vein. We will spare your life. Right, hand over the dragon vein." Amid the cries of the crowd, the leading white-clad man waved his hand and stopped them from speaking. "Mr. Good, the dragon vein belongs to the virtuous. We came here today for the dragon vein. We hope that Mr. Good will stop hiding it," the white-clad man said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, "Everyone, do you know what happened to my 9-5 island sex?" Huh. Everyone felt slightly stunned. "Today, you came to snatch my dragon vein. Have you ever thought about my revenge? In the future, I'll visit all 20 of your sex, one by one. Do you believe that I won't slaughter all 20 of your sex?" Gu Hai glared. Everyone's expression changed, and one of them said with his eyelids twitching, "Deceiving people with lies, let's attack together and kill him." Huh. After obtaining the dragon vein, would all the sects still merge? Am I wrong? I'll slaughter them one by one. Can you guys stop me? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai's cold shout made the 20 Yuanying state soldiers hesitate. Their earlier ferocious momentum seemed to weaken significantly in an instant. One of the cultivators even glanced at Yao Xingtian. Yao Xingtian narrowed his eyes. That person immediately looked at Gu Hai. "Humph, Gu Hai, you still want to slaughter our sect? You won't have a chance. We won't give you a chance. Fellow Taoists, we agreed to advance and retreat together. Kill Gu Hai, and his dynasty is nothing. That's right. Capture Gu Hai. Xing, Xing, Xing." Everyone immediately drew their weapons. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a surging fog suddenly covered the surroundings. "Oh no! The 28-line pair whirled ritual array," someone exclaimed. Everyone immediately charged at Gu Hai. Yao Xingtian stared at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai stood with his hands behind his back, not moving at all. "What's with this ritual array?" Yao Xingtian showed a confused expression. Boom! Suddenly, the fog covered the surroundings. The 20 Yuanying state soldiers charging over suddenly lost their bearings. "What's going on? Where are they? I can't find the direction either. Fly up! Fly up!" "Ah, that's not going up," the Yuanying state soldiers exclaimed in the fog. "I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is unparalleled. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is unparalleled." It was as if 20 Xiang yes were shouting at the same time. 20 loud sounds were heard at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. A series of screams were heard. All the officials widened their eyes. These were immortals who could fly in the sky. How could they be screaming so tragically? The emperor didn't move. What was going on? Montez also stared at Gu Hai with his eyes wide open. 20 Yuanying state soldiers, although they looked like trash like Song Pingsheng, they were still from the Yuanying state. How could they be trapped so easily? Don't kill me, don't kill me, Mr. Yao, Mr. Yao." Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from the fog. "Mr. Yao?" Outside the Great Hall, many officials' expressions changed as they looked at Yao Xingtian. At this moment, Yao Xingtian suddenly struck a palm at Gu Hai. His palm carried a powerful force, as if he wanted to kill Gu Hai with one strike. Boom! With a loud boom, the earth shook violently. Gu Hai had taken out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal at some point in time and charged at Yao Xingtian. At the same time, it pressed down. Boom! Yao Xingtian's energy palm shattered and was instantly suppressed by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. "What? How did you—" Yao Zhongtian's expression changed as he cried out in shock. Why would I guard against you, right? Gu Hai suddenly sneered. As Yao Zhongtian stared at Gu Hai, disbelief flashed in his eyes. He was supposed to ambush Gu Hai. How did Gu Hai end up ambushing him instead? Under the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, Yao Zhongtian tried to take human form. However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal seemed to instantly weigh 1,000,000 tons, immobilizing Yao Zhongtian. My heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal hides a dragon vein. The dragon vein is as heavy as 9-5 Island, and this is not even considering the suppressive force of my divine imperial seal. Ha ha! Yao Zhongtian, you really schemed well. You used 20 Yuanying state to distract me and then ambush me from behind. If I had not been on guard against you, you would have succeeded earlier, Gu Hai said coldly. Why? Why were you on guard against me? Why were you on guard against me? Also, how did 20 Yuanying state get trapped in the ritual array so easily? This shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. I was prepared to work with you to deal with them. Why didn't everything go according to plan? Yao Zhongtian suddenly roared in shock. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds rang out, and the 20 Yuanying state were knocked into the ground. The clouds in the surroundings slowly dispersed. When the clouds dispersed, one could see 20 badly mutilated figures sprawled on the ground. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and their bones were shattered. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. There was a bloody hole in their dantians. Everyone seemed to have aged immensely in an instant. Guqin slowly walked over from not far away from these 20 people. Imperial Father, these 20 invaders have all been captured. Your son has already destroyed their dantians. They have all been destroyed. Guqin said respectfully, was it the Crown Prince? Was it the Crown Prince who set up the ritual array? The group of officials exclaimed in shock. Montez looked at Guqin, and his eyelids twitched. This unassuming Crown Prince of Dahan, 20 nascent soul realm cultivators had all fallen at his hands. Previously, Montez was confident that he was the strongest person in Dahan aside from Gu Hai. However, when he looked at Guqin, he felt a chill in his heart. What kind of ritual array was that? 20 Yuanying state. Although they were the weakest Yuanying state, and none of them were a match for him, he did not dare to face 20 of them head-on. However, in the blink of an eye, all of them were destroyed by Guqin. Old Man Guanxi's legacy. Montez was shocked. Everyone had seen how powerful Gu Hai was, but they had overlooked Guqin. He had inherited Old Man Guanxi's legacy. No one knew what the legacy was. However, he was only in the innate realm. How could he destroy 20 Yuanying state in the blink of an eye? Montez looked at Guqin in horror. Imperial Father, how should we deal with these 20 invaders? Guqin asked, nail them to the mountain wall outside the palace. Let anyone else see that this is the fate of those who offend Dahan. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Guqin answered. Old Man Guanxi's legacy. Cough, cough, cough. I understand now. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai, I still underestimated your Han royal dynasty. However, I do not understand. Why were you on guard against me? I sneak attacked you from behind, but you were already on guard against me? Yao Zhongtian said in dissatisfaction. However, Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, since you came to my Han royal dynasty, naturally someone would report to me immediately. Don't you find it strange? Why did you inform Shangguan Hen first, and then let Shanghai Hen inform me? Huh, Shangguan Hen? Yao Zhongtian looked at Shanghai Hen in confusion. Montez, Guqin, and the others looked at Shanghai Hen in shock. That's right. Why did Shanghai Hen come to report earlier? Bring them up, Shanghai Hen said coldly. Soon, a group of guards brought up a pile of bones that were 1,500 meters long. Mr. Yao, do you recognize them? Whose bones are these? Gu Hai asked with a cold smile. These are the flood dragon Fu Shui. Yao Zhengtian's expression changed. The dragon Fu Shui's bones from the peony sect, which the bone saber swallowed until only bones remained. I did not expect this. Mr. Yao, Fu Shui, you two are actually one. Xuan Wu, tortoise snake, the tortoise body and snake body separated, both trying to evolve into dragons. The tortoise body evolved into the dragon, head tortoise body Bashya, and the snake body evolved into a flood dragon. Ha! You are one in the first place, with the same goal of transforming into a dragon. If Fu Shui wants the dragon vein, how can you not want it? Gu Hai said coldly. You, how did you know? Yao Zhengtian exclaimed in shock. If not for Shangguan Hen's reminder, I would have been fooled by your appearance. You knew that it was difficult to obtain the dragon vein, that you could not obtain it at all. However, you knew that I could solve the 29-line pair world Go puzzle, so you befriended me, hoping that I could obtain the dragon vein and snatch it from me. You left the sea demons in my residence not to send messages, but to monitor me? Gu Hai looked at Yao Zhengtian coldly. You, how did you know? Yao Zhengtian exclaimed in horror. Shangguan Hen discovered it. He saw you before and saw this dragon bone. He discovered that the two of you actually have the same aura. When he told me at first, I did not believe him, so I asked him to confirm it. Earlier, when he came to report to me that you were here, he secretly reminded me that he had already confirmed it. You and Fu Shui are one. Xuan Wu. Ha! Instead of being a Xuan Wu, you want to evolve into a dragon? Gu Hai said coldly. Shangguan Hen, that's impossible. My aura and Fu Shui's are worlds apart. How did you discover it? Yao Zhengtian stared at Shangguan Hen in disbelief. However, Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, this subordinate would like to request for this Bashya from Your Majesty. Oh, Yao Zhengtian deceived Your Majesty back then. Back then, the tortoise shell that sealed the dragon vein was not left behind by Yao Zhengtian's father, but the ancient tortoise shell of the Xuanwu clan. This is useful to this subordinate. I earnestly request that Your Majesty bestow Yao Zhengtian to me. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Permitted. Gu Hai nodded. However, Shangguan Hen slowly walked over to Yao Zhengtian. Yao Zhengtian stared at Shangguan Hen in confusion. Then he saw Shangguan Hen suddenly place his hand on Yao Zhengtian's forehead. Yao Zhengtian's expression suddenly changed. This aura, why you are actually... Boom. When Shangguan Hen placed his hand on Yao Zhengtian's forehead, Yao Zhengtian's eyes rolled back, and he lost all signs of life. Rumble. However, Yao Zhengtian seemed to be about to transform into a gigantic Bashya. Shangguan Hen formed a few hand seals. Buzz. The gigantic Bashya's body suddenly shrunk until it was only the size of a palm. Gu Hai waved his hand and put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Then he looked at Shangguan Hen in surprise. Shangguan Hen slowly put the shrunken Bashya's body into his sleeve. The officials were shocked. Montez's eyelids twitched when he saw Shangguan Hen's actions. Even he was no match for Yao Zhengtian. It was one thing for him to be suppressed by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, but where did this Shangguan Hen come from? Why did he deal with him as if he was dealing with a chicken? Apart from Guqin, how could there be such a freak in the Han dynasty? How many more secrets are there that I don't know? Montez felt even more shocked. A crisis was resolved in the blink of an eye. All right, The court session is dismissed. Gu Hai said, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The officials bowed respectfully. Montez felt shocked. At this moment, the officials' hearts were in turmoil, respectfully sending off Gu Hai, the biggest winner of 9-5 Island, the Han Dynasty, the supreme ruler of 9-5 Island. Chapter 171. As Yao Zhengtian said, the temptation of the dragon vein quickly spread to the nearby islands. Some of the experts from the Yuanying state could no longer sit still. They all came out of closed-door cultivation and headed to 9-5 Island. When they first arrived, the Yuanying state experts were very aggressive. They thought that Gu Hai was at most a golden core realm cultivator and only relied on the Crimson Saber to cheat. As long as they found the right opportunity, they would be able to capture Gu Hai alive. However, when the various experts arrived outside the Han Dynasty's imperial palace, nearly all of them instantly lost their momentum. Countless cultivators surrounded a tall mountain outside the imperial palace. A large number of mortal soldiers were stationed around the mountain. Naturally, the cultivators did not care about these soldiers. However, the scene on the mountain wall made the hearts of the countless cultivators race. He saw 60 extremely wretched people nailed to a mountain wall. Some of them were already dead, roasted by the sun. Some of them were still alive, but their dantians were destroyed. Their entire bodies were crippled, and they were nailed to the mountain wall. Is that the sect master of the 8-6 Islands Taiyuan sect? He is an expert from the Yuanying state. Is that the Yuanying state of the 8-9 Island? Ah, they are all. Are they all from the Yuanying state? The cultivators observing the mountain wall were from the Yuanying state, Golden Core Realm, and Innate Realm. All of them sucked in cold breaths as they looked at the mountain wall. Ah, Master, why are you here? A Golden Core Realm cultivator looked in shock at the white-clothed man who suddenly appeared beside him. The white-clothed man's eyelids twitched as he said, "Your senior brother went back to report to me that Gu Hai obtained a dragon vein. The dragon vein is very useful to my sect. Your other 3 martial uncles will be here soon. What happened here?" "Master, there have been a lot of people trying to get the dragon's vein these days. Some tried to force their way into the Dahan Imperial Palace, while others tried to sneak into the Dahan Imperial Palace. All of them ended up like this. There are already 60 Yuanying state cultivators. Oh, we caught another 5 over there. Look, Master, look over there. Only the Yuanying state has the right to be nailed to this wall." The golden elixir cultivator pointed at a spot not far away. "Only the Yuanying state is qualified." The white-clothed man turned his head with an unsightly expression. Indeed, a group of Han royal dynasty guards brought the crippled, nascent soul realm cultivator to the cliff. Then, they nailed him to the cliff with long nails. "Master, are you and the 3 Shirshu still preparing to go?" The Jindan turned to look at the white-clothed male. The white-clothed man's face stiffened. He really wanted to slap this insensible disciple to death. Outside the 1,000 Islands, on a sea, boom. Once again, a monstrous tsunami swept up. Li Shinji stood on the flying ship with a purple-gold longbow in his hand. Pung! The bowstring returned to its original position, and 20 rainbow-like arrows rained down like meteors toward the huge tortoise on the sea. Roar! The huge tortoise roared and opened its shell. A tortoise shell-shaped shield blocked the arrows. Boom, 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 boom. The rain of arrows collided with the shield and exploded with a loud bang. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. "Miao Chun, you are really persistent. You can sense the Xuanwu golden armor. You actually chased me all the way here. The Xuanwu golden armor is the sacred artifact of my clan. You have tarnished the Xuanwu golden armor. I will chase you to the ends of the world. Humph! I will immediately spread the news to all corners of the world. Anyone who respects the supremacy as much as I do will see you as an enemy. Li Xinji, you and the Xuanwu clan will not rest until one of us is dead. Miao Chen roared. Old lunatic, Prime Xuanwu died 800 years ago. Why are you still loyal? Li Xinji retorted coldly. Roar. Miao Chen roared and charged at Li Xinji. As Miao Chen charged over, he brought with him surging seawater, looking like he wanted to fill the world. Humph! Let's go. Don't waste time with this old lunatic, Li Xinji said coldly. As Miao Chen spoke, he drew his bow again. 20 arrows rained down on the huge tortoise like a meteor shower. However, Miao Chen's subordinates quickly steered the flying ship away. Boom! The 20 arrows rained down on the huge tortoise again, causing water to fill the air. Roar! Stop right there, Li Xinji. Return my Xuanwu golden armor. Miao Chen roared while glaring. Whoosh! The flying ship was too fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boundless water suddenly fell. Miao Chen turned into a stout man again. Then he looked coldly at the flying ship that had already reached the horizon. Humph! You can't escape. Miao Chen was about to give chase when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and stopped. The Thousand Islands Sea? This is the Thousand Islands Sea? Miao Chen showed an unsightly expression, hesitating on whether to enter or not. After a long silence, Miao Chen took a deep breath and charged into the Thousand Islands Sea, on the cliff outside the imperial palace of the Han Dynasty. At this moment, 80 Yuanying state cultivators had been nailed to the cliff. At this moment, the enthusiasm of the cultivators for the dragon vein finally died down. Every time their enthusiasm flared up, they would see what happened to the 80 Yuanying state cultivators, and their enthusiasm would be extinguished. More and more cultivators were arriving from all over the Thousand Islands Sea. At the soaring palace hall's royal assembly, Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne, listening to the daily affairs. Reporting to your majesty, although the crown prince captured all the thieves who barged into the imperial palace, more cultivators are gathering outside. With so many cultivators, it is easy for chaos to break out. Indeed, your majesty, there have already been 10-odd fights. There are too many people. Conservatively speaking, close to 200,000 cultivators from all over the Thousand Islands Sea have gathered outside the imperial palace of the Han Dynasty. Your Majesty, these cultivators have been gathering for a long time and are not friendly. They are very unsettling. A group of officials complained. Guqin, Gu Hai called out. Your son is here. Guqin stepped forward. How are the preparations going? Gu Hai asked, reporting to Imperial Father. During this period, according to Imperial Father's request, we have already sped up the construction. We have already set aside an area outside the Imperial Palace for the cultivators from all over to stay. Of course, the fees for high-grade residences are huge. Furthermore, with Imperial Father's Imperial Casino, they should be attracted, right? Guqin said. The Han Dynasty needs to develop and recruit countless cultivators into my Han. Aside from the innate realm cultivators, all the officials need spirit stones for cultivation. While 9-5 Island has many spirit stone mines, we cannot just sit there and wait. The Imperial Casino is a specialty project. 9-5 Island cannot have anyone following the trend. Those who violate it will be executed. Open for business immediately, Gu Hai said. This official obeys. Guqin answered. With this order, a large area outside the Imperial Palace officially opened to the public. The cultivators outside the Imperial Palace were still paying attention to the increasing number of Yuanying state cultivators nailed to the walls. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. His Majesty has decreed that all the cultivators from the Thousand Islands see our guests from afar. Sorry for not going out to welcome you. However, the Dahan dynasty's imperial palace is limited in its reception. All the cultivators gathered among the commoners or in the forests, living a simple life that does not suit your status. Hence, he opened a new area, the Imperial Casino Holiday Resort, for all the cultivators to live and enjoy. There is also entertainment for all to pass the time. Bodyguard Dahan struck the gong and repeated the words over and over again, causing the surrounding Shioja to be astounded. What does that mean? The Imperial Casino Holiday Resort? The group of cultivators asked, confused. Many cultivators went to investigate, following the directions pointed by the Imperial Guard of the Han Dynasty. Indeed, there were many luxurious houses not far from the Imperial Palace. Many attendants lined up neatly at the sides, waiting to serve the guests. When the cultivators got close, the Dahan Dynasty cultivators greeted them. Welcome, Immortal Venerate. The group of attendants bowed respectfully. The orderly slogans, the orderly salutes, and the warm service caused the Shioja's eyes to stare. Guhai? What is Guhai trying to do? What is he trying to do? The group of attendants led the cultivators to the Imperial Casino Holiday Resort in a daze. The fresh air, the beautiful buildings, and the beautiful environment could not move the cultivators, but it was much better than the caves and inns they stayed in before. The only thing was money and spirit stones. However, to have such a comfortable environment, one spirit stone was nothing. After all, it was not expensive. After confirming their accommodations, the cultivators looked around and saw some very strange things. At a plaza, the Royal Lottery Hall is starting to sell lottery tickets. You only need one mid-grade spirit stone to buy a ticket. There's a chance to win 100 high-grade spirit stones. You'll get back 10,000 times what you put in. Don't miss this opportunity. 3 days later, at noon, in the plaza, in front of everyone, the lottery will be held. It will be absolutely fair. The Imperial Horse Gambling Field is about to open. Those who bet on horses, prepare your spirit stones. The bigger the bet, the more you can earn. Horse racing in front of everyone is absolutely fair. The Imperial Casino is opening card gambling. Small cards will help you achieve your dream of becoming the god of gamblers. As the employees of the Imperial Casino shouted, the surrounding cultivators felt confused. In the past, the Beast Arena of the Great Fong Mafia family had helped the Great Fong Mafia family accumulate a lot of wealth. Naturally, Gu Hai would not let go of the gambling industry. After all, he needed to feed more people. He could not just sit around and wait. Of all the gambling in the Great Fong Mafia family, only the Beast Arena was the most profitable. However, how could the Great Fong Mafia family compare to the gambling industry that Gu Hai knew? Gu Qin had already laid a ritual array in the surroundings. Any robber would end up like the Yuanying state on the cliff. As for the gambling industry that Gu Hai mentioned, the Gu Qin actually found a way to prevent cheating from Old Man Guanxi's inheritance. If Old Man Guanxi knew that his countless inheritances were being used for gambling, he might be so angry that he came back to life. Lottery, horse racing, card gambling, all the different gambling from the Beast Arena immediately piqued the curiosity of countless cultivators. On the first day of business, spirit stones already flowed into the Dahan Palace. With this income, Gu Hai no longer had to worry about the Han Dynasty running out of money. At the same time, security improved significantly. Everything was developing according to Gu Hai's plan. Occasionally, people from the Yuanying state were nailed to the cliff. However, the Imperial Casino was bustling with activity. The cultivators needed to relax as well. They also needed to live spiritually. None of the practitioners who had visited the Royal Casino Resort were willing to go back to the cave they had lived in before. Isn't it just spirit stones? I have plenty of spirit stones. Some people became envious of their losses and wanted to cause trouble. However, a ritual array immediately captured them and tossed them out. Half a month later, Li Shinji arrived at 95 Island. He did not rush to the Dahan Palace with a ferocious aura. Instead, he pretended to be an ordinary cultivator and entered Guhai's territory. Li Shinji led 20 people and landed in a rather remote place. The moment he stepped onto the main road, someone immediately came forward to welcome him. Huh. Li Shinji raised his eyebrows. I just arrived, and they already discovered me? Immortal exalted immortals. This humble one is the sales and marketing staff of the Dahan Royal Casino Holiday Resort. If you do not mind, how about I be your tour guide? I will definitely make you feel at home. That man said politely with a smile. Sales and marketing staff. Tour guide. Li Shinji looked at the extremely polite man in front of him in confusion. Chapter 172. The salesmen of the Dahan Royal Casino were all business experts that Guhai had recruited from all over the world. They were all talents that had been nurtured by Guhai's business empire. Now that they had been transferred to the Royal Casino, they all knew how heavy the responsibility was. Although they were busy, the salesmen were extremely excited and enthusiastic. This was because Guhai had always made it a rule that the more work they did, the more they would be paid. There was even a commission. Now, the commission was not just money, but also spirit stones. Lots and lots of spirit stones. Salesman Su Mo was one of them. After working for so long, he had already developed a pair of discerning eyes. From afar, he saw 21 people in luxurious clothes walking over. With one look, one could tell that they were not worn by ordinary people. They were full of noble and immortal aura. Su Mo took a big stride forward and rushed over. Not far away, a few salesmen saw that Su Mo was one step faster and beat their chests. Fortunately, there were many cultivators around, so they did not pay too much attention. Exalted immortals, I am the salesman of the Dahan Royal Casino Resort. If you don't mind, how about I be your tour guide? I will definitely make you feel at home. Su Mo smiled politely. Salesman? Tour guide. Li Shinji looked blankly at the extremely polite man in front of him. Exalted immortals, please follow me. I will first take you to see the nascent soul stone wall outside the Dahan Royal Palace. That was the most popular place in the Han Dynasty. All the immortals who came here would take a look, Su Mo explained. Everyone looked at Su Mo blankly. After Li Shinji confirmed that Su Mo did not recognize him, he finally nodded. Along the way, they saw many groups like this. Some of the Taoists in front of the groups held small flags and greeted dozens of cultivators who were looking around. Oh, those over there are scattered groups. They are dozens of immortals from all over the Thousand Islands Sea, and do not know each other. That salesman is greeting them with a small flag, afraid that they will get lost. After all, there are too many immortals here for sightseeing. Su Mo explained. Li Shinji, scattered groups. This had become an industry. The group followed Su Mo to the mountain wall outside the Imperial Palace. At this moment, there were close to 10,000 practitioners surrounding the cliff. One by one, the salesmen were vividly explaining the origin of this cliff. Do you see that? There were 89 immortals from the Yuanying state, and all of them were nailed to death here. Back then, 95 Island had a total of 5 nascent soul realm cultivators. My Han royal dynasty will not tolerate those who come to cause trouble, Su Mo said as he pointed into the distance. That's right. Back then, 95 Island had a total of 5 nascent soul realm cultivators. My Han royal dynasty will not tolerate those who cause trouble. Hiss! The people behind Li Shinji gasped, their faces twitching. Not only them, but the more than 10,000 spectators all gasped in shock. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Ha ha! Li Shinji sneered. Campmaster, with this mountain wall, all the cultivators who come here won't break into the Dahan Imperial Palace, right? A subordinate frowned. Tour guide? Ha! Although it's a little pretentious, the effect is obvious. Describing this cruel reality with such a calm attitude has a huge impact on the spectators. The Yuanying state. This is a declaration to the world that the Han Dynasty is more powerful than they thought. You don't even care about 90 Yuanying state, but you don't know that these 90 Yuanying state didn't attack the Imperial Palace together. Li Shinji smiled coldly. Exalted Immortals, have you seen it? Next up is our Royal Casino Resort. Everyone, follow me. That's our destination, Su Mo said with a smile as he walked over from a short distance away. Let's go, Li Shinji said curiously. Before they came, Li Shinji didn't expect Gu Hai to set up so many tour guides. Li Shinji and his group followed Su Mo and soon arrived at the Imperial Casino Resort. When they reached the entrance, 2 rows of guards stood up. There were 2 rows of 200 people in uniforms. They bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, exalted immortals. Please come in." Li Shinji and his group widened their eyes. These are the tour guides of the resort. Exalted immortals, please follow me. Oh, right. Exalted immortals, are you staying for a long time, or are you leaving tonight? If you're staying for a long time, I'll help you register your accommodation. Suemo said thoughtfully. We're staying for a long time, Li Shinji said with a frown. Then follow me. Look, do you see the villas over there? Most of the villas have been rented out. There are only a few left. They are divided into 9 classes. The highest class villa costs 1 high-grade spirit stone a day. It has a swimming pool, billiards room, fitness facilities, fruit juice drinks, fine wine, and snacks. It's a standalone villa with the best views. If you want, there are also foot treatments, massage, scraping, hot springs, and other leisure services. Suemo introduced. 1 high-grade spirit stone a day. Aren't you going to rob us? A person behind him shouted. Suemo was not angry and said, as I said, there are 9 classes here. The 9th class costs 10 low-grade spirit stones a day. The difference is 1,000 times. However, the 9th class is standard. Of course, there are double villas, stacked villas, ordinary apartments. I'll take the best, Li Shinji said indifferently. Sumo's eyes lit up. This group of tycoons had a commission for their accommodation. When he introduced them to gambling later, they would definitely spend a lot of money. The commission would be even higher. Exalted immortals, this way, please. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything for you, Suemo said with a smile. Foot treatments, massage, scraping, and other leisure services were already established by Gu Hai when he was doing business in the past. It was just that he moved all of them to the resort now. Suemo led the group into a villa. There were some new and interesting things that dazzled everyone. After a foot treatment in the villa, everyone felt refreshed. Although it was a little strange, they slowly accepted it. Suemo had been waiting patiently. After all, foot treatments cost money, and Suemo had a commission. Next, would you like to go to the restaurant or the casino first? The restaurant has our local specialties and the best chefs to cook for you. The Royal Casino is the most exciting activity in the Han Dynasty. Lottery, horse racing, blackjack, you can choose to your heart's content. I guarantee that you won't want to leave the table for 3 days and 3 nights. Suemo introduced. Every time Suemo said a foreign term, everyone felt like they were bumpkins. You are the bumpkins, okay? We are from the divine continent. Everyone followed Suemo to the casino in disbelief. 3 days later, Li Xinji had already returned to the villa. From afar, he looked at the Dahan Palace and frowned slightly. In the sky above the Dahan Palace, the fate energy was still too little, but it was constantly increasing. Camp Master, Old Eight was beaten up. He was beaten up by Gu Hai's men. A few subordinates ran over and reported anxiously. What happened? Li Xinji looked coldly at one of the subordinates. We have been gambling in the Royal Casino for the past few days. The gambling was indeed novel, but we kept losing. In the end, Old Eight lost too much and scolded the casino for cheating him. In the end, the Royal Casino had a formation that restrained Old Eight and gave him a beating. Fortunately, the salesman, Su Mo, came up otherwise. The subordinate's expression was ugly. Old Eight was anxious? How could Old Eight be anxious? I remember that Old Eight brought 100 upper spiritual stones before we came. Li Xinji looked at the man with a bruised nose and swollen face behind the crowd. Bruised nose and swollen face. He hadn't done anything to Gu Hai yet, and his men were already beaten black and blue. I lost everything. Old Eight rubbed his face and said dejectedly, "Lost everything? Are you here to squander?" Li Xinji glared at him. Not only me, but the others also lost almost all of them. In the past 3 days, we have lost nearly 2,000 upper spiritual stones to the Dahan Royal Casino. Old Eight lowered his head and said. Li Xinji stared at the crowd. Lost everything? I asked you to gather information in the past few days, but you went to gamble? Not only did you gamble, but you actually lost everything? Exalted Immortal, you can't blame the Imperial Casino for this. Exalted Immortals bet too much. So many people were watching at that time. The biggest bet was actually 300 high-grade spirit stones. Only our casino would dare to accept that bet. Su Mo said with a bitter smile, "Get out. We have something to talk about." Li Xinji said coldly, Okay, I will wait outside. If you have any requests, let me know immediately." Su Mo went out very politely. In the past 3 days, his colleagues were envious of his commission. Sure enough, it was the most profitable to work with a group of tycoons. Su Mo went out. Li Xinji looked coldly at the subordinates in front of him. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. What did you find out? Or did you spend all your time in the casino? Li Xinji said coldly, "No, their casino cheated. They cheated." Old Eight said softly, "Bullshit." Li Xinji stared and said, "I have studied it. There is no cheating in this casino. Winning or losing is just a matter of probability. They make money based on probability. Have you all gone crazy?" The crowd lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Li Xinji reprimanded them and slowly suppressed his anger. He turned his head and looked at the Royal Casino in the distance. Li Xinji's eyes flashed with a dignified look. This Gu Hai does have some tricks up his sleeve. Royal Casino, is he a gold-swallowing beast? Dahan Palace upper study. Gu Hai was reviewing documents when Guqin brought Su Mo in. "This commoner, Su Mo, greets your majesty." "Long live, long live, long live, long live." Su Mo was extremely emotional as he knelt down. This was the first time he saw the emperor. "Father, Li Xinji has sent a greeting card." Guqin handed over a purple gold card. "Li Xinji, Li Haoran's uncle?" Gu Hai suddenly raised an eyebrow and stopped writing. He took the card with great care. "Li Xinji is currently staying in the Royal Casino Resort. This salesperson is in charge of receiving him. He has been here for 4 days." Guqin said solemnly, "Oh, 4 days? What have they been doing for the past 4 days? Gu Hai's expression changed as he looked at Su Emo solemnly. Your Majesty, the leader Li Xinji only gambled a little on the first day. The other 20 people have been gambling every day for the past few days. In the end, they lost all their money. They were preparing to make a scene in the casino, but were restrained by the array and beaten up. After Li Xinji reprimanded his subordinates, he asked me to send a greeting card. Suemo said respectfully, "Gambling? He lost all his money and was beaten up by you?" Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Chapter 173. In a large hall in the imperial palace of the Great Han Dynasty, Gu Hai did not wear his dragon robes. Instead, he wore casual black robes. He led Shangguan Hen and Gu Qin to receive Li Xinji and the others. "Mr. Li, you have come from afar. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. What brings you here?" Gu Hai smiled as he looked at Li Xinji. Gu Hai sat in the host's seat. Gu Qin and Shangguan Hen sat to his left. Li Xinji sat to his right. Behind them stood a group of subordinates. Li Xinji stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was also on guard against Li Xinji. After all, although he did not kill Li Haoran, if this Li Xinji went crazy, he still had to be careful. Ha ha ha. Division Leader Gu, what a good plan. Once the Imperial Casino opens, the Thousand Islands Sea's spirit stones will continuously flow to the Han Dynasty. Are you trying to empty the Thousand Islands Sea's spirit stones? Li Xinji suddenly said with a smile. However, he did not mention Li Haoran's death at all. "Oh, Mr. Li overpraises me. The Imperial Casino does not have any technical difficulties. Perhaps there will be more people following the trend in the future." Gu Hai said, shaking his head. "Following the trend? Not necessarily. We only have the appearance, but not the spirit. In the end, your Imperial Casino is still the biggest. Look, my bastard subordinates just sent 2,000 superior grade spirit stones to your Imperial Casino," Li Xinji said with a smile. However, the subordinates behind him had unsightly expressions. They lowered their heads in shame. "Mr. Li is exaggerating. My Imperial Casino operates openly and fairly. What we earn is just a living. We cannot compare to Mr. Li." Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Xinji's smile froze. "Can you be any more ridiculous? That metal-swallowing divine beast is just a living?" Gu Hai saw that Li Xinji had not talked about the main topic for a long time, but he was not anxious. He patiently accompanied Li Xinji and chatted with him. After chatting for a while, Li Xinji felt a little bored. He took a deep breath and began to talk about the main topic. "Division Leader Gu, just a month ago, His Holiness ordered me to reorganize the Xinji Battalion." "Oh, congratulations, Battalion Commander Li." Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, "I'm here for no other reason than the Xinji token of the Xinji Battalion. Did you take it?" Li Xinji frowned and asked in a deep voice. "Divine strategy token? I did find one at Li Haoran's corpse." Gu Hai nodded. "It's good that you found out." Li Xinji smiled. "But I accidentally lost it on my way back. If Battalion Commander Li wants it, you can look for it along the road leading to the old site of the Peony sect. Maybe you can find it," Gu Hai said. Li Xinji's expression froze. "Can't we have a proper conversation?" His subordinates behind him immediately glared at him. However, Gu Hai spread his hands and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to have made Battalion Commander Li come here for nothing. Battalion Commander Li is the battalion commander of the Deqian Celestial Empire's Xinji Battalion, and I'm a division leader of Class 1 Hall. You and I are colleagues, but we're in different departments. When Battalion Commander Li is in trouble, Class 1 Hall and Xinji Battalion should work together and help each other. But this time, we can't help you." Gu Hai, don't give us face. Li Xinji's subordinates immediately glared at Gu Hai. How dare you? Li Xinji shouted. His subordinates' expressions changed, and they quieted down, but they still glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the angry crowd and smiled. He was still wary of Li Xinji, but from Li Xinji's words just now, Gu Hai could tell that Li Xinji wouldn't fall out with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned that he was the battalion commander of Xinji Battalion. Division Leader Gu, I'm sorry for my lack of discipline, Li Xinji said with a smile. It's fine. Your subordinates are also emotional people. I can understand. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai's subordinates were angry when they saw his lukewarm expression. Not long ago, they were cheated out of their money by Gu Hai's casino and beaten up. Now, they were scolded by their battalion commander because of Gu Hai. Emotional people my ass. You can't find my divine strategy token? Li Xinji asked as he stared at Gu Hai. Not necessarily. Battalion commander, Li can go and look for it yourself. Perhaps you will find it soon. Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Xinji stared at Gu Hai for a while. Although this was just a short chat, he found that Gu Hai was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Why did Xiao Qin not mention Li Haoran's death? That was because Li Haoran's death was related to the death of the elite hall master. Although Princess Xiaoya was killed by the culprit, it was done through Li Haoran. Hence, Xiao Chun could only leave this matter unsettled. Otherwise, it would be incredibly troublesome to investigate. Gu Hai was actually impervious to all this, speaking flawlessly. This time, when Xiao Chun met Xiao Chun even changed his clothes, wearing casual clothes. He ignored his identity as the Han Dynasty's emperor and communicated with Xiao Chun as the elite hall's water division master. Given that, Xiao Chun had to be wary of elite hall. Ha ha ha. Division Master Gu is right. However, this humble one came from afar, and this is Division Master Gu's home ground. With one order from Division Master Gu, the world will tremble. Hence, I will have to trouble Division Master Gu. Earlier, Division Master Gu said that Elite Hall and the Xinji Battalion should work together and help each other. Naturally, this humble one agrees. Hence, I hope that Division Master Gu can help me this time. Li Xinji said with a smile. That is natural. I'll immediately send someone to investigate. Gu Hai nodded, agreeing readily. That's right. Li Xinji's subordinates appeared satisfied, but Li Xinji's expression froze. Can you be any more fake? It is clearly in your hands, yet you still make it sound so dignified. Battalion Commander Li, do you have any other needs? If I can help, I will do my best. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Xinji gritted his teeth and said, It's like this. To thank Division Master Gu for helping me find Divine Strategy token. I am willing to use an important treasure to thank you for your help. Oh, Battalion Commander Li, aren't you being too polite? Gu Hai said with a smile. Li Xinji flipped his hand and brought out a dazzling golden object. It was Xuanwu's golden armor, which he had stolen from Northern Sea not long ago. Unfortunately, Gu Hai had only come into contact with the cultivation world for a short period of time, and he could not tell how good this item was. Besides, he did not believe that Li Xinji would give him an important treasure. Oh, what is this? Gu Hai asked curiously. Battalion Commander, how can you give him Xuanwu's golden armor? Xiao Chen's subordinates cried out in surprise. It had to be known that they had spent a lot of effort to get Xuanwu's golden armor. So how could they give it to Gu Hai so easily? Shut up, Li Xinji shouted coldly, stopping his subordinates from crying out in surprise. Xuanwu's golden armor? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Shangguan Hen, who was sitting not far away, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, Shangguan Hen, suddenly stood up and called out. Everyone looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. Battalion Commander Li is a guest from afar, and I have nothing to do recently. Why don't you let me lead some people to look for divine strategy token? Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He looked at the Xuanwu's golden armor in Li Xinji's hand. This was because Gu Hai could tell that Shangguan Hen wanted it. All right, Battalion Commander Li, since that is the case, I will definitely help Battalion Commander Li find it, Gu Hai said solemnly with a smile. Li Xinji looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion, but in the end, he nodded. The divine strategy token was with Gu Hai, but Gu Hai could not take it out right now. They waited for another 2 days. When Gu Hai brought Shangguan Hen and Gu Qin to meet Li Xinji, he took out the divine strategy token. Division Leader Gu, thank you for your effort. Li Xinji took the divine strategy token and said with a cold smile, It is my duty. Class 1 Hall and the Xinji Battalion are on the same side. We will have many opportunities to work together in the future. Gu Hai smiled as he took Xuanwu's golden armor. Previously, Gu Hai did not think much of it. However, when he grabbed the Xuanwu's golden armor, he felt that this treasure was strange. When he casually shook it, clouds appeared in the surroundings as though it was about to rain. In that case, this humble one will take his leave. We will meet again in the divine continent, Li Xinji said with a smile. All right, Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! A flying ship suddenly appeared. Then Li Xinji led his subordinates into the distance on the flying ship. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the flying ship reached the horizon. Battalion Commander, why did you give the Xuanwu's golden armor to Gu Hai? The divine strategy token is clearly with him. He is blackmailing us, a subordinate said indignantly. Li Xinji looked in the direction of the Han Dynasty and said with cold eyes, I know that it is with him. However, he insists that he does not have it. What can you do? The Xuanwu's golden armor? Only the Xuanwu race can use it. After studying it for some time, I discovered that not only can it not be used to refine enchanted treasures, but it is also a scourge. Miao Chen? Unexpectedly, even after Prime Xuanwu died 800 years ago, there are still so many Xuanwu Chens who remember him. Li Xinji said coldly, Battalion Commander, are you trying to divert the scourge? Are you using Miao Chen to destroy the Han Dynasty? A subordinate at the side said with bright eyes. Li Xinji did not refute. Instead, he looked into the distance and said, All right, let's head to the imperial court immediately. His Holiness gave me 3 months. He must have something important for me to do. Yes, Han Dynasty. In the imperial palace, Gu Hai looked at the flying ship in the distance, and his eyes turned cold. Father, that Li Xinji is probably up to no good. There must be something bad about this Xuanwu's golden armor that we don't know about, Gu Qin said with a complicated expression. I know. Gu Hai nodded. Father knows. Then how? Gu Qin said blankly. I have studied the divine tactics token, but I couldn't find anything. Perhaps only Li Xinji knows how to use it. Even if he doesn't get the divine tactics token today, he will come to seek it through the long Wanqing in the future. It will return to him sooner or later, so it is useless to keep it. However, the most important thing is that Shangguan Hen needs this Xuanwu's golden armor. Gu Hai handed the Xuanwu's golden armor to Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Hai, and a bitter smile flashed in his eyes. Then he nodded and said, Yes, many thanks, Your Majesty. Gu Qin looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion as he carefully received the Xuanwu's golden armor. Mr. Shangguan, What is the use of this Xuanwu's golden armor? I stewed Yao Jingtian into soup and ate it. This is also for eating. Shang Wanhen explained. Guqin. Gu Hai also showed a confused expression. However, he did not ask for details. Outside 9-5 Island, boom. A massive tsunami soared into the sky. The tsunami immediately pushed toward the shore, and a large area of forest was flooded. Fortunately, there were no residents here. After the tsunami receded, Miao Chen's figure appeared. Miao Chen stood on a mountain peak and looked coldly in the direction of the Han Dynasty's imperial palace. It has stopped. Prime. I, Miao Chen, swear to protect your shattered body with my life. No matter who it is, I will tear them into 10,000 pieces if they dare to tarnish your shattered body. Miao Chen said coldly. Boom. Miao Chen stepped forward and shot towards the Dahan's imperial palace. Rumble. With Miao Chen's arrival, dark clouds immediately gathered around 9-5 Island. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as if a storm was approaching. Chapter 174. Increasingly thicker dark clouds covered 9-5 Island. The thickness of these dark clouds represented Miao Chen's rage. As Miao Chen approached the Han Dynasty's imperial palace, he felt that the aura of Xuanwu's golden armor was diminishing. In fact, it was so faint that it was almost gone. Xuanwu's golden armor contained a boundless prime aura. How cruelly had it been tainted for the prime aura to vanish? Was it refined into an enchanted treasure? Roar! Miao Chen reared his head and roared. Boom, 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 boom. Countless lightning flashed and thunder roared. The horrifying weather horrified countless ordinary people on 9-5 Island. Merchant City, not far from the Imperial Palace, the embroidered uniform guards commander, Montez, was interrogating a group of corrupt officials in a large courtyard of Merchant City. The corrupt officials were all tied up as they stared at Montez with wide eyes. Meng Tai, how dare you? How dare you? My uncle is the current Minister of Rights, a great shopkeeper who once followed the emperor to conquer the world. If you dare to touch me, my uncle will not let you go. The leading official spat out a mouthful of blood, still glaring and roaring. Montez held a book in his hand. A group of embroidered uniform guards stood at the side, looking at Montez. When the emperor established the nation, he granted amnesty to the people and reduced all taxes for 3 years. However, your merchant city continues to impose exorbitant taxes. The people have no way to make a living. You appoint people based on favoritism, selling official positions and titles, embezzling disaster relief supplies, not caring about the suffering of the victims, and using your position for personal gain. 800 people starved to death in Merchant City. Montez's eyes turned cold. What do you want? That official demanded while glaring. Montez said coldly, I am investigating the case under imperial orders. I have the authority to act first and report later. Just execute me. Yes. What? You dare to execute me? My uncle will not let you off. He will not let you off. That official roared while glaring. I am not going to execute you. I am going to execute your entire family. The embroidered uniform guard does not leave anyone alive. When cutting weeds, we have to eliminate the roots, Montez said indifferently. With that, Meng Tai turned around and walked out of the small courtyard. That official's eyes widened in horror. Not leaving anyone alive. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? No, don't. The official screamed in horror. Under Montez's command, the embroidered uniform guards quickly moved. Around them, some of the officials who had not been investigated suddenly quivered. These were the embroidered uniform guards that annihilated families. Wherever they went, rivers of blood would flow. Montez turned his head to look. The officials who were watching suddenly shivered, lowered their heads, and quickly walked away. When they returned, a group of officials immediately wrote letters to their superiors, preparing to incite the court officials to impeach the embroidered uniform guards. But what was the use of impeachment? Gu Hai established the embroidered uniform guards to monitor the world. Besides, now that Gu Hai was making arbitrary decisions, and Gu Hai was ignoring them, who could do anything to the embroidered uniform guards? Montez let out a long breath. The feeling of having the power to kill in his hands was indeed comfortable. However, could the Han royal dynasty really compare to the various fate dynasties of the divine continent? Boom! Suddenly, the sky was covered by dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Montez's expression changed as he looked up. He saw countless bolts of lightning converging in the direction of the Dahan Palace. The lightning flashed, and the thunder rumbled, as though it was shaking violently. Who is this? Why is there such a powerful aura? Montez's expression changed. Whoosh! Montez rushed into the sky and flew in the direction of the palace. The emperor had just established the country, but he had already made such a big enemy. This is the aura of an expert at the level of the sky-opening palace. The Han dynasty won't be gone just like that, right? Montez's eyelids twitched. The sky was covered by dark clouds. The Dahan Palace was even more obvious. All the practitioners in the Royal Casino Resort had a change in their expression. What a monstrous aura! Even from so far away, they could still feel that terrifying aura. Shangguan Hen's residence. The large Xuanwu golden armor had already been sliced up by Shangguan Hen to the last piece. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and heavy rain fell. Shangguan Hen, who was eating, raised his eyebrows and looked out the door. This is Xuanwu's aura. Miao Chen? Shangguan Hen raised his eyebrows. He elegantly forked up the last piece of Xuanwu golden armor and put it in his mouth. He stood up, smoothed his clothes, and slowly walked out of the house. Boom! Miao Chen suddenly appeared outside the Dahan Palace. A violent storm swept through the entire palace as Miao Chen stopped. Heavy rain poured down. Miao Chen stood in the heavy rain with his eyes closed. His expression grew increasingly unsightly. Gone? Gone. The aura of the supreme golden armor is gone. Miao Chen's expression grew increasingly sinister. At this moment, at the entrance of the soaring palace hall, all the civil and military officials rushed over, horrified expressions on their faces. Guqin also had an anxious expression. After inheriting old man Guanxi's inheritance, he naturally understood the strength of this expert under the berserk aura. Could his array block such strength? Your Majesty! All the officials looked anxiously at Gu Hai, who was slowly walking out of the soaring palace hall. Gu Hai wore a flat imperial crown and a dragon robe as he slowly walked to the front of the officials. From a distance, he coldly looked at the sinister-looking man in the sky. Imperial Father, could this be a trap left behind by Li Xinji? Guqin asked worriedly. Gu Hai nodded. It should be Xuanwu's golden armor that attracted it. What a sinister Li Xinji. This person is an expert from the Heavenly Palace. I'm worried that the array won't be able to block him. Guqin showed an unsightly expression. Xuanwu's golden armor. Where's Xuanwu's golden armor? Miao Chen suddenly roared. Boom! Miao Chen's roar seemed to form a storm, surging towards the Dahan Imperial Palace. Everywhere the storm passed, the mountains, forests, and rocks flew into the air. Buzz! A surging fog array suddenly appeared in the Dahan Imperial Palace, blocking this strong storm. Boom! 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 Hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning fell from the sky, crashing into the array and shaking it. Imperial Father, I'll go and inform Shangguan Hen and get Shangguan Hen to return Xuanwu's golden armor to him. Otherwise, the array won't be able to hold on for much longer. Guqin said anxiously. Shut up, Gu Hai shouted coldly. Ah. Guqin said, feeling confused. Xuanwu's golden armor already belongs to Shangguan Hen. You are not allowed to make decisions for Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai said sullenly. Yes. Guqin nodded. However, he still showed an anxious expression. At this moment, all the officials were confused. I am the ruler of the Han dynasty, Gu Hai. Who are you? Are you trying to invade my Dahan? Gu Hai said sullenly. Dynasty? What nonsense dynasty? You don't even have any luck. How can you call yourself a dynasty? Xuanwu's golden armor is in your hands. Return it to me immediately. Otherwise, your so-called Han dynasty will end up like this place. Miao Chen snorted coldly. As Miao Chen spoke, he stomped on the ground. Boom! A huge, manifested foot suddenly appeared and pressed down on the ground. A large mountain instantly flattened. At the same time, a bottomless pit appeared. Surging water gushed into the pit. The pit was 3 kilometers wide, horrifying the countless people who saw it. The officials showed horrified expressions. What should we do? Your Majesty. The cultivators at the holiday resort also felt horrified. Is this foot going to pierce through 9-5 Island? Far away, Montez's eyelids twitched when he saw the demon godlike Miao Chun from afar. Where did this monster come from? Montez exclaimed. With one stomp, the entire imperial court was shocked. Only Gu Hai's expression did not change. As the ruler of a nation, he had to set an example for the world. He had to remain calm at all times. Gu Hai's gaze turned cold as he shook his head. By insulting us, the Dahan, are you trying to declare war on the Dahan? Declare war? With just you? Miao Chen smiled coldly with disdain. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Just at this moment, Shangguan Hen, who was not far away, quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is all my fault. Your Majesty, please leave this matter to this subordinate. This subordinate will definitely give your Majesty an explanation. Shangguan Hen suddenly said with a bow. Huh, Shangguan Hen, there is no need for that. The Dahan will take care of this matter. Gu Hai consoled. Shangguan Hen felt warmth in his heart. He knew that Gu Hai was protecting him. Was Gu Hai using the fate of the nation to protect him? A person who was not willing to submit? No, Your Majesty, please trust this subordinate. This subordinate is not taking a risk. I can resolve this matter. Please leave this matter to this subordinate. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Gu Hai stared at Shangguan Hen for a while. When he saw that Shanghai Hen did not seem to be lying, he finally nodded. Many thanks, Your Majesty, for your trust. Shangguan Hen answered. Guqin and the other officials looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. Even Montez, who was flying over from a distance, showed a confused expression. However, they saw Shangguan Hen turn his head and slowly walk over to Miao Chun. Ha! Ha ha ha! You really overestimate yourself. You dare to send this person to deal with me? Humph! If I do not flatten your Dogsit dynasty today, I will not be called Miao Chun. Miao Chun shouted. Boom! A berserk aura appeared again. Suddenly, a huge tortoise image appeared on Miao Chen's back. A horrifying aura pressed down. The expressions of the officials immediately changed, looking like they would fall to the ground. Miao Chun, how presumptuous! Shangguan Hen suddenly shouted while glaring. Huh, you know me? Miao Chun demanded with cold eyes. Look at my eyes. Shangguan Hen said coldly. Miao Chun immediately looked at Shangguan Hen's eyes. Then he stretched out his hand, preparing to grab. He said coldly, "Little thing, you don't know your limits." However, Miao Chen's pupils suddenly constricted halfway. Shangguan Hen walked over step by step. The heavy rain fell on him, but he did not care. Instead, he glared at Miao Chen. Miao Chen stared at Shangguan Hen's eyes. When he saw the ferocious and unyielding expression in Shangguan Hen's eyes, he suddenly shivered. That expression seems familiar. As Shangguan Hen walked over step by step, he looked incredibly small. However, to Miao Chen, those steps seemed extremely heavy. They pounded heavily on the ground, sounding like war drums. This expression, the bewilderment in Miao Chen's eyes slowly turned into horror, a kind of extreme shock. How is this possible? Miao Chen exclaimed in horror. Buzz. Miao Chen's aura suddenly scattered, and so did the dark clouds in the sky. You are impossible. Miao Chen suddenly cried out in horror. You are standing so high. Do you want me to bow to you? Shangguan Hen asked indifferently. Miao Chen suddenly shivered. No, I am. Miao Chen fell from the sky with wild joy amid his horror. How presumptuous! Shangguan Hen glared. Miao Chen was halfway through his words when he shut his mouth. Wait outside the palace. Shangguan Hen ordered coldly. Yes. Miao Chen answered. Whoosh. Miao Chen landed outside the palace and waited quietly. In the distance, Montez looked at the clear sky in confusion. The previously arrogant and despotic expert suddenly became as obedient as a quail. Where exactly did this Shangguan Hen come from? Montez's expression changed dramatically. Han Dynasty? Emperor? Where did you recruit this person from? Meng Tai's heart was in turmoil. Miao Chen took a deep breath. Then Montez turned around and flew back. Right now, he had better do what he was supposed to do. Shangguan Hen's few words made such an expert obedient. This instantly dealt a huge blow to the countless cultivators in the holiday resort. Originally, Miao Chen had wanted to find an opportunity to snatch the dragon vein. Although nearly 100 Yuanying state cultivators had died, there was still a chance, right? Only Guqin and Guhai knew how to lay ritual arrays. What else did the great Zhen have? However, what was this before him? Who could tell him what was going on? How many more freaks were there in the Han Dynasty? At this moment, all the civil and military officials stared at Shangguan Hen with wide eyes. When Shangguan Hen refused to accept an official position, many people mocked him in their hearts. Was this person a fool? However, looking at it now, was he the fool, or were they the fools? Shangguan Hen turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Then he bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, this subordinate will take his leave first. All right. Gu Hai nodded. However, Shangguan Hen quickly rushed out of the palace. After all, Miao Chen was still anxiously waiting outside. Imperial Father, where exactly did this Shangguan Hen come from? A complicated look flashed in Guqin's eyes. He will speak when he wants to. All right, disperse. Gu Hai said indifferently. Yes, the officials answered. Chapter 175. Shangguan Hen dealt with the extremely strong Miao Chen with just a few words. Countless people were shocked to see this. The cultivators with ill intentions staying in the holiday resort felt very upset. How much more do we not know about this Han Dynasty? The dragon vein seems to be getting further away from us. Is there still a chance? When Montez returned to Merchant City, he moved even more quickly than before. He patrolled the various cities, causing rivers of blood to flow. The hearts of the various civil and military officials in the imperial court slowly changed. They gradually realized that the dynasty that entered the cultivation world was completely different from the previous dynasty. Perhaps the current dynasty had countless fortuitous encounters, allowing one to cultivate and live longer. However, it was also filled with danger. In the cultivation world, the strong could destroy a nation by themselves. The various civil and military officials in the imperial court put in more effort. However, Guqin continuously researched old man Guanxi's inheritance. After all, there were too many inheritances. One could not grasp them all in a short time. This matter greatly shocked Gu Hai. In the study, Gu Hai's brush slowly wrote two large words on the Xian paper: Divine Continent. The Divine Continent is filled with experts. Is this Miao Chen just an ordinary person? Gu Hai entered deep thought. Everyone paid close attention to what happened after Shangguan Hen brought Miao Chen back to his residence. However, the emperor ordered that no one was to disturb Shangguan Hen. This made everyone feel helpless. Everything proceeded as usual. The Han dynasty regained its peace. There were still large areas of 9-5 Island that had not been taken down. Gao Xianji and Chun Tianshan were in command at the front lines. In the various cities, the first batch of talented people had been selected from the imperial examinations. They were being sent to the imperial palace in preparation for the great imperial examinations to select important talents. From the moment the Han dynasty was established, it had not stopped developing. Just like that, nearly 1 month passed. Suddenly, Shangguan Hen found Gu Hai again. Miao Chen followed behind him and met Gu Hai alone in the upper study room. Your Majesty de Han, I am truly sorry for what happened last time. I lost my head in my anxiety and offended you. Miao Chen, am here to apologize to Your Majesty de Han. I hope Your Majesty de Han can forgive me. Miao Chen bowed. Oh, Mr. Miao, you don't have to be like this. Ignorance is bliss. Moreover, friendship grows after discord. Gu Hai smiled as he helped Miao Chen up. Your Majesty, this is the elder of the Xuanwu clan, Miao Chen. You can be considered my subordinate in the past. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. Oh, Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. Who? Miao Chen waved his hand, forming an energy barrier that covered the entire interior of the upper study. Solemnly, Shangguan Hen said, Your Majesty, this is a secret. Please keep it a secret for me. Yes, Gu Hai nodded. 800 years ago, old man Guanxi played chess with the heavens. At that time, there was a prime Xuanwu who led the entire Xuanwu clan to defy the heavens. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. Prime Xuanwu was also destroyed by the wrath of the heavens, and his corpse was torn apart. The Xuanwu golden armor from before was a fragment of Prime Xuanwu. Shangguan Hen said solemnly, You are the reincarnation of Prime Xuanwu? Gu Hai asked with a slight frown. No. Shangguan Hen shook his head. Oh, Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. I am the god of the Xuanwu clan. Shangguan Hen said after taking a deep breath. God. Yes, this is an existence unique to the animal spirits. Your Majesty, do you still remember a person who appeared in the innate puzzle world, the great Myojin? Shangguan Hen asked solemnly. That's right. Naturally, Gu Hai remembered that expert who used the peacock plume. He is the god of the peacock race. However, he is conferred the title of Great Light Sovereign in a faction. He is also a god. Shangguan Hen said solemnly, God, what is a god? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Every demon beast race has their own god, Yang Qi said. It's not a physical entity, but a type of godhood condensed from faith. It takes countless generations to form a godly spirit. A godly spirit is illusory, a god of faith. This god of faith protects the entire race. The god of faith resides in the glabella space of the race's prime. In other words, Whoever has a god residing in their glabella space is the race's prime, the race's god, Shangguan Hen explained solemnly. The Xuanwu clan's god resides in your glabella space. Guhai raised his eyebrows. Yes, back then, Prime Xuanwu suffered the wrath of heaven. Originally, he was destroyed along with the Xuanwu clan's god. Unfortunately, Old Man Guanxi helped before he died. Prime Xuanwu was destroyed, but the Xuanwu clan's god managed to escape. After tossing and turning, it landed in my body. Right now, I am too weak. When I grow, I will be the new prime of the Xuanwu clan, Shangguan Hen said solemnly. The new Xuanwu clan's prime? You are the Xuanwu clan's god. God. What's the use of a god? Guhai asked curiously. Your Majesty, you may not know. There are countless new cultivators in this world, and there are countless cultivation methods. However, there are only 5 types of true cultivation methods. Shangguan Hen explained. Oh, the longevity, divine, literature spirit. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. The longevity, divine, literature spirit. Spirit refers to the most basic cultivation method of absorbing spiritual energy to break through one's shackles. There are the acquired realm, the innate realm, the golden core realm, the Yuanying state, and so on. Literature refers to the 4 major arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Your Majesty's main cultivation method is chess, which is the same as Old Man Guanxi. God is the cultivation method unique to the monster race. It is what I just said. The collection of faith. I am God. As for luck, your Majesty has established the country. Collecting luck and gathering luck is luck cultivation. Shangguan Hen explained. These were easy to understand. God. This was the first time Shangguan Hen mentioned it, but Xiao Chun roughly understood. What about lifespan? Guhai asked curiously. Lifespan cultivation is just a legend. They focus on cultivating lifespan, stealing lifespan from heaven and people. However, I have never seen one before. There are not many in my memories of the divine spark. It is the most mysterious cultivation method. Shangguan Hen explained. Guhai nodded. Although he did not understand much, he gained a rough understanding of the world's cultivation. The longevity divine, literature spirit. Guhai frowned and thought for a while. You are telling me this because... Guhai looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. Speaking of which, many people should be guessing my identity now. After all, Miao Chen caused such a huge commotion back then. However, I stopped him with just a few words. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. Prime, this subordinate was muddle-headed and put you in danger. Prime, please punish me. Miao Chen said bitterly, if your identity is exposed, will it be dangerous? Guhai looked at Shangguan Hen. Something like that. If a race loses its god, it will not be far from extinction. Your Majesty, do you still remember Yao Zhengtian and Fu Shui? They were originally Xuanwu, a combination of a tortoise and a snake. However, they gave up on their Xuanwu nature and wanted to evolve into dragons. Baxia? Flood dragons? Deities are extremely important to every race. Similarly, deities can be consumed as well, Shangguan Hen said with raised eyebrows. Oh, all the demonic beasts and gods want to devour other gods. The wolf god, the tiger god, and the dragon god, if they know that I'm weak now, they will do everything they can to devour me. After all, if they devour my godhead, their godheads will grow stronger. Their race will become even more powerful and prosperous, Shangguan Hen said. Guhai listened quietly. Similarly, not all the Xuanwu in my Xuanwu race are like Miao Chun, extremely devout to gods. Take Yao Zhengtian and Fu Shui, for example. If they had known that I was a god, they would have immediately chosen to consume me and refine me to become the god of Xuanwu, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. In that case, your identity cannot be exposed? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Shangguan Hen nodded. In that case, why are you telling me? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. This subordinate is extremely grateful that your majesty was willing to help me block Miao Chen's destruction back then. I wandered the Thousand Islands Sea and got attacked, entering the Great Feng Mafia family. All along, things had not been smooth sailing. After being a prisoner in Evil Men Valley for 30 years, I did not dare to reveal my identity. That was until I met your majesty. I saw a flourishing life force in your majesty. Your majesty's schemes are wondrous. Even in the face of adversity, you are able to carve out a new world. During this time, I have been thinking about what to do with the Xuanwu race. What should I do? Although I managed to preserve the deity of Xuanwu's divine spark, it is incredibly weak. The black tortoise race was in a state of disunity, becoming extremely weak. Should I go to the divine continent and submit to a tyrant, slowly amass strength, and revive the Xuanwu race? However, I am worried about running into a calamity and being used to devour me. Hence, I thought about it for a long time. In the end, I want to form an alliance with your majesty, an alliance with the Han dynasty. I hope that your majesty can help me revive the Xuanwu race. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Alliance? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, the Xuanwu race is the national beast of the Han dynasty. We are bound together for good or ill. The Dahan will help the Xuanwu race prosper, and the Xuanwu race will help the Dahan dominate the world. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Actually, this is very common in the Divine Continent. In the Deqian celestial dynasty where Long Wanqing was from, the national beast is the dragon race. The Xuanwu race used to be the guardian beast of the Sky Chess Pavilion. It was similar to the national beast. Strong alliances and clear division of labor are found everywhere in the Divine Continent. However, my Xuanwu race is extremely weak and chaotic now. I am also extremely weak. If your majesty doesn't like me, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Don't like me? You must be joking. How can I not like you? If you are weak, does my Han dynasty mean that you are strong? Back then, I was prepared to protect you with the fate of the country because I saw how extraordinary you were back then. In my opinion, you are even more important than my Han dynasty. If the Han dynasty is destroyed, I have the dragon vein and can rebuild the dynasty. However, if Miao Chun destroys you, where can I find another Shangguan Hen? Gu Hai said with a smile. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. From today onwards, the Han dynasty will form an alliance with the Xuanwu race. Miao Chun will be in charge of the Xuanwu race for the time being. You had better hide your identity. I will announce to the public that you are a disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion. You are the 7th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Given the relationship between the Xuanwu race and the Sky Chess Pavilion in the past, the identity of the 7th young master will be enough to shut everyone's mouths. Gu Hai said with a change in expression. Yes, many thanks, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen said solemnly with a bow. Gu Hai immediately helped Shangguan Hen up and said happily, there is no need for that. It is my Dahan's fortune to have Shangguan Hen. Chapter 176. The Sky Chess Pavilion's 7th young master, Shangguan Hen. When this news spread, it shocked many people. At the Royal Casino Holiday Villa, the cultivators who had lost all their spirit stones and were munching on steamed buns stared at the huge palace in the distance with wide eyes. How lucky is this Gu Hai? Gu Qin just obtained old man Guanqi's inheritance and became the 8th young master. Now, a 7th young master appeared here. Is the Sky Chess Pavilion owned by your family? Why do the young masters appear one after another? The cultivators felt very depressed. Is Gu Hai trying to take over the Sky Chess Pavilion? Not to mention the seventh young master. That strong Miao Chen actually knows the seventh young master. Could it be that this seventh young master already existed 800 years ago? The 9 sons of Guanxi had always been a legend. No one knew who they were or what they looked like. However, many people had heard of this legend before. No matter which one of the 9 sons of Guanxi, they could command the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Han Dynasty already has 2 young masters. This Gu Hai is so abnormal. Let go. Could he be the reincarnation of Old Man Guanxi? However, this was just everyone's guess. Old Man Guanxi suffered the wrath of heaven, and his body and soul were destroyed. It was impossible for him to be reincarnated. They could only sigh at the Han Dynasty's luck. Given this, how could they snatch the dragon vein? Unlike the cultivators with bad intentions, the other officials of the Han Dynasty were very excited. This was because Shangguan Hen's name gave them a sense of security. This was because Shangguan Hen brought Miao Chen's friendship. With such an expert as a friend, wouldn't the Dahan be as stable as Mount Tai? Gu Hai dealt with a large amount of government affairs every day. However, after another month, everything finally returned to normal. Gu Hai also stopped. After all, the way of a ruler was to use people. Knowing how to use people was better than working oneself. In the upper study, Your Majesty, I have discussed this with Miao Chen. We are preparing to move his sea palace to the vicinity of 95 Island. That way, he will be able to help out. Shangguan Hen said with a smile, "That's good. It just so happens that Li Haoran's flying boat is with me. It can be faster." Gu Hai said with a smile. As Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen conversed, Gu Qin walked over. "Imperial Father, the Hall Master, and Venerable Lu Nian are here." Oh, Gu Hai was surprised. Walking out of the upper study room, he met the 2 of them in a guest hall. Long Wanqing studied the poker cards in her hand with a curious expression. "Hall Master, Venerable Lu Nian, when did you guys get here?" Gu Hai walked over with a smile. "We arrived yesterday and stayed at your Royal Casino Resort for a day. I heard that you beat up Li Shinji's men." Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Something like that." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "You are really good. Li Shinji is very protective of his subordinates. I heard that you beat them until their faces swelled up. In the end, you were fine." Long Wanqing said, finding it strange. "Division Master Gu, this Royal Casino Resort is very novel. It is comparable to a large spirit stone mine." Venerable Lu Nian praised. "Venerable Lu Nian is too polite. It is just a small trick." Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai slowly sat down. Gu Qin accompanied him, and the attendants quickly served tea. "Hall Master, Venerable, based on your expressions, you should have gained something from your trip to the Divine Continent, right?" Gu Hai asked with a smile. The 2's expressions turned solemn. Long Wanqing nodded and said, "That's right. We did manage to find something using your method. The material of that paper came from a type of evergreen tree at Ying Province's border. Similarly, that ink came from Ying Province's border." Ying Province? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. Ying Province is one of my Deqian dynasty's 16 provinces. It is Liu Yang of Gojoseon's conferred land. I am at the Deqian border. Ying Province is bordered by some dynasties and dynasties. The clues point in that direction. However, there are all sorts of people there, with many experts. We do not know where to start, Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. Ying Province? Liu Yang of Gojoseon? I seem to recall hearing you say that Liu Yang of Gojoseon plays the zither well. He can destroy an army of 1 million cultivators with one strum of his zither strings? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Right, zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. You are good at the go Dao, but he is better at the zither. Oh, right. Do you still remember the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the innate puzzle world? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Of course, I remember. I picked the peach, but the peach tree is still there. The Sky Chess Pavilion's elders keep a close eye on the peach tree. The innate puzzle world should have closed long ago, right? Guhai nodded with a change in expression. It closed. However, the Luyang of Gojoseon led an army to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Long Wanqing said with a nod. Oh. Guhai felt slightly stunned. At that time, the Sky Chess Pavilion's elders wanted to resist. However, I heard that the Luyang of Gojoseon made a move and immediately defeated the group of elders. Then, he forcibly uprooted the century lifespan immortality peach tree before all the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples. Then, he led his army and left in a grandiose manner. Long Wanqing recalled. How tyrannical! Guhai said with a bitter smile. Of course, the Luyang of Gojoseon fought alongside my maternal grandfather. It seems that he is my maternal grandfather's sworn brother. Hence, he was conferred the title of king with a different surname. After all, my Deqian celestial dynasty only has a few kings. My maternal grandfather even made the vast Ing province the Luyang of Gojoseon's conferred land. Long Wanqing explained. The Dakian of Gojoseon's sworn brother? Guhai raised his eyebrows. No wonder he was so tyrannical. The unborn man already went to Ing province's borders to investigate. The venerable master, and I came to look for you, because my maternal grandfather issued an imperial edict ordering Elite Hall to investigate the cause of my mother's death. You have to go as well, Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. Me? Guhai raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Moreover, I heard that Ing province's borders have not been peaceful recently. There is a dynasty that has broken its alliance with my Deqian celestial dynasty, and is now allied with an imperial dynasty. I heard that the Luyang of Gojoseon was enraged when he heard the news. He has already mobilized his troops and is preparing to flatten that dynasty. That place will be in chaos. Guhai, are you going? If you are not going, I will slowly explain it to my maternal grandfather. Long Wanqing looked at Guhai expectantly. Guhai was silent for a while. Imperial father, my Han dynasty has just been established. There are still many things that require your attention. I'm afraid that you won't be able to attend to them, right? Guqin said with some worry. Guhai was silent for a while. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, 1,000 islands, sea, barbarian land. Ha! I really want to see how vast this divine continent is. Imperial father? Guqin asked anxiously. Guhai shook his head and said, No worries. The Han dynasty is already on the right track. Everything else is just a small matter. You will be able to govern the country. But, Guqin said worriedly, that's enough. Although the Han dynasty has been established, it is still behind closed doors. I want to know how the various countries of the divine continent are developing. This can also be considered as accumulating information for the Dahan. With you governing the country, I can rest assured. Guhai shook his head. All right. Guqin nodded. Oh, right. This time, I asked my maternal grandfather for this cultivation technique for you. Originally, only the descendants of the Deqian royal family could cultivate it. This is one of the strongest cultivation techniques of the Golden Core realm. Long Wanqing immediately handed over a piece of silk cloth. Oh, Guhai received it doubtfully. True Dragon Golden Core Technique. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. True Dragon Xiantian Technique and True Dragon Golden Core Technique are the best foundation cultivation techniques that my maternal grandfather researched. There are no other techniques beyond that. You need to find your own cultivation techniques according to your own needs. Long Wanqing explained. Thank you, Hall Leader. Gu Hai accepted it without hesitation. Golden Core Realm Cultivation Techniques. After destroying several large sects, Gu Hai naturally collected many of them. However, Gu Hai was not interested in those cultivation techniques. 3 days later, I will leave with the Hall Leader. These 2 days, I will arrange some matters in the imperial court. Gu Hai smiled. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. The crown prince was governing the country. The emperor was leaving. This caused an uproar among the court officials. Once the emperor left, not to mention the matters in the imperial court, even their sense of security would be greatly reduced. However, Gu Hai had already made a decision. Naturally, he would not change his mind because of the court official's sense of security. Security? How could he be a court official without a sense of security? He would just treat it as a form of training. 3 days later, Gu Hai took out Li Haoran's bracelet and handed it to Gu Qin. This is Li Haoran's flying ship. It is for your emergency use. I have already told the Hall Leader that I will leave some elite Hall disciples in Silver Moon City in Ing Province. I will bring a group of officials to Silver Moon City to settle down first and adapt to the situation in the Divine Continent. I will set up the Dahan Trading Company in Silver Moon City. If there is something important that you cannot solve, you can send a message via the flying ship. Gu Hai said solemnly, Yes, Father. Gu Qin nodded in response. Gu Hai led Shang Guanhen, Miao Chun, and dozens of Dahan officials onto Long Wanqing's White Cloud flying ship, respectfully sending off the emperor. I hope that the emperor will return soon. Long live the emperor. The court officials stood in the square of the soaring palace hall and sent them off respectfully. The White Cloud flying ship quickly soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Hall Leader, before going to the Divine Continent, we have to make a trip to the Northern Sea. I hope Hall Leader does not mind, Gu Hai said with a smile. It's fine. It won't take long. Long Wanqing nodded. However, Venerable Lu Nian looked at Miao Chun in surprise. Elder Miao? Long time no see. Venerable Lu Nian sighed as he looked at Miao Chun, Shang Guanhen, and Gu Hai. Although Venerable Lu Nian had heard many legends in the past few days, he was still shocked to see Miao Chun. This Gu Hai really knows how to cause trouble. Venerable Lu Nian had only left 9-5 Island for a while, and this Miao Chun is already obedient to Gu Hai. This is an expert of the Heavenly Palace. Mr. Lu Nian. Miao Chun smiled politely and did not say anything. Venerable Lu Nian did not ask further, only feeling curious. The flying ship flew very quickly. After half a month, it arrived at the sea where Miao Chun used to live. However, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a storm kicked up towering waves. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, dragon roars came from the distance. The dragons roared ferociously and ferociously. Roar! Don't! Fight it out with them. Elder, when did you return? As the berserk storm raged, an intense battle seemed to be taking place inside. Bang! A 300-meter-long Xuanwu shot out of the storm's center in a panic. Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Ah, that Xuanwu fled in horror. Boom! Suddenly, a huge black dragon had charged out of the water behind. It was not a flood dragon, as it had a pair of ferocious dragon horns. This dragon had bit down on that Xuanwu. Don't eat me! That Xuanwu shouted in horror. Bastard, The expression of Miao Chun, who just returned, changed. He took a step forward and threw a palm strike at that black dragon. So many dragons? Are they here to hunt down the Xuanwu tribe? Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Chapter 177. A sea area in the North Sea. A flying boat stopped high in the sky. Below, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. One could vaguely see that a monstrous battle was rising on the sea. 50 long dragons circled this sea area, cruising in the sea. When the dragons met the sea, the world turned upside down. The seawater in all directions seemed to be waiting for the orders of these 50 long dragons. The dragons cruised, but hundreds of Xuanwu were surrounded in the center. Xuanwu were of different sizes. The small ones were only 10 feet long, and the big ones were 3,000 feet long. At this moment, they were facing the long dragons in panic. Each of the long dragons was 5,000 feet long, and the longest one was 8,000 feet long. Although there were only 50 long dragons, they overwhelmingly trapped the Xuanwu in the center. Roar! Suddenly, a black dragon rushed out. Protect the young ones. I'll do it. A 3,000 feet long Xuanwu rushed out brazenly. Boom! The black tortoise and the black dragon collided, and both sides were immediately knocked back. However, the other black dragon took advantage of this gap and bit down on a black tortoise that was 10 feet long. No, my son, let go of my son. Crack! Gulp! Amidst the exclamations of the other Xuanwu, the small Xuanwu was immediately bitten into pieces and swallowed. The black dragon glared coldly at the group of black tortoises, as if it didn't think they were enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Surround them. Don't give them a chance. The biggest Xuanwu shouted anxiously. However, this scene was like an eagle catching a chick. The strongest Xuanwu might not be a match for the long dragons, so how could it protect them? For a time, more and more Xuanwu were swallowed. Xuanwu could trigger the heavens, but the dragons could do it even more, and they were more powerful. In this tragic scene, the sea was dyed red with blood. On the flying boat, high in the sky, a group of people was standing at this moment. The leader was a white-robed youth. He was extremely handsome. He held onto the railing and looked down with a faint smile. Behind him stood a group of subordinates. Among them, a burly man with a golden blade on his back seemed to have a higher status. Young master, and does Wang Yi know that you brought this group of dragons to the North Sea to graze? Could it be? The man with the golden saber frowned. Fang Mingho, you were only sent by my grandfather to protect me, not to command me. The young man in white said coldly. Yes, I wouldn't dare, but these dragons. Fang Mingho, who was carrying a golden saber on his back, said worriedly. The white-clothed young master narrowed his eyes and said, Nothing will happen. Some time ago, there was a rumor that Li Shinji discovered Xuanwu's troops here. Today, he rushed over. Sure enough, this group of dragons is loyal to my imperial residents. My imperial residents naturally cannot mistreat them. Didn't they want to eat Xuanwu? This batch of Xuanwu let them eat their fill. Fang Mingho frowned and finally nodded without saying anything. Below, the group of dragons surrounded and hunted Xuanwu. The scene was extremely bloody. Suddenly, in the distance, another stream of light shot over. Fang Mingho raised his eyebrows and turned to look. However, the flying boat was flying lower, below the dark clouds. The flying boat flew closer. Just then, a black dragon rose up again, as if wanting to eat another huge Xuanwu. Don't eat me! The black tortoise screamed as it was bitten by the black dragon. Bastard! On the flying boat, a man suddenly roared and flew out, hitting the black dragon with his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the black dragon was immediately knocked back, and the black tortoise in its mouth loosened its grip and flew out. Ah, Elder Meow, you're finally back. You're finally back. The escaping Xuanwu shouted in surprise. Elder Meow had no time to pay attention to it and rushed into the huge battlefield. Bastards! How dare you? Elder Meow roared. The surrounding seawater suddenly soared into the air, rising explosively again. The Elder is back. The Elder is back. We are saved. Elder, save us. The group of Xuanwu roared in horror. Miao Chen charged in and continuously attacked, sending the dragons flying with one palm strike after another. Roar. The dragons roared and charged at Miao Chen. The largest black dragon was 800 meters long. As it roared, it swung its tail. The tail swung from the bottom to the top, and as it swung, the entire sea seemed to be split in half by a monstrous force. Rumble. Water burst out in all directions. The force was from the Tongtian. Miao Chen's expression changed. His figure suddenly flashed, and he turned into a 1-kilometer-long tortoise. Roar. Miao Chen roared as the tortoise shell and the dragon tail clashed. Boom. The surrounding seawater immediately surged into the air. The dragon tail could not do anything to the huge tortoise shell. However, this collision caused the black tortoise and dragon tribe members to suddenly split up. The dragons swam to the back of the largest black dragon and looked coldly at the huge tortoise across them. The group of Xuanwu fled behind Miao Chen in a panic, glaring at the dragons across them, above the dark clouds. Young Master and that flying ship seems to be Elite Hall's white cloud. Is it Long Wanqing? Fang Mingho frowned. Young Master and narrowed his eyes. Long Wanqing? Why is she with the Xuanwu races, Miao Chen? On the white cloud flying ship under the dark clouds. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, Gu Hai, and Shangguan Hen stared at the battle between the two races. Hunt. Ha ha ha. Are these dragons here to hunt the Xuanwu race? A cold light flashed in Shangguan Hen's eyes. The dragon race likes to eat Xuanwu? Gu Hai asked with a slight frown. Your Majesty, the Xuanwu race and the dragon race are aquatic beasts. Xuanwu are great nourishment. That is why the dragon race came to eat them. Unfortunately, this is not 800 years ago. 800 years ago, the Xuanwu race ate dragons as well. The Xuanwu race declined, and now the dragon race ate them? Shangguan Hen said, his eyelids twitching. The Xuanwu race eats dragons? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. The Xuanwu race is not picky about food. They eat dragons and phoenixes. Unfortunately, they are now the ones being eaten, Shangguan Hen said calmly. However, Gu Hai could hear the overwhelming anger in Shangguan Hen's tone. That's not right. Halt, Master. This group of dragons is a sinful dragon. Venerable Lu Nian said with narrowed eyes. Sinful dragon? Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. What sinful dragon? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Sinful dragons are dragons that committed great crimes. They are ostracized by the other dragons and branded with a sinful mark on their heads. Originally, they should be executed. However, on account of the fact that they are of the dragon race, they can be spared the death penalty but not the punishment. Hence, they are sent to the Deqian, celestial dynasty, as slaves. Only after 1,000 years can they regain their freedom. The dragon race is the national beast of the Deqian celestial dynasty. Even if they are sinful dragons, the Deqian celestial dynasty will not go overboard. Normally, they are sent to the borders to guard the borders with the soldiers there to defend against external enemies, Long Wanqing explained. Gu Hai looked in the direction that Long Wanqing pointed. Indeed, every dragon had a rice-shaped scar on its head, looking exceptionally ferocious. In the past few years, Ing Province's borders have been the most chaotic. Hence, most of the sinful dragons were sent to Ing Province to serve the Luyang of Gojoseon. The sinful dragons can only atone for their crimes in the Deqian celestial dynasty. After being sent to one place, they are not allowed to leave. Why are they in the Northern Sea? Long Wanqing said in shock. Boom. Miao Chen started fighting with the largest black dragon. The strong battle immediately kicked up an overwhelming storm. However, at this moment, Gu Hai turned his head to look around. Your Majesty, there is a flying ship above. Shang Guanhen immediately shouted. Dark clouds covered the sky. While Gu Hai could not see the sky clearly, Shang Guanhen could see through the dark clouds with one glance. Fly up, Long Wanqing shouted. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly soared into the sky, crossing the dark clouds in the blink of an eye. The grandson of the Luyang of Gojoseon, Luan's flying ship, Venerable Lu Nian, frowned slightly. Is this Luan very problematic? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Very problematic. He is the grandson that the Luyang of Gojoseon dotes on the most. Furthermore, he is very capable, Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. Oh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The white cloud flying ship soon arrived before the other flying ship. Young Master and held the railing as he looked at Long Wanqing. So, it is little sister Wanqing. Why are you here in the Northern Sea? Young Master and please call me Long Wanqing. Little sister Wanqing is not for you to call me that. Also, did you bring out these sin dragons? Long Wanqing shouted while glaring. What's wrong? Little sister Wanqing does not like to be called that. In that case, how about Wanqing? Young Master and smiled, faintly. Young Master and this group of Xuanwu dragons is my friend. Please take this group of sin dragons away, Long Wanqing said seriously. Oh, your friend? In that case, there is nothing I can do. These sin dragons do not listen to me, Young Master and said with a smile. Venerable Lu Nian, who was at the side, said, Young Master and sin dragons cannot leave the battlefield unless His Holiness decrees it. This is the rule of my Deqian dynasty. Young Master and brought this group of sin dragons out of the battlefield in Yingzhou to the Northern Sea. You are defying the imperial edict, right? I wonder if you personally brought them out, or if the Luyang of Gojoseon arranged for them to come out. Are you defying the imperial edict? Or does the Luyang of Gojoseon no longer care about His Holiness's edict? Huh. Young Master An's smiling expression immediately turned cold. Ha ha ha. What a huge crime. Mr. Lu Nian, you are already a monk. Are you still so sharp-tongued? Young Master An said coldly, Young Master An, if you still do not withdraw this group of sin dragons, I will immediately write a letter to my maternal grandfather and let him know that the Luyang of Gojoseon did not respect the imperial edict and allowed the sin dragons to wreak havoc in the Northern Sea. Long Wanqing shouted while glaring. Young Master An stared at Long Wanqing and revealed a cold smile. Little sister Wanqing, I discovered that you were cuter when you were young. Now, you are becoming more and more unlikable. Long Wanqing stared at Young Master An with a cold gaze, not giving in at all. Young Master An coldly scanned everyone on the white cloud flying ship. When Young Master An saw Gu Hai, he felt somewhat confused. However, he did not think much of it. Ghostface, it's time to go back. Young Master An said coldly. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out below, and the battle suddenly stopped. The Sin Dragons fighting, Miao Chen looked up at the flying ship in the sky. What? Young master, and you are leaving now? After I deal with Miao Chen, these Xuanwu dragons will all be ours. That black dragon exclaimed in shock. Let's go. If we still do not leave, someone will accuse my grandfather of rebelling. Humph. Young master and said coldly as he stared at Long Wanqing. Yes, the black dragon answered. Let's go. Roar. The dragons immediately soared into the air. Rumble. All of a sudden, the dragons transformed into their human forms. They landed on young master and's flying ship. Young master and turned his head to look at Long Wanqing. Little sister Wanqing, come to my Ying province when you are free. I will definitely treat you well. Ha 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 ha. Young master and laughed with a sinister expression. After speaking, the flying ship shot into the distance, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 178. Young master and left with the group of dragons. However, he left behind a scene of anguished howls. The sea calmed down, and the group of Xuanwu wept. Elder Miao, my father died a miserable death. When the group of dragons arrived, the ocean fiends that fawned over us all ran away. Elder Miao, this time they ate 200 Xuanwu and 300 of us, injuring them in varying degrees. The cries rang out endlessly, and many corpses littered the surroundings. Miao Chen showed an unsightly expression, but he still consoled them. Gu Hai's group waited in the air. Miao Chen only flew back in the evening. Your Majesty, that was really close. Otherwise, our tribes would have been wiped out, Miao Chen said with an unsightly expression. Gu Hai nodded and said, console them properly. After that, pack up and head to 9-5 Island. I already gave Gu Qin instructions. The nearby sea region will be used as a resting place for you. That's right. Miao Chen nodded and said, yes, many thanks, Your Majesty. However, you have to be careful of them when you go to Ying province. That ghost face seems to be about to open the celestial palace. Don't worry. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Shangguan, are you coming with us? Miao Chen looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen needed to hide his identity, so he addressed him as Mr. Shangguan. No need. I will be heading to Ying province with Your Majesty. Take care. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. All right. Miao Chen nodded. After giving some instructions, Miao Chen returned to the sea. Venerable Lu Nian, who was at the side, showed shock in his eyes. Did Gu Hai really subdue Miao Chen? Is this a joke? Hall Master, many thanks for this. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. You don't have to thank me. Actually, even if we didn't make a move earlier, Miao Chen could have dealt with Ghostface. That Ghostface was about to open the heavenly palace. However, in the end, he did not. He was only at the peak of the Yuanying state. Long Wanqing said with a smile. No, even if Miao Chen can deal with him, there is not much difference. During this period, it is very likely that the dragons will attack Xuanwu. Xuanwu will also suffer heavy losses. Right now, every Xuanwu is extremely important. Gu Hai shook his head. On the other side, Venerable Lu Nian waved his hand, and the group of servants quickly steered the flying ship. If you want to thank me, teach me how to play chess. This time, you can't say that you haven't played chess with anyone for decades. Long Wanqing said with a smile. If Hall Master wants to learn, Gu Hai will naturally tell you everything he knows. Gu Hai said with a smile. There was still some time before the Divine Continent. During this time, Gu Hai asked Long Wanqing about the situation of the Divine Continent. Long Wanqing also told Gu Hai everything she knew. The two chatted happily. Several days later, in a large hall on the White Cloud flying ship, Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation alone. The golden true dragon core cultivation technique laid before him. Gu Hai carefully studied this cultivation technique. The cultivation of the golden core realm is to use veritable essence energy to break through the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney to open the 5 orifices. Heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney orifices, using the dantian as the main and the 5 orifices as support to gather veritable essence energy. Aren't these 5 orifices similar to the dantian? In other words, in the golden core realm, one can open up 5 similar dantians. Doubt flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Shao Chen sank his consciousness into his dantian. The spherical veritable essence energy in his dantian spun slowly. There seemed to be a whirlpool above it, absorbing spiritual energy and condensing it into veritable essence energy. A small purple dragon-like existence swam in the veritable essence energy sphere. This small purple dragon seemed illusory at the same time. It was a true dragon, formed by the innate true dragon art. However, Gu Hai infused a portion of his consciousness into the veritable essence energy sphere, so this small dragon could move as he pleased. Under the control of his consciousness, the small dragon started to swim out of the veritable essence energy sphere and out of the dantian. It led the veritable essence energy to swim in the meridians. After swimming 1 round, it slowly swam to the heart. There seemed to be a dusky energy at a meridian junction in the heart. The small dragon led a large amount of veritable essence energy to rush over. Boom! Gu Hai's heart suddenly shook. Feeling pain, Gu Hai immediately stopped. The grayish energy trembled slightly, but it remained steady in place. The heart orifice? Is this the entrance to the heart orifice? I need to break through the heart orifice. However, my veritable essence energy seems to be somewhat lacking. No, it should be lacking some kind of opportunity. Confusion flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. The small dragon swam along the meridians and reached the lungs. As expected, there was also a dusky entrance to the lungs. The lung orifice could not be opened. The spleen orifice, the liver orifice, and the kidney orifice. Gu Hai went through them one by one. However, opening them was not something that could be done in one go. Veritable essence energy needed to be accumulated, and at the same time, an opportunity was needed. After cultivating for 2 days, Gu Hai walked out of the palace again. On the flying boat, Long Wanqing stood alone at the bow, looking into the distance. The sun was setting in the west. The golden sunlight sprinkled on Long Wanqing's white neck, making her look like the most beautiful gem in the world. Gu Hai stood not far away, looking at her in a daze. Suddenly, Long Wanqing seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head and happened to meet Gu Hai's eyes. Long Wanqing smiled, faintly. That smile was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. In that instant, Gu Hai felt as if his heart, which had been sealed in ice for a long time, suddenly emitted the sound of breaking ice. Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately suppressed the trace of warmth in his heart. "You're out of seclusion?" Long Wanqing smiled gently. "Yes, I just studied the true dragon golden core technique. The order of the circulation of veritable essence energy is indeed much more powerful than the golden core technique I found in the past. It's majestic and goes straight to the 5 orifices," Gu Hai said with a smile. Opening the 5 orifices is very important. The heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney are equivalent to the 5 metal, wood, water, fire, and earth orifices. Opening the 5 orifices will be of great help to the Yuanying state. Long Wanqing explained. "Oh, the dantian condenses a nascent soul. The 5 orifices will also condense a nascent soul in the future." Long Wanqing explained. "Condense a nascent soul in the 5 orifices. Doesn't that mean I'll have to condense 6 nascent souls?" Gu Hai asked blankly. Long Wanqing nodded. That's right. These are all your souls. The condensation of souls is the nascent soul. It's the source of your power. Oh, humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Why do they only have 6 nascent souls? Guhai asked, puzzled. Long Wanqing frowned and shook her head. I'm not sure either. However, this is the case for all cultivators in the world. After condensing the nascent soul with 6 day 1 souls, one can open the celestial palace and cultivate 3 spiritual souls. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confusion as he nodded. Right, we're about to reach Silver Moon City. There's a big city by the sea in Ying Province. The other members of Class 1 Hall are already waiting there. My mother set up a temporary residence there in the past. It can be considered the base of our Class 1 Hall, Long Wanqing said as she looked into the distance. Oh, your mother set up a temporary residence? Did your mother set up a lot of temporary residences? Guhai asked curiously. No, not many. There are only 2 in Ying Province. Long Wanqing shook her head. Oh, in that case, why did she choose Silver Moon City? Guhai asked, feeling curious. My mother is a zither lover. The zither in Silver Moon City are very good. You can find nearly all kinds of zither in the world in Silver Moon City. There are many zither craftsmen there. Long Wanqing explained. Is that so? Guhai nodded with some doubt. The flying ship flew very quickly. When Long Wanqing pointed to the distance, Guhai could already see a huge city. There was a huge city by the sea. This city was actually half the size of 9-5 Island. After all, 9-5 Island was about the same size as Earth in Xiao Chen's previous life. It was like 9-5 Island was a small planet. A city here was actually the size of half of Earth's land. There was no need to ask how Guhai figured it out. It was because this city had city walls. Those towering city walls were 1,500 meters tall. 1,500 meters was the height of a 500-story building. The sky above the city was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was as if no one could see what was inside. There were also countless ritual arrays flashing with light on the city walls. This is Silver Moon City. The entire city is a huge ritual array that can withstand the attacks of those who open the sky palaces. It is very sturdy. Long Wanqing explained. It is also very grand. Guhai said with a bitter smile. That's right. Fortunately, I came out for a while. No wonder the people of the Divine Continent thought that the Thousand Islands sea was a barren land. Xiao Chen's Dahan Imperial Palace paled in comparison. This is just an ordinary city. Can it contain my Han royal dynasty? Guhai took a deep breath as he continued to stare. As for the officials that Guhai brought with him, they all sucked in cold breaths. Is this an immortal city? It is so grand. This is just a city? Is it just a city? No wonder the emperor wants to use the entire Hulao Pass as his imperial palace. Indeed, our horizons are too narrow. The Dahan officials felt like their eyes were not enough. Outside Silver Moon City, there were all sorts of rare and exotic beasts flying around. It was a wonderful sight. The flying ship slowly landed outside Silver Moon City at a spot specially set aside for flying ships. After putting away the flying ship, a group of people came forward to greet them. This is an immortal crane carriage. Flying ships are not allowed in the city, and flying in the public area is even more forbidden. This immortal crane can carry us quickly through the city. It is similar to your horse carriages in the past. However, we have to pay for it. Long Wanqing explained. Guhai nodded. It was fine to pay. He still had some spirit stones. The group of close to 100 people chartered an immortal crane carriage and flew to the city gates. The city gates were 300 meters tall, and the word Silver Moon appeared above them. The guards at the city gates wanted to check. Long Wanqing took out the elite hall token and let them in easily. As soon as they entered the city, they saw a large number of floating islands in the sky from afar. There were countless beautiful pavilions on the floating islands. Of course, there were also many that were shrouded in fog. Obviously, they were unwilling to open to the public. Immortal birds flew around the floating islands. It was very dreamy. The Dahan officials felt that their eyes were not enough. They did not even blink. There were also many streets in the distance. Countless cultivators were running on the streets. Long Wanqing had been paying attention to Gu Hai. After seeing that Gu Hai was only a little surprised, he immediately regained his composure and revealed a curious expression. Wouldn't ordinary people be shocked for a long time when they saw it for the first time? Are all the people in this city cultivators? Gu Hai asked curiously. Only a small number of them are ordinary people. Most of them are cultivators. The weakest ones are only in the acquired realm. However, they can only live in the lowest level. After them are the innate realm and the golden core realm. The rest are from the Yuanying state. Long Wanqing nodded. How many people are there in this city? Gu Hai asked curiously. About 100 million. Long Wanqing said as she looked into the distance. Gu Hai was speechless. The Dahan officials' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 100 million? There are 100 million in one city? In the past, 9-5 Island was considered a super city with a population of 1 million. Silver Moon City is a little remote. There are not many people, Long Wanqing said as she shook her head. The Dahan officials. Gu Hai was not too shocked. After all, this was only 4 times the population of Shanghai City. Furthermore, this city was even larger than China on Earth. 100 million people was not a lot. Chapter 179. In Silver Moon City, the red-crowned crane chariot flew at a low altitude on the streets of the city. Huge shops dazzled the officials of the Dahan dynasty. After all, unlike the secular world, the shops here emitted a grand atmosphere. Every shop was a magnificent building. On the huge streets, there was a considerable area. There were many practitioners walking on the streets, and there were also red-crowned cranes carrying people flying. The red-crowned cranes were of different sizes. Some had only one red-crowned crane carrying people flying at low altitudes, while some had dozens of red-crowned cranes pulling large carriages, just like the one Gu Hai and his group were sitting in. The Dahan officials were amazed, but Gu Hai was not surprised. After all, it was just a different shape. It was like the small cars in his previous life, and he was sitting in a large bus with nearly 100 people. Along the way, there are elixir shops, magical treasure shops, and herb shops. Most of them sell zither? Gu Hai asked curiously. Of course. The zither in Silver Moon City are famous all over the world. Silver Moon City. Don't you think this name sounds like something? Long Wanqing smiled. Silver Moon, Silver Moon. Music? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Something like that. This is the understanding of the later generations. Many zither in the world come here to find their zither. The zither here are not the best, but they are famous all over the world. The way of the zither is the best of the arts, so it naturally has its own unique charm. The threshold is not high, but it mainly depends on whether someone can understand it. Long Wanqing smiled. Gu Hai nodded. Silver Moon City has gathered countless zither craftsmen, so it has the best zither. Although the terrain is remote, it has avoided countless disputes in the world. Silver Moon City existed before the Deqian Celestial Empire was established. This is the place where countless zither craftsmen made their pilgrimage. At the same time, there is a famous family of zither craftsmen, here called the Silver Moon Villa. Long Wanqing explained. Oh, Silver Moon Villa. Guhai was slightly surprised. That's right. Silver Moon Villa only focuses on making the guqin and never participates in political affairs. They don't have any political or military power, but their prestige in Silver Moon City is something that even the mayor of this place can't compare to, Long Wanqing explained. Oh, even more prestigious than the city lord? This is not a good sign. Does Daqianqing not care about it? Guhai was puzzled. My grandfather even acquiesced to this. My grandfather even personally paid a visit to the old manor lord of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. The old manor lord even gave my grandfather a heaven-grade zither. Do you know what heaven-grade is? Except for the legendary celestial level zither. The celestial level zither is the best in the world. There are not many celestial level zither in the world. My Deqian Celestial Empire has 2 celestial level zither, both of which are from the Silver Moon Villa. Long Wanqing explained. 2 bites. They were both given by the old manor lord of the Silver Moon Villa. One of them is called Ding Ding, and he gave it to my grandfather. The other one is called Pejuan, and he gave it to Luyang of Gojoseon. Long Wanqing explained. Ding Ding? Pejuan? So, don't think that the Silver Moon Villa is just a family of guqin makers. My grandfather has paid a visit, and so has the vassal king of Ingzhou, Luyang of Gojoseon. They were very polite to the old manor lord. Do you think that the city lord would dare to find trouble with the Silver Moon Villa for no reason? Long Wanqing explained. Guhai nodded. Also, I heard that the old manor lord is looking for a fated person for the last celestial level zither. That harmonica is called Gaochen. Long Wanqing recalled. Gaochen? A celestial level zither? Guhai felt slightly surprised. Right. When the news spread, countless great zither masters came over. That is a celestial level zither. The Silver Moon Villa has a total of 4 celestial level zither. My grandfather and Luyang of Gojoseon each have 1. There is also one called 6 Fingers. I think he gave it away long ago. This is the last Gaochen, Long Wanqing explained. Ding Ding, Pejuan, 6 Fingers, and Gaochen? Guhai thought for a while. Unfortunately, I am not good at the celestial level. The Venerate knows a little, but the Venerate is not willing to go. Long Wanqing said bitterly. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly at the side. I know a little about the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. However, I am better at painting. I only know a little about the zither, go, and calligraphy. It is like playing Go. I do know how to play Go, but I am far from comparable to a truly skilled person like Division Master Gu. Oh, Venerable Lu Nian is skilled at painting? Guhai asked in slight surprise. I know a little. Venerable Lu Nian did not refuse. By the way, Guhai, how is your understanding of the celestial zither? Long Wanqing asked out of curiosity. Guhai smiled bitterly and said, Music? I have heard a lot of music scores. Celestial zither? In the past, I was a merchant and sold many celestial zither. I know how to play some clumsily. However, it is a skill, not a Dao. I am still far from reaching the threshold of the zither Dao. You know that I specialize in Go. That is unfortunate. This time, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor is only choosing a great zither player. It looks like we will not have a chance to participate, Long Wanqing said bitterly. Hallmaster, my elite hall, might have a chance to participate. Division Master Mu Chenfeng is good at the zither. Perhaps he is qualified to participate in the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's Zither Imparting Conference, Venerable Lu Nian said after some thought. Mu Chenfeng? Humph. Back then, he only learned the zither to curry favor with my mother. Long Wanqing said with a stern expression. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. However, it is undeniable that he is talented, right? Although his zither Dao is somewhat weaker than your mother's, he is the strongest in my elite hall's zither Dao. Long Wanqing nodded with a frown. The group continued moving through the city. Suddenly, they saw a large group of people in the distance surrounding a shop. That is the world's #1 zither pavilion. They claim to have all kinds of zither in the world. You can find any zither you want in their pavilion, Long Wanqing said with a smile. World's #1 zither pavilion? What arrogance! Do they have heaven-ranked zither? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Yes, but they are not for sale. Oh, this world's #1 zither pavilion is Luyang of Gojoseon's property. Luyang of Gojoseon's Pajuan is a heaven-ranked zither. However, you want to buy it? That is impossible, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Stop the Immortal crane chariot outside the world's #1 zither pavilion. Which zither grandmaster helped advertise the world's #1 zither pavilion today? Long Wanqing called out. The driver of the Immortal crane chariot came to a stop. This is the zither music of Fairy Wan. Fairy Wan? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. At this moment, the sound of a zither rang out. Ding, 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 ding. The zither music was not loud, but everyone in the surroundings fell silent. Countless cultivators closed their eyes, intoxicated by the music. Gu Hai looked up and saw a white-clad woman on the second floor of the world's #1 zither pavilion. She wore a veil and had a rose bun in her thick hair. Her hands were slender and white, and a refreshing aura spread out. However, many people no longer paid attention to the appearance of the fairy Wan because the sound of the zither was too moving. Gu Hai gradually immersed himself in the music and slowly closed his eyes. It was as if he was in a boundless sea of flowers, and his mind suddenly developed an ethereal feeling. It was very comfortable, as if all the pores on his body had opened up. At this moment, Gu Hai did not want to talk, and only wanted to enjoy the ethereal feeling brought by the zither music. It was as if the absorption speed of the world's spiritual energy had increased by several times in an instant. His mind and body were empty without any distracting thoughts, as if his mind was wandering with the zither music. After a while, Gu Hai slowly woke up. The moment he woke up, Gu Hai's expression changed. What a powerful zither music! Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he looked at the world's #1 zither pavilion. The pavilion was empty, and the fairy Wan from before had already left. What a powerful zither music! If I listened to this music in a life and death battle, wouldn't I be cut to pieces? Gu Hai's expression sank. Around him, other people also slowly woke up. Fairy Wan zither music is really powerful. I unconsciously forgot myself. Long Wanqing sighed. Don't you think it's very dangerous? Gu Hai frowned. Dangerous? But the baptism of your spirit is even greater, isn't it? Many people encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation, but if they meet a zither master who plays a song for them, many times they will break through. Zither masters are very popular. Long Wanqing smiled. Boom. Not far away, a cultivator sitting on the ground and listening to the music suddenly swelled with a current of air. I broke through. I broke through. Thank you, Fairy Wan. Thank you, Fairy Wan. I have been stuck in this cultivation for 30 years. Thank you. Where's Fairy Wan? The cultivators shouted. The surrounding cultivators gradually woke up, but Fairy Wan had already left. Everyone felt lost. The world's #1 zither tower. It really lives up to its name. Let's go in and see if there are any zithers suitable for us. The group of cultivators entered the zither tower one after another. Gu Hai, did you see it? Long Wanqing smiled. Gu Hai shook his head and said, "Anyway, I don't like this feeling." "All right, maybe you will like it in the future. However, this is the world's #1 zither tower, and they often find zither masters to play. In Silver Moon City, this is the largest zither tower. Look around. Other zither towers don't dare to open next to it. They can't compete with it at all," Long Wanqing said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded and said, "The world's #1 zither tower. It is indeed rich and imposing. The advertising effect is also very good, but it's a little too wasteful." Ah, Long Wanqing didn't understand. Gu Hai shook his head and did not say much. This was a business marketing. If he said too much, Long Wanqing might not understand. The Immortal crane chariot continued traveling through the streets. After more than 2 hours, it finally came to a stop. Before them was a large area shrouded in fog and fences. It was private property with many palaces around it, and in the sky above this region, there was a huge floating island floating in the air. A large amount of fog covered the floating island, which seemed to cover the privacy inside. A huge stele stood at the edge of this area. The words "Dawn Moon Moving Palace" were written on it. When the Immortal crane chariot stopped, a group of men and women rushed over from afar. "Greetings, Hall Master," the group greeted respectfully when they saw Long Wanqing. "We are here. This is the temporary palace my mother set up back then. This is where my elite hall is stationed." Long Wanqing introduced with a smile. Chapter 180. Silver Moon City, Waning Moon Mountain Manor. Gu Hai's group got off the crane chariot and followed Long Wanqing inside. The people who came to receive them were Long Wanqing's servants. One of them was Gu Hai's rescuer, who had been imprisoned in the First Song sect on 9-5 Island. Naturally, he recognized Gu Hai. The Dahan officials followed Gu Hai. At this moment, they looked at everything curiously. "Is everyone here?" Long Wanqing asked that servant. "The Gold Division and the Wood Division are here." However, Division Master Jean waited for a few days. When he saw that Hall Master did not return, he led the Gold Division disciples to the front lines in Yingzhou. He said that he was going there to search for clues to the old Hall Master's death and asked me to leave a letter for Hall Master. That servant took out a letter. Long Wanqing opened it and took a few glances before putting it away. Although Helm Leaderjin's temper is a bit fiery, he is loyal to my mother. It's just that it's a mess now, and there are no clues. I don't know if he will gain anything from this trip. Long Wanqing sighed slightly. "Division Master Mu, is Mu Chenfeng here?" Venerable Lu Nian asked. "Yes, Division Master Mu has been waiting here with 3,000 Wood Division disciples. However, Division Master Mu seems to be interested in the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's Zither Imparting Conference. He has already gone to the Silver Moon Mountain Manor for the 8th time to obtain a qualification invitation. However, that servant smiled bitterly. A qualification invitation for the Zither Imparting Conference? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes, the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's Guqin competition has attracted many Guqin masters from all over the world. After all, the North Star country is too attractive. However, not all Guqin masters are qualified. They have to be screened. Outside the Silver Moon Mountain Villa, there's a screening area. Only those who pass the test are qualified to participate in the Guqin competition. However, Deputy Leader Mu has been there 8 times, and he hasn't succeeded. Mu Chenfeng? I remember that his Zither Dao is pretty incredible. However, he does not even qualify to participate in the Zither Imparting Conference. Long Wanqing said, feeling confused. There are too many Zither Dao Grandmasters, so it's rather strict. Division Leader Mu has been practicing the Zither for the past few days. The servant smiled bitterly. Ding, ding, ding. Tock, tock, tock. At this moment, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out from the cloud-shrouded floating island. The sound of the zither was crisp and extremely pleasant to listen to. As the sound of the zither rang out, the surrounding clouds actually started to move slowly, as if they were being moved by the sound of the zither, slowly dancing. Oh, Guhai was slightly stunned. The clouds moved because of the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was already quite good. However, he had just heard the zither music of the world's #1 pavilion's fairy Wanner. When he compared it to that zither music, he immediately knew who was superior. That zither sound could make Guhai intoxicated, but this zither sound could only make Guhai feel good. Go and settle down the officials of the Dahan. Settle them down properly. Long Wanqing ordered the servant. All of you go rest first and prepare. Tomorrow, I will send you to investigate the situation of the shops in the city. Guhai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, the 70 officials replied respectfully. Shangguanhen, why don't you go and rest with them first? Guhai looked at Shangguanhen. Yes, Your Majesty. However, Your Majesty, this official would like to walk around the city by himself. Is that possible? Shangguanhen asked with some excitement. That's fine. Stay here first, and then go by yourself. Guhai nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty, Shangguanhen answered. After sending off the officials, shall we go up? Long Wanqing asked with a smile. Guhai nodded. Then he looked up and stomped on the ground. Boom! He leaped into the air like a cannonball. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian quickly followed. The two waved their hands, and the surrounding clouds parted slightly. The three landed on a large platform on the floating island. Bang! Guhai landed on the platform and looked outside. This cloudy ritual array was very mysterious. From the outside, the clouds looked incredibly dense. However, from the inside, one could see the outside clearly. Ding! Suddenly, the zither music on the floating island gave off a breaking sound. It sounded like the zither string broke. Who is it? Who dares to interrupt my zither practice? A loud roar came from a nearby pavilion. Guhai felt slightly stunned. The largest palace on the floating island was called Waning Moon Palace. There were many pavilions, terraces, and other halls around it. However, a furious roar came from one of the pavilions. Division Master Mu, I heard that zither cultivators need to be calm in order to play great music. Earlier, we merely spread out a ritual array and interrupted you. It seems that your zither heart is not strong enough, Venerable Lu Nian said with a smile. Guhai looked over. Then he saw a green-clad man walking over. This green-clad man looked to be in his 40s and appeared thin. At this moment, resentment still covered his face. However, when he saw Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian, he could not vent his resentment. He could only take a deep breath and suppress it. So, it is Hall Master and Venerable Lu Nian. Chen Feng lost his composure. Mu Chen Feng said with a dry smile, It's fine. Division Master Mu, you are now the hope of our elite hall. Work hard and obtain Gaochen, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Mu Chen Feng smiled bitterly and said, The zither imparting conference is easier said than done. However, I will work hard. I will not embarrass the old hall master. After saying that, Mu Chen Feng looked at Guhai. Then, her pupils constricted slightly. This is Guhai greets Division Master Mu. Guhai said with a smile, Guhai, the new water division master that the hall master conferred. You are the one who killed Ding, Rue, and Montez? Mu Chen Feng asked with a frown. Division Master Mu, don't speak nonsense. Montez is still alive. Right now, he is at 9-5 Island. Li Haoran killed Ding Rue to silence her, Gu Hai said with a smile and a shake of his head. Mu Chenfeng stared at Gu Hai for a while before nodding. Since the Hall Master chose you as the Water Division Master, you have to perform well. Don't disappoint the Hall Master. Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng in shock. I seem to have just gotten to know you, right? Are you giving me pointers? As an elder, the Hall Master trusted me, so she let me be the Water Division Master. Division Master Mu, you don't have to worry about my performance, Gu Hai said with a smile. However, Mu Chenfeng did not seem to care about Gu Hai at all. It seemed like she did not care about Gu Hai at all. Mu Chenfeng, Gu Hai, you are both elite Hall's people. Cooperate well. Don't let others see you as a joke, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Hall Master, rest assured. Gu Hai nodded. Hall Master, don't worry. Since he is the Water Division Master, I will naturally take care of him. Gu Hai, if you need help with anything, just say it, Mu Chenfeng said directly. Huh. Speaking of which, I do have something that I need Division Master Mu's help with, Gu Hai said after thinking for a while. Huh. Mu Chenfeng's expression froze. Earlier, I was just saying it casually. You really know how to play along. Oh, tell me about it, Mu Chenfeng said with a look of reluctance. It's like this. I have brought a few dozen people with me, and I plan to open a shop in Silver Moon City so that they can be self-sufficient. However, I don't know much about Silver Moon City's business, so I want them to do a market research first. However, their cultivation is too low. They are all in the acquired realm. It might not be very convenient in the city, so I want to ask Division Master Mu to send a few more subordinates to accompany them around Silver Moon City and protect their journey, Gu Hai said. Open a shop. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai speechlessly, as if she could not keep up with Gu Hai's pace. Yes. Gu Hai nodded with a smile. All right, I will send 200 people to accompany them. However, they will have to spend their own money to buy things along the way. My people will not care about them. Mu Chenfeng shook her head. Don't worry, I will give them pocket money. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mu Chenfeng nodded. Hall Master, why don't you show Helm Leader around? I still want to practice my zither for a while. Tomorrow, Silver Moon Villa will have another opportunity to issue qualification cards. I'm going to participate in the selection tomorrow. Mu Chenfeng looked at Long Wanqing. Division Master Mu, you go ahead with your work. Long Wanqing nodded. Mu Chenfeng nodded and flew down the floating island, looking for a secluded place to practice her zither. Standing on the floating island, Long Wanqing explained the situation to Gu Hai. Master Lu Nian walked away at the right time. Silver Moon City's night scenery was very beautiful. Standing on the floating island, one could see a large number of floating islands floating around. Some places were incomparably bright, while some places were illuminated by moonlight. Some streets were filled with moving sounds of zither. Silver Moon City was an out-and-out city of music. The next day, the Dahan officials entered the streets of Silver Moon City under the escort of a group of Wood Division disciples to do market research. Gu Hai did not stay idle. He got Long Wanqing to find a lot of information about his mother's deeds in Silver Moon City and told it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai helped him analyze the information, looking for possible clues in the chaos of information. Another day passed. Mu Chenfeng returned from participating in Silver Moon Mountain Villa's selection process. Mu Chenfeng was fuming with anger, his face rigid. From afar, Gu Hai had already guessed the result. Turning his head, Gu Hai avoided Mu Chenfeng's gaze. He did not want to expose his scars. 9th time. He had been eliminated 9 times. How terrible was Mu Chenfeng's mood at this moment? Long Wanqing could not bear to watch. She sighed softly and said, Division Master Mu, forget it. There will be more chances in the future. Mu Qinfeng looked at Long Wanqing and felt even more depressed. Hall Master, you don't have to worry. Mu Qinfeng, will definitely qualify. Mu Qinfeng did not appreciate Long Wanqing's consolation. Instead, he spoke in an extremely sarcastic tone. Long Wanqing opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Mu Qinfeng, you are an elite hall division master. How can you speak to the hall master in such a manner? Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. Mu Qinfeng suppressed the anger in her heart and nodded. She said, Venerable Lu Nian is right. Hall master, this subordinate was indeed too angry earlier. This subordinate apologizes to Hall master. However, there is no need for Hall master to worry about going to Silvermoon Mountain Villa. This is my own matter and has nothing to do with Elite Hall. Huh. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian looked at Mu Qinfeng and smiled bitterly. Hall master, Silvermoon Mountain Villa sent an envoy over. A servant called out from the distance. Huh. Everyone revealed puzzled expressions. Soon, a man dressed in green approached and took out an invitation in the shape of a guqin. This is the zither recital invitation? Mu Qinfeng exclaimed in shock. However, the azure-clad man looked at Long Wanqing and said, Yesterday, the old manor lord heard that Elite Hall's hall master arrived in Silvermoon City. May I ask if you are Long Wanqing? That's right. Long Wanqing nodded in confusion. The old manor lord said that the previous hall master of Elite Hall, Long Xiaoya, had great vitality in the zither. He asked me to send a zither recital invitation. The old manor lord felt very regretful about Waning Moon Hall master's death. However, Elite Hall now represents Waning Moon Hall master. The old manor lord is willing to give Elite Hall master a qualification card to remember Waning Moon Hall master. This qualification card will be given to the new hall master, Long Wanqing. She can make arrangements as she pleases. As long as you are a member of Elite Hall, you can participate in the zither recital with this qualification card. The azure-clad man handed the qualification card to Long Wanqing. Many thanks, old manor lord. Long Wanqing nodded in confusion. The azure-clad man bowed slightly and quickly left. Long Wanqing held the qualification card in confusion. Mu Qinfeng, who was beside her, stared blankly. Why? Why did he give the qualification card to Long Wanqing so easily when she had gone to take the exam 9 times and did not get it? Why? Why did she throw a tantrum just now and say that the matter of Silvermoon Villa was her own matter and that the hall master did not need to worry about it and that it had nothing to do with Elite Hall? Wasn't that a slap to her face? Gu Hai, who was beside her, also noticed Mu Qinfeng's awkwardness. He turned his head and looked at her curiously. Mu Qinfeng looked at Long Wanqing and opened her mouth. She did not know what to say. Gu Hai, why don't you participate in the zither recital? I'm not good at it either. Long Wanqing held the qualification card and said with a wry smile. No. Mu Qinfeng, who was beside her, immediately cried out. Everyone looked over. Mu Qinfeng's face was already red. Why did she pretend to be a fatty just now? Division Leader Gu, how good are you at playing the zither? Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai and held back for a long time before she asked. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Hall Master, forget it. Just give it to Division Leader Mu. After all, Division Leader Mu helped me a lot before. He sent 200 subordinates to escort my people out. Mu Qinfeng was slightly stunned when she heard that. Then, her face immediately lit up with joy. Long Wanqing looked at Mu Qinfeng and said with a slightly amused expression, Well, since Guhai said so, then this qualification card will be given to Division Leader Mu. I hope you will perform well in the zither recital. Thank you, Whole Master. Thank you. Mu Chenfeng immediately took the qualification card with a face full of excitement. We should thank Division Leader Gu. Long Wanqing corrected her. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai and finally nodded. Thank you, Division Leader Gu. Gu Hai smiled and said, We are all colleagues, so we should help each other. I have just arrived in Silver Moon City, so there are many things I am not familiar with. If there is anything I don't understand, I hope Division Leader Mu can enlighten me. Of course. Tomorrow, I will send another 500 subordinates to help you with that market research. Mu Chenfeng immediately smiled. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Division Leader, bad news. Division Leader. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from afar. It was a disciple of Wood Division running over. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Mu Chenfeng frowned. Oui. The disciple looked at Gu Hai with an unpleasant expression. Speak. Mu Chenfeng glared at him. Previously, I accompanied Division Leader Gu's subordinates to do market research in the city. Every time they entered a shop, they had to buy something and make a record. Later, we arrived at the world's #1 zither tower. However, we were detained by the world's #1 zither tower. The disciple said bitterly. Detained by the world's #1 zither tower? Why? What did you do? Mu Chenfeng asked blankly. We didn't do anything. They said that Division Leader Gu's subordinates are thieves and robbers. They will be detained for interrogation and handed over to the authorities. Oh, thieves and robbers? Why do they think so? Mu Chenfeng was puzzled. Because Division Leader Gu's subordinates are only in the acquired realm, but they have too many spirit stones. They think that it is impossible for a acquired realm cultivator to have so many spirit stones. They said that they stole them. How could a group of acquired realm cultivators have so many spirit stones? Did the world's #1 zither tower make a mistake? No mistake. They have a lot of spirit stones. A lot. The disciple said strangely. How is that possible? Division Leader Gu, didn't you say that you would only give them some pocket money the other day? Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Not much, just 1,000 spirit stones per person. Let them do the preliminary investigation. If they don't have enough, they can ask for more from me. Gu Hai said with a frown. 1,000? High-grade spirit stones? That's not much. It's enough for a year's salary. You gave a group of acquired realm cultivators 1,000 spirit stones per person? Mu Chenfeng stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. Since when did the people of the barbaric Thousand Islands Sea become so rich? They actually gave acquired realm cultivators 1,000 spirit stones as pocket money? Solemnly, Gu Hai nodded. Mu Chenfeng's face twitched. Chapter 181. Pocket money for a subordinate in the acquired realm? 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The combination of these words sounded awkward no matter how one listened to it. Not to mention Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng's subordinates were also irritated these 2 days. Originally, they were reluctant to be assigned to protect a group of acquired realm cultivators. After all, they had to pay for the trip no matter what. However, since this group of Dahan officials left the Xiaoya villa, they had seen what a nouveau riche was. Originally, they were thinking of walking or calling a red-crowned crane car. But from the first Dahan official's words, they didn't need to think about this problem. How much is it to rent your red-crowned crane car for a day? 1 mid-grade spirit stone. What? So cheap? Go and find me 50 of them. I'll book them for 2 days first. 50 cars for 2 days for only 1 high-grade spirit stone? That's really cheap. Is this a sword? This is a sword engraved with a flame array. Its power is unparalleled. Look, when it is waved, there is a flash of fire. How much? 1 mid-grade spirit stone. What? So cheap? Give us one of each kind of sword in your shop. We'll rent it. Ah, 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 1 sword. That's really cheap. How much is your elixir? It's a healing elixir. 1 mid-grade spirit stone. No, since it's your first time here, I'll give you a 10% discount. 90 low-grade spirit stones for 1 elixir. What? Such a good elixir for such a small amount of money? Give me 500 elixirs first. If we get sick in the future, we'll be fine after taking 1. That's really good. Oh, by the way, give us 500 elixirs for acquired realm cultivators over there. That's really cheap. At this moment, the group of Woodhelm disciples finally understood why they had to rent 50 cars at once. They were used to display their goods. Where did this group of tycoons get so much money? Thus, the group of Woodhelm disciples took the initiative to establish good relations with the crowd. The group of officials was also extremely polite, and from time to time, they would buy some things for the Woodhelm disciples. Instantly, their relationship became much more harmonious. However, this fleet of carriages also caused a sensation. He had seen large purchasing teams before, but who had ever seen a cultivator in the acquired realm as rich as this one? When they entered the shop, the lesser heaven cultivators sometimes couldn't even lift a saber. However, they were rich and would immediately buy whatever they saw. However, they had a request. The shop owners had to show them their accounts. I won't bargain. I'll buy a lot of your things and look at your accounts. This small request shouldn't be difficult, right? Many shops handed over their accounts, but some were unwilling. Unwilling? Fine, then I won't buy it. Therefore, this strange group of people could be considered as a beautiful scenery in the commercial street. Along the way, he used money to open up a path. He was like the god of wealth. He threw the money forward as if it was not money. Every shop liked people like this. This continued until they ran into the world's #1 zither pavilion. Originally, this group of rich people throwing money around went quite smoothly. However, when they reached the world's #1 zither pavilion, they ran into trouble. The guards of the world's #1 zither pavilion detained them all. Detained? On the other end of the street, many shop owners heard the news and secretly raised the prices of the items in their shops, waiting for this group of fat sheep to come and rip them off. You detain them all? What's the meaning of this? Some shop owners could not sit still and came over to see what was going on. However, they were all chased out. The group of Han Dynasty officials was immediately at a loss. There was no helping it. Their cultivations were too low. Acquired realm cultivators. They could not resist at all. Fortunately, a few of the officials were quick-witted, immediately giving up on resisting. At the same time, they stuffed a few superior-grade spirit stones to the Woodhelm disciples, telling them to quickly go back and report. Just like that, they returned to report to Gu Hai. When Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lunyan, and Mu Chenfeng heard this, their expressions immediately changed. What are you looking at? Go and call for help. We are going to the world's #1 zither pavilion to get them. Long Wanqing said angrily while glaring. The world's #1 zither pavilion? That is the property of Luyang of Gojoseon. Mu Chenfeng said, her expression changing. If there is anything, I'll take care of it. Go quickly. Long Wanqing shouted, Thank you for your trouble, Division Master Mu. Gu Hai said with a frown. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai. If it were before, she would not have wanted to take this risk. However, she held the invitation of qualifications that Gu Hai gave her. If she turned her back on him, she could not afford to lose face. All right, I'll call for help immediately. Mu Chenfeng nodded through clenched teeth. Mu Qinfeng immediately called for 2,000 Wood Division disciples to follow Gu Hai's group to the world's #1 zither pavilion. Gu Hai was indeed rich. He reserved 20 large immortal crane chariots to carry all the elite hall disciples. Then he led them to the world's #1 zither pavilion in a grandiose manner. Along the way, Mu Qinfeng gave Gu Hai a few strange looks. After holding it in for a long time, she finally could not hold it in and asked, "Division Master Gu, I heard from the Hall Master that you only cultivated in the mundane world in the past and never came into contact with spirit stones. It has only been a year, right? How did you get so many spirit stones?" Gu Hai was thinking about the world's #1 zither pavilion, so he was not in the mood to deal with Mu Qinfeng. He only said casually, I did some small business and earned some money." "Did some small business? Is this a small business? Did you rob a bank in such a short period of time? However, do you have a bank in a barbaric land like the Thousand Islands Sea?" Mu Qinfeng held back countless questions in her heart, so she stopped talking. The immortal crane chariots flew very quickly. Soon, they arrived at the world's #1 zither pavilion. At this moment, many people already surrounded the world's #1 zither pavilion. Some Wood Division disciples were still arguing with the world's #1 zither pavilion. Countless cultivators and shop owners were watching from a distance. The world's #1 zither pavilion is breaking the rules of the trade. How can you rob a customer's money? Isn't this a scam? Sure. Lower your voice. This is Lu Yang of Gojoseon's property. However, you can't blame them for finding it strange. I find it strange as well. How can this group of acquired realm cultivators have so much money? However, I heard that this group is elite halls people. So what if it's elite hall? This is Ing Province, Lu Yang of Gojoseon's territory. As the crowd discussed, the 20 enormous immortal crane chariots stopped. 100 people alighted from each chariot, 2,000 fully armored cultivators. They looked at the world's #1 zither pavilion with surging murderous intent. Look, the elite hall's hall master is charging over with people. In the midst of their astonishment, everyone stepped aside one after another. Division Master, you are finally here. Hall Master, you are here as well. This is great. They injured some of our people. Dozens of Wood Division disciples called out anxiously. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing walked at the very front. Venerable Lu Nian and Mu Qinfeng followed close behind. Gu Hai showed a sullen expression, and Long Wanqing showed an anxious expression. Venerable Lu Nian appeared calm, but Mu Qinfeng appeared worried. "What are you doing? Are you still trying to cause trouble? If you don't leave, we will capture all of you," someone shouted coldly at the entrance. "Capture all of you? Who gave you such authority? We are His Holiness's personal army. How bold of you!" Long Wanqing glared. The expression of the guard at the entrance froze when he saw Long Wanqing. "Scram!" Long Wanqing shouted. "The world's #1 zither pavilion is not a place for you to be impudent." That guard roared. Just as the guard was about to step forward, Venerable Lu Nian snapped his fingers, and a Buddhist prayer bead flew out. Boom! The guard crashed into the world's #1 zither pavilion. Long Wanqing and Gu Hai walked in. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, we are here. Your Majesty, this official has failed in his duty. They stole all the spirit stones. Your Majesty, they stole all the spirit stones." Not far away, a group of Dahan officials, shackled by chains, shouted together. A group of yellow-robed cultivators from the world's #1 zither pavilion held whips and seemed to be interrogating a group of Dahan officials. When Gu Hai saw that the officials were still alive, he released his bated breath. There was also a group of Wood Branch disciples lying in disarray all around. Who gave you the authority to detain my elite Hall's people? Long Wanqing shouted while glaring. It turns out that these thieves are elite Hall's people. Little Sister Wanqing, what's wrong? Are all your elite Hall's people thieves? An unpleasant laugh rang out. Huh. Everyone raised their eyebrows and looked over. The world's #1 Zither Pavilion was strangely built, somewhat similar to the large shopping malls Guhai saw on Earth. There was a large plaza in the middle, and various shops and exhibition areas surrounded the plaza on both sides. Everyone looked up. They saw a white-clad young master sitting on a balcony on the 3rd floor. He held a cup of tea and looked down with a cold smile. A man with a golden saber stood behind the white-clad young master. Spirit stones piled up on the balcony at the side. Clearly, they came from the Dahan officials. This seemed to be for Long Wanqing and the others to see, angering them. Luan, Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Young Masterin, Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. Venerable Lu, Nian narrowed his eyes, and Gu Hai's face sank. Little Sister Wanqing, it is truly a small world. To think that you came to Silver Moon City as well? Oh, these thieves are your elite Hall's people? It doesn't seem like it. I remember that elite Hall only recruits elites. These people are all acquired realm cultivators. Since when did your elite Hall's requirements become so low? Furthermore, you are recruiting a group of thieves and bandits to elite Hall? Do you want me to help you deal with them, lest they tarnish elite Hall's reputation? Young Masterin smiled. Thieves? On what basis do you call them thieves? Are rich thieves? Long Wanqing retorted coldly with a frown. This is the best Zither Pavilion in the world. If I say they are thieves, then they are thieves. Furthermore, all the spirit stones on them are mine. Young Masterin sneered. Long Wanqing still wanted to argue, but Gu Hai pulled Long Wanqing aside. Arguing is useless. They are my people. Let me do it. Gu Hai smiled faintly. But Long Wanqing felt slightly worried. However, Gu Hai walked to the front. The best Zither Pavilion in the world. Who is the head shopkeeper here? Gu Hai suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Oh, brat, I am speaking to Long Wanqing. Who are you? How dare you interrupt? Young Masterin looked at Gu Hai coldly. I am Gu Hai, Elite Hall's Water Division's branch master. The thieves that young Masterin took down just happened to be my subordinates. Gu Hai said with a smile. Humph, you have no right to speak here. Get lost. Young Masterin said coldly. Gu Hai did not pay attention to young Masterin. Instead, he looked around. Every country has its laws, and every trade has its rules. The best Zither Pavilion in the world, the pride of Silver Moon City's business world, has started to destroy its reputation? Or is the manager not preparing to do business in Silver Moon City? Gu Hai's gaze finally locked onto a thin old man beside young Master, and I am the manager of the best Zither Pavilion in the world, Jiang Tianyi. The best Zither Pavilion in the world is the property of Luyang of Gojoseon. Whether it destroys its reputation or not is not up to a brat like you. Young Masterin's words are the rules of the best Zither Pavilion in the world. The thin old man looked coldly at Gu Hai, disdain flashing in his eyes. Humph! Elite Hall's disciples, come in and take them away. Long Wanqing roared furiously. Rumble! 2,000 Woodhelm's disciples immediately rushed in. They were all ready to fight, as if they were going to snatch the Dahan officials. Hallmaster, it's not good to be angry. Mu Qinfeng shouted worriedly. However, Long Wanqing couldn't hear Mu Qinfeng at all. She called out to 2,000 Woodhelm's disciples and was about to snatch them away. Humph! If you want to enter the best Zither Pavilion in the world, You must know my rules. Young Master and snorted coldly. Rumble. Suddenly, a large number of archers appeared from the top floor. The archers had long arrows on their bows, and they aimed at the 2,000 Wilhelm's disciples below. There were actually more than 3,000 archers. Each of them looked fierce, as if they would shoot arrows at the moment the order was given. Wait, young master, and let's talk things over. Wilhelm's disciples, put away your weapons. Mu Chinfeng shouted in surprise. Lewin, you've been waiting for us here for a long time? Long Wanqing stared at young master and little sister Wanqing. I've already said that this is my territory. Everyone has to respect my rules. These thieves, I'm going to interrogate them properly and see how they stole my money. When I'm done, I'll send them to the authorities. You can go to the authorities to find them. However, they may be missing an arm or a leg. I can't control it. Young Masterin said with a faint smile. You dare. Long Wanqing glared and shouted angrily. Oh, I don't understand. Why do you care so much about this group of Hotian ants? Young Master and showed a trace of doubt. Long Wanqing seemed to be angry, but Gu Hai gently stopped her. Young Master and this group of people are my subordinates. Today, I must take them all away. Young Master, and name a price. I will redeem them and leave. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, we are guilty of a capital crime. A group of Dahan officials knelt in front of Gu Hai. Lewin frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Elite Hall's water helm? Oh, I didn't notice that you are also a figure. You are really rich and overbearing. You want to talk to me about redeeming people? This group of Hotian trash didn't even have the courage to resist before. They were directly detained. You want to redeem this group of cowards? That's because I told them to protect themselves first. Young Master, and name a price. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Lewin narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Mu Chinfeng also stared at Gu Hai. Were these bumpkins from 1,000 islands? See, all tycoons. It's fine that a group of subordinates is throwing money everywhere to open a path, but you are also throwing money? You want to throw money at young Masterin? Has young Master and never seen money? Chapter 182. The number 1 Zither Pavilion. Countless cultivators and shop owners of Silver Moon City had already gathered outside the pavilion. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the situation inside. Young Masterin, Elite Hall Master, the two sides were at loggerheads. 2,000 Elite Hall disciples barged in, but 3,000 archers were already waiting here. A huge battle was about to break out. Originally, it was a clash between two giants. Now, some Gu Hai appeared. It turned out that those prodigals were Gu Hai's subordinates. Indeed, what kind of subordinate was what kind of superior? Those prodigals only used money to smash ordinary shop owners. However, this Gu Hai actually dared to use money to smash young Masterin? Do you think that young Master and has never seen money before? Why is this scene so strange? Countless cultivators goggled. Inside the number 1 Zither Pavilion, the Wood Division disciples also goggled. Can you, the Water Division Master, not be so ostentatious? Ransom? Did I say that I would ransom them for you? Young Masterin looked at Gu Hai coldly. What's wrong? Young Master and does not dare to bid. Gu Hai sneered. Ha ha. Elite Hall's Water Division Master, do you really think that I have never seen money before? Young Masterin retorted coldly. Young Master, and this is your territory. You have your rules. However, you should let us know what rules you have, right? If you want to ransom my subordinates, how much money is enough? Gu Hai insisted. Young Masterin looked at Gu Hai coldly for a while. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, "Fine, if you want to ransom them, then so be it. 10,000 superior grade spirit stones for each person." "What?" Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. 10,000? Mu Chenfeng also goggled. The countless cultivators outside were in an uproar. Isn't this making things difficult for people? There are plenty of acquired realm subordinates. Their lives are so cheap that 10 inferior grade spirit stones can buy their lives. You want 10,000, and it's superior grade spirit stones? That's 100 million inferior grade spirit stones. For one person, a premium of 10 million? Is this a joke? What a joke. 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. For one person, it's enough to buy the life of a golden core cultivator. That's right. Buying the life of a golden core cultivator is too much. Young master and is simply making things difficult for Gu Hai. This person called Gu Hai definitely won't pay. 70 people for 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. How could he have it? Almost everyone wanted to laugh at Gu Hai. Mu Chenfeng also trembled when she heard this number. 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. That was 7 billion low-grade spirit stones. How could Gu Hai have that much? If it were me in your dreams, I would never pay for it. The group of Woodhelm disciples were also stunned. Although he had seen how rich Gu Hai's subordinates were, it was impossible for them to be so rich. Didn't they come from the barbarian lands of the Thousand Islands? See? Hearing this, Long Wanqing was also angry. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to buy a Hotian realm cultivator. Was this a joke? Long Wanqing was about to get angry. Walla-la-la-la. In front of Gu Hai, there was suddenly a burst of crashing sounds. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the high-grade spirit stones burst out like a waterfall. The rolling high-grade spirit stones rushed in like a tide, covering the sky and rolling in all directions. Like a flood, they rushed in all directions of the Zither Tower. Money, so much money. High-grade spirit stones. All of them are high-grade spirit stones. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This is a hill of high-grade spirit stones. So many, I can't stand it. Gu Hai's? He has so much money. He actually has so much money. The impact of the mountain of money was indeed huge. Countless cultivators outside opened their eyes wide at this moment, feeling that their whole body was trembling. This was money, not stones. They worked so hard that they could only earn hundreds of high-grade spirit stones a year, which was already the limit. However, Gu Hai's people appeared everywhere. Who was this Gu Hai? Where did he come from? So rich? Many cultivators outside seemed to have gone crazy. Inside, a group of Wood Division disciples, led by Mu Chenfeng, opened their eyes wide at this moment, and their mouths seemed to be able to stuff a few eggs. The high-grade spirit stones rolling out like a tide, such a shocking scene they had never seen in their lives. Seeing a ghost. I am so powerful, but I only have a little spirit stone salary every year. This Gu Hai is so weak and comes from such a poor place, but he actually turned over hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. The archers upstairs also opened their eyes wide at this moment, looking at the rolling wave of spirit stones. For a moment, someone's hand shook, and a long arrow suddenly appeared. A rumbling sound was heard. The manager upstairs, Jiang Tianyi, also opened his eyes wide. It was not that Jiang Tianyi had never seen so much money before. It was just that he did not expect Gu Hai to take out so much money in one go. In Jiang Tianyi's opinion, even if all the spirit stones in Elite Hall were added together, it would not amount to that much. Young master and Jiang Tianyi showed an unsightly expression. Dissatisfaction flashed in Long Wanqing's eyes. However, Venerable Lu Nian smiled faintly. Watching Gu Hai solve the puzzle was a form of enjoyment. On the balcony, young Master and looked down with a sullen expression. When Gu Hai sent out the surging tide of spirit stones, young Master and knew that something was wrong. Young Master and did not care about this Gu Hai at all. Paying 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for one person was just to humiliate him for overestimating himself. However, now Gu Hai tossed out 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. He was not humiliating young Master but humiliating himself. Those hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones were like a slap to his face. Rumble! Finally, a mountain of spirit stones piled up. When the countless cultivators looked from afar, their hearts heaved in shock. All right, many thanks for young Master An's help. Here are 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. Send someone to count them. I'll be taking my subordinates away, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Gu Hai's indifferent expression made it seem like these hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones were not money at all. He did not care at all. You actually used 700,000 high-grade spirit stones to redeem this group of acquired realm cultivators. Young Master and said coldly as he glared at Gu Hai, "Isn't this young Master An's rule? Young Master and won't go back on your word once you speak, right? You are young Master and, after all," Gu Hai said with a faint smile. "Release them." Young Master and said coldly. Whoosh! Immediately, a group of Wood Branch disciples went forward and quickly took over the 70 officials of the Dahan. Gu Hai, ha, good, you are very good. I have indeed underestimated you. However, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for an acquired realm cultivator. Don't regret it later, young Master and said coldly. Regret? Young Master and must be joking. They are my subordinates. My subordinates are much more valuable than this group of spirit stones. These spirit stones have a price, but my subordinates are priceless, Gu Hai said coldly. That's right. Priceless? Humph, you're stubborn. 700,000 spirit stones. Ha! You are welcome to come again. Next time. Young Master and said coldly, I will. Gu Hai nodded with a smile. By the way, Manager Jiang Tianyi. Gu Hai suddenly looked at Jiang Tianyi. Jiang Tianyi looked at Gu Hai with a frown. I would like to ask, what is the price of your best zither not made of spirit wood? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. The countless cultivators outside the pavilion looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Is this Gu Hai stupid? He just spent 700,000 spirit stones, and now he wants to buy a zither? The people in the pavilion also looked at Gu Hai in confusion, not knowing what Gu Hai was up to. The best zither pavilion in the world has all kinds of zither and instruments. Zither, drums, flutes, and flutes. The zither not made of spirit wood is this one. It was personally tuned by a zither master. It is a limited zither, 100 medial grade spirit stones. Jiang Tianyi pointed indifferently at a zither hanging on a nearby wall. That limited zither? I know about it, but no one is buying it. Indeed, it is just made of ordinary wood and strings. Furthermore, it is priced at 100 medial grade spirit stones. I am not buying it. Although it was tuned by a master, I heard that it has been there for 10 years and no one has asked about it. It is too expensive. The countless cultivators outside the pavilion pointed and discussed. Oh, 100 medial grade spirit stones. That is really cheap. How about this? I'll buy it, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. As he spoke, he took out 100 medial grade spirit stones and placed them near the spirit stone mountain. Young Master and the others looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Then they carefully removed the limited zither and handed it to a Dahan official. In that case, we will take our leave, then. We will not be in young Master An's territory and cause trouble for you. Otherwise, we will become thieves again. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile as he looked at young Master and 700,000 superior grade spirit stones. Do you not feel any heartache? Young Master and still could not understand. Money will come back after it is spent. So be it. I will earn it back soon. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Then he turned his head to look at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing nodded. Then she waved her hand, and the elite hall disciples slowly left the best pavilion. Everyone retreated, leaving only young Master and to sit on the balcony. He exerted force in his hand. Crack! The teacup in his hand was crushed, although he earned 700,000 superior grade spirit stones. Young Master and was not very comfortable in his heart. Although he made the elite hall bleed a lot, he still felt very depressed. Jiang Tianyi looked at the huge spirit stone mountain below and revealed a look of joy. Young Master, and you can make money with so many spirit stones. It is enough for us to earn for 1 or 2 years. Gu Hai and the others stepped out of the best pavilion. The cultivators outside opened up a path as they looked in shock at Gu Hai in the center. At this moment, the elite hall disciples were also shocked by Gu Hai. This water division master was too incredible. 700,000 superior grade spirit stones were thrown out without blinking. Your Majesty, we are guilty of a capital crime. Please punish us. A group of Dahan officials immediately knelt down and asked for punishment. Gu Hai stood at the entrance of the best pavilion and coldly looked at the plaque of the pavilion. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Get up, you did not do anything wrong. Gu Hai said in a deep voice, But we caused the emperor to pay 770,000 superior grade spirit stones. The officials were still feeling guilty. 770,000 will be back soon. Shop, you don't have to look. We will open the pavilion. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Pavilion? Long Wanqing showed a trace of surprise. Hall Master, the 700,000 spirit stones were Li Haoran's private stash. I have used them all. This time, I have less than 50,000 spirit stones. I want to buy the shop opposite and open a pavilion. If the funds are not enough, Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. The shop here is very cheap. About 40,000 superior grade spirit stones is enough. But do you really want to open a pavilion? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with a trace of surprise. 40,000 spirit stones is enough? That's good. It seems that I won't run out of money. I will buy this shop. I want to open a pavilion. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, are you crazy? You want to sell a zither? On this street, none of the other zither buildings could compete with the world's #1 zither building. The world's #1 zither building was ranked first in Silver Moon City, and you still want to open a zither building across the street. Aren't you going to lose money? Mu Chenfeng stared at him and shouted, I, Gu Hai, have never lost money when doing business. Gu Hai shook his head and said firmly, Okay, then what is the pavilion called? Long Wanqing trusted Gu Hai very much and showed a trace of curiosity. Gu Hai turned to look at the pavilion and sneered, Let's call it the best pavilion on this street. The best pavilion on this street. Long Wanqing's eyes lit up. This was obviously a challenge to the best pavilion in the world. The best pavilion in the world. That was the most arrogant statement. However, the best pavilion on this street was not arrogant, but it just happened to be better than the pavilion opposite. Gu Hai, are you really selling a zither? You are digging your own grave. Mu Chenfeng stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. Chapter 183. After leaving the world's #1 zither tower, Gu Hai bought a shop across the street. Initially, the many cultivators on the street were shocked by Gu Hai throwing out 700,000 superior grade spirit stones at young Masterin. However, They soon discovered that there was something even stranger than this. Why did Gu Hai buy the restaurant across the street from the world's #1 zither tower? There was no business in that restaurant at all. Soon, everyone knew that he opened the zither tower. Are you kidding? Is Gu Hai crazy? Does he really have too much money to burn? Opening a zither tower across the street from the world's #1 zither tower is suicidal. Yeah, since the world's #1 zither tower opened, no one in Silver Moon City had more sales than it. Except for Silver Moon Villa, all the good zither came from here. All kinds of zither can be found here. No one can compete with it anymore. On this street, if you open a zither tower, you'll die. Opening a zither tower across the street from the world's #1 zither tower is suicidal. Gu Hai is crazy. 40,000 upper-grade spirit stones are wasted again. All the cultivators who knew the news were not optimistic about Gu Hai. In just 2 days, the first-class hall showed up, and the government gave them permission. Soon, they registered the business. 2 days later, the restaurant across the street hung a plaque. The world's #1 zither tower. The cultivators around read out the name of Gu Hai's zither tower. The world's #1 zither tower. The world's #1 zither tower. Ha ha ha. Who is the #1? Gu Hai is so arrogant. Is Gu Hai really going to take revenge? Revenge? I think it's a joke. The cultivators around the street were curious. With spirit stones leading the way, the Dahan officials soon found a renovation team to renovate the world's #1 zither tower. Everything became busy. The world's #1 zither tower across the street saw everything. In the tower, the manager, Jiang Tianyi, looked coldly at the plaque across the street. The world's #1 zither tower, his eyelids twitched. Young Master and was standing beside him. Young Master and was also looking coldly at the zither building that was being renovated. Gu Hai, you overconfident brat. Are you trying to take revenge on the #1 zither pavilion? Zither building, he even opened a zither building opposite us. He had overestimated himself. I want to see how you die. Young Master and revealed a look of disdain, but head shopkeeper Jiang Tianyi frowned and said, Young Master, and I don't know why, but I keep having a foreboding feeling. There's nothing bad about it. The zither pavilion is the best in the world. How many competitors have we encountered over the years? Have we ever lost? I've already sent people to investigate. This Gu Hai was just lucky enough to become the Water Division Master of Class 1 Hall. Humph, he's just a country bumpkin from a barren land. Why would you be afraid of him? The world's #1 zither building. How many storms and waves have you experienced? Do you still care? Young Master and sneered. Yes, Jiang Tianyi nodded. Xiaoye Villa. On the floating island, Mu Chenfeng paced back and forth with a conflicted expression. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian were waiting as well. After a while, Gu Hai walked out of a nearby hall. Gu Hai, what was that sound in your room earlier? Long Wanqing asked out of curiosity. Nothing much. I made a zither 10-odd years ago. I haven't used it for many years, and it went out of tune. So, I tuned it for a while. Gu Hai shook his head and did not explain. Division Master Gu, are you really planning to sell the zither? Now, the news has already spread in Silver Moon City. There is an overconfident brat who wants to challenge the world's #1 zither pavilion. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Challenge? Who said that I want to challenge the world's #1 zither pavilion? Gu Hai smiled. If you are not challenging, then why are you renovating the street's #1 zither pavilion? Mu Chenfeng asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you before? I'm planning to start a small business in Silver Moon City. I'm too lazy to look at other industries. Coincidentally, I saw a zither store. Let's start a zither store too. Gu Hai smiled. Aren't you taking revenge? Not really. I'm just taking back the money I lost. Guhai smiled. Taking back? How? You want to steal the world's #1 Zither Pavilion's business? Everyone knows how to do business. It's just a fair competition. Guhai shook his head and did not explain. Guhai, are you confident? Long Wanqing asked out of curiosity. Confident? How can there be a definite certainty? Whether or not it can be sold will depend on the publicity. I hope it will be as I wish. Guhai shook his head. Long Wanqing nodded worriedly. At this moment, Shangguan Hen walked over from a short distance away. Oh, Shangguan Hen, you've been wandering around Silver Moon City these days. How's it going? Guhai smiled curiously. Shangguan Hen did not seem to know that Guhai wanted to open the Zither Pavilion. At this moment, he appeared somewhat anxious. Your Majesty, I would like to borrow some money from you. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. Oh, Guhai was puzzled. I've been sensing around the city these days. I found a few places that were the same as the ones I ate last time. However, no one can recognize them. I want to buy them before they recognize them. Shangguan Hen said solemnly, the one I ate last time was Xuanwu's golden armor. Supreme Xuanwu's broken body. Oh, how much do you want? Guhai was puzzled. 200,000 upper spiritual stones. Shangguan Hen said honestly. Mu Chenfeng opened her eyes wide. Guhai's subordinates didn't treat spiritual stones as money. As a subordinate, how could they ask their superior for 200,000 upper spiritual stones to buy food? Are you a foodie? 200,000 upper spiritual stones to buy food. Won't you die from eating? If a Wood Branch disciple dared to ask her this, he would have been sent flying with a slap. 200,000 upper spiritual stones. It's not much. However, I'm short on funds now. Wait a few days. I'll have money soon. Guhai said in a low voice. 200,000 upper spiritual stones was not much. Mu Chenfeng looked resentfully at the emperor and his minister. But I'm worried that the things will be gone when the time comes. Shangguan Hen said worriedly. Well, since that's the case, let's not wait for the Zither store to be renovated. Let's go and build a terrace first. Guhai nodded. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, they accompanied Guhai to the Zither store. At this moment, the renovation team was in the middle of a fast renovation. Countless cultivators gathered around the Zither store and pointed at it while listening to the Zither master invited by the Zither store play the Zither. Your Majesty, several Dahan officials came quickly. Finish the terrace on the 3rd floor first. We'll renovate it while it's open for business. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. The Dahan officials went to work. How are you going to open for business without the renovation? Also, Guhai, you don't have a Zither, right? I heard that the manager of the Zither store, Jiang Tianyi, has banned other Zither stores from buying Zither from you. If you don't have the goods, how are you going to sell? Mu Chenfeng said with a stare. Can I sell without goods? Guhai said with a smile. Huh. Mu Chenfeng was at a loss. Of course, he couldn't sell without goods. Wasn't this common sense? The group of cultivators worked extremely fast. Soon, a gorgeous terrace was built on the 3rd floor of the Zither store. It was luxuriously decorated and looked very beautiful. Everyone stepped onto the terrace. The other officials were directing the renovation, and several officials followed closely behind Guhai. Guhai took out a brush and ink. The Dahan officials moved a table and chairs. Guhai began to write on a piece of paper. The Zither store on this street is selling the first type of Zither, the piano. It will arrive in half a year. If you want to buy it, please sign the pre-sale contract and pay for the Zither. After the piano arrives, you can hand in the Zither according to the time of signing the contract. put it on the notice board in front of the zither store. Guhai ordered. Yes. A Dahan official respectfully took the notice and went to put it on the notice board outside the zither store. At this moment, Mu Chunfeng and the others had already opened their eyes wide. Division Leader Gu, are you kidding? The piano will arrive in half a year, and you want the customer to pay first? Mu Chunfeng opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, wasn't this crazy? Who would give you the money and sign a contract? You don't even have the goods. Why would they give you the money? This is called pre-sale. If you really want my piano, you can wait for half a year. It's not long. Guhai said with a smile. It was indeed not long. In the past, on Earth, many real estate developers pre-sold houses, and there was a gap of several years between the payment and the delivery of the house. Are they fools? How is that possible? Mu Chunfeng was in disbelief. Piano? What's a piano? Is it the one you tuned in your room? Long Wanqing asked curiously. Something like that. Let the news spread. From the day after tomorrow, I will show the piano to everyone, Guhai said with a smile. Piano? Is it an ancient zither made of pure steel? What's so special about it? Long Wanqing asked curiously. The piano is new and strange, but more importantly, it is composed. You will know the day after tomorrow. Guhai shook his head and kept her in suspense. Composed? Didn't you tell me before that you are not good at playing the zither? Long Wanqing asked curiously. I am not good at it, but it's enough to talk about a few pieces. Don't worry, this is just a breakthrough. Once it is on the right track, we just need to invite a zither master to advertise it, Guhai said with a smile. Okay, Long Wanqing nodded. Your Majesty, do we need to put up a price for this piano? A Dahan official asked curiously. Guhai looked at him and said with a smile, not bad. Since you've realized it, you should go and announce it. Oh, right, put up the extreme zither that I bought at the #1 zither pavilion in the world. Oh, extreme piano, 100 mid-grade spirit stones. My piano, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Guhai ordered. Yes, write clearly in the notice that the piano is not made of spiritual wood. Guhai ordered. Yes, the official answered. Mu Chunfeng looked at Guhai blankly. Guhai, I have asked around. The extreme piano is made of ordinary materials, and no one will buy it for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. It's not worth it. Is your piano made of ordinary materials? Do you dare to sell it for 100 high-grade spirit stones? You can't sell it. You can't sell it. No one will buy it. Guhai smiled slightly and said, if others sell it, they definitely can't sell it. If I sell it, people will definitely fight for it. You are crazy. You are really crazy. Mu Chunfeng stared at Guhai and said strangely. Guhai did not care. After giving some instructions, he left with the crowd. 2 huge notices were left behind, causing a sensation among the cultivators on the street. Chapter 184. It was impossible not to cause a sensation. The world's #1 zither pavilion dared to call itself the world's #1 zither pavilion. Its status in Silver Moon City was self-evident. The world's #1 zither pavilion was the largest in the city. As the saying went, famous people tended to have a lot of problems. Once there was a major piece of news, it would immediately become the topic of conversation in the city. The grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon came and framed an elite hall disciple in the world's #1 zither pavilion. Guhai of Elite Hall used 700,000 superior grade spirit stones to redeem 70 acquired realm subordinates. Did Elite Hall just swallow the insult? No. After leaving the world's #1 zither pavilion, he opened the world's #1 zither pavilion across the street and challenged the opposite party. This was the rhythm of pinching him to death. Not to mention the interest of cultivators in the secular world. Cultivators were also very interested in this matter. Over the past 2 days, they had been waiting to see how the world's #1 zither pavilion would take revenge. Sure enough, in less than 2 days, the follow-up news came out. A group of cultivators was originally listening to the zither music outside the world's #1 zither pavilion. When they suddenly saw the notice on the opposite side, they immediately stopped listening and swarmed over. The goods will arrive in half a year? Pay first? Is Guhai crazy? What kind of piano is this? He wants me to pay first? I heard that Jiang Zhanggang blocked the world's #1 zither pavilion's customers. No wonder the goods will arrive in half a year. However, paying first and waiting half a year for the goods. How can he be stupid enough to pay first? Piano? What is a piano? Everyone looked at the pre-sale notice written by Guhai on the notice with disdain. How could he do business like this? However, the next notice made everyone's eyes widen. A piano not made of spiritual would cost 100 superior grade spirit stones. Look, the world's #1 zither pavilion's extreme zither costs 100 middle grade spirit stones. A piano costs 100 superior grade spirit stones. 100-fold difference. This is a slap in the face. What a joke. I can't buy the extreme zither. With this money, I can buy several zither made of spiritual wood. A extreme zither made of ordinary materials costs 100 middle grade spirit stones. This Guhai is even more joking. Increasing the price 100 times. He is crazy. Piano? What kind of piano? All the practitioners scolded Guhai one after another. How could someone give you 100 high-grade spirit stones half a year in advance just for a zither made of ordinary materials half a year later? A street away, the #1 zither building in the world naturally received the news immediately. It seems that there aren't many people buying zither recently. Young master and frowned. Jiang Tianyi revealed a bitter smile and said, "Yes, young master, and although young master and earned 770,000 spirit stones a few days ago, it was a blow to the reputation of the world's #1 zither building. Many cultivators did not dare to come and buy zither. I'm worried. Are you worried that this is a black shop?" Young master and said coldly, "Yes, a little." However, young master and need not worry too much. After a period of time, this storm will pass. After all, we have detained Guhai's subordinates, which is against the rules of business. Rules? Young master and snorted coldly. Young master, and I have been thinking about why Guhai wanted to buy the extreme zither. Now I finally understand. This person is too shrewd. He bought the extreme zither just to set off his piano. 100 times difference? Oh, he is promoting that his #1 zither building in the street is 100 times better than our #1 zither building in the world. Jiang Tianyi said coldly, 100 times? I think he is sensationalist. How can anyone spend 100 times the spirit stones to buy a zither made of ordinary materials? Young master and said coldly, "Yes, I think so too." Jiang Tianyi nodded. Just as the two were talking, a customer downstairs suddenly asked, "Do you sell pianos here? Show me one." "Piano?" "Yes, the piano opposite is selling." "Let me see what it looks like." "It can be sold for 100 high-grade spirit stones." No. Aren't you the #1 zither building in the world? Don't you have all kinds of zither? Why don't you have any?" Every now and then, someone would come to ask about the piano out of curiosity. However, the #1 zither building in the world did not have a piano at all. Young master N's face darkened. Jiang Tianyi frowned slightly. "Manager, should we make a batch of steel zither?" A servant beside him asked curiously. "No." Jiang Tianyi frowned. but many people are asking about it. The word piano was coined by Gu Hai. Many people will only use his as the first standard. If the one we make is far from his, it will only be sensationalist. Jiang Tianyi shook his head. Yes, sir, the attendant replied. Young master and narrowed his eyes and looked at the number 1 Zither building in the street opposite. The number 1 Zither building in the street vs. the number 1 Zither building in the world. The news seemed to have grown wings and flew in all directions of Silver Moon City. Everyone who heard the news thought that Gu Hai was a lunatic who was crazy about money. However, countless people were also looking forward to the piano. They wondered what it was like to make Gu Hai so confident. In the city, there was a mountainous area shrouded in clouds. There were countless sounds of zither in the outside world. A large group of zither were playing. They just wanted someone to pass a qualification card to a villa in the clouds. This was the most prestigious place in Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Villa. In Silver Moon Villa, in a pavilion. The pavilion was surrounded by clouds and clouds. It was surrounded by mountains and forests. The mountains and forests were very beautiful. A white-haired old man sat in the pavilion. He was holding a cloth in his hand and gently wiping a zither that seemed to be about to wither. Cough, cough, cough. Old man, are you going to die like me? Cough, cough, cough. Ha, ha, ha. The white-haired old man wiped the zither gently. A group of Silver Moon Villa disciples in green stood behind him. They were all very respectful and did not dare to breathe loudly. Has anything interesting happened in the city recently? The white-haired old man wiped the zither and asked. A person behind him immediately said with a solemn expression, Villa Master, different things happen in the city every day. However, there is one that is very strange. The water division leader of the elite hall challenged the number 1 zither building in the world. Now, they are building momentum. Oh, the white-haired old villa master was slightly surprised and turned his head. The green-clothed man respectfully told him what he knew. The old villa master thought for a while and suddenly laughed. It is indeed interesting. A zither? Steel is not suitable for the body of a zither. At most, it can be used to make the strings. Its sound is very unique and is very different from ordinary zither strings. It is not easy to sell a zither with steel strings unless you specially create a song for the unique sound of steel strings. Create a song? Yes, zither are easy to express, but famous songs are hard to find. The old villa master shook his head and sighed slightly. Yes, Villa Master, do you think that Gu Hai is crazy? The green-clothed man asked in surprise. Let's wait 2 days and see. I have never seen a zither before. The old Villa Master shook his head. Yes, I will pay attention to this matter and report to you. The green-clothed man said respectfully. Okay, the old Villa Master nodded. After that, the green-clothed man continued to talk about other interesting things in the city. The old manor lord listened with a smile. It was as if at his level there were not many things in the world that could surprise him. He would occasionally listen and smile. After 2 days of fermentation, the number 1 zither building on this street had attracted the curiosity of countless cultivators. Many people came to ask what a zither looked like and what a zither was. However, the officials of the Dahan kept silent. They only said that in 2 days, Gu Hai would show it to everyone. 2 days later, outside the number 1 zither building on this street, a large number of curious cultivators were watching from afar. At the number 1 zither building, a zither master was playing the zither. Many people were not in the mood to listen. Everyone was looking at the balcony of the number 1 zither building. At this moment, there was a group of elite hall disciples standing on the balcony. They were guarding a huge object in the center. The huge object was covered by a black curtain so people could not see what was inside. That is a zither? It is so big. It is 1 zhang long and 5 zhang tall. What kind of zither is that? Is this huge object a zither? Is it a zither made of steel? What does it look like? Many people waited out of curiosity. At this moment, even though young Master and did not place Gu Hai in his eyes, he still led his subordinates to a secluded corner of the number 1 under heaven tower and looked at the heavily guarded balcony opposite them. A zither? Do you think that you can defeat the number 1 zither building by casually making something of a strange shape? What a joke! Young Master said with a cold smile. Jiang Tianyi, who was at the side, nodded. Indeed, the number 1 zither building's reputation was not something that 1 or 2 strange musical instruments could shake. Among musical instruments, the zither was always supreme. If it was not the zither, no matter how good the musical instrument was, it would not work. Seeing that it was not the zither, Jiang Tianyi relaxed. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, Shangguan Hen, Mu Qinfeng, and the others had never seen a zither before. When they saw the black curtain covering the zither, they also showed curiosity. Where is Gu Hai? Hurry up. What is that zither? It is so mysterious. What does it look like? Mu Qinfeng asked, feeling somewhat curious. Mu Qinfeng had not seen many musical instruments of this size before. Chimes? Huge drums? They did not seem to be of this shape. His Majesty is changing his clothes. Please wait for a moment, Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Change his clothes? He needs to change his clothes just to play the zither? Mu Qinfeng said with a frown. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, Gu Hai slowly walked out of a room in the number 1 pavilion not far away. The moment Gu Hai appeared, the surrounding crowd fell silent. This was because Gu Hai's attire was too strange. However, this set off Gu Hai's elegance. At the very least, the eyes of Long Wanqing and the many female cultivators in the surroundings lit up. The short, black robes seemed to have been carved out by a knife. The front part was short, while the back part was long. The back part was split like a swallow's tail. It looked very serious, dignified, and holy. The lower part of his body was a pair of shiny black leather shoes. He slowly walked towards the piano. What clothes are these? Long Wanqing showed a hint of surprise. I heard from the emperor that it is called tuxedo or something. Shangguan Hen explained. Oh, the world was vast, and there were countless strange outfits. There would always be some special outfits. Although the tuxedo did not cause much of a commotion, it instantly captured the eyes of countless cultivators with a kind of visual dominance. Sensationalist. Young Master N, who was opposite him, showed a cold smile. That's right. Selling the zither ultimately depends on the quality of the zither. No matter how good it is just a vase. Jiang Tianyi nodded. How are the preparations? Young Master N asked faintly. Don't worry, Young Master N. I have already invited a group of zither masters. As soon as the piano performance is over, they will come forward and criticize him. Jiang Tianyi said with a cold smile. Young Master N nodded. Gu Hai slowly walked to the piano. He gently waved his hand. Several Dahan officials pulled the black curtain. Suddenly, the piano was revealed in front of everyone. It was a huge black strange zither with 3 legs. The paint on it was very bright, but there was a sense of nobility in the light. It looked like a triangular table. Gu Hai gently waved his hand. A group of Dahan officials carefully lifted the huge cover. Instantly, the interior was revealed. It looked like countless strings and mechanisms. It looked very complicated. A Dahan official handed a towel to Gu Hai. He gently wiped his hands and slowly sat down. This is a piano. It even has a stool. How does it play? So, this is a piano. It looks so noble. It looks useless. Can it play? Many cultivators were curious. Guhai slowly lifted the cover of the keys. Suddenly, 52 white keys and 36 black keys were revealed in front of everyone. There were a total of 88 keys. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw this. So many keys? Jiang Tianyi raised his eyebrows. Is a piano like this? Young master and also frowned. Seeing Guhai being so solemnly, the two of them had a bad feeling. Countless cultivators around them saw Guhai wearing a tuxedo and sitting in front of the piano. Solemnly, they also slowly stood up. Although there were still some people who showed disdain, the surroundings gradually quietened down. Even a zither master, who was playing the zither, curiously stopped playing the zither. Activate the array. Guhai said calmly. Yes. A few elite hall disciples quickly activated an array around them. The array was transparent, but the surrounding void fluctuated slightly. Is this a sound amplification array? Is Guhai courting death? Jiang Tianyi said with a glare. A sound amplification array? Is Guhai that confident? A sound amplification array cannot amplify the zither master's state. It can only transmit the music. Hence, the intoxicated feeling of listening to a zither master might not be there after the sound amplification. It will only transmit the music. Everyone knows how to play the music. In that case, there will not be much of an advantage. Unless it is a new music piece. Guhai is not using his state to amplify the music. Does he want to use the music to conquer everyone? A sound amplification array can amplify the music. If he does not play it well, the reputation of this street's best zither pavilion will be ruined. Countless people in the surroundings looked at Guhai in shock. However, they saw Guhai reach out and press the first key. Dang! Everyone immediately stopped and looked at Guhai through the sound amplification array. This sound spread out in all directions. Although it did not fill the entire city, 1/10 of Silver Moon City's cultivators heard it. Piano! The sound of the zither is much more ethereal, many cultivators said at first. Guhai's fingers continued to play, and the sound of the zither continued. At first, the crowd was still in shock, but they soon stopped. There was no state or illusion. It was just the most ordinary music. However, as they listened, many people were immersed in the music. Silver Moon City had been baptized by the zither for many years. The people in the city knew a little about the zither. They would more or less know how to appreciate music. Most of the time, they would know whether the music was good or not just by listening to it. As the sound of the piano continued, many people slowly closed their eyes to feel it. Guhai, who was playing the zither, saw that the surroundings were getting quieter and quieter. A faint smile appeared on his face. Guhai was not a zither master. He was just a piano seller. In business, publicity was the most important thing. If one wanted to sell a good piano, they had to gain the upper hand. Hence, Guhai had made a lot of preparations for the choice of the first song. There were countless zither masters here. Since he could not work hard on the state of mind, he had to choose a classic song. It was so classic that it was like a demonic tune that kept repeating in their minds. The first song that Guhai chose was Canon, the most powerful brainwashing divine song on Earth in the past. On Earth, Guhai had heard some popular songs that were known as brainwashing divine songs. When they became popular, countless people sang and danced. However, no matter how brainwashing those songs were, they could not compare to Canon. No matter how popular those divine songs were, could they have been popular for close to 1,000 years? Since its birth, Canon had been an invincible legend in the music industry for hundreds of years. When the piano had first appeared on Earth, it was not accepted by mainstream music. Many musicians looked down on this big guy. That was until a group of piano freaks appeared. Mozart, Chopin, Beethoven, Bach, and many other outstanding pianists slowly pushed the piano to the top. They created a classic piano song that was passed down from generation to generation. Only then did they slowly push the piano to the altar. But how many people knew that in the music composed by Beethoven, Mozart, Chopin, and other musicians, many of them used canon? Beethoven's Symphony of Fate, Bach's 5 canon variations, Pachelber's Canon in D major, and so on all used canon. Because canon was not only a piano song, but also a kind of music style. It was like the general principles of some martial arts, extending countless changes. A large number of musicians either cut off a small part of canon and used it in their own music or made variations on the whole canon. Every country in the world has been using canon. When he was young, Gu Hai had heard many popular songs with canon in them. Many movies and TV series had variations on canon in their background. There were various variations on canon. When Gu Hai was young, he heard that there were more than 2,000 versions. More than 2,000 variations? Hundreds of years of inheritance, but more and more prosperous? Perhaps ordinary listeners did not think much of it, but in the past, musicians on Earth regarded it as a holy book, just like the Bible in the West of Earth. As long as one was a musician, they would create at least 1 or 2 tunes related to canon. A palace-level tune, a demonic tune, a divine tune that would not fade for thousands of years. Music could be without borders, and it could also be without world. As long as the same humanity, the same appreciation, a classic would always be a classic. Perhaps canon could not be considered the best tune in this world, but at this moment, it had indeed given countless zither masters a strong stimulant. Gu Hai wanted this kind of feeling, using music to promote the piano. Let this ethereal feeling hit the heart, so that as long as the divine tune canon echoed in people's minds, the first thing they thought of was the piano. The song that Gu Hai played was Canon in D major, the most perfect song in the canon style. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. Canon was in progress. Chapter 185. Gu Hai played the canon in D major, the most perfect canon. It was also the only canon that was publicly recognized on Earth in the past. There was no powerful state of mind that a zither master would infuse. There was only a lingering melody, one that overlapped with the other, rising and falling continuously. In the melody, there were many notes that kept repeating. However, this repetition did not give off a monotonous feeling at all. The more one listened to it, the more one wanted to listen to it. There was no state, only the melody. However, this melody seemed to suppress countless states. Silver Moon City's cultivators had extraordinary musical talent. Although there was no state, the melody had endless aftertaste. Below the best zither pavilion on this street, the cultivators who were originally prepared to see Gu Hai make a fool of himself slowly turned serious. The people here had heard all sorts of classic songs before. However, they had never heard this song before. Many people closed their eyes. There was no state in the zither music. In that case, let's listen to the melody and simulate a state in our minds. Many people slowly became intoxicated with the melody. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, and Shang Guanhen slowly immersed themselves in this moving song. However, Mu Chenfeng goggled as she kept muttering, "That's impossible. What song is Gu Hai playing? Why is it so nice even though I have never heard it before?" At the best zither pavilion on the other side, young master and Jiang Tianyi's expressions turned increasingly sullen. The two were extremely skilled at music. However, it was precisely because they were skilled that they could hear the extraordinariness of this song. Originally, such a moving song should have been pleasing to the eyes. However, at this moment, it sounded like the voice of hell, a declaration of war against him. How can this be? Piano? This song can be played with other instruments as well. However, why is it the piano for the first performance? Where did he get such a good song from? Where did he get it from? Young Master and said with a sullen expression, Young Master and this song contains joy and sorrow. I even heard the cycle of life and death. How can a song without a state achieve such an effect? Guhai? Piano? Jiang Tianyi said with an ugly expression. Countless people who knew music stopped everything and listened carefully when they heard this song. This was a baptism of the soul. While listening to the music, it was as if they had forgotten all the disturbances of the outside world. As they listened, it was as if they were happy and sat along with the music. In the number 1 Under Heaven pavilion, some people who had come to buy zither suddenly stopped in their tracks. Sir, do you want this harmonica? Don't be noisy. Sir, you haven't paid yet. I don't want it. Don't stop me. One by one, the people who came to buy the zither stopped what they were doing and slowly walked out of the number 1 pavilion. Along with the others, they looked at the man in the tuxedo on the balcony of the number 1 zither building across the street. Guhai. After the song ended, Guhai repeated it again. This was the charm of a divine song. You could listen to it again and again, and you wouldn't get tired of it at all. More and more people gathered around the balcony. Through the sound amplification array, the sound spread in all directions of Silver Moon City. In various places, people were originally busy with their own matters. However, at this moment, they suddenly stopped. Old Wang, stop playing your zither. Listen, listen, listen quickly. What song is this? Why do I hear a sense of sorrow? What sorrow? This is clearly happy music. No, I feel like it's a lingering love song. No, I feel like it's a separation of life and death. Gradually, the people stopped arguing. The sound amplification array was maintained at 1/10 of the city. The other 90% of the city was noisy, but this 1/10 of the city was silent. There was only one voice, Cannon's voice. There was no state of mind, only the gentle changes of the tune. But it was this tune that captured the hearts of countless people in an instant. In a small courtyard, not far from the world's number 1 zither tower, a white-clothed woman with a veil covered her face. Her graceful figure was exquisite, and the incense burned in the incense burner. The woman stroked the zither, creating an extremely beautiful scene. If there were cultivators here, they would definitely recognize her. This woman was Fairy Wan, who had been invited by the world's number 1 zither tower not long ago to play the zither. She was also the great zither master, who had been replaced by the sound of the zither when Guhai had entered the city. Fairy Wan frowned at first when Cannon's voice came from outside. It was so loud that it disturbed her composing. But then Cannon's tune came. The rolling and lingering tune repeated itself, but slowly replaced Fairy Wan with an indescribable feeling. The notes keep repeating, but it's not monotonous at all. This song is simple and complex. Has it reached perfection? Who is it? Fairy Wan stood up in surprise. The sound amplification array could only cover 1/10 of Silver Moon City. Naturally, it did not reach Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Outside Silver Moon Mountain Villa, countless great zither masters came to play their best songs in anticipation of passing Silver Moon Mountain Villa's test. In a pavilion in the mountain villa, the old villa master was wiping his zither. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and showed a trace of surprise. Ding, ding, ding. The old villa master stretched out his hand and moved the zither. Suddenly, a strange note rushed out. When the note came out, the faces of the cultivators playing the zither changed. Because their zither suddenly stopped playing, everyone quickly played their zither, but there was no sound. What's going on? My zither can't make any sound? Mine too. That's not right. The strings are trembling. This is a sound wave that exceeds the range of our hearing. Someone is playing the zither and resonating with our zither? Who? Who can affect my zither playing? All the Guqin Dao masters were shocked, whose Guqin Dao skills were so strong. Just as everyone was panicking, a disciple of Silver Moon Mountain Villa walked out. The Villa Master has ordered you to stay calm. The sound-canceling spell just now was used by the Villa Master. Everyone, keep quiet. Don't disturb the Villa Master from listening to the song. The disciple of Silver Moon Mountain Villa shouted. Ah, yes. The great zither masters opened their mouths and nodded blankly. Was it the old Villa Master's sound-canceling spell? That's normal. But whose song could make the old Villa Master care so much? We can't hear anything. In the pavilion in the mountain villa, the old Villa Master was listening to the song, but no one else could hear it. Everyone was puzzled. The old Villa Master smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to pluck the zither. Wung. The void trembled slightly. Then, in this trembling void, the song canon suddenly came out. The melodious song made the eyes of the disciples of Silver Moon Mountain Villa light up. The old Villa Master listened to the song. Soon, Guhai finished playing canon again. Guhai started to play the song for the third time. But after 3 times, he still didn't seem to be tired of it. Yun Mo, what do you think of this song? The old Villa Master smiled and asked, It gives me a kind of shiver that penetrates my spine and reaches the depths of my soul. Yun Mo, a man in green, exclaimed, Oh, what do you think? The old Villa Master looked at the others. I feel sad. It's like the separation of life and death. I feel happy. It's like the first awakening of love. I feel happy. The happiness of liking a person. Everyone had different expressions. It was as if they had seen different things. Villa Master, I feel that everyone has a different feeling when they hear it. This song seems to be telling a story. The first part of the song seems to be reminiscing about something. It's a calm and gentle whisper, as if it's asking itself, do you still remember those times? Do you still remember those beautiful and sorrowful love? The next part makes me feel very sad. It seems to be telling me that I can't get those times back. There's no more beauty. Love is gone. Everything is in the past. Only melancholy and sorrow are left. The song keeps repeating. It seems to be saying that what goes around is time. What can't be returned is also time. In the long river of time, although many things settle down with time, there's a scar that can't be erased. It leaves us to remember it carefully. Even when we have one foot in the grave, we still can't erase this sorrow. Yun Mo said again. Yun Mo's explanation made the old Villa Master nod his head in satisfaction. Although I'm still not familiar with the song, it's a rare song. Piano? Is this a piano song? The old Villa Master showed a trace of doubt. With a wave of his hand, Guhai's piano song disappeared. The old Villa Master stroked his Guqin and played it with his own Guqin. It was still canon, but this time he used his Guqin to simulate the sound of canon. Compared to Guhai's performance, it was even more profound and spiritual. Gradually, the people in front of them seemed to see a real picture. In the picture, a little boy who became an orphan because of the war was adopted by a kind Guqin master. He learned how to play the piano from the master and became better and better at it. When he grew up, he became a famous Guqin master. One day, a beautiful rich family's daughter accidentally entered the Guqin master's residence. She was moved by the Guqin master's music and fell in love with him. The rich family's daughter asked the Guqin master to be her teacher. She wanted to learn the Guqin, and the Guqin master gladly accepted. However, the rich family's daughter's heart was on the Guqin master. She had no interest in learning the Guqin. Therefore, although she learned for a long time, she was still a mess. The Guqin master was very disappointed. He was very angry that the rich family's daughter didn't like to learn the Guqin and chased her away. The rich family's daughter was heartbroken and felt wronged. She swore to the Guqin master that she would learn the Guqin well and become the best in the local area. After the rich family's daughter returned home, she practiced the Guqin every day without a moment of rest. She was very hardworking and very serious. Finally, after half a year, she became the best in the local area. She took the first place to confess to the Guqin master. However, the Guqin master was conscripted and brought to the battlefield. The rich family's daughter kept waiting for the Guqin master. She was determined to wait for his return. She waited for 3 years. During this time, the son of a village chief took a fancy to the rich family's daughter. He proposed to her many times, but failed. In order to make her give up, he set a trap. He had people bring back a broken corpse from the battlefield and told her that it was the Guqin master. Then, he proposed to her with a large number of gifts. However, the rich family's daughter didn't care about the proposal at all. Instead, she hugged the broken corpse and cried for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 3rd day, she committed suicide at the place where the Guqin master taught her how to play the Guqin. The 2nd month after the rich family's daughter committed suicide, the Guqin master returned. It turned out that not long after he chased the rich family's daughter away, the Guqin master missed her. Without the rich family's daughter, he lost a lot of happiness. Only when he lost something did he know how to cherish it. It turned out that he had unknowingly fallen in love with her. Half a year after the rich family's daughter left, the Guqin master began to write a song. He wanted to use this song to propose to her. During this half a year, countless thoughts gathered in 1/3 of the song. However, suddenly, the war began and the Guqin master was conscripted. During the 3 years on the battlefield, the Guqin master wrote another 1/3 of the song. The song was filled with thoughts of the rich family's daughter and the sadness of separation. When the war ended and the Guqin master hurriedly rushed back, what he received was unacceptable news. When he heard the villagers tell the story of the rich family's daughter, the Guqin master roared and cried. In the following week, she felt the pain of being separated by life and death. Finally, a week later, in front of the grave of the rich family's daughter, he played the song of his proposal. Together with the last 1/3 of the song, it contained the Guqin master's endless thoughts and endless sorrow. When the villagers heard this song and saw the Guqin master's deep feelings in front of the grave of the rich family's daughter, they all shed tears. After the song ended, the Guqin master also ended his life at the place where the rich family's daughter died. The scene came to an abrupt end. The eyes of the disciples in front of the old manor lord turned red. Guhai's song had no artistic conception, but the old manor lord expressed this artistic conception. It was a very sad and moving story. Yinemo, what do you think? The old manor lord asked. The manor lord used artistic conception to show the full picture of the story. Only then did we understand. The song repeated, but it was the Guqin master continuously telling the rich family's daughter of his love and longing. Yun Emo analyzed. Yes, only the song, no artistic conception? Ha, this piano player is really interesting. The old manor lord laughed. No artistic conception? Yunemo was surprised. Does the Guqin have to have artistic conception? The old manor lord laughed. But this is just an ordinary song. Yun Emo frowned. It is an ordinary song, but is the composer the same as the Guqin master? The old manor lord shook his head. To be able to compose this song, he is qualified to participate in the Guqin teaching conference. Go and give me a qualification card. Also, bring back a piano for me to see." The old manor lord laughed. "Yes, I will go right away. But he only has the song. Giving him a qualification card, won't it be a little?" Yun Mo smiled bitterly. "Silly, don't you understand? He is not just a Guqin master. Go." The old manor lord laughed. "Yes, the first Guqin building on this street. Guhai played a total of 5 times. Wang." The last note ended. The surroundings were quiet. Many people were immersed in the song. Guhai smiled slightly. "This song is called Canon. I played it 5 times with the piano. I think all the Guqin masters have already memorized it. I welcome all of you to play Canon with various instruments." Guhai's voice was transmitted in all directions through the sound amplification array. "Canon? This is called Canon. Canon, listen well." Countless Xiozha in the surroundings slowly woke up from Canon's music. Not far from the #1 Guqin tower on this street, there were a few cultivators who were frowning at this moment. They were zither grandmasters that Jiang Tianyi had invited. Originally, they had planned to criticize the piano after Guhai performed the piano piece, criticizing the piano until it was completely destroyed. However, at this moment, after 5 performances of Canon, the Guqin masters opened their mouths but did not know what to say. Could this song still be approved? "Everyone, it's almost time. Go." Jiang Tianyi's voice suddenly sounded. The Guqin masters' faces turned ugly. However, they had received benefits from the #1 Guqin tower, so they could only brace themselves for now. The first Guqin master stepped forward. "It's just so-so. It's unbearable to listen to. Hopeless, ridiculous." Chapter 186. This piano piece is called Canon. I have played it 5 times with the piano. I believe that all the zither masters have already memorized it. I welcome all of you to play Canon with your various instruments. Guhai's voice spread out through the sound amplification ritual array. Immediately, the countless zither masters in the city perked up. "Yes, I can play it with the zither." A song without a state was not very attractive to ordinary cultivators. However, it was extremely rare for these people who understood music. "If you do not have a state, can I infuse my state into it?" From the first time everyone heard it, they knew that this would be a song passed down for generations. It sounded like a demonic tune, echoing in their minds. Not to mention the ordinary cultivators, the zither masters all took out their zither and started playing Canon. Playing it 5 times was enough for everyone to memorize it. Playing it with the zither was not enough. They played it with a flute, a zither, or a long flute. This was how miraculous a song passed down for generations was. When played with various instruments, it was very moving. Every time the zither played, the cultivators would miss the first piano piece. Piano? What exactly was a piano? Canon? What a strange name. Fairy Wan showed some surprise in a small courtyard not far away. Outside the best zither pavilion on this street, after the cultivators heard Guhai's song, no one looked down on Guhai anymore. Although there was no state, this song was incredibly moving and flawless. At the very least, given their musical standards, they did not know how to nitpick. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lunyan, and Shang Wanhen all released their bated breaths as they looked at Guhai with praise in their eyes. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng felt incredibly conflicted. My zither skills cannot compare to this barbaric brat's. That's impossible. He cannot play with a state. However, this song, at the best zither pavilion across the street, young master and Jiang Tianyi showed sullen expressions. Downstairs, the best zither pavilion's guests had already left. Not a single one remained. From the first time the two heard this song, they knew that something was wrong. I didn't play it skillfully enough, but this song is. Jiang Tiany's expression was extremely ugly. If it was an ordinary song, then it would have been fine. However, Jiang Tiany was able to become the head shopkeeper of the #1 zither pavilion in the world. He himself was a master of the zither, so how could he not recognize the classic of the song? Canon? Humph. Jiang Tiany, where are your people? Didn't you already prepare to be a good person? Why haven't they gone yet? Young master, and said in a deep voice. Jiang Tiany nodded and transmitted his voice to the few zither masters in the crowd. The zither masters also had ugly expressions on their faces. You want me to review this legendary work? However, since he had taken someone's money, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. That's all there is to it. Unbearable, incurable, ridiculous. A Qin Dao master said coldly. Ah. The surrounding Xiuzhe were in an uproar as they turned to look. Master Wang? He's a zither master from the Eastern District. He's a person of virtue and prestige. Someone immediately recognized him. On the balcony, Gu Hai turned his head and glanced at this Master Wang. Then he revealed a faint smile and said, "Are you talking about my canon?" That's right. The entire song is repeated, and kept repeating. I have never heard of a song that was repeated 28 times. It's simply a child's song. Master Wang said coldly, "That's right. This song can't even bring out a state. It's simply noise." Another person commented, "This is Master Chen, a zither master from the Southern District. He once entered the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Someone recognized him again. Without a state, it's just noise." Gu Hai sneered. "Humph! What kind of piano is this? It's ridiculous. It's a strange technique. It's not worthy of talking about music. You want to sell a strange zither made of ordinary materials for 100 superior grade spirit stones? Dream on. You're crazy about money." A group of zither virtuosos stepped forward and continuously criticized Canon's shortcomings. They continuously criticized the clumsiness of the piano and mocked Gu Hai's shocking price. The surrounding cultivators, who were originally intoxicated by Canon, were also confused at this moment. Could it be that this piano is really a mess? Is this song really unsightly? I think it's okay, but these are all zither masters. Why do they all unanimously say that it's not good? Many cultivators looked at this scene blankly and fell into confusion and contemplation. At the same time, they had a trace of doubt about Canon and the piano. In the #1 pavilion opposite, young master and Jiang Tiany slowly revealed a smile. As long as the public opinion turned around, let's see how you can make a comeback. Gu Hai smiled and looked at Shang Guanhen, who was not far away. Shang Guanhen nodded, as if he was about to make a move. A bunch of idiots. Such a sound that has been passed down for generations has actually become trash in your mouth. Extremely stupid. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the crowd. Huh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Shang Guanhen, who was not far away, shook his head, indicating that he did not arrange it. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a middle-aged man slowly walking out of the crowd. The man's face was quite handsome, and his long hair was combed back into a ponytail. He wore a wide purple-red robe, which set off an aloof aura. "Who are you?" The group of zither masters stared at the man who suddenly interrupted them. "You bunch of idiots don't deserve to know who I am. Ha ha ha." The man laughed loudly. Turning his head, the man looked at Gu Hai and bowed, slightly. Although the style of Canon is different from what I have heard before, I am sure that this song will definitely be passed down for generations. At the same time, it will lead to a new style of music. I am Sima Chongkong. To be able to hear this song before coming to Silver Moon City today is already a worthwhile trip. Mr. Good, your piano sound is very unique just for this song? Sima Chong Kong? Gu Hai looked at the man in front of him and smiled faintly. No, this song is only for this zither. Oh, if that's the case, this piano can play other songs that will be passed down for generations? Sima Chong Kong was slightly stunned. This is just the beginning. Gu Hai smiled. If that's the case, I am willing to buy 10 pianos first. Sima Chong Kong smiled. You saw my notice? Gu Hai asked. Half a year? I know, I can still wait. Sima Chong Kong said nonchalantly. 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. 1 piano, Gu Hai emphasized. Ha, money is like dirt. How can you measure the sound of heaven? Sima Chong Kong laughed loudly. If that's the case, let's sign the contract over there. Gu Hai pointed not far away. Sima Chong Kong nodded. Under everyone's gazes, he walked to the front of several Dahan officials. The Dahan officials had already prepared the contract and handed it to Sima Chong Kong. Sima Chong Kong glanced at it and smiled. What a good pre-sale contract. Interesting. Ha ha ha. After Sima Chong Kong finished reading, he signed and took out 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones and handed it over. The surrounding cultivators looked at the man who spent 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones to buy a few pieces of paper in a daze. Then they looked at the zither masters who had just criticized the piano. A slap in the face. This was a blatant slap in the face. Just a moment ago, they said that the piano was useless. In the blink of an eye, someone spent 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones to buy a piano that was half a year old. The zither masters' faces turned red, but there were still some who were thick-skinned. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai found this himself, right? A zither master sneered. Huh. The surrounding cultivators were slightly stunned. The other zither masters supported. That's right. Who would spend 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones to buy a few pieces of paper? I won't, but will you? Ha ha ha, this is a scam. That's right, this is too fake. Do you think we will buy your piano just because of this? Stop dreaming, that ugly guy. I won't buy it, even if you give me 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. The zither masters kept mocking. The crowd of cultivators who had just shocked Sima Chong Kong were at a loss again. After all, they were just ordinary cultivators. In the hearts of these cultivators, a zither sound with artistic conception was a good zither sound. Moreover, since the zither masters said that it was bad, perhaps it was really bad. Sima Chong Kong ignored them and took his contract to the side to read it. Long Wanqing and the others were anxious. At this moment, more and more cultivators were coming from all directions. They were all surprised and wanted to see the piano. However, at this moment, a large group of zither masters were commenting at the side, criticizing the piano's poor quality. Everyone hesitated. Give me a contract. I want a piano. Another person who did not lack money came forward to buy it. Someone bought it again. Don't buy it. More than a dozen zither masters said that the piano is bad. Why are you still wasting money? I like it. I don't lack money. Cannon's effect was very large. Gu Hai did not continue speaking. Although there were more and more people criticizing pianos, there were also many people buying pianos. 2 hours later, 30 pianos were sold in advance. There were always people who did not lack money, and there were always people who loved Cannon. Many people wanted to buy it, but they were stopped by the advance sales and the master reviews. For a moment, worry filled their faces. The masters spared no effort in criticizing the piano, wishing that they could go forward and smash it. Countless cultivators could not decide whether to buy it or not. On the other side, young Master An's unsightly face slowly recovered some vitality. Young Master An, this trend has stopped. Jiang Tianyi exhaled and laughed. It was dangerous, just now. Gu Hai almost succeeded in selling it. Fortunately, he was prepared. Screech. Suddenly, a huge red-crowned crane descended from the sky in the distance and landed on the street. On the back of the red-crowned crane stood a man in green. "Is that the young master of Silver Moon Villa?" someone suddenly exclaimed. "The young master of Silver Moon Villa? Yun Mo? Why is he here?" "Young Master Yun Mo hasn't shown up for a few years." "Is it because of Cannon?" The surrounding cultivators looked at the man in green in surprise. "Where is Gu Hai?" Yun Mo suddenly shouted. Gu Hai showed a trace of surprise and slowly walked out. "I am Gu Hai. You are?" "I am Yun Mo of Silver Moon Villa. The villa master likes your cannon, so he asked me to give you a qualification card for the Guqin conference." Yun Mo smiled and handed over a qualification card. Gu Hai took it in a daze. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes. What did I just hear? The old villa master likes Cannon. Did I hear wrong? Master Wang just said that Cannon was just so unbearable, incurable, ridiculous. Who should I listen to? Where is Master Wang? The surrounding cultivators looked curiously at the masters. The masters were ashamed and angry. They wanted to find a hole to hide in. If it was another Guqin master praising Cannon, they could use their status to argue with him. But this was the old villa master of Silver Moon Villa. If they went against him, they would be stupid. Everyone knew that the old villa master was highly respected. No one in Silver Moon City could compare to him. He was the best in Silver Moon City. If he said it was good, then it was the standard of everyone. Now that the old villa master likes Cannon, then what they said before was the same as farting. The slap on their faces was even louder than Sima Chongkong's. After today, everyone would know about their deeds. This was a huge loss of face. It's good that the old villa master likes it. Thank you for the invitation, Gu Hai said with a smile. The villa master said that your piano is very special and wants me to buy one. Yun Mo said with a smile. I'm sorry. It's very complicated to make a piano. I only have this one and need to show it. We will start to ship the goods in half a year according to the order of the contract. Gu Hai shook his head. Yun Mo frowned and nodded. All right, then I'll order 2 first. Thank you for your patronage. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yun Mo left the money and left with the contract. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were already stunned. Silver Moon Villa. This was a famous Guqin making family, not only in the Deqian celestial dynasty, but also in the whole world. They want to buy pianos? Who just said that pianos were mediocre things? Hey, where are the masters just now? Where did they go? Didn't they just stop me from buying pianos? Where are they? Why is there no one? Give me one. I want one. Quick, here are the spirit stones. I came first. Give me one. Give me the contract. Quick, my contract serial number is in front. Quick. Suddenly, countless cultivators rushed up like a swarm of bees. The scene almost overturned the table where the Dahan officials were signing the contract. Who knew how long it would take to make a piano? If they signed the contract later, they would get it later. This was the piano that the old villa master of Silver Moon Villa wanted to buy. Do you think 100 top-grade spirit stones is too much? Bah! The piano that the old villa master wants is not even worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. If you can't afford it, get out of my way. Don't stop me from buying a piano. The tide of people rushed over. Suddenly, a large number of Dahan officials rushed up and began to set up tables to divide the line of people buying pianos. Don't fight! Line up one by one. The Dahan officials shouted. The scene was still chaotic. The cultivators who came later rushed up to line up. When they saw that the people in front of them were fighting fiercely, this was a phenomenon of conformity. If he bought it, you bought it, and I also bought it. Besides, it was the old villa master of Silvermoon Villa who asked for it. This was not only a musical instrument, but also a symbol of status. Gu Hai and the others stood on the terrace and looked at the #1 piano building opposite them. A gentle smile appeared on Gu Hai's face, and this gentle smile, in the eyes of young master and Jiang Tianyi, seemed to be a great taunt. Chapter 187. The old manor master of Silvermoon Mountain Villa liked canon and ordered 2 pianos. This was even more shocking than Gu Hai's zither playing earlier. Countless cultivators from Silvermoon City rushed over when they saw the sea of cultivators fighting to sign the pre-sale contracts outside the first zither building. Not worth it. Even the old manor master thinks it's worth it. You think it's not worth it? If you don't want to buy, don't block me. Cannon's music is not good. Even the old manor master likes it. With your level of appreciation, you can leave Silvermoon City. More than a dozen musicians who had been invited by the #1 zither building in the world had already fled. If they stayed, they would incur public anger. Just now, many cultivators wanted to buy pianos, but the musicians used their prestige to stop them. Now, many of the cultivators who wanted to buy pianos were at the back of the queue. Those cultivators had already scolded them. The musicians fled with bitter expressions on their faces. This time, the first zither building cheated us. Yeah, with that bit of money, my reputation will be ruined. Why did the old manor master send people over at this time? Why is Gu Hai so lucky? This is retribution. The zither masters hid bitterly at the first zither building on this street. Downstairs, customers were ordering pianos like a flood. Upstairs, Venerable Lu Nian, Shang Guanhen, and Long Wanqing smiled. This battle had started. Mu Chenfeng looked at the qualification notice in Gu Hai's hand. She was confused. Why is it like this? I played the zither so well, but I couldn't get a qualification notice even after taking the exam 9 times. Gu Hai's performance was so bad, but Silvermoon Mountain Villa took the initiative to send a qualification notice. This is not fair. He played without any artistic conception. Mu Chenfeng shouted in her heart, depressed. However, Gu Hai's qualification notice was genuine. Furthermore, it was sent by the old manor master himself. Why is he so lucky? Gu Hai, congratulations. You can participate in the zither recital assembly now. Long Wanqing smiled. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Actually, I am not good at playing. I only know the melody and have no artistic conception. It will be a waste. How about I give you this qualification notice? Mu Chenfeng, who was at the side, rolled her eyes at Gu Hai. Are you going to give this qualification notice to just anyone? Hey, it seems that he gave me that notice as well. Thinking about this, Mu Chenfeng felt even more conflicted. I don't want to play it. Long Wanqing's song, Master Lu Nian Chen. Venerable Lu Nian, why don't you go? I don't really want to go. Gu Hai handed it to Venerable Lu Nian. Division Master Gu, you should go. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. Under Mu Chenfeng's resentful gaze, she cursed in her heart, pretentious. In the end, under Gu Hai's strong insistence, the qualification notice was forcefully given to sect leader Lu Nian. Sect leader Mu, I did not expect this street's best zither pavilion to become so popular. Hence, I would like to ask for your help. Gu Hai said. Sect leader Gu, please speak. Mu Chenfeng was much more polite this time. However, she still felt somewhat dissatisfied in her heart. This street's best zither pavilion will be very busy in the coming days. My dozens of subordinates have to deal with too many matters and might not be able to handle them all. I would like to borrow some people from you. Don't worry. I will pay for their hard work. Gu Hai said, That is not a problem. How many people do you need? Mu Chenfeng asked out of curiosity. 1,000. Gu Hai said, Huh. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in surprise. So many people. In the end, Mu Chenfeng nodded and said, "All right." News of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's old manor lord ordering a piano immediately spread throughout Silver Moon City. Countless cultivators came to see what a piano looked like out of curiosity. The people in the city who had not heard of Cannon also came to this area to experience the music that even the old manor lord praised. At the same time, the price of the piano made countless cultivators goggle. 100 superior grade spirit stones. Although the old manor lord bought the piano first, so no one would say that it was expensive. However, they still wondered why it was so expensive. Just at this moment, the cultivators on this street pointed to the price of 100 times the limit of the zither and the piano. They described how the world's best zither pavilion cheated Gu Hai of his money. What? The world's best zither pavilion is a cheater? Just because one has more money, they rob? That can't be, right? Why would the world's best zither pavilion do such a thing? At first, the countless cultivators did not believe it. However, they had no choice but to believe it. Many people swore that they saw it with their own eyes. That was definitely the truth. Go buy a zither? Many people shook their heads. Although countless cultivators came to the street, only a few entered the world's best zither pavilion. The world's best zither pavilion and the street's best zither pavilion were like ice and fire. This side of the street was noisy. Those who could not buy a zither had to pay first. There were 10 queues continuously signing the contract and paying the bill. The spirit stones were not put away. Instead, they were piled up on the balcony beside the piano, forming a small mountain. On the other side, the world's best zither pavilion was desolate. Occasionally, a few cultivators entered, but they quickly came out. The world's best zither pavilion was empty. Young Master and Jiang Tianyi looked across with unsightly expressions. Young Master, and I can see it now. This Gu Hai is not only selling the piano to make money, but also to destroy our world's best zither pavilion. He is discrediting us. He is making us helpless. Jiang Tianyi said with an unsightly expression. Business rules? Young Master and said with a gloomy expression. Yes, Gu Hai plays the cannon every day, and the spirit stones are piled up like a mountain. He is just advertising. If we use improper means, we will be despised by the entire industry, Jiang Tianyi said with an unsightly expression. Suddenly, a Dahan official's voice came from the street. Congratulations to the 7,700th customer. Mr. Good said that this extreme zither was bought from the world's best zither pavilion and is for you as a bonus. Jiang Tianyi looked over with a frown. He saw a Dahan official give the extreme zither, which was priced at 100 mid-grade spirit stones, to a customer who was holding a contract. On the balcony, the spirit stones were piled up into a small mountain. Gu Hai stood on the balcony opposite and smiled at Jiang Tianyi. Phew! With a flip of his hand, all the spirit stones were put into the small space of the token. It's only the 7th day, and the 7,700th customer, 770,000 high-grade spirit stones, have been earned. And Gu Hai didn't lose anything at all? Young Master N's face was gloomy. A business genius. 7 days. Haha. Young Master N, the opponent we met this time, is really not simple. He earned back the money he lost here in 7 days. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. I don't care what kind of business genius he is. Humph, no one has ever made me feel so aggrieved. Jiang Tianyi, do you have a way to destroy his zither pavilion? Young Master N said coldly. Young Master N, I can't watch the world's best zither pavilion's business decline from now on. However, Young Master N, you don't need to worry too much. What he is doing has both advantages and disadvantages. Jiang Tianyi chuckled. Oh, first of all, he has no supply, no zither craftsmen, no zither, and no other musical instruments. How can he compete with us? After the renovation is done, he won't have any goods to sell. What's the use of having only a piano? Even if he has a supply, how much foundation does he have? The quality of their musical instruments is definitely not as good as ours, so he won't be able to compete with us. Second, the piano? It's only hot during this period of time. After a while, when people calm down, will they still spend so much money to buy a piano? After all, there are only a few rich people. 100 high-grade spirit stones to buy a non-spirit with musical instrument. Ha! As time goes on, there will be fewer and fewer people buying pianos. At that time, the first zither pavilion on this street will be unable to continue. It will still go bankrupt. Jiang Tianyi laughed. Wait slowly? I don't want to wait. Young Masterin said coldly. Then build momentum for our zither pavilion. Invite a zither master to play. Attract people to our zither pavilion, spend a lot of money, and keep inviting zither masters to come and fight with the other side. Jiang Tianyi said solemnly. Then please. Young Masterin said solemnly. Yes, Jiang Tianyi responded. As Jiang Tianyi expected, as time passed, the number of people ordering pianos slowly decreased. However, the first zither pavilion on this street was full of people every day. The first zither pavilion's counterattack began. In the past, there would only be a zither master coming to play once in a while. Now, there would be a zither master coming to play every day. During the performance, the powerful concept immediately made the cultivators on the street stop and feel. Different zither masters, different concepts. For a time, this street once again seemed to be holding a grand event. Cannon listened to it every day, not to say that he was tired of it, but in the end, he had lost the novelty at the beginning. The popularity of the first zither pavilion on Earth was rapidly increasing. In a renovated room in the first zither pavilion on this street, Mu Chunfeng anxiously rushed in. Just in time to see a shocking scene, Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and handed it to Shangguan Hen. When you see something you want to eat, buy it. Don't be stingy with money. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen and said solemnly. Mu Chunfeng completely forgot the words at the tip of her mouth, and her face showed a blank and complicated expression. This water branch leader is too generous, isn't she? The pocket money to buy food for her subordinates, and she gave 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. You can throw it at me. I also want to buy food. Mu Chunfeng looked at this nouveau riche with hidden bitterness. Venerable Lu Nian, it might not be safe for Shangguan Hen to buy food. I'll have to trouble you. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Don't worry. I will protect Shangguan Hen. You take good care of Hall Master as well. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. I will. Gu Hai nodded. Venerable Lu Nian, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. Shangguan Hen put away the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones in a storage tool he just bought. When he turned his head, he happened to see a flabbergasted Mu Chunfeng. Hey, Mu Chunfeng, what's wrong? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. At this moment, Mu Chunfeng seemed to sober up. She immediately said anxiously, the number 1 zither pavilion opposite invited a large number of zither masters. Today, 2 zither masters are taking turns to play the zither. Many customers are attracted over. It's fine. They are grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for long. Once my zither pavilion is done renovating, the number 1 zither pavilion will close down, Gu Hai said with a smile. But you don't have any stock. Mu Chunfeng appeared confused. Although Gu Hai did not care, he still walked up to the third-floor balcony. Mu Chen-fong and Long Wanqing followed him. Indeed, zither music came from the zither pavilion on the other side again. The melodious zither music carried a strong state. Flowers and leaves fluttered in the surroundings as light shone. Many cultivators went over to listen to the music. However, Gu Hai slowly walked to the piano again. Activate the sound amplification ritual array. Gu Hai said, "Yes." Buzz. The sound amplification ritual array was activated. In an instant, it attracted many cultivators. "Look, Gu Hai is going to play the zither again. It's canon again. Although it sounds good, I have heard it many times. Can the piano only play canon? Although many times, I still want to hear the feeling of the piano. After all, other instruments do not have this feeling." Many cultivators turned to look at Gu Hai. Dang, 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 dang. The piano music slowly sounded. No, this isn't canon. No, it's canon. But why does it feel different? This is canon's music. But did Gu Hai play wrong in some parts? And faster? It sounds good like this. A special canon slowly spread in all directions. Everyone in the city who heard this song was at a loss. Is this canon? Why is it different? Many people were curious. Halfway through the piano music, Gu Hai's voice suddenly sounded. Canon is a form of music. It's not just a song. It can change 1,000 times. All the changes are based on what the player likes. From today onwards, I won't repeat the canon from the beginning. Today's song is a modified version of canon. It's called Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version. Gu Hai's voice sounded. Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version? Rock? What is rock? Super Crazy Piano Version? What does it mean? Under the curious gazes of everyone, this song changed faster and faster. At first, it was very similar to the previous canon, but gradually, when it reached a certain point, it was different. At the very least, it felt different when listening to it. Previously, it was just a feeling of continuous rise and fall. But now, it was a shock of turbulent waves. It was like a flood. The violent flood was like a flood released from a dam, crashing into your heart. Using the piano to imitate rock, the intense sound immediately ignited the passion in the hearts of countless cultivators. One word, burning. It was like a flame burning fiercely in the heart, wave after wave, in the crazy impact. A super burning piano music immediately stirred the hearts of countless cultivators. Is this canon? Did I hear it wrong? So intense. Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version? Is this the change of canon? I want to learn this song too. It's too fierce. Countless cultivators were instantly ignited by this emotional music. In front of the world's #1 zither building, the cultivators who listened to the zither master's music suddenly felt a shock. They walked out of their respective illusions, listening to the magical sound in their ears. They left the area of the world's #1 zither building one by one and came to Gu Hai's zither building not far away. This is Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version. So canon can change? Countless Xiuzha looked at Gu Hai, who was playing the guqin in surprise. The excitement that had been dissipated these days was ignited again. Following the passionate music, the notes in their minds jumped crazily. In a small courtyard not far away, Fairy Wan looked at Gu Hai, who was playing the zither in the distance, and frowned again. Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version. In terms of realm, it was much worse than the original canon, but it had a new power, passion. It is really super crazy. Silver Moon Villa. The old manor master waved his hand. Gu Hai's playing was also transmitted. Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version. Haha, it's really full of vitality. Young people, it's good to be young. The old manor master sighed. The super burning piano music immediately messed up the arrangement of the world's #1 zither building. A zither master played with a different mood, but it couldn't compare to a crazy playing. Jiang Tianyi and young master and looked at Gu Hai, who was playing crazily in shock. Gu Hai's fingers were only an afterimage. The speed of his hand and the crazy music made the two people's faces turn uglier. At this moment, in Silver Moon City, countless Xiozha seemed to have been enlightened by the influence of Canon's transformation song. Change. That's right, Canon keeps repeating. It can be faster, it can be slower, and it can be modified a lot. I can change Canon to Canon, as long as the main body doesn't change. It can be ever-changing. Rock Canon's super crazy piano version. It's too intense. Countless cultivators revealed surprised expressions. A light seemed to flash through their minds. Canon was a classic version that Gu Hai had heard of in his previous life. There were more than a dozen versions. In various TV series and movies, some changes could be made in different environments. After the modification, it had a different charm. Clang, 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 clang. The crazy Canon began to engulf Silver Moon City again. On the #1 Guqin Tower opposite, young master An's face darkened. Canon is actually a form of music that can be changed continuously. Oh no, Gu Hai is leading the people's taste. He has aroused everyone's curiosity again. Canon can be changed. As long as a musician likes Canon, they can't help but change a song that belongs to them. How did he think of this? Jiang Tianyi's face changed. Sure enough, as Jiang Tianyi had guessed, as Gu Hai played Rock Canon's super crazy piano version, countless musicians in the city played their own canon with their own instruments. The speed could be changed, and some notes could be changed. Suddenly, unique canons began to bloom everywhere, constantly resounding in Silver Moon City. Changing a piece of music was a very interesting thing for a musician. Playing a piece of one's own creation was even more exciting than playing someone else's piece. Canon was like this. He could make you change, and have a different style, which immediately made everyone extremely excited. In a moment, Silver Moon City began to fully embrace the Canon era. There were Canon enthusiasts all over the place creating works. In a moment, Canon became more and more famous. It was very easy to change, and after the change, it was very pleasant to listen to. It was as if everyone had become a great composer, and they were having a lot of fun. Everyone loved Canon. In a moment, the musicians who were preparing to compete in the #1 Guqin Tower were all listless. The audience had all gone to create their own songs. Who would have the time to listen to you play? The first wave of publicity for the #1 Guqin Tower was a failure. Chapter 188. After all, Silver Moon City was different from other cities. There were too many people who liked to play the Guqin here. Once the super crazy piano version of the rock canon was released, it immediately aroused the enthusiasm of countless people. Even the quiet #1 zither building on the street became lively again. On the other hand, the group of musicians invited by the #1 zither building had a sad ending. The business of the #1 zither building was getting bleaker and bleaker, but the business opposite was getting more and more vigorous. Jiang Tianyi and young master and looked on with gloomy expressions. Selling the Guqin, it had always been the #1 zither building that was thriving, and its competitors had bleak business. When did it become such a contrast? Are all the zither masters you've invited trash? Gu Hai defeated all of them by relying on one song, Canon? Young master and said coldly, "Calm down, young master, and speaking of which, this Gu Hai is indeed a business genius. He can mobilize the enthusiasm of customers at the most appropriate time. Canon can change the tune. He can say it long ago, but He has been holding it in until now to give us a heavy blow. Then what do we do now? This old man has been in business for many years and has not met an opponent for a long time. Young master, and don't worry, business is actually the same as war. Guhai won a round with a strange move, but in the end, we still have to face it head on. Just like this cannon, it's just a song. Indeed, many people are enthusiastic about it now, but it won't be long before this novelty passes and no one cares. At that time, Guhai's Strange will be useless. I've mentioned to young master and before that Guhai's building has no goods. If he renovates it and has no goods to sell, what's the use? It'll only be a joke. Let him jump around for a few days. When his building is renovated, I'll send them a congratulatory gift. Jiang Tianyi sneered. Young master and suppressed the anger in his heart. The sales of the piano were indeed like the sun in the sky, and it was not good to go head on. That's fine. When his building is renovated, Cannon's limelight will pass. I'll see how his building closes down. Humph! Young master and snorted coldly. Just as Jiang Tianyi had expected, no matter how popular Cannon was after a month of constant brainwashing, the zither players were tired one after another. The sales of pianos had also slowly decreased. At the beginning, there were 10 queues queuing up to buy them. Slowly, there was only one queue, and sometimes there was no one. On the other side, young master and Jiang Tianyi revealed a faint smile. Long Wanqing was rather anxious. "Oh, master, don't worry. The first piano building on this street will open for business the day after tomorrow. The piano sale is just one of the musical instruments. There will be many other musical instruments in the future." Guhai smiled. "But what are you going to sell the day after tomorrow? Are we going to make a new musical instrument and then pre-sell it?" Long Wanqing asked worriedly. "Who said I have nothing to sell? You'll know when the time comes," Guhai said with a smile. Long Wanqing frowned and nodded. "By the way, the master seems to have followed Shangguan Hen out of the city." Long Wanqing frowned. "I know. I gave Shangguan Hen 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and asked him to buy some food." Guhai nodded. Mu Chenfeng, who was at the side, kept drinking tea, suppressing the shock in her heart. Money? These days, how many people had guessed how much money Guhai had earned? It had only been a month. Was he a gold-swallowing divine beast? Mu Chenfeng knew that she had given Shangguan Hen 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Damn, 1 million high-grade spirit stones. How many years would it take to earn it back with her own salary? But Guhai had only given Shangguan Hen to buy food. Was Shangguan Hen a foodie? How could he eat so much? Division Leader Gu, the renovation of the number 1 zither building on this street has been completed. After you played the piano for 2 days, you spread the word and invited people in the city to buy all kinds of musical instruments. But where did you get the musical instruments? Mu Chenfeng was puzzled. Didn't I borrow 1,000 subordinates from you? These days, they were helping me to find a source of goods. We'll see the day after tomorrow, Guhai said with a smile. Huh. Mu Chenfeng nodded blankly. The whole city had received the news. Many cultivators knew about Guhai's situation. Could an outsider really withstand the pressure of the number 1 zither building? Where did he find the source of goods? Would there be a zither for sale at the opening? On this street, many shop owners were waiting early. They wanted to see if the zither building would become a joke today. Early in the morning, many people began to gather outside the number 1 zither building on this street. After a month of waiting, the number 1 zither building slowly regained some of its popularity. Manager Jiang Tianyi had already asked people to prepare gifts. He sneered at the closed door of the number 1 zither building on this street. The renovation style of the number 1 zither building on this street was very novel. The whole building was paved with polished marble, and the main color was white. It looked very gorgeous and luxurious. The outside world was full of Dahan officials and elite hall disciples. The auspicious time has come. Crackle, crackle! A string of firecrackers rang out. It was a lively scene. Guhai and Long Wanqing slowly walked to the front. The ribbon cutting begins. A Dahan official shouted. The entire opening ceremony made countless cultivators widen their eyes. Where did they find this group of country bumpkins? What kind of opening ceremony is this? Why is it so strange? This was the style of Guhai's shop, a custom he brought from Earth. The cultivators were confused. Guhai and Long Wanqing cut the colored balls with scissors. Open for business, Guhai said with a smile. Amid the crackling firecrackers, the number 1 zither building on this street officially opened for business. The door opened with a bang. The interior design was transparent. In the center, sunlight could shine in, making the interior look exceptionally bright and spacious. Everyone, for the first 3 days of the opening of the number 1 zither building on this street, everything will be 10% off. The price is clearly marked. No bargaining, no credit. The best zither in the city is the cheapest in our shop. The cheapest zither in the city is the best in our shop. Please come in, Guhai said with a laugh. 10% off for everything? Many cultivators rushed in. Jiang Tianyi had prepared some special gifts to ridicule Guhai, but Guhai actually opened for business. These gifts were wasted. He really opened for business? That's impossible. Where did he get the goods? Does he really have good goods? Jiang Tianyi walked in disbelief. Wow, it's all goods. All 5 floors are filled. There are so many musical instruments. This floor is full of zither. The quality of these zither is no worse than the ones in the number 1 zither building. This price, it's only half of the price of the number 1 zither building. What? On top of that, there's a 10% discount today. I'll take it. This vertical bamboo flute is not bad. It's the same quality as the number 1 zither building, and only 70% of their price. What? A 10% discount. I've wanted it for a long time. Give it to me. I'll take it. What? Take the receipt and pay there? And the receipt. The 5 floors were paved with polished marble. The walls were pasted with marble, which was exceptionally bright. A zither master was invited to play relaxing tunes inside. It was extremely comfortable for the customers to walk around. The salespeople were also very polite. They introduced the advantages and disadvantages of the musical instruments to the customers in detail. However, the interior of the store was divided into many smaller stores. This is the arrow shop at the end of the street. Why did they open for business here? Jiang Tianyi's expression changed. That's the zither shop on the next street. They make the best drums. They specially set aside an area for them to sell drums. Over there. These are the specialty shops of Silver Moon City. They're all organized to open a shop here. Jiang Tianyi looked at the small shops with a surprised expression. Although these small shops were far from the number 1 zither building in the past, they still had some decent musical instruments. They could store good musical instruments in the number 1 zither building on the street. A win-win situation was born. Yo, shopkeeper Jiang, you're here too. I have a flute here. You've praised it before. You can take a look. It's the most famous flute in our shop. A man in green looked at his small counter and smiled at Jiang Tianyi. You, shopkeeper Chun, didn't I tell you? You're not allowed to supply Guhai. Have you forgotten? Jiang Tianyi said coldly. No, we're not supplying him. We're opening our own shop. Look, my sign is also here. My shop is called Little Chun Flute Shop. Shopkeeper Chun immediately smiled apologetically. What do you mean? You're not supplying him? Look You're selling the goods, but you're handing the money to Gu Hai's people. Jiang Tianyi glared. It's not like that. Shopkeeper Jiang, the money will be returned to us. Shopkeeper Chen smiled. Oh, Gu Hai said that this place is like a big shopping mall. Our brand can enter the shopping mall. This place is very popular. As long as our quality is good, how much we can sell depends on our ability. The rules of the shopping mall are deducting points. For example, 20% of the sales will be deducted. Shopkeeper Chen explained. Deducting points. Your brand can enter as you please? How can we? Gu Hai is picking. If the goods are not good, he won't allow them to enter. Those who sell fake and inferior products will be fined. We'll issue invoices and let the customers pay at the counter. This is just for the convenience of the bookkeeping. Shopkeeper Chen explained. Shopkeeper Zhang's expression changed drastically. Shopping mall. Shopping mall? Deducting points? Gu Hai, you actually thought of such a roundabout way. Shopkeeper Jiang, I won't talk to you anymore. Today's business is very good. I'll visit your number 1 Zither building another day. Shopkeeper Chen bowed and went to take care of the customers. On the first day of business, countless cultivators were attracted, good quality and cheap, and there was the guarantee of invoices. The novel sales model immediately made countless cultivators fork out money quickly. Buying musical instruments was like buying for free. Many people rushed to buy. There were long lines at many payment counters. They were all here to deliver money. The piano presale business was quiet, but the shopping mall was instantly bustling with people. The news flew out as if it had wings. Jiang Tianyi walked out in a daze. He kept muttering, It's over, it's over. The number 1 Zither building is over. Cost. Gu Hai didn't need cost at all. He only needed to know how to do accounts and management. Sit and collect money every day. Supply of musical instruments. There was no need at all. The shop owners who had tasted the sweetness would squeeze their heads to enter this shopping mall. It was ridiculous that he thought of blocking Gu Hai's supply of goods. Could he still block it? These small shops were indeed not as good as the number 1 Zither building, but they also had their own specialties. Their specialties were not worse than his and were much cheaper. Those Xiozha were not idiots. When they compared the two sides, the number 1 Zither building was abandoned. Shopkeeper Jiang walked back to the number 1 Zither building in a daze. At this time, inside the number 1 Zither building, it was empty. There were only a few customers. Shopkeeper Jiang. Many people went to see the opening of the Zither building across the street. You also went. How was it? Were the musical instruments across the street a mess? How long will it take to close down? Young master and drank tea and smiled at Jiang Tianyi, who walked in. Jiang Tianyi gave a bitter smile and said, Young master, and Gu Hai is not just a business genius. He is a business genius. The piano piece from a few days ago was just to create momentum today. The money he earned from the piano was just to create momentum. We were all tricked. All tricked. What? Momentum? Young master and raised an eyebrow. Yes, selling pianos is just to create momentum. The number 1 Zither building on this street is the scariest gold-swallowing beast. My number 1 Zither building is in danger, Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. Chapter 189. Silver Moon Villa. The old village. Master listened to Yun Mo describe the grand occasion of the number 1 Zither building in detail. What? Promotion? Piano and cannon just to promote a Zither building? The old village master looked at Yun Mo in surprise. Yun Mo nodded and said, Yes, before this, no one thought highly of this Zither building. Everyone thought it was a joke. Until the piano piece appeared, everyone thought it was just to buy the piano. But who would have thought that Gu Hai did it to promote? the reputation of the number one zither building in this street spread. Now, there is a rush of people. Shioja are fighting to be the first to come. And the musical instrument stores in the city are all fighting to enter the number one zither building in this street. The village master didn't see that scene. The goods, there seem to be free. All the Shioja are fighting to buy. Piano is profitable, but it seems that no matter how profitable it is, it can't be more profitable than the number one zither building in this street. Gu Hai is really good to promote the number one zither building in this street. He actually composed canon style. Not doing proper work, rotten wood can't be carved. The old village master didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, when canon came out, the old village master suspected that it was composed by Gu Hai. In the end, after a few days, the old village master was not disappointed. Canon's version changed, and immediately pushed canon to a higher level. Only then did the old village master believe that it was composed by Gu Hai. But with such talent, he actually went to do business. So canon was to serve your zither building? Yunemo smiled bitterly. Who would have thought? The number one zither building across the street was caught off guard. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would use such a method of operation? This method of operation can't be replicated. Unless you can also cause a sensation in the city. The number one zither building in the world is going to fail this time. Ha ha! The old village master gradually laughed. The number one zither building in the world was not only going to fail. Since the number one zither building in this street officially opened, the turnover had plummeted. Looking at the line of people across the street, Jiang Tianyi's face was cold. The only people who entered the world's number one zither building were those who bought instruments from the opposite store and went to compare the prices. After comparing the prices, they went to the opposite store and bought another set without hesitation. The number one zither building on this street had been open for 10 days. During these 10 days, it had made a lot of money. The 10% discount had ended long ago, but it was still bustling with activity. Business was booming. Under the business model, Gu Hai's cost was pitifully low. However, he earned the most. Not only did the merchants not blame Gu Hai for deducting the points, but they were also very grateful to Gu Hai. The sales of the past 10 days were equivalent to what they had earned in a year. The merchants kept perfecting their instruments and did not want to be terminated by the zither tower. The zither tower's principle was to only seek the best. If you don't strive for the best, there are a lot of merchants outside who want to enter. In Gu Hai's study, Long Wanqing looked at a piece of paper with strange symbols written on it. What is this? These are Arabic numerals used for bookkeeping. The one in your hand is our performance report. I taught it to my subordinates before. Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing nodded blankly. Mu Chenfeng had been watching the lively scene in the zither tower these days, and she was completely stunned. In Mu Chenfeng's eyes, pre-selling pianos was already a money-grabbing industry. However, compared to this zither tower, what was the pre-selling of pianos? Just a drizzle. Her group of wood helm disciples were busy here every day. The daily bonus given by Gu Hai made the hearts of the wood helm disciples beat faster, and they all worked harder. A group of wood helm disciples seemed to have become water helm disciples. The number one zither building on this street was in full swing. In the number one zither building in the world, Pa, young master, and smashed the teacup in his hand. In these 10 days, only 6 ancient zither were opened. This is your result. Young master and said, angrily. Jiang Tianyi shook his head bitterly and said, young master, and now I finally understand why Gu Hai took out 700,000 high-grade spirit stones so easily. Why? He wants to buy the number one zither building in the world. Buy? Yes, he already bought it. The number one Zither building's performance is all in his pocket. The number one Zither building in the world is going to close down. If this continues, it will completely close down. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly, "Close down? No, no. If grandfather knows that I closed down the number one Zither building, he will definitely kill me." Young master and said with an ugly expression, "Yes, the number one Zither building in the world is one of His Highness's industries. Although it is not the biggest industry, it brings His Highness a lot of military funds every year. If it closes down," Jiang Tianyi said with an ugly expression, "then what should we do? I will go and destroy Guhai's Zither building." Young master and said coldly, "No, if we destroy Guhai's Zither building at this juncture, the reputation of the number one Zither building in the world will be completely ruined. Even without Guhai, there will be no business at that time." Jiang Tianyi said with an ugly expression, "Then what should we do? We will also build momentum and restore everyone's confidence in the number one Zither building. Oh, invite a real Zither master and let him play. Let everyone know that Guhai's cannon is just a toy. It is useless. The Zither is not like that. The Zither is not like that. My number one Zither building in the world is the real way of the Zither, to let everyone be shocked to the point of despising cannon. Use our Zither as the standard. And the Zither of our number one Zither building in the world is the orthodox one. The Zither is not for pleasure. It is not cheap. It is used for battle. Guhai's Zither is just a toy. He is cheap, nothing good." Jiang Tianyi said in a low voice, "Can it work? We want to destroy people's confidence in Guhai's Zither building, destroy people's confidence in Guhai, and use my number one Zither building in the world as the standard. So it must work, it must work, it must work." Jiang Tianyi solemnly said, "Zither master, didn't you invite many Zither masters?" Young master and said in a low voice, "Those, what kind of Zither masters are those? They can only be called Zither players. What is the concept of their Zither? If you want to invite, you have to invite a real expert." Jiang Tianyi solemnly said, "Oh, who? Fairy Wana." Jiang Tianyi solemnly said, "Her? Yes, I can't think of anyone else. How strong is this woman's Zither Dao? I'm sure Wang Yi has mentioned it to you before. We want to use her to defeat Guhai, destroy the number one Zither building in this street, and destroy everyone's confidence in them." Jiang Tianyi solemnly said, "Invite her? But it's troublesome. The last time she came here to play the Zither, it was only at my grandfather's request that she came to play a song. If I invite her, will it?" Young master and frowned slightly. "Young master, and as the grandson of Wang Yi, you are the only one who can invite the Fairy Waner. Therefore, the survival of the number one Zither building in the world depends on young master." And Jiang Tianyi smiled bitterly. "All right, I'll try." Young master and nodded. The number one Zither building in the world was about to die. Young master and did not stay any longer, and immediately went to Fairy Waner's residence, the small courtyard where Fairy Waner was. Fairy Waner looked at young master and with a frown. When young master and saw Fairy Waner, a trace of desire flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. "Young master, and you want me to help the number one Zither building in the world deal with Guhai?" Fairy Waner stared at young master, and "As long as you can crush Guhai, I'll give you whatever you want." Young master and said with certainty, "He, what do I want?" Young master, and "Didn't I tell you last time? I want your jade pendant." Fairy Waner said with a smile. Young master Anne's eyelids twitched. "My grandfather gave it to me and told me to carry it with me at all times. I know it's precious. That's why I want it. Moreover, I can't guarantee that I can crush Guhai. After all, canon song has already reached the highest level of my songs." Fairy Wana laughed. Young Master and was silent for a while before finally nodding. You just have to do your best. Fairy Wana reached out with her slender right hand. Young Master and reluctantly took out a jade pendant from his chest. The jade pendant was shaped like a dragon, and there was a trace of purple light in the emerald green. Ha! Fairy Wana reached out and took it. Young Master and watched as the jade pendant was taken away. He opened his mouth, unwilling for a moment. All right, prepare a balcony at the #1 zither building in the world. A balcony as high as the piano balcony. I will do my best. Not only Guhai, but I will teach the entire Silver Moon City a lesson. Ha 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 ha. Fairy Wana's laughter had a trace of demonic aura. All right, young Master and left, leaving Fairy Wana alone. She held the jade pendant in her hand, and there was a trace of ridicule in her eyes. Young Master and, you dare to give this jade pendant to me? Ha 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 ha. It's so easy to get it. Fairy Wana smiled lightly. Fairy Wana kept the jade pendant and turned to look in the direction of the #1 zither building. Canon, it's a good song, but so what? You, Guhai, only know how to play. You don't have any artistic conception. I really suspect that you stole this song from someone else. Ha ha. The real way of the zither is not like you. In the entire Silver Moon City, the only one who can be my opponent is the Old Manor Master of Silver Moon Villa. Old Manor Master? Ha! I'll play a song called Dark Clouds Pressing on the City, a tragic world, with just me and my song. Can I destroy your city? Fairy Wana showed a trace of anticipation. The next day, the business of the #1 zither building was still bleak, but today, the #1 zither building was closed. It was on the 3rd floor, and there was an empty balcony opposite the place where the piano was placed. Some of the practitioners who came to the #1 zither building also found a trace of surprise and turned to look. Is that Fairy Wana? It's really Fairy Wana. I didn't know when she played the zither at the #1 zither building last time. She left after playing. It's a pity that I didn't hear it. The #1 zither building invited Fairy Wana. Is she going to challenge Guhai? Countless practitioners showed a look of curiosity. They stopped at a distance and looked at the balcony. The balcony was cleaned very well. There was a small incense burner at the side, and a faint smell of incense slowly came out. Fairy Wana, dressed in white and wrapped in a white veil, slowly sat on a praying mat. In front of her was an emerald green guqin. Fairy Wana touched it gently. In another building not far away, young Master and Jiang Tianyi looked anxiously. Can she do it? Young Master and was worried. A zither master recognized by the prince, young Master, and do you still have doubts? Jiang Tianyi said confidently. Fairy Wana's eyes flashed with a trace of arrogance. Using her right pinky, she gently plucked a string. Ding! She let go. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the sky above Fairy Wana's head. Endless dark clouds suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The rolling dark clouds immediately covered the sky above the #1 zither building. Chapter 190. Countless cultivators looked up at the sky. They saw that the sky above the #1 zither tower was suddenly filled with dark clouds. The dark clouds slowly transformed into the shape of a zither, a 7-string zither in the shape of a dark cloud. This is, young Master unraised his eyebrows and said in surprise, this is the sky zither. Fairy 1, zither, Tao has already reached this level? Jiang Tianyi revealed a surprised expression. Sky zither? Once the sky zither appears, Fairy 1, playing will use this sky zither to amplify the artistic conception to the entire city. Young Master Anne's eyes lit up. Those who condense the sky zither are not ordinary people. This fairy Wan has somewhat exceeded my expectations. Jiang Tianyi said with a complicated expression. Ding 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 ding. Fairy Wan suddenly plucked the strings of the zither. Immediately, a sharp sound of the zither was heard. At the same time, the strings of the sky zither in the shape of a dark cloud in the sky suddenly vibrated like Fairy Wan's zither. The strong sound instantly spread in all directions. It was even more powerful than Gu Hai's sound amplification array. In an instant, it spread through the entire Silver Moon City. Countless cultivators in the city looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression. Today, I have been invited by the #1 Zither Tower to present my song, Misery, to all the Zither Masters in Silver Moon City. Fairy Wan said. The sky zither imitated Fairy Wan's voice and transmitted this sentence to the entire Silver Moon City. Who did the #1 Zither Tower invite this time? Is this the manifestation of the zither? Sky Zither, this is the legendary Sky Zither. Who did the #1 Zither Tower invite? The manifestation of the Sky Zither, the sound of the Tong Tian. Misery? What song is this? Countless cultivators looked up at the sky with curiosity. Inside the Silver Moon Villa, Yun Mo and the other disciples of the villa changed their expressions and looked up at the sky. Condensing the sky zither was not something that anyone could do. It required a strong zither Tao ability. Who was this person? Everyone looked at the sky, and then at the old manor lord, who was not far away. The old manor master was still gently wiping his zither, as if he didn't hear anything. In a small courtyard, not far from the world's #1 zither building. Not long ago, the first man to buy a piano, Sima Chongkong, was also gently wiping a guqin. Behind him stood a group of subordinates. My lord, this is the model of the #1 zither pavilion on this street. For the time being, there are no changes, a subordinate said respectfully. Sima Chongkong squinted while wiping the zither. The best zither house on this street. Piano? Cannon? It turned out that everything was just to create momentum. This Gu Hai was not simple. Have you finished investigating Gu Hai's situation? I heard a little, but not much. This person is Elite Hall's Water Division Master. I only heard that Li Haoran and Ding Rue died because of him. He seems to be from the Thousand Islands, see. The subordinate said respectfully. Li Haoran? No wonder His Holiness let Li Xinji regain control of the Xinji battalion. It turns out that Gu Hai was also involved. Sima Chongkong said with a frown. Yes, immediately send people to the Thousand Islands Sea to inquire about Gu Hai. Sima Chongkong said in a deep voice. Yes. After giving orders to his subordinates, Sima Chongkong put down his zither and picked up a stack of papers on the table. One of them was the pre-sale contract for the piano, and the other was a detailed description of the #1 zither pavilion on this street. What a genius! Sima Chongkong looked at the information, and his eyes lit up. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Fairy Wanner played the zither, accompanied by Fairy Wanner's words. Oh, the world's #1 zither pavilion, asking this demoness to play the zither? Les Miserables. Sima Chongkong showed a hint of surprise. Soon, Sima Chongkong showed a complicated smile and said, the #1 zither pavilion in the world is really courting death. If they want to suppress Gu Hai's piano, they can find someone else. Why did they have to find this demoness? This is courting death. Even if the demoness Les Miserables is successful, the #1 zither pavilion in the world will be ruined. If they don't court death, they won't die. Fairy Wanner's voice naturally traveled to the #1 zither pavilion in this street. In the huge pavilion, countless customers showed a hint of surprise. "This is Fairy Wanner's voice." Many people walked out curiously, and in the pavilion where Gu Hai was, Mu Chenfeng rushed in anxiously. "Hall leader, division leader Gu, the #1 zither pavilion in the world has invited someone to compete again. This time, it's Fairy Wanner again." Mu Chenfeng said worriedly. "We know." Gu Hai nodded. Long Wanqing also showed a complicated expression and said, "I don't know where this Fairy Wanner came from. She seems to have come from the south of the Divine Continent. Along the way, she has looked for countless people to compete with. I heard that she once looked for the Luyang of Gojoseon to compete, but I don't know what the result was. However, along the way, she has defeated countless Sither masters. Her name is getting bigger and bigger." As Long Wanqing was describing, the sound of the zither had already started. Ding, 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 ding. The zither was plucked, and the sound of the heavenly zither general spread throughout the city. Wang. In an instant, it was as if the world had darkened. "What?" Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. Not only Mu Chenfeng, but almost all the cultivators in Silver Moon City had a change in expression. It was still noon, but with the sound of the zither, the sky suddenly darkened. That's not right. There weren't any dark clouds in the sky, and the sun was still shining. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? "Let's go to the balcony and take a look," Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Chenfeng was the first to rush out. Gu Hai followed behind. Wow. Indeed, there was an uproar in Silver Moon City. The sky darkened, and it was getting darker. Gu Hai and the rest stood on the balcony and looked across. Indeed, Fairy Wanner was playing the zither rapidly. The sound of the zither was melodious, and the heavenly zither in the sky kept spreading its artistic conception in all directions. Fairy Wanner was surrounded by clouds, and it was faintly discernible. Ding, 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 ding. With the sound of the zither, the sky darkened. What's going on? Is the sun in the sky? Long Wanqing was puzzled. Mu Chenfeng waved her hand, and a fireball appeared in her palm. However, the color of the fireball was very dim. No, it's not that the sky has darkened. It's that we've entered the artistic conception of Fairy Wanner's zither, Mu Chenfeng said, her eyes wide open. Artistic conception? But we're still awake. Gu Hai was puzzled. This is the combination of artistic conception and reality. Fairy Wanner's zither skills are too scary. She brought her artistic conception into reality, Mu Chenfeng said with an ugly expression. So what? Gu Hai was puzzled. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly and said, So what? Then the artistic conception you feel doesn't just exist in an illusion, but in reality. For example, what we're seeing now isn't the sky darkening, but what? Long Wanqing asked. But our vision is deteriorating, Mu Chenfeng said with sweat on her forehead. Vision deteriorating? Long Wanqing's expression changed. This is the feeling of destroying the human body, the tragic world, the feeling of destroying the human body. Mu Chenfeng looked at the opposite side in horror. Stop playing. Immediately, some cultivators rushed anxiously to the #1 zither tower. Wang. Fairy Wanner completely merged into the fog and gradually disappeared. The cultivators who rushed to the #1 zither tower suddenly pounced on empty air. Where is she? Where is she? Immediately, the cultivators roared anxiously. Ding, 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 ding. In the sky, the heavenly zither was still playing. Fear appeared on the faces of countless cultivators. Run out of the city, quickly run, quickly run. You can't escape. Once the sound of the heavenly zither enters your ears, it can't be stopped. It will always follow you, unless you break through this artistic conception. Otherwise, it will always follow you. What should I do? What should I do? My eyes are getting darker and darker. Am I going blind? Am I going blind? Countless Shioja shouted in terror. The number 1 Zither Tower. Yes, the Zither Master invited by the number 1 Zither Tower. Find the number 1 Zither Tower. Jiang Tianyi, shopkeeper Jiang, quickly stop the Zither. Quickly stop. The number 1 Zither Tower. You want to kill us? My eyes are getting blurrier and blurrier. I can't see. What should I do? What should I do? Countless shouts sounded outside the number 1 Zither Tower. Inside the number 1 Zither Tower, Jiang Tianyi and young Master An's expressions changed. Oh no, young Master An, we can't go on like this. Quickly stop Fairy Wanner. The people are angry. Our number 1 Zither Tower is going to be destroyed. Jiang Tianyi said, anxiously, didn't you say that you want to give the whole city a lesson? Wanner will break the artistic conception in the end. Young Master An shook his head. But what if she doesn't break it? If she doesn't break it, this artistic conception will follow her for a lifetime. Are you blind? What's worse? Jiang Tianyi said anxiously. Her song is called Les Miserables. It should be just the beginning. Young Master An said with a frown. In an instant, countless cultivators in the city felt their vision deteriorate. Listening to the zither music, they all showed fear and anger. Ding, 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 ding. Countless zither masters began to play, wanting to use their own zither artistic conception to resist the artistic conception of Les Miserables. But it was useless. The artistic conception of Les Miserables was too fierce. The artistic conception could not resist at all. Mu Chenfeng and Long Wanqing's vision deteriorated. The sky was getting darker and darker. Gu Hai, quickly play the zither to resist the artistic conception of Les Miserables. Otherwise, we will all be blind. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai showed a bitter smile and said, I play. There is no artistic conception. How can there be no artistic conception? Didn't you create canon? Division Leader Gu, quickly do something. I now believe that you are a zither master. Quickly resist Les Miserables. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai anxiously. But I am really not a zither master. I only know how to play without any artistic conception. How can I resist? Gu Hai said bitterly. No, it's impossible. How can this be? Are we all going blind? Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. My nose, I feel that my sense of taste is malfunctioning. Is it slowly malfunctioning? My eyes, they are so blurry, I can't see. My voice, what is happening to me? Am I going to become mute? My ears hurt, my hearing me is starting to blur. 5 senses? Les Miserables. It destroys the 5 senses. Destroys the 5 senses? No. In Silver Moon City, there were suddenly cries of agony. Under Les Miserables, Silver Moon City's tragic world was displayed. Chapter 191. Ding, ding, ding. Dong, dong, dong. Les Miserables was an extremely majestic piece. At the very least, when Gu Hai listened to the music, he felt like he had heard a symphony on earth. It was Gu Hai's first time hearing such a majestic piece of music played by a zither. How could a zither be so majestic? The sound of the zither surged and was extremely majestic. However, there seemed to be an infinite sadness in the music, a great tribulation abandoned by heaven and earth that seemed to be tormenting you. It was tormenting your life and tormenting your mind. You were slowly losing your 5 senses. The sky gradually darkened. It was not dark clouds that covered the sky, nor was it night. Instead, your vision was slowly deteriorating and disappearing. Blind. Was he about to become blind because of this concept? What should I do? I can't be blind. I can't be blind. No. Someone save me. Concept. I don't want to be entangled by this concept. Someone help me. If I'm blind, what will I do in the future? Will I always be blind? Countless Shioja started to shout in fear. The sky was getting darker, and their eyes were getting blinder. This was a great fear that made countless cultivators tremble in their hearts. Countless cultivators rushed to the number 1 zither tower, wanting to stop the sound of the zither. However, in the surrounding clouds, the fairy one seemed to have disappeared. Where are you? Demoness, where are you? Come out! The surrounding cultivators screamed miserably. Their eyes gradually disappeared, and it was even harder to find them. The sound of the zither continued in Les Miserables. Vision? No, this was just the beginning. Smell, touch, and even hearing. Eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and tongue, the 5 senses were slowly deteriorating. For a zither master, the other 4 senses could disappear, but what about hearing? Once they lost their hearing, how could they play the zither in the future? Was their zither path going to stop here? Panic was spreading, and fear was growing. Countless zither masters sat cross-legged, hugging their zither and playing. Ding, ding, ding. Once the concept of the zither came out, it tried to attack the 5 senses brought by Les Miserables. However, the concept could only last for a while, and was instantly shattered by the majestic aura of Les Miserables. The world's number 1 zither pavilion. I will not live under the same sky as you. No, Demoness, stop it. Number 1 zither pavilion. Stop it now. Heavens, my hearing is weakening. I'm going deaf. How am I going to play the guqin in the future? The blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. Under the effects of the heavenly harp, the sound filled the entire city. Some Shioja soared into the sky, wanting to destroy the heavenly qin. However, the closer he got to Lyra, the stronger the effects of Les Miserables became. The Shioja who had charged into the air instantly lost all their senses and fell back down. Countless guqin masters were about to collapse. Countless Shioja were about to despair. The tragic world had created an extremely tragic world in Silver Moon City, in a small courtyard not far from the number 1 zither building in the world. Sima Chongkong stroked the guqin. Ding, 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 ding. With a wave of her hand, a string of zither music surrounded Sima Chongkong, helping Sima Chongkong to solve the problem of the concept of the tragic world. Sima Chongkong stroked the guqin and looked in the direction of the number 1 zither pavilion with a cold smile. Demoness, Les Miserables, it's very powerful. Are you declaring war on the old villa master of Silver Moon Mountain Villa? Ha! Number 1 zither pavilion, you've been screwed over by the Demoness this time. Sima Chongkong sneered. Sima Chongkong sat in the small courtyard, only plucking the strings to ensure that she and her subordinates were fine. Sima Chongkong did not want to help the others. The disaster this time was too great. The entire city was affected. The number 1 zither pavilion was already in chaos. Countless Shioja rushed in and smashed the instruments inside, wanting to stop the zither music. Young Master and Jiang Tianyi were also dumbfounded. Too much. It's over. The number 1 zither pavilion is finished. Jiang Tianyi said with an ugly expression. What is Fairy Wan doing? What is she doing? Stop her. Young Master said angrily. We can't find her. Young Master and Fairy Wan disappeared. Find her. I can't hear you. Find her. Find that bitch for me. My eyes are going to lose their sight. What? Louder. I can't hear you. The disaster was spreading. On the number 1 zither pavilion on the opposite side of the street, Gu Hai's 5 senses were also disappearing. Gu Hai was also anxious. Suddenly, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in the space between his eyebrows shook. Boom! There was a loud noise in Gu Hai's mind. Under the vibration of the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, It seemed to expel the aura in his body in an instant. In an instant, Gu Hai's eyes brightened again, and his ears became clear again. Standing on the balcony, he looked in all directions. All around the street, there was a tragic chaos. Countless practitioners were slowly blinded and deaf, as if they had gone crazy. Division Leader Gu, quickly play the zither, quickly! Ah, ah, ah. Mu Chenfeng was already blind at this moment and shouted in horror. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai. Gu Hai, I can't not see. I haven't avenged my mother. If I can't see, no one will take care of my sister. Woo woo, Gu Hai, I can't hear. What should I do? You play cannon. You play cannon. Help me expel the aura. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai with a helpless face. Tears fell from her eyes, and she was incomparably sad. Play the zither? But I only know how to play music. I don't have the aura. I can't help you expel the aura. Gu Hai said anxiously. Ah, Division Leader Gu, what did you say? I can't hear clearly. Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. Gu Hai, quickly go, okay? Quickly go. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai, and it was also chaos. Losing the 5 senses, one's entire life was over. A great sadness rushed into the hearts of the 100 million people in the city. Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanqing and also felt anxious. He looked in the opposite direction. Countless practitioners were rushing to the number 1 zither tower, but Fairy Wan'er had already disappeared into the surrounding clouds. Only the sound of the zither remained, that surging and surging zither sound. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Quickly, Gu Hai, I beg you. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai and cried incomparably sadly. All right, I'll try, but I don't know the effect. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and slowly walked to the front of the piano. Then he slowly sat down. Although Long Wanqing could not see, she felt Gu Hai go to the piano, so she did not dare to disturb him. She sat at the side and waited anxiously in fear. On the other side, Fairy Wan'er could still see Gu Hai through the clouds. She was playing Les Miserables when she saw Gu Hai sitting before the piano. Fairy Wan'er revealed a faint smile. Playing the piano, no matter how good the music is, it is useless without the mood of the piano. You are not my match. My match is the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's old manor master. Fairy Wan'er turned her head and ignored Gu Hai. Instead, she looked into the distance, where Silver Moon Mountain Villa was. At this moment, the same scene rang out outside Silver Moon Mountain Villa. The number 1 zither tower in the world, F***CK, all 8 generations of your ancestors. My ears. I'm going deaf. I'm going deaf. Help. Old Manor Master. Help. Old Manor Master. I'm going to lose my 5 senses. Please save us. Old Manor Master. Les Miserables mood is too ferocious. We can't block it at all. Old Manor Master. Help. The same tragic scene took place here. All the zither masters were in the middle of the test when they suddenly encountered this unexpected disaster. They were terrified. They quickly played the zither to block this mood. However, Fairy Wan'er's mood was too strong. It swept through like a hot knife through butter, completely destroying everyone's mood. Only Les Miserables mood was left. Inside Silver Moon Mountain Villa, countless disciples were very anxious at this moment. They quickly gathered in a square inside the villa. Under Yun Mo's lead, everyone played a song together. Everyone's mood was connected, blocking the mood from Les Miserables. Les Miserables mood was as ferocious as a vast ocean. Yun Mo led a group of disciples to block with their mood. They were like a small boat in the vast ocean, extremely dangerous. They were almost overturned by Les Miserables again and again. Their expressions were very ugly, and they were very anxious. Manor Master, we can't hold on for much longer. This Les Miserables is too terrifying. Manor Master, what should we do? What should we do? Yun Mo shouted anxiously. Not far away, in a small pavilion, the old Manor Master was still gently wiping his zither. He slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. Guqin sounds rushed out one after another. Others were affected, but the old Manor Master did not seem to be affected. Dark clouds slowly gathered in the sky. As the mood of Les Miserables continued to accumulate, the sky was slowly covered by dark clouds. It was as if the mood of Les Miserables was gathering. The longer the zither music went on, the thicker the dark clouds became. It was a mood of Les Miserables. It was as if Les Miserables were pressing down. It pressed down on everyone's heart, pressing down on the sky above Silver Moon City. Les Miserables, this is coming for me? Ha ha, her disciple, what a talented disciple. Les Miserables can cut off one's five senses. It's even scarier than killing people with physical forms. Les Miserables, what a great Les Miserables. The old Manor Master looked at the dark clouds in the sky and laughed. Manor Master, we can't hold on for much longer. Manor Master, please help us. Yun Mo shouted anxiously from behind. The old Manor Lord looked into the distance. He was looking at Fairy Wan Air, who was in the number 1 Zither Pavilion. Fairy Wan was also looking at Silver Moon Mountain Villa from a distance. It was as if two peerless experts were looking at each other from afar, ready to fight to the death. Fairy Wanner played the zither while revealing a cold smile. It was as if she was waiting for the old Manor Master to make a move. The old Manor Master slowly put down his zither and gently touched the strings. Just as he was about to make a move, dang, 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 dang. Suddenly, the sound of the zither filled the air. It was like a sword that came from the heavens, blocking the two experts. Chapter 192. Dang, 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 dang. Suddenly, the sound of a piano appeared out of nowhere. It was like a sword from the sky, blocking the two experts' confrontation. Oh, the old Manor Master's expression changed. He stopped playing the piano and listened curiously. Another piano piece? Not canon? There was only one piano in Silver Moon City, and only one person knew how to play it. Guhai? Guhai fought back with a piano piece? The old Manor Master listened with interest. A piano piece. It was indeed played by Guhai, and he had activated the sound amplification array. Guhai did not want to play a piece without a mood. However, Long Wanching's five senses were fading quickly. Could she be indifferent? Furthermore, his subordinates were also incomparably terrified at this moment. Their five senses had disappeared. Could it be that they were all going to become cripples? Whether it was effective or not, he had to try. After thinking for a while, Guhai slowly placed his fingers on the piano and started playing. Dang, 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 dang. As soon as Guhai started playing, the frightened cultivators suddenly fell silent. Is Mr. Good playing the piano? Mr. Good is making a move. Master Gu, hurry up and break through the tragic world. Break through the tragic world. Master Gu, save me. I don't want to go deaf. I still want to play the piano. I don't want to go deaf. Countless cultivators in the surroundings became anxious. Oh, Fairy One suddenly raised her eyebrows and looked at Guhai. However, when the piano piece was played, there was no mood at all. There was only a song, an extremely intense song. No matter how good your song is, without a mood, how can you fight against me? Ha ha, you are not qualified to be my opponent. Old Manor Master, are you still not going to make a move? Fairy One narrowed her eyes and continued playing the tragic world. Why is it useless? Great Master Gu's song does not contain any state. I can't see anything. What should I do? What should I do? Countless cultivators shouted in despair. In a small courtyard not far away, Sima Chongkong gently strummed the guqin, blocking the invasion of the concept of the tragic world. Old Manor Lord, are you still not going to make a move? Ha! Sima Chongkong frowned. Suddenly, the sound of a piano could be heard. Oh, Guhai, there's a new song? Not canon? So intense. However, intense music is useless. Your music has no intent. A zither Dao master can only infuse his intent into his music for it to possess boundless power. So what if it's intense? Sima Chongkong frowned. Sima Chongkong shook his head with a trace of pity in his eyes. But in the next moment, Sima Chongkong was slightly stunned. This Guhai's piano piece? It couldn't be, right? Was this a new one created at the last minute? According to this tragic world, create a temporary response to the music? It couldn't be. Sima Chongkong immediately revealed a shocked expression. The sound of the piano continued. However, without the intent, the countless cultivators were left with only boundless despair. Slowly, they could no longer see, and their ears were almost deaf. I am a zither Dao master. Why is there no intent when Great Master Gu plays? Why is there no intent? What an intense song. However, what's the use of having no intent? Dark clouds are looming over the city. This is a tragic world. What should we do? Countless cultivators were extremely anxious. At Silver Moon Manor, Yun Emo led the manor disciples to play the guqin, all of them extremely anxious. I can't take it anymore. Manor Lord, please help. My ears are starting to degenerate. Manor Lord, if I become deaf, how am I going to cultivate my zither Dao? Yun Emo said anxiously. Manor Lord, save me. Manor Lord, the tragic world's intent is getting stronger. What should I do? The manor disciples were extremely anxious. Good. Good song. What a fighter who doesn't surrender to fate. What a fighter who will fight to the end even if he is deaf. The old manor lord suddenly laughed. Huh. All the disciples of the mountain villa were at a loss. The first time is over. Guhai, you actually created a song at the last minute, and it's specifically for the tragic world? Ha ha. Incredible. Listen to it too. The old manor lord laughed. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand slightly. Buzz. The void trembled slightly. Suddenly, Guhai's piano piece was instantly amplified, and it spread to the entire city. Guhai himself didn't notice, but the entire Silver Moon City suddenly resounded with the sound of Guhai's piano. Huh. Fairy Wan Er's expression changed, and she looked at Guhai in surprise. Guhai didn't notice it, but it didn't mean that Fairy Wan Er didn't notice it. Wan Er's ability as a zither master was terrifying. The sound of the piano piece was suddenly amplified 10 times. It was definitely not a sound amplification array, and the source of the amplification came from the Silver Moon Villa. Old Manor Lord, humph, you think Guhai's piano piece can break my tragic world? What a joke. Fairy Wan Er showed a trace of disdain. Without the intent, even the strongest song was useless. In the Silver Moon Villa, the manor disciples looked at the old manor lord blankly. What? Why didn't the manor lord do anything? I'm going deaf. This is Guhai's piano piece. It's useless. Without the intent, what's the use? While everyone was anxious, Yun Mo's expression changed slightly, and he was silent for a moment. Suddenly, the sound of the zither in his hand stopped. Guhai's song wasn't long. After listening to it once, Yun Emo learned it. Slowly, Yun Emo played according to Guhai's score. Ding, 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 ding. He didn't imitate the sound of the piano like the old manor lord did. Instead, he only played the zither. After playing the song, Yun Mo's expression changed. What a strong fighting spirit, Yun Mo said in surprise. After the first time, Yun Mo played the second time. On the second time, Yun Mo slowly closed his eyes and simulated the intent of the song in his mind. In the song, Yun Mo saw a high-spirited genius zither master, a great zither master. The great zither master kept composing his own song, but at this moment, the great zither master started to go deaf. He couldn't hear more, and panic spread throughout his body. The great zither master painfully described his current mood. Pain has already knocked on the door. Once it lives in you, it will never recede. Deafness has already become my torture. I live a miserable life. All this time, I have been avoiding all forms of communication because I can't talk to people. I am deaf. If I were in another profession, maybe I could, but I'm a zither master. This is the most terrible thing. What would my enemies say? Their numbers are quite large. When others speak softly, it's blurry. When others speak loudly, it's unbearable. I often curse my life. My teacher taught me to endure, to endure. What a pitiful refuge. But I have to fight against fate. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. An unyielding will to fight against fate was vented with this song. The great zither master's heroic personality showed the spirit of a warrior who didn't fear fate. In the face of endless suffering and inner pain, the music itself was full of tolerance for misfortune, challenge and fight against fate, transcendence and sublimation of reality, and persistence and determination for ideals. Yun Mo seemed to see a powerful warrior who had transcended reality and escaped the hardships of the mortal world. In spirit, he was a victor who didn't fear fate and resisted fate. Yun Mo played this song over and over again. As he played, it seemed to vent the fear in his heart, encourage the battle in his heart, and resist this tragic world, resisting this torturous fate. Wong. Suddenly, a strong intent seemed to form around Yun Mo. It soared into the sky and rushed towards the dark clouds of fate in the tragic world. After playing over and over again, Yun Mo suddenly felt much better. The intent of the tragic world was slowly being resisted. Yun Mo's battle intent became stronger, and stronger battle intent soared into the sky. Around him, a group of Silver Moon Villa disciples imitated Yun Mo and also began to play this song. No intent, then integrate with the intent that I feel. In the intent, there was a vigorous vitality, full of the desire for infinity and ideals. It had transcended all the pain, fear, tolerance, and awe of the body and life. It was the sublimation of life. Wong. Waves of battle intent soared into the sky. As they played Gu Hai's song, each zither master seemed to resist the invasion of the tragic world. Mu Chenfeng played this song not far from Gu Hai and cried in surprise, "I blocked it. It's really effective. It's really effective." On the side, Long Wanqing was also learning to play, but she was using the zither. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It was really effective. It was good that it was effective. This piano piece is called Pathos. Play it with me, infuse your intent into it, and break through this tragic world together. Gu Hai shouted. His voice immediately spread throughout the city. Pathos was one of the best works of the former Earth musician Beethoven. To be precise, Gu Hai played a part of Pathos, the third movement of Pathos. The entire Pathos described Beethoven's tragic life. In a tragic life, deafness was the greatest suffering. However, in the face of such a tragic situation, Beethoven still fought against fate. A strong sense of heroism gushed out from this song. The third movement of Pathos used music to bring people out of the shell of life and into the boundless spiritual realm. It instilled the ideals and personality of a hero into people's souls and instilled the soaring battle intent that refused to accept fate. Fight against fate. This was the strongest theme of Pathos. Gu-hai played it over and over again. As Gu-hai played, countless zither masters around the first zither building on this street played along in pain. This was because the zither masters gradually heard the battle intent in Pathos. That battle intent supported the zither masters to play along. When they started playing, the zither masters suddenly realized that this song seemed to be specifically targeted at the tragic world. They were gradually able to resist the concept of the tragic world. This discovery made the zither masters even more excited. They no longer cared about the previous song and kept playing Pathos. Every time they played, a surge of battle intent rushed into the sky along with the sound of the zither, rushing towards the rolling dark clouds. Ding, 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 ding. When one zither master played, 10 other zither masters also found the beauty and played. Hundreds of zither masters played along. Pathos spread throughout the city, and countless Guqin players played along. Waves of battle intent converged into a long river, constantly bombarding the dark clouds of fate above the city. Ding, 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 ding. 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 In the beginning, only the zither masters around Gu-hai played. Soon, the entire street was playing Pathos. Then, 10 streets played Pathos. Then, 100 streets played Pathos. Pathos was like a virus, quickly spreading throughout the entire Silver Moon City. It was better to save oneself than to ask for help. Ever since they discovered the battle intent of Pathos, all the zither masters started playing. It was even more intense than canon. Some people liked canon, and some didn't. Not everyone played it. But now, in order to save themselves, they all played Pathos. The entire Silver Moon City was slowly shrouded in Pathos. Fairy, originally looked coldly at Gu-hai. There was a sense of disdain in her eyes. After all, a song without a concept was not threatening at all. But while playing Pathos, while listening to Pathos, Fairy gradually frowned. This song was too appropriate. It was as if Gu-hai had created it on the spot to specifically target her. Yes, it must have been created on the spot. How could he be so talented? But why did his song not have any concept at all? Without a concept. So what if it was appropriate? It was useless. It was completely useless. Fairy sneered. But gradually, the people around Gu-hai started playing as well. As they played Pathos, they integrated their own concept. Suddenly, it was as if there was a surge of battle intent soaring into the sky. This surge of battle intent. Humph! Everyone's understanding of Pathos is different. It is impossible for everyone to have a surge of battle intent. There are big and small battle intents, strong and weak battle intents. Even if you are strong. So what? My Pathos is a gathering of dark clouds of tragic fate. It is your fate, and it is the sea. All of you are just small streams of fighting spirit. Small streams? Can a small stream hit the sea? What a joke, what a joke. Fairy sneered. Although her eyes were full of disdain, her playing of Pathos was getting colder and colder. Rumble. In the sky, the dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker. This was the oppression of fate. If fate wanted you to submit, you had to submit. Outside Silver Moon Villa, when the old villa master saw his disciples start playing Pathos, he smiled slowly. His voice spread outside the villa. Outside the villa, countless musical instrument masters had come to take the test. They were crying bitterly, unable to accept their tragic fate. But when the piano piece was played, some of them seemed to be enlightened and started playing. Soon, the sound of pathos could be heard in the villa as well. All the musical instrument masters started to learn, battle intense like small streams, but there were many people playing. After playing it for the first time, he had a deeper understanding of Pathétique, and an even more powerful warrior energy soared into the sky. Rumble! Silver Moon City had a population of 100 million. There were at least a few million musical instrument masters. Tens of millions of people knew how to play the instrument. It was as if they had received some kind of signal. All those who knew how to play the instrument played pathos. At this moment, the concept of countless musical instrument masters started to attack the dark clouds in the sky. Streams of battle intense converged into rivers of battle intense, which then converged into huge ocean currents. The huge ocean currents were the fighting spirit of everyone in the city. The fighting intense of everyone in the city attacked the dark clouds of fate. Rumble! One of the ocean currents collided with the dark clouds of fate. The dark clouds of fate suddenly trembled. Rumble! Rumble! Multiple ocean currents crashed into the dark clouds of fate. Fate is huge. I have unlimited fighting spirit. I have a heart full of sorrow. Everyone in the city was playing pathos. Everyone in the city was following Guhai as he played pathos. Guhai was the leader. With the piano piece in the lead, the army of thousands of musical instruments followed. All the musical instruments slowly turned from chaotic to orderly. The grand sound of sorrow and fighting spirit converged into a vast ocean. It crashed into the ocean of fate. Use my sorrow to defeat the tragic world of fate. Break! Guhai shouted. The fighting intense of everyone in the city crashed into the dark clouds of fate of the tragic world again. Rumble! The dark clouds suddenly rolled violently, as if they were about to explode. What? Warner's expression changed. The guccine in her hand trembled. She almost lost her grip on it. One more time. Play pathos together. Break through the tribulation of fate with me. Break through with me. Guhai shouted. Dong, 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 dong. Ding, 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 ding. All the musical instrument masters in the city followed Guhai's lead. Intense sounds of sorrow rang out again. They attacked the dark clouds of fate again. Chapter 193. Dang, 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 dang. Ding, 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 ding. All the zither in the city followed Guhai's lead and started to play sorrowful music again. They attacked the destiny clouds in the sky once more. The grand sound filled the world. The sorrowful music became incomparably majestic. When the entire city played the same tune, the boundless battle energy seemed to turn into a vast ocean. It was also like a giant beast that fiercely charged at the destiny clouds in the sky. Boom! With a deafening impact, the dark clouds of fate suddenly shook violently again. A crack seemed to be torn open in the shaking, allowing countless practitioners to see the dazzling sunlight on the other side of the crack in an instant. That was not ordinary sunlight. That was the hope of the entire city, the dawn of the entire city. That was the glimmer of victory after fighting against destiny. However, that crack was instantly covered by the dark clouds and closed again. When it closed, countless storms under the pressure of the dark clouds rushed toward the entire city. Huff! The zither in Fairy Warner's hands shook violently, and a rebound force rushed toward Warner. Warner's face immediately flushed red. Impossible, impossible. My tragic world is invulnerable. No one can break it. Furthermore, it is a newly created song. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. A sinister look flashed in Fairy Warner's eyes. The zither in her hands moved faster and faster. The sound of the zither intensified, and the tragic world became even more tragic. The rolling dark clouds gathered again, becoming thicker and thicker. They piled up into a pitch-black evil dragon that coiled in the dark clouds. It opened its mouth and roared downward. One more time, Guhai shouted. Good. Almost all the zither in the city roared at the same time. This made the entire city tremble violently, because everyone saw hope, everyone saw the light of dawn. Destiny? Destiny was not something that could not be resisted. Resisting required persistence and effort. Ding, 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 ding. Guhai's guqin resounded throughout the city once again. This time, he was even more confident, and his dou qi was even more powerful. His surging dou qi gathered into a sea and rushed towards the dark clouds of fate in the sky. If the dark clouds of fate were condensed into a black dragon, then the ocean of battle qi was condensed into a golden dragon. Roar! Roar! The two forces roared. Fairy Warner had a sinister expression on her face, and so did all the musicians in the city. Break! Hung! It was a collision that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth, a collision of life and death. The golden divine, dragon-like sea of energy destroyed everything in its path. It bit off the black dragon's neck and dashed to the center of the dark clouds of fate. Rumble! Under the powerful momentum of the battle qi, a super-large hole was instantly pierced through the dark clouds of fate. It was a gigantic hole that was difficult to repair. The moment the hole appeared, endless sunlight rushed down. The moment the sunlight shone, the countless cultivators whose vision had deteriorated earlier suddenly saw again. I see it! I see it! Guhai, you succeeded! Long Wanqing shouted excitedly. Not only the musicians, but almost everyone's vision suddenly recovered by more than half. Countless cultivators cheered excitedly at the victory of the people's war. Pooh! On the other side, Fairy Warner spat out a mouthful of blood from the powerful backlash. No, impossible. My tragic world is the most perfect song, the most perfect. Fairy Warner stared at Guhai with wide eyes. Disbelief and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Guhai broke my tragic world? No, how could this brat, whom I looked down on, break my tragic world? Many thanks, great Master Gu. Many thanks, Mr. Good. I can see again. My 5 senses are slowly recovering. Great Master Gu's pathetique made me feel endless fighting spirit. Countless grateful voices sounded. The battle is not over yet. Is this a celebration? Let's do it again. Let's completely clean up the remnants of the concept of tragic world. Guhai shouted. His voice was transmitted through the sound amplification array and the old manor master's guqin skills. Okay, all the musicians in the city agreed loudly. The deafening response seemed to overturn the entire Silver Moon City. In the world's #1 guqin tower, at this moment, the world's #1 guqin tower had been completely destroyed. Young Master and Jiang Tianyi slowly recovered from the loss of their 5 senses. At this moment, Jiang Tianyi looked at the world's #1 guqin tower, which was in a mess. Then he looked at Guhai, who responded to his call. In an instant, his entire body was filled with despair. The world's #1 guqin tower is completely finished. The world's #1 guqin tower on this street. The world's #1 guqin tower on this street. Ha! He didn't just buy my world's #1 zither pavilion. If he can't compete with it, he can always reopen it on another street. Now, he wants to remove my world's #1 zither pavilion. Jiang Tianyi said in despair. Young master and looked at Gu Hai with resentment. No matter how the audience watched, another round of pathos began. With Gu Hai in the lead, the 10 million zither players followed closely behind, playing this song of Do Chi. Dang, dang dang, dang dang, clang 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 clang, ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding 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 ding. The golden divine dragon-like battle chi roared into the sky once again. Meanwhile, the dark clouds of fate in the sky had already scattered and were in tatters. The golden divine dragon roared ferociously and soared into the sky. Wherever it went, the fragments of fate were swept away. The concept of the tragic world was completely destroyed. The sky was filled with battle chi, full of vitality. The atmosphere, the cheers, and the excitement of countless zither players exploded in the entire Silver Moon City, in a small courtyard not far from the world's #1 zither tower. Sima Chongkong stood with his hands behind his back. After witnessing this heaven-defying scene, he let out a long sigh. Gu Hai, I still underestimated you. Not only are you a business genius, but you are also a commander. 10 million zither players will listen to you. You are the commander, mobilizing 10 million zither players to follow you in your breakthrough. If you were on the battlefield, this move alone would be enough to defeat thousands of soldiers. Sima Chongkong exclaimed. At the same time, outside the Silver Moon Villa, a group of zither players cheered. It's broken, it's broken. Ha ha, my battle chi has broken the tragic world. And mine, the dark clouds of fate in the sky, have been scattered by our attacks. I feel that my zither skills are full of fighting spirit. Mine too. My zither skills have always lacked vitality. Now, after playing this song, I feel that I have broken through again. Pathos, what a good pathos. The zither players outside the villa cheered wildly. Inside the villa, the disciples were pleasantly surprised. All of them were extremely excited as they looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky that they had just broken through. Villa Master, we have broken the tragic world. Yun Emo looked at the old Villa Master excitedly. The old Villa Master smiled and said, You understand now? Yes, Villa Master used to say that the zither is easy to express, but a famous song is hard to find. I didn't quite understand. Isn't playing the zither about the artistic conception? Then, when Gu Hai played canon, the Villa Master asked me to send him the invitation. I was still brooding about it. Now, I finally understand how important a famous song is. It can infect one's soul and stimulate one's spirit. It is a power that surpasses one's body. Yun Emo clenched his teeth. Yes, Gu Hai played the piano without any artistic conception. But so what? Those who play the zither, well, can only be called master zither players. A master zither player can never be compared to a true zither master, no matter how bad the zither master's playing is. Because what they pursue is Tao. The old Villa Master shook his head. Yes, go, get 2 invitation cards and send them to the 2 authors of Tragic World and... The old Villa Master said lightly. Oh, Villa Master, you want to send the author of Tragic World as well? And didn't Gu Hai already send one? Yanemo asked blankly. To be able to create Tragic World, she is qualified to participate in the Zither Teaching Conference. Her original intention was to compete with me in the Zither, but she didn't expect that Gu Hai would suddenly appear. As for Gu Hai, I already gave him 1 invitation card. Now, with the appearance of, it is worth giving another one, the old Villa Master said lightly. Yes, the world's #1 Zither building. Pooh! The artistic conception of Tragic World was strong, so the backlash from breaking Tragic World was not weak. The moment the dark clouds of destiny completely broke, the huge backlash caused Fairy Warner to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her veil had been sprayed with blood, and Fairy Wanner's fingers were also bleeding. With a sense of unwillingness and disbelief, she looked at the balcony opposite her. Guhai stopped playing. Long Wanqing grabbed Guhai's arm happily, and at this moment, her face was filled with gratitude. Mu Chenfeng looked at Guhai. She no longer looked at him with disdain, but a deep shock. The scene just now was deeply engraved in her heart. The sea of fighting energy condensed into a golden dragon and destroyed all the tragic artistic conception. Guhai played as if he was the commander of thousands of troops and horses. All the zither players in the city were under his command. That aura was the aura of the grand marshal of thousands of troops, the aura that no one dared to disobey. "Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Mr. Good." Master Gu, the aura of was too strong. "I broke through to the next level. Thank you, Master Gu." Under the balcony, there were sounds of gratitude from all directions. Not only from all directions, but the whole city was thanking Guhai. Guhai put down his hand from the piano, stood up, and looked at the cultivators around him, revealing a smile. Humph, a villain intoxicated with success. Fairy Wanner snorted coldly. Obviously, she had just suffered a loss at the hands of Guhai, and her heart was still unsatisfied. She was a zither master, but she was defeated by a person who could not even play the artistic conception of the zither. She was not satisfied, not satisfied. Chapter 194. Fairy Wanner couldn't care less about wiping the blood, she spat out. Instead, she looked at Guhai on the opposite balcony unwillingly. At this moment, Guhai was like the moon surrounded by stars. Countless cultivators were grateful to him. Before this, he didn't treat him as an opponent at all. Playing the Guqin here was just a cover to attract trouble to the world's #1 Guqin tower. His target was only the old villa master of Silvermoon Villa. Suppressing the street's #1 Guqin tower? Stop joking. He didn't have the time to play the Guqin with someone who didn't even have an artistic conception. But now, the truth was right there. He lost in such a ridiculous way. Tragic world became someone else's wedding dress. Everything was just to set off Guhai's ability. The whole city cheered. The whole city was grateful. Why did it feel like he was doing all the work for Guhai in the end? Damn the world's #1 Guqin tower. I'm going to smash it. Witch, don't run. Catch the witch, catch the witch. After the cheers, the angry revenge began. Boom. A large number of cultivators rushed into the world's #1 Guqin tower, smashing and even robbing. "No, bastards, do you know whose property this is?" Young Master and glared and roared. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly, "Young Master and let them smash it. The world's #1 Guqin tower has no place in Silvermoon City anymore." No, they can't smash it. Informed the city master immediately and mobilized the army to suppress this group of rioters. Young Master and glared and shouted, "Don't, young Master and don't. You will cause a riot. The army will riot, the people will riot. You can't put the prince in a desperate situation." Jiang Tianyi grabbed young Master. "And what? What riot? What do you mean by putting my grandfather in a desperate situation?" Young Master and glared. "If you send troops to suppress them, it will only infuriate the entire city. After all, Les Miserables was aimed at the entire city. If the entire city is in a riot, all of the prince's arrangements in Silvermoon City will be affected. Secondly, will the army come to suppress them? Those soldiers also almost lost their 5 senses just now. They also complained about the #1 Zither building. What if they disobeyed the military order and started a riot? A riot in Silvermoon City? Have you thought about the consequences? The news will only spread to the capital. At that time, His Holiness will ask, what if His Holiness questions your highness. Jiang Tianyi said anxiously. Huh. Young master, Anne's expression changed. Then what do we do now? Young master Anne said with an ugly expression. The resentment of the masses cannot be suppressed. Let them smash it. Once they smash it, the anger in their hearts will dissipate. When they calm down and remember that this is His Highness's property, they will forget about it. Jiang Tianyi said anxiously. Young master Anne nodded. He turned his head to look at the countless rioters rushing towards Fairy Wanner. Young master Anne wanted to strangle the Fairy Wanner right now. However, she was Liu Yang of Gojoseon's VIP guest, his grandfather's VIP guest. He didn't know what to do. Sigh, young master Anne, we may have really made a mistake this time. We shouldn't have detained Gu Hai's subordinates back then. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. The source of all this was the subordinates of Gu Hai, who had been arrested back then. It was said that, at the beginning, Gu Hai wasn't sure what industry he wanted to do. It was only the humiliation of the number 1 Zither building that made Gu Hai decide to open the number 1 Zither building on this street to fight. In less than 2 months, it actually became the biggest in the industry and crushed the number 1 Zither building. More importantly, after today, the number 1 Zither building on this street would be like the sun in the sky. No one could shake its position. How could it be just a business genius? Jiang Tianyi felt a burst of bitterness. If he had stuck to business principles and stopped young master, and perhaps things wouldn't be like this now. Young master and looked coldly at the opposite side. Gu Hai had already left the terrace and returned to the number 1 Zither building on this street. However, the anger in young master Anne's heart could not be extinguished. Gu Hai? All because of Gu Hai? Young master Anne's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. The number 1 Zither building on this street. Humph, I'll make it collapse. And soon. Ah, young master and don't mess around. What's wrong with messing around? This is Ingzhou, my grandfather's territory. He's just a foreign ant, and he wants to stand out? Humph. Young master and snorted coldly. After the number 1 Zither building in the world was smashed, the people slowly calmed down, but there were still many who rushed toward Fairy Wanner. However, Fairy Wanner was surrounded by clouds and mist. They could see her there, but they couldn't catch her at all. It was like a formation. Fairy Wanner was in the formation, and the others could only wander around like ghosts. Demon girl, come out! Don't let the demon girl escape. Everyone was angry. Fairy Wanner wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sneered. She didn't care about the insults of the group of people, but looked at Gu Hai, who had already left not far away. Before I left, Master reminded me not to underestimate any Zither master who can create music. Did I underestimate him? Fairy Wanner sneered and pondered. Screech. Suddenly, a red-crowned crane rushed straight from the sky. A man stood on the red-crowned crane. The young master of Silver Moon Villa, Yun Mo. Why is he here again? It's the young master of Silver Moon Villa. He came to give Gu Hai a qualification card last time. Master Gu deserves the qualification card. While everyone was talking, Yun Mo came in front of Fairy Wanner. You are the Zither master who played Les Miserables? Yun Mo looked at Fairy Wanner and asked, That's right. Why? Is the old master here to find trouble with me? Fairy Wanner sneered. Your Les Miserables is grand, and I can't resist it alone. The master asked me to give you a qualification card for the Zither conference. Yun Mo said, What? For that demon girl? The people around stared in confusion. Oh, Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This is the master's idea. It's up to you to accept it or not. Yun Mo shook his head. Yes, why not? Ha 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 ha. Fairy Wanner laughed. She reached out and took the qualification card. Bang! The clouds around suddenly exploded, and Fairy Wanner disappeared in front of everyone. Where's the demon girl? Where did the demon girl go? Why is she gone? The practitioners around screamed and looked for her, but Fairy Wanner just disappeared mysteriously. Yun Emo frowned and ignored them. He went to the first zither building on this street again and found Gu Hai. In front of everyone, he gave another qualification card to Gu Hai. Huh, another one? Gu Hai was confused. This is the master's idea. A song of pathos is worth a qualification card. Yun Emo explained. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Long Wanqing smiled happily. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng felt conflicted. He had taken the exam 9 times and still could not get the qualification card. Yet, in front of Gu Hai, it was as if it was free, stuffing it into his hands time and time again. Why was there such a huge difference between them? Mr. Good, take it. Yes, Master Gu, you deserve it. Master Gu, it's not too much to give you another qualification card. Master Gu is much better than other Guqin masters. He deserves this qualification card. The people around shouted. All right, thank you for your kindness, old man or master. Gu Hai nodded with a bitter smile. Others didn't know, but Gu Hai knew his own situation. Guqin Dao master? What a joke. Pathos was just a coincidence. Yun Emo left. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Mu Chenfeng, and the others returned to Xiaoya Villa. Hall leader, why don't I give you this qualification card? I won't go. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. No, you go. Long Wanqing also refused. Mu Chenfeng turned her head. She couldn't watch any more. In Silver Moon City, the qualification card that countless Guqin masters yearned for was something that Gu Hai didn't want, giving it away. In Silver Moon City, after the duel between Les Miserables and Pathetic, things slowly returned to normal. But now, the world's #1 Guqin pavilion closed down. Not only was it smashed, but countless people in Silver Moon City had already rejected this name. Even if it reopened somewhere else, no one would patronize it. The world's #1 Guqin pavilion closed down. On the other hand, the street's #1 Guqin pavilion became popular. Good quality, cheap, and guaranteed maintenance. Plus, out of gratitude to Gu Hai, countless practitioners came from all over the city to buy instruments. Among them, there was a long queue for pianos. The street's #1 Guqin pavilion made a lot of money every day. The spirit stones they earned every day were used to buy storage equipment. Then, they would store the spirit stones and send them to Gu Hai's Xiaoya Villa. Spirit stones rolled in every day. The group of Wood Branch disciples now obeyed Gu Hai's orders. Because the Water Branch leader was very generous, they had been busy these days, and the Water Branch leader had given them a terrifying amount of money. In 1 month, it was more than what they had earned in 10 years. Who wouldn't work hard? Everything was on the right track, but Gu Hai didn't care anymore. Instead, he looked up all kinds of information in Xiaoya Villa. Hall leader, I seem to have found something. After your mother founded Xiaoya Villa, she often held Guqin recitals here and invited many Guqin masters to play and learn from each other. However, I found 2 people very strange. Gu Hai said doubtfully. Oh, one of them is the city lord of Silver Moon City, He Shikong, and a Guqin master called Mr. Huangfu. Although they didn't always come together, they often participated in your mother's Guqin recitals. Although they couldn't be considered friends, they were at least very familiar with each other. Moreover, they came to your mother's last Guqin recitals before she died. After your mother died, other Guqin masters came to pay their respects, but these 2 didn't come even once. There's no news of them. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Oh, Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. There were many people who didn't come to pay their respects, but there were also many who came to pay their respects. Who would care about that? However, after hearing Gu Hai's words, it really did seem a little strange. Who is this Mr. Huangfu? We need to investigate. Also, this city lord of Silver Moon City, he's Shirkong? What's up with him? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing doubtfully. Long Wanqing was puzzled as she tried to recall. Oh no, Gu Hai, this is not good. Mu Chenfeng ran over from not far away. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Young master and city lord He Shirkong brought a large army and surrounded the first Guqin building on this street. They want to seal the first Guqin building on this street. Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. What? Seal? Why? Long Wanqing's eyes widened in anger. Chapter 195. Outside the first Zither Pavilion on this street, countless Xiozha had gathered. The entire street was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The shameless first Zither Pavilion closed down, but you still can't stand the business of the first Zither Pavilion? It's all because of that young masterin. He is the grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon. He asked the city lord to mobilize the troops. He is too shameless. He is a disgrace to his highness. He can't win against Gu Hai in business, so he wants to use the authorities to seize the place. Is that all they can do? Mr. Good just saved us not long ago. Now we're just going to watch as Mr. Good's businesses are seized. City Lord, you are helping the villain. Countless cultivators in the surroundings shouted angrily. At this moment, a large number of soldiers surrounded the first Zither Pavilion in the center of the street. The surrounding cultivators were not allowed to get close. At the entrance of the first Zither Pavilion on this street, at this moment, a large number of elite hall disciples showed anxious expressions. They held bows and arrows and faced the group of young master and subordinates who wanted to barge into the first Zither Pavilion. However, the Dahan officials that Gu Hai brought were extremely calm at this moment. The acquired Realm Dahan officials ordered the Wood Division disciples to block the entrance, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. They looked coldly at the former first Zither Pavilion across them. The first Zither Pavilion closed down and was smashed. However, it was cleaned up over the past few days. At the entrance of the first Zither Pavilion, the soldiers were waiting. There were 2 seats in the center. Young Masterin sat on one of them. Young Masterin tapped his leg and drank tea as he looked coldly at the anxious elite hall disciples across him. A subordinate with a golden saber on his back stood behind him. There were also Jiang Tianyi and the others. On the other chair sat a burly man with a curly beard. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked around coldly. Get lost, this piece of land. This building is ours. A group of young master and subordinates berated. These subordinates were none other than the 3,000 archers that Gu Hai brought into the first Zither Pavilion. At this moment, the 3,000 archers chased away the elite hall disciples. The elite hall members blocked in front and also took out bows and arrows, aiming at the other side. He stopped the group of young master and subordinates from breaking in. The 2 sides were locked in a heated argument. A group of Dahan officials stood to the side and watched quietly. It was chaos outside the first Zither building on this street. Young Masterin, on the other hand, was extremely pleased. He was not in a hurry to attack the first Zither building on this street. Instead, it was as if he was waiting for Gu Hai, not far away, on a small building. Sima Changkong looked at the center of the chaos from afar, and the corner of his mouth revealed a slight smile. Young Masterin, he was really domineering. It seems that this trip to Yingzhou will be much easier. Sima Changkong smiled as he stroked his guqin. My lord, city lord, He Shirkong is waiting for young Master An's orders. Or has he already taken orders from Luyang of Gojosian? A subordinate frowned and whispered. Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes and said, He Shi Kong? Every city lord in the great Qian dynasty needs the emperor's permission before they can become a city lord. They have to be loyal to the emperor. If he dares to become someone else's servant, he is also courting death. Yes, but this is such a grand occasion. Gu Hai's first zither building on this street might not be able to handle it. Maybe. Sima Chongkong smiled faintly. In the distance, it was still chaos. Mr. Good is here. Make way, make way. Master Gu, as long as you say the word, I will help you get justice. Master Gu, be careful of these villains. A commotion broke out everywhere. After being indebted to Gu Hai, they naturally stood on Gu Hai's side. They were cursing the people inside. Humph! Young Master and snorted coldly. On the other hand, the city lord of Silver Moon was calm and composed as he sipped his tea, although there was a sea of people around. When Gu Hai's flying crane carriage arrived, both sides quickly made way for Gu Hai to reach the center. When they were near, everyone got off the flying crane carriage. Gu Hai was about to pay. No need, no need. Mr. Good, you are busy. How can I take your money? The owner of the flying crane carriage immediately refused. Gu Hai smiled faintly and tossed a superior grade spirit stone into the carriage. Sigh, Mr. Good, don't be like this. The owner of the flying crane carriage didn't know what to say. However, Gu Hai and his group had already entered. When Gu Hai arrived, the surrounding cultivators quieted down. The fight at the first zither building on this street also stopped. Hall leader, division leader Gu. The elite hall disciples greeted respectfully. The Dahan officials also bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. When Gu Hai saw that everyone was fine, he relaxed and nodded. Not far away, young Master and smiled coldly, as if he had been waiting for Gu Hai. Beside him, City Lord He Shi Kong slowly stood up. Greetings, Hall Leader of Elite Hall. He Shi Kong looked at Long Wanqing and said solemnly, Uncle He, what are you doing? Are you bringing an army to surround Elite Hall's property? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. He Shi Kong smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I was invited by young Master and to preside over a property dispute. Property dispute. Gu Hai walked forward with a slight frown. This is Mr. Good. Back then, when you performed pathos and saved my city, I didn't have time to thank you. You are truly a young hero. He Shi Kong looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Young man, I don't dare. I just don't understand what City Lord means. What property dispute is there in my shop? Gu Hai asked in confusion. The City Lord's tone was polite, so Gu Hai naturally wouldn't fall out with him. He looked at the City Lord in confusion. Property dispute. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, your shop is mine. Young Master and suddenly said. Young Master and slowly stood up, and his subordinates followed closely behind him. Oh, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Young Master and the world's #1 zither building is your territory. Why? Now, Silver Moon City, the city of the Deqian Celestial Empire, has become your territory? Gu Hai looked at young Master and with a cold smile. All the land under the heavens belonged to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land were the king's subjects. The city of the Deqian Celestial Empire could only belong to the Dacian Celestial Empire. Who would dare to say that it belonged to them in front of everyone? Even the Luyang of Gojosian wouldn't dare. Naturally, young Master and didn't dare to say anything in public. Humph, Gu Hai, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You've taken over my land. Tell your people to get lost immediately. Your zither building is mine. Young Master and said coldly, Oh, it's yours? Young Master and You can't speak carelessly. Gu Hai said in confusion. Speak carelessly? Humph, you bought this place and this building from him, right? Young master and pointed at a person not far away. The old man walked out, trembling in fear. He didn't dare to look at Gu Hai. At this moment, a Dahan official walked over. Master, when we bought this shop, we bought it from this old man. We went to the government office to register it and paid the transfer fee. All the documents are in our hands. Gu Hai frowned slightly and looked at He Shikong in the city. There's no need to look at the city lord. Your transfer fee is fake. A voice came from behind young master, and a plump, middle-aged man slowly walked out. He looked somewhat similar to Jiang Tianyi, the manager of the #1 zither building in the world. Oh, you are? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. I am Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion's manager. Manager Jiang Tianyi is my elder brother. I am Jiang Tianchi, the plump, middle-aged man said with a smile. Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion's manager? So, you are also manager Jiang. Why? Does my #1 zither building have something to do with you? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Of course. This old man sold this shop to me back then. Furthermore, he registered it with the government office. I also paid the transfer fee. All the documents are complete. Hence, your zither building is mine. I bought it with money, Jiang Tianchi said with a cold smile. The surrounding cultivators were stunned when they heard Jiang Tianchi's words. What? 2 for 1? That old man sold 2 for 1? That's impossible. How can 2 for 1? Is the official registration fake? Is it young master and he bribed the Real Estate Transaction Bureau to falsify the registration just to snatch this street's #1 zither building? He is too shameless. The surrounding people cursed. Uncle He, what is going on? 2 for 1. How is that possible? When we registered and paid, no one said anything about this. Long Wanqing said with a frown. He Shikong smiled bitterly and said, that is indeed the case. Manager Jiang bought this place first, and you bought it later. This old man sold 2 for 1, so he needs to be punished severely. I am here this time to handle this matter impartially. 2 for 1. Gu Hai looked at young master and revealed a faint smile. Young master, and you really put in a lot of effort. Snatching my zither building? However, do you know that it is only this piece of land at most? As long as my #1 zither building's signboard is still there, I can reopen for business elsewhere at any time. But young master and revealed a faint smile. He walked closer and said in a low voice, I know, but I don't care. Today you are moving out. Aren't you reopening? You don't need to renovate. Ha ha ha. If I snatch your shop today, I will snatch it again when you reopen after a month of renovations. Do you believe that I will make sure your zither building can open for business? Young Master N's voice was very low, so low that the surrounding Shouja couldn't hear it. Only Long Wanqing heard it. She glared and said angrily, You Luan! Gu Hai reached out and pulled Long Wanqing to stop Long Wanqing's anger. He turned to look at the city lord. City lord He, you are here today to uphold justice? What kind of justice? Gu Hai said in a low voice. A country has its laws, and a trade has its rules. This shop was sold to manager Jiang first, so naturally it should be returned to manager Jiang. As for the money you used to buy this shop, I will help you investigate and return it to you. Solemnly, He Shikong said, Refund the shop. Close the shop. Gu Hai's face darkened. However, young master and revealed a trace of a complacent smile. Shopkeeper Jiang also smiled complacently. A group of people eyeing the shop covetously and even brought the city lord mansion's army just to evict the #1 zither building on this street. Of course, I can give you another option, young master and said with a cold smile. Oh, Guhai said with a frown. Manager Jiang Tianqi walked out from the side and said, I have a contract to buy this shop together with all the documents. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, you and I can have a bet. What bet? If you win, I will give you this contract. I don't want this shop anymore. It will be yours. But if you lose, get out of Silver Moon City immediately and never come back. What do you think? Manager Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. If I win, I can continue the business. If you win, I will leave Silver Moon City, Guhai said coldly with a frown. Guhai, don't listen to them. I don't see such a shameless person. I will write a letter to the censor immediately. I want the censor to investigate. Is Silver Moon City still under His Holiness's jurisdiction, reversing the truth and putting people in a desperate situation? Also, is the Silver Moon City army the Deqian army or the Luyang of Gojosian army? Long Wanqing said angrily. He Shirkang's face darkened. However, young master and revealed a cold smile. It was because he had considered the consequences on the surface that he went through the trouble of getting someone to set a trap and forge a contract. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have destroyed the #1 zither building on this street. What do you want to bet on? Guhai said with a low voice. Chess, Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. Zither? Guhai was slightly stunned. Long Wanqing was also slightly stunned. Did I hear wrongly? What is this Jiang Tianqi talking about? It's not zither, it's chess. It's go. Jiang Tianqi emphasized again. Go. Guhai was slightly stunned. Long Wanqing was also stunned. That's right. Ha ha ha. Do you think I will still play zither with you? You wish. Only a fool would play zither with you. If you want to have a foothold in Silver Moon City, you will have to beat me and go. Jiang Tianqi said proudly. Long Wanqing stopped fooling around. She looked at young master and the rest in shock. At that moment, everyone looked at Guhai as if victory was in their hands. Everyone thought that Guhai was a zither master, an extremely powerful zither master. If they wanted to beat Guhai, they naturally couldn't play zither. There was no way they could win. Let's play Go then. Generally speaking, literary cultivators focused on only one aspect, the zither, Go calligraphy, and painting. Guhai was so young, but his understanding of zither was so thorough. His understanding of Go was definitely terrible. Hence, they wanted to play Go with Guhai. You want to play Go with me? Oh, I forgot. You said that you are the manager of Silver Moon City's first chess pavilion. You are also one of Luyang of Gojosian's businesses. Guhai looked at Jiang Tianqi in confusion. That's right. Go and zither are worlds apart. Silver Moon City mainly cultivates the zither, but there are also Go cultivators. This humble one is Jiang Tianqi. Although I don't say that it is hard to find a match in Silver Moon City, I have seen countless Go manuals. Not long ago, the 9th young master played a Go game in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. I was fortunate enough to watch it. You know the 9th young master? He is one of Guanqi's 9 sons, the one who inherited Old Man Guanqi's legacy. Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. Huh, the 9th young master? You watched the 9th young master's Go game? Guhai was slightly stunned. Humph. To be more precise, it was the Go game left behind by Old Man Guanqi, the 28-line pair world Go game. Jiang Tianqi said proudly, You watched the 28-line pair world Go game. Guhai was shocked, and so was Long Wanqing. That's right. Although there is an even more incredible 29-line pair world Go game that I am not qualified to watch, I watched the 28-line pair world Go game for 3 days and 3 nights. Although I did not crack it in the end, I comprehended about 70 to 80% of it. Humph. Guhai, you still have a chance. Do you want to bet with me? Jiang Tianqi said proudly. Guhai and Long Wanqing opened their mouths in shock. What should they say? Young Master and smiled coldly and said, how about you take your people and leave the Zither Tower now and choose a new place to open for business? I will come and congratulate you when you open for business. Otherwise, we will play a game of Go with Jiang Tianqi. If you win, we will even give you this shop. If you lose, get out of Silver Moon City. Choose. That's right. Ever since I watched the 28 line pair world Go game, I have comprehended 8 unique incomplete pieces. Gu Hai, do you dare to bet with me? Jiang Tianqi looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai was speechless. Long Wanqing. Chapter 196. That's right. Ever since I studied the 28 line pair world Go puzzle, I comprehended 8 pieces of it. Gu Hai, do you dare to make a bet with me? Jiang Tianqi looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai was speechless. Long Wanqing. Young Master and Jiang Tianqi are forcing Gu Hai to play Go. If it were a Zither duel, Gu Hai would definitely refuse. Long Wanqing would also help to stop it. However, a Go duel? Long Wanqing immediately stopped messing around. Gu Hai was stunned as well. There was a path to heaven, but you did not take it. There was no door to hell, so you barged in? Zither Dao. I am a master at faking it. Go Dao. That is my line of work. Master Gu, don't listen to him. Master Gu will go shopping wherever you open the best Zither building on this street. Right, Master Gu, we support you. If we change places, we will definitely go there again. Go duel. They are a bunch of shameless people. If they are capable, then play the Zither. That's right. If you are capable, then play the Zither with Master Gu. The surrounding cultivators felt enraged. Silence! City Lord He Shikong shouted coldly. The surrounding soldiers immediately moved away from the restless cultivators. What's wrong? You don't dare? Jiang Tianqi sneered. That's right. Gu Hai, do you dare? Young Masterin said with a smug smile. Go duel, it's not impossible. However, how can I trust you? Gu Hai said with a frown. Trust? What's not to trust? Young Masterin said with a frown. If I win, will you honor it? Gu Hai asked with a frown. However, in young Master An's and Jiang Tianqi's eyes, Gu Hai seemed to have been forced into a corner, letting them do whatever they wanted. I am using my grandfather's name to have City Lord He Shikong host it. The entire city will bear witness. What else do you not believe? Do you not trust me or my grandfather? Young Masterin said coldly. Is the City Lord willing to host? Gu Hai looked at He Shikong. He Shikong looked at Gu Hai strangely, then smiled and said, It's a coincidence that I'm here today. If you're willing to bet, I can be your witness. Gu Hai remained silent. Why not? Weren't you willing just now? Gu Hai, let me tell you, you just agreed to play chess. Now, even if you want to play chess, even if you don't want to play chess, young Masterin said coldly, Mr. Good, don't listen to him. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were extremely anxious. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped everyone's concern. He turned to look at young Masterin and said, Since young Masterin has said so, it's not a big deal to play a game of chess. However, isn't this wager a little too small? Huh. Young Master and was slightly stunned. He Shikong, Jiang Tianqi, and the rest were at a loss. How about this? If I lose, I'll leave Silver Moon City. I won't tear down the #1 Zither Pavilion on this street, other than taking my people with me. I'll leave the decorations inside unchanged. Moreover, I'll persuade all the shops to continue operating inside. I'll even leave the method of forging pianos to you. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Young master and looked at Gu Hai blankly. The others also looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. Is Gu Hai crazy? The number 1 zither pavilion on this street is a gold-swallowing mythical beast. Is he going to give it all away? Jiang Tianyi whispered to young master, and, on the other hand, if you lose, the number 1 zither pavilion of Silver Moon City will belong to me. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Young master An's eyelids twitched wildly. This Gu Hai doesn't play by the rules. Shouldn't you be angry and resentful? Why are you so calm? Young master An, be careful of trickery. Jiang Tianyi whispered. Get lost. What trickery? Humph. I don't believe that he can beat Jiang Tianyi in chess. Young master An said angrily. Right, let me remind you one more time. Gu Hai looked at young master and the others and said with a smile. What? I'm very good at chess. Gu Hai said with a smile. Young master and was speechless. Humph, very good at chess? Who are you trying to fool? I'll bet with you. Come, prepare the chessboard. Young master and suddenly shouted. Yes, sir. The subordinates answered. Young master and I'll bet with you. The city lord and all the people in the city are witnesses. Can't you show some sincerity? Invite the transfer official here and bring the seal. Also, bring all kinds of property certificates. Once the game is over, you must accept your loss. Don't drag it out. What do you think? Gu Hai said in a low voice. I think you're the one who wants to drag it out. Everyone is here. All of you, go and bring me all the property rights of Silver Moon's first chess pavilion. Young master and said coldly. Yes, sir. The subordinates answered. Young master and looked at Gu Hai coldly. All the people in the city looked at young master and his group angrily. They were worried for Gu Hai. Gu Hai also found all the property certificates of the first chess pavilion on the street and prepared to make a big bet. At the same time, everyone signed a contract to accept their loss. They signed Gu Hai's name, young master An's name, and the city lord's name as witnesses. There was no turning back. They could only wait for the moment the chess piece was placed. The people were worried. Meanwhile, on a small building not far away, Sima Changkong frowned and said, Why did this Gu Hai agree? Maybe Gu Hai is also very good at chess. One of the subordinates beside him asked, curiously. That's impossible. His Guqin Dao is so strong, and his mind is all in it. Even if he knows how to play chess, his knowledge should be limited. Jiang Tianyi is a professional chess player. Gu Hai has no advantage in a battle between the two of them. Sima Changkong said blankly. I don't know. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai in the distance in confusion. In another small building, Fairy Wan stood quietly in her room. She looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was standing amidst the crowd. A petty person getting his way. Humph, do you think playing chess is like playing the Guqin? Can you play a game of cannon while playing chess? Or can you play a game of pathos while playing chess? Humph, let's see how you die. Fairy Wanner gritted her teeth and cursed softly. Soon, all the preparations were in place. The Dahan officials and young master and subordinates handed over their property rights to the officials in charge of the government. Once the results were out, they would immediately transfer the ownership. Now, everyone in the city witnessed it. There could be no lies. Gu Hai and Jiang Tianyi sat down. The Go game before them would decide the ownership of the two huge properties. Mr. Good, you first? Jiang Tianyi smiled confidently. Gu Hai smiled faintly and picked up a black Go stone. Then he placed his hand on the Go board's Tianyuan position. Whoosh! The surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. Master Gu really doesn't know how to play chess. How can he place the first ghost stone in the center's Tianyuan position? Isn't that a waste? It's over. Master Gu is going to lose. Placing the Tianyuan position is a waste. Although the surrounding cultivators had a limited understanding of Go, they still knew how to play it. Placing the first Go stone at Tianyuan was a waste of such a good opening move. In a small building in the distance, just as Sima Chongkong was feeling sorry for Gu Hai, his pupils suddenly constricted. Placing the first Go stone at Tianyuan? Is Gu Hai that confident? Sima Chongkong suddenly raised his eyebrows. In another small building, Humph, playing to the gallery, Fairy Wan said disdainfully, when Jiang Tianqi, young master, and the others saw Gu Hai place a ghost stone, they all laughed. This is courting death. Jiang Tianqi slowly placed a white ghost stone. Smack, smack, smack. Gu Hai and Jiang Tianqi placed ghost stones one after another. The surrounding cultivators fell silent, not daring to disturb Gu Hai's Go game. They all felt anxious for Gu Hai. Outside Silver Moon City, a flying ship slowly flew towards Silver Moon City from the distance. A gray-robed old man stood at the bow of the flying ship. At this moment, he was looking at the distant horizon. Lord Mo, we will arrive at Silver Moon City in 4 hours. Young master and the others seemed to be in Silver Moon City. A subordinate said respectfully behind him. Lord Mo nodded and smiled. Silver Moon City, the world's #1 zither pavilion, and the properties of the princes. This time, I should be able to bring back a large amount of military funds. The war at the front lines has started. Money is needed everywhere. Young master and is overseeing Silver Moon City, so he should be fine. Moreover, I heard that the Silver Moon Villa's old master is going to hold a zither competition. During this period, the world's #1 zither pavilion will definitely make a lot of money. The subordinate smiled. Yes, the world's #1 zither pavilion, Silver Moon City's #1 zither pavilion. To be able to be named #1 in a city, it will definitely make a lot of money these days. Ha! You don't have to worry too much about the prince's military funds. Lord Mo laughed. Yes, Silver Moon City, in front of the street's #1 zither pavilion. Clack. Gu Hai placed his last ghost stone on the 9 and 5 position. In an instant, he removed 100 white ghost stones from Jiang Tianqi. 100 white ghost stones at a time. This was not just slaying dragons, but swallowing dragons. Jiang Tianqi did not lose the entire game. Instead, he swept all his white ghost stones clean. It was like when Sorrowful Sorrow was played in the entire city not long ago. Sorrowful Sorrow Sword, destroying the dark clouds of fate. Gasp! Countless cultivators in the surroundings inhaled sharply. At first, they were worried that Gu Hai would lose. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Hai used his absolute advantage to end the game. Jiang Tianqi's Go stones on the Go board were in a state of disarray. Gu Hai took all the rest. Jiang Tianqi was stunned at this moment. No, you cheated. You cheated. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Jiang Tianqi was stunned. Why did I suddenly lose a large number of my Go stones? This is impossible. This is impossible. Jiang Tianqi stared at the Go board, trying to find a flaw in it. This can't be. It shouldn't be like this. Where are my Go stones? Where are my Go stones? Jiang Tianqi nearly went crazy. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. Fairy Wanner gaped in shock as she watched Gu Hai place his final Go stone. This fellow won. Is it a coincidence? Fairy Wanner also goggled in disbelief. On another small pavilion, Sima Chongkong took a deep breath and said, "The first stone is Tian Yuan, and the last stone is Jiu Wu? Is this a coincidence? Gu Hai's Go Dao is also so exquisite. Am I seeing things?" "It's true, my lord. The first stone is Tian Yuan, and the last stone is Jiu Wu. When the first stone is placed, the victor is already decided." A person behind him whispered, "Send people to the Thousand Islands Sea to investigate this Gu Hai's background. I want all the information, big or small." Sima Chang Kong said solemnly, "Ah, my lord, didn't you already make arrangements? Our people are already there." "No, send another group of people. Not just him. I want all the information on his family. I want the most detailed information." Sima Chang Kong said seriously, "Huh, yes." No matter how shocked the surrounding people were, no matter how Jiang Tianqi tried to find a flaw in the Go board, the result was clear. Gu Hai won. "I already said that I am very good at Go." Gu Hai stood up with a faint smile. Chapter 197. On the street outside the first zither building, the countless cultivators in the surroundings stared at the Go board that had already ended. They all fell silent. Many of them had already rolled up their sleeves, waiting for Gu Hai to be bullied, so that they could go up and help and repay Gu Hai's kindness. However, wasn't this the head shopkeeper of Silver Moon's first zither building, Jiang Tianqi? Wasn't he very good at Go? He was known as one of the top 10 Go masters in Silver Moon City. What was going on? He was completely destroyed by Gu Hai's moves. This time, he had lost 100 pieces. This was heaven-defying. Was Master Gu also that good at Go? Was this a coincidence? Great. Well played, Master Gu. Master Gu won. Quick, transfer the ownership of Silver Moon's first zither building to Master Gu. Ha ha ha, great. Master Gu is also good at Go. The surrounding cultivators immediately cheered. Long Wanqing said matter-of-factly, "If you were to compete with the zither, Gu Hai did not have the concept of the zither and might not win. Yet you insist on competing in Go? You're courting death, aren't you?" As expected, the Thousand Islands Sea was too remote. Gu Hai's Go skills in the Thousand Islands Sea had not spread here. In Silver Moon City, only he and his subordinates knew about Gu Hai's Go skills. This was not a scam. Young Master and had asked for it. Long Wanqing also smiled. "City Lord, since you are the host, and the whole city is the witness, the outcome has been decided. Now, we can transfer the ownership." Young Master and used the name of Luyang of Gojoseon to bet. Shirkong frowned slightly, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. "What's going on? Jiang Tianqi, didn't you say that you would definitely win? Didn't you say that you would win?" Young Master and said, angrily. Young Master and felt like he was going crazy. This was Silver Moon's first zither building. Although it was not as good as the world's first zither building, it was still a huge industry in Silver Moon City. It brought in a lot of military funds to his grandfather every year. He had destroyed the world's first zither building and did not know how to explain it to his grandfather. Now, he could not give away Silver Moon's first zither building as well. Young Master and can already imagine how terrible grandfather's punishment is. "No, Young Master, and it's a coincidence. It must be a coincidence." Jiang Tianqi pointed at the chessboard and shouted, "What coincidence? What coincidence? You tell me what coincidence? You lost the Silver Moon's first chess pavilion." Young Master and glared at Jiang Tianqi furiously. It seemed as though he wanted to kill Jiang Tianqi. All around, when the subordinates saw Young Master and's furious expression, no one dared to go forward to persuade him. Jiang Tianqi quivered and immediately shouted, "Young Master, and I want to play another round with him." "Another round? It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. He beat me by coincidence." Young Master An's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Jiang Tianqi said resolutely again, Young Master An, as you know, Gu Hai is only good at the Zither Dao. He is clueless about the Go Dao. I can beat him. I have seen the 28 line pair World Go game. You know that. That is the 28 line pair World Go game. That is a Go game that can lay down the 28 line pair World Go formation. Gu Hai definitely cannot beat me. Young Master and glared at Jiang Tianqi with bloodshot eyes. Young Master and trust me, I will definitely make Gu Hai lose everything. I will definitely make Gu Hai lose until he kneels before you and allows you to humiliate and beat him. Jiang Tianqi swore. Young Master An's expression slowly eased. Young Master An, thank you for letting me win, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. However, Young Master An tossed Jiang Tianqi aside and looked at Gu Hai. He said, No, you have to play another round. When the surrounding cultivators heard that, they immediately bristled. What? A bet is a loss. Young Master An is not admitting his loss. How did the Luyang of Gojoseon give birth to such a direct grandson? Going back on your word, you are ruining the reputation of the Luyang of Gojoseon. The countless surrounding cultivators glared at Young Master An. Oh, Young Master An, do you mean to bet again? Or did you just say that you were betting in the name of the Luyang of Gojoseon? Does that not count? Gu Hai countered with a smile. What belongs to you is yours. These are not all the properties of my residence in Silver Moon City. There are other properties as well. I want to continue betting with you. I want to use other properties to bet with you. You have to bet. Young Master An shouted while glaring. Young Master An was frantic with anxiety. It was one thing for the best Zither Pavilion to close down, but he had to protect the best Go Pavilion in Silver Moon City. He had to win it back. Is it still Jiang Tianqi playing Go with me? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. It is still Jiang Tianqi. However, this time it is an incomplete piece. The incomplete piece that Jiang Tianqi comprehended from the 28 line pair World Go puzzle. Young Master An shouted while glaring. Long Wanqing stood quietly at the side, not saying anything. At this moment, she was already at a loss for words. The 28 line pair World Go puzzle was an incomplete piece. Jiang Tianqi had not fully comprehended the 28 line pair World Go puzzle, yet he dared to create an incomplete piece to make things difficult for Gu Hai? It is not impossible. However, Young Master An, should you cash in your previous bet first? Only then can I continue playing Go with this great manager Jiang? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Transfer. Young Master An waved his hand. However, the city lord He Shikong released a long breath and nodded. The group of officials immediately transferred the properties. Everyone waited patiently. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Young Master An, this time you transferred the properties before the city lord and all the people in the city. Don't cause another property dispute in a few days. Humph. We still don't know whether it is yours or not. Young Master An said coldly. Go and lead a group of people to Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion and take over the Go Pavilion. Gu Hai said to a Dahan official. Yes, that Dahan official answered. Under the lead of a few Dahan officials, the Elite Hall disciples immediately headed to Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion with some of Young Master An's subordinates to take over. Jiang Tianqi, listen to me clearly. If you lose again, then bring your head to see me, Young Master An said coldly. Yes, Jiang Tianqi answered. Go and prepare for the Go puzzles. Young Master An said. Yes. However, this subordinate is somewhat worried. I have 8 Go puzzles, and each has its own merits. I don't know which one to choose. Jiang Tianqi said with a frown. In that case, we'll play all 8 Go puzzles one by one. Bet with him 1 property at a time. If you lose 1 game, you lose 1 property. If you win 1 game, give me everything that Gu Hai won earlier, including this street's first Zither Pavilion. Young Master said coldly. What? This is not fair. The stakes are not equal. How can young Master An's properties compare to this street's first Zither Pavilion? Indeed, using all of Gu Hai's properties to bet with one of your properties? This is not fair. The surrounding cultivators shouted in shock and anger. Silence! The city lord snorted coldly. The surrounding army once again pushed the crowd of Xiuzhou out. Gu Hai, you have to bet even if you don't wanna. Young Master said with bloodshot eyes as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai gave young Master a strange look. Finally, he revealed a bitter smile and said, Young Master, and actually, the anger in my heart has subsided over the past few days. You have also suffered significant losses. I think we should just forget about it. Everything will end here. How about it? Young Master Gu Hai is afraid. He is afraid. What happened earlier was just a coincidence. He is afraid of my Go puzzles, Jiang Tianqi said in pleasant surprise. No, you have to bet. Young Master said with a glare. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Tianqi and smiled faintly. Manager Jiang, you want to bet all of my assets to curry favor with young Master? You want to push me into the grave, but you do not know that you are digging a hole for yourself? Humph! You are bewitching people with lies. You were just lucky earlier. The 28-line pair world Go puzzle is not something you can understand. You think you can win? Ignorant brat! Jiang Tianqi shouted while glaring. The 28-line pair world Go puzzle? Ha ha! It is just SOSO. You think too highly of it, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Ha ha ha! Then why don't you do it? Young Master shouted. Gu Hai was speechless. I am telling the truth. Why don't they believe me? All right. Prepare the proof of your property rights, sign the contract, and set the table, Gu Hai said helplessly. Long Wanqing stood at the side, silent. The surrounding cultivators started to worry about Gu Hai again. Jiang Tianqi had a smug expression, but young Master clenched his fists, feeling that something was wrong. Opposite, on a small building, Sima Changkong frowned slightly and said, Could it be that what Gu Hai said is true? Young Master has not climbed out of the hole yet, and he fell in again? On another small building, Fairy Wanner also frowned as she looked at the center of the crowd in the distance. A villain intoxicated by success. Humph! Can you keep winning? At the south gate of Silver Moon City, one of the airships stopped. A group of subordinates, dressed in black, came down from the flying boat. At the very front, an old man dressed in gray walked in front. A group of Immortal crane chariots quickly approached to get business. The group put away the flying boat and boarded the Immortal crane chariots. Lord Mo, where are we going first? The world's #1 Zither Pavilion? A subordinate asked curiously. No, let's go to Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion. I have not touched that deduction Go bed in a long time. That is a treasure left behind by Old Man Guanxi. Let's go there first. Ha ha ha, Lord Mo said with a faint smile. Yes, the group easily passed through the city gates with a token and rushed to a street in the city. Soon, the Immortal crane chariot stopped before a huge Go Pavilion. Quick, quick, move these things out. Quickly move them out. You have 1 hour. If you do not move them out, you are not allowed to move them out. A commotion broke out in front of the Go Pavilion. Countless cultivators were watching. The first Go Pavilion of Silver Moon lost to Great Master Gu. Good. They are going to trouble Great Master Gu. This is retribution. Serves them right. The surrounding cultivators cheered. However, Lord Mo, who alighted from the immortal crane chariot, changed his expression. Bastards, what are you doing? How dare you be so presumptuous in Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion? A black-clad subordinate immediately rushed forward. A Dahan official who was scolding them glared at him and said, "What are you doing? This is my master's property. The first Go Pavilion of Silver Moon already belongs to my master." How dare you? That black-clad subordinate immediately became angry. "Who are you? This is Great Master Goo's shop. What are you doing? Could it be that young master arranged this? He is too much of a sore loser, right?" Countless spectating Shioja immediately stood in front of the black-clothed man. "Come back!" Lord Mo shouted. The black-clad man retreated with a frown. "Ah, Lord Mo." A person from the Go Pavilion who was moving the items immediately recognized the old man in gray. "Oh, it's you. What's going on? Why did the first Go Pavilion of Silver Moon change owners?" Lord Mo said coldly. That person stammered, not knowing where to start. Lord Mo narrowed his eyes and said, "Ha! You even dare to hide it from me? You really have guts. Do you know the consequences of hiding it from me?" Plop! That person knelt on the ground and said, "Lord Mo, this has nothing to do with me. It was young master and who took the shopkeeper to the first Zither Pavilion on this street and made a bet with Gu Hai. He lost the Go Pavilion." "A bet? How dare he?" Jiang Tianqi actually dared to use the prince's property to make a bet. What about his brother? "Jiang Tianyi? Didn't I tell him to keep an eye on him?" Lord Mo said with a glare. The first Zither Pavilion in the world closed down. That person said bitterly while kneeling on the ground. "Bastard, how could the first Zither Pavilion close down? Where are they? Young Masterin, Jiang Tianyi, and Jiang Tianqi?" Lord Mo said coldly. "They are still at the first Zither Pavilion on this street. It seems that they are still betting." That person said bitterly, "Get in the carriage and take me to that first Zither Pavilion on this street. Also, tell me everything you know. If anyone dares to hide anything, I will exterminate their entire clan." Lord Mo said coldly, "Yes." That person replied with a quiver. Chapter 198, At the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. The old manor lord sat in the pavilion and gently played the ancient zither that had already withered like a piece of rotten wood. When the sound of the zither came out, the surrounding vegetation in the valley withered and turned yellow. In the hazy mist, there seemed to be vague figures condensing into clouds. Suddenly, a trace of emerald green appeared in the withered and yellow forest. It was like a new life force broke through the decaying environment and was reborn from adversity. Buzz. However, before that trace of emerald green could grow, the surrounding withered and yellow forest buried it in the blink of an eye. "Ha ha! I am not fated to enter again. My time is almost up. Perhaps this is also a kind of release." The old manor lord smiled, faintly. The zither music slowly stopped. The old manor lord did not get angry at all. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yun Mo, who was behind him. "What's wrong? Did something happen in the city today?" the old manor lord asked with a smile. "Manor lord told me to pay attention to Gu Hai's situation. Today, no. Even now, Gu Hai is still in the midst of a gambling match." Yun Mo smiled bitterly. "A gambling match? A zither duel?" the old manor lord asked, feeling confused. "No, a chess match," Yun Mo said strangely. Then Yun Mo described what he knew. "Chess? Ha 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 ha. What a great chess match. This Gu Hai is really surprising," the old manor lord said with a smile. "Manor lord, This Guhai's background is very strange. It is very strange. Yun, Mo said with a frown. It is good that it is strange. It is interesting when it is strange. My time is almost up, and I am lucky to be able to meet this Guhai before my soul scatters. With this memory, I will not be lonely when I go to the netherworld, the old manor lord said with a smile. However, Yun, Mo frowned and said, Manor lord, if you leave, what will happen to my Silver Moon Mountain Manor? Silver Moon Mountain Manor? Didn't I leave it to you? If I die, you will be the new manor lord. No one will dare to stop you, the old manor lord said solemnly. However, manor lord, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor cannot do without you, Yanemo said worriedly. What's wrong with that? Silver Moon Mountain Villa was founded by your ancestor. I am just managing it on behalf of my teacher. My teacher is your great ancestor. Unfortunately, your clan has withered, and you're the only one left in your generation. However, you're the rightful successor. Nobody dares to deny it. Don't worry. All the disciples of Silver Moon Mountain Villa will listen to you, said the old villa master. But are you blaming me for giving away the last heavenly zither, the Gauchin? Sigh, idiot, I'm giving it away for your own good. You don't have the ability to keep it. Once I am gone, Gauchin will definitely become the scourge of the Silver Moon Villa. But if I give it away, it will become the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's protection. Dai Qianqing owes the Silver Moon Mountain Villa a favor, and Liu Yang of Gojoseon also owes the Silver Moon Mountain Villa a favor. Now, someone else will owe us a favor. I am doing this for your own good. You are too weak. A favor is the most important thing to protect you. The old manor master sighed, slightly. I don't. Yun Mo shook his head. The old manor master smiled and said, Yun Mo, the heavenly zither is an unattainable thing for outsiders, but is it unattainable for the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? These 4 zither were all made by your ancestors. Their blood flows in your body. If they can make zither, can't you? Although you may not be very talented in music, you're more meticulous than anyone else when it comes to zither. Yun Mo, don't mind Gauchin. In the future, I hope you can strive for perfection and work hard to make a new heavenly zither. Yun Mo shook his head and said, Villa Master, I don't care about Gauchin. I also believe that one day I will be able to make one. But Villa Master, you can obviously survive. Survive. The old manor master's face turned cold. Yes, you can. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zither Dao is different from other things. Zither Dao can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. You can use Zither Dao to live forever. Yun Mo shouted. Shut up. The old manor master glared at him. Yun Mo's face stiffened. What you're doing is evil. Zither Dao is Zither Dao. It's the righteous path of heaven and earth. Don't learn from those longevity masters. Humph, longevity cultivators are ranked first, but do you know what they are? They are evil, and demon. How many of them have a good ending? In the whole world, how many longevity masters are left? They are seeking death. In the end, they will only leave behind the destruction of their souls. Do you want to learn from them? The old manor master glared at him. Yun Mo bit his lips, and his eyes turned slightly red. Villa Master treats me like a parent, but I don't want your soul to be destroyed. Idiot! Everyone will die one day. Sigh. The old manor master sighed, slightly. Master Mo led a group of people to the first Zither Pavilion. Along the way, the staff of the chess pavilion described everything they knew about Gu Hai. Oh, Elite Hall's Water Division Master, he threw away 700,000 high-grade spirit stones to save a group of acquired realm cultivators. Then he opened the first Zither Pavilion, and in less than 2 months, He crushed the first zither pavilion in the world, a strange musical instrument that earns a lot of money every day. Master Mo frowned and pondered. Yes, young Master and manager Jiang Tianyi have been competing hard, but they can't win. The staff of the chess pavilion said respectfully, "The point deduction method is wonderful. It's survival of the fittest. Of course they can't win. This Gu Hai is indeed a talent. No, he's a genius." Master Mo's eyes lit up. Ah, Master Mo didn't care about other people's reactions. He slowly stepped off the crane carriage. With his subordinates opening the way, he squeezed the crowd of cultivators away and slowly walked into the inner part. "Pa, thank you." Gu Hai's voice came from the inner part. "Good job, Master Gu. Kill him. Ha ha ha. Young Master, and hurry, hurry, the 7th property, give it to Master Gu. You only have one chance left. Ha ha, there's only one round left. I wonder how many properties young Master and has left to bet." The surrounding people cheered. Young Master An's insults and Jiang Tianyi's sorrowful and indignant voice came from the crowd. Master Mo paused as he looked around at the shouting crowd. He frowned slightly and said, "What the people want, young Master An, against such an opponent, you are destined to lose." "Huh, Master, I heard that there's one more round." A subordinate whispered. "One more round? He already lost. How can there be one more round?" Humph. He squandered away all of His Highness properties. Master Mo said coldly. Master Mo slowly walked to the end of the crowd, where a large number of soldiers were blocking him. Master Mo took out a medallion. A subordinate quickly delivered the medallion to the city lord. He Shirkong. When he Shirkong saw the medallion, his expression changed, and he immediately turned his head. Just as he was about to speak, Master Mo shook his head gently. "Go and invite that mister over. Be more polite." He Shirkong instructed the subordinate in a soft voice. Yes, Master Mo was quietly brought to a spot not far from He Shirkong. He left the other subordinates at the periphery. The place was too chaotic. Many people did not notice that there was another person beside He Shirkong. However, in a small pavilion in the distance, Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes. "Mo Yike?" Master Mo looked at the field quietly. In the last game, Gu Hai only placed 3 pieces and solved it instantly. 3 pieces? Only 3 pieces? "Thank you, young Master," and Gu Hai stood up and smiled. "Impossible, impossible. I carefully prepared the incomplete piece, comprehended from the 28 lines of heaven and earth. How could it be solved? No, no." Jiang Tianyi had already lost his mind. "Die, young Master," and flew into a rage out of humiliation and struck out with his palm. Uft! Jiang Tianyi was sent flying by the palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Young Master and Jiang Tianyi," and the others called out worriedly. "Lu En, are you such a sore loser? If you're willing to bet, you're willing to admit defeat. If you lose, you lose. These properties will belong to the first zither pavilion on this street." Long Wanqing stood in front of Gu Hai and glared at Lu, and Gu Hai pulled Long Wanqing away. At this time, he did not want to hide behind a woman. "Young Master, and if you want to teach this insensible subordinate a lesson, please go back and do so. This is the first zither pavilion on this street. This is not your house." Gu Hai said coldly. Young Master and was furious. "This is not my house. What nonsense is this first zither pavilion? Someone tear it apart for me. Fong Mingho, tear down the first zither pavilion on this street and raze it to the ground." Young Master and roared with bloodshot eyes. Not far away, Master Mo narrowed his eyes and prepared to stop young Master and However, the subordinate behind young master and with a golden core on his back moved too quickly. Huh! With a loud shout, a huge golden energy saber slashed toward the first zither pavilion on this street. The vast power swept up a storm in an instant. Oh no, they're going to destroy the first zither pavilion on this street. Go and stop them. No, help Master Gu. It's too late. It's too late. This person is from the Yuanying state, and he's from the Yuanying state at its peak, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed. However, no one could save them in time. Was the first zither pavilion on this street going to be destroyed? Just like that, young Master An's eyes were red. The surrounding cultivators were restless. A group of soldiers blocked the people. The first zither pavilion on this street was about to be destroyed. Long Wanqing and Mu Chenfeng looked anxious. Gu Hai, on the other hand, smiled coldly. At this moment, rolling clouds suddenly appeared at the first zither pavilion on this street. As soon as the clouds appeared, a loud shout came from inside. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my aura is unparalleled. With a loud shout, a Fangtian halberd suddenly appeared in the clouds. The Fangtian halberd slashed toward Fang Mingho's golden saber. Hung! A super loud sound was heard, and a storm instantly swept in all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Fang Mingho's golden saber was blocked. Moreover, the powerful force knocked Fang Mingho into the first zither pavilion in the world. Rumble! The first zither pavilion in the world collapsed. What? Young Master An's expression changed. This is Jiang Tianqi, who was vomiting blood on the ground, said in shock. Oh, this is the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation. I've made a lot of spiritual stones recently, so I set up a strengthened version. Gu Hai said with a smile. The 28 line pair, heaven and earth formation? Impossible, impossible. How do you know the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation? Jiang Tianqi roared, his eyes wide open. I told you before that the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation is nothing, but you didn't believe me. There's nothing I can do. Gu Hai shook his head and sighed. You know, the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation? You knew it long ago. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Uffed. Jiang Tianqi vomited another mouthful of blood. The 28 line pair heaven and earth formation that he was so proud of was just Gu Hai's leftovers. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Tianqi was in despair. Young Master An's eyes widened. Young Master and was well aware of Fang Mingho's strength, but the formation had actually blocked it all. So Gu Hai knew the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation that Jiang Tianqi had been so proud of. How could this be? Young Master, and enough is enough. Gu Hai said indifferently, Bastard, those properties belong to my grandfather. Gu Hai, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. He's Shirkong. Take Gu Hai for me. Take him for me. I'm going to confiscate his property. Young Master roared with a ferocious expression. He looked at City Lord He Shirkong as he roared, but he saw He Shirkong standing there motionless, while the gray-robed old man beside him was looking at him coldly. Ah, Mr. M.O., why are you here? Young Master An's expression changed, and he shuddered. Oh, Young Master An, you still remember me. Young Master An, you're so capable. You ruined the Lord's properties one by one. Are you happy? Lord M.O. sneered. Ah, Mr. M.O., listen to me. It's all Gu Hai's fault. He lied to us. By the way, Mr. M.O., you're also very good at chess. You've played the 29 line pair heaven and earth formation before. You must be able to beat him. You must be able to win it back. Young Master An ran over with excitement. Slap. However, Mr. Mo suddenly struck out with his palm. The slap was very light, but it was extremely loud. If it was light, it was just an ordinary slap. If it was loud, it was because after the slap, everyone on the street fell silent and sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of person was this? Was he so awesome? That was young master and the grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon. How could he just slap him like that? You dare to hit me? I am. Young master uncovered his mouth and stared at Mr. Mo, the Lord's grandson? Ha ha! Believe it or not, as long as I tell the Lord, you're no longer the grandson of the Lord. Even your father can forget about being the son of the Lord's first wife. Among your uncles, a large group of them are clapping their hands and cheering. Mr. Mo said coldly. Young master uncovered his mouth and shuddered. He looked at Mr. Mo, gritted his teeth, and finally lowered his head. Not far away, Long Wanqing whispered to Guhai, "This is Luyang of Gojoseon's #1 strategist. Mo Yike, Luyang of Gojoseon values him very much." "I can see that." Guhai smiled bitterly. With one slap, young master had no temper. It was obvious that he was in Luyang of Gojoseon's camp. "Mr. Mo, I did wrong, but you can win it back." Young master uncovered his mouth and said politely in a low voice, "It seems that you still haven't learned enough. I won't help you gamble." Humph! Mr. Mo looked at young master and coldly. Young master and's face stiffened, and his eyes were full of grievance. "Oh, it seems that I have to mention it to the Lord. Are the teachers in the family school all useless? How could they teach you such a thing? Didn't the school teachers teach you gambling?" Mr. Mo said coldly. "Gambling? Huh. Mr. Mo, you said that Guhai cheated?" Young master said in surprise. Slap. Mr. Mo slapped him again. The surroundings were quiet. Young master uncovered his mouth on both sides and looked at Mr. Mo in shock. "Humph, gambling? It's to teach you the knowledge to be on guard when gambling in the future. The first lesson is that you lose 10 out of 10 gambles. You can't gamble easily. The second lesson is to know yourself and your enemy to win 100 battles. To set up a bet, you must understand the opponent's situation. Do you know yourself and your enemy? You know Guhai's situation? How dare you set up a bet? I've never seen a fool like you who sets up a bet. You're the banker, but you lost everything? You still have the nerve to mention gambling? Know yourself and your enemy. It's fine if you don't know Guhai's situation, but you don't even know your own situation? Jiang Tianqi's chess skills. Do you think he's invincible? Find someone to set up a bet." Mo Yike said coldly. "Me." Young master opened his mouth. "Jiang Tianni." Mo Yike looked at Jiang Tianni, who was not far away. "Here." Jiang Tianni said fearfully, "How dare you set up a bet in the Lord's name? Are you trying to frame the Lord?" Mo Yike glared. I... Jiang Tianni said bitterly, "Mr. Mo, I'm the one who lost these properties. You can't just throw them away like that, right?" Young master said fearfully. Mo Yike reached out his right hand. Young master uncovered his mouth with both hands, not daring to say anything. "Humph, you're shameless, but the Lord is. If you lose, you lose. Do you want to rob him?" Mo Yike glared. Slap. Another slap landed on young master An's face. "Well done. Mr. Mo, well done. You're embarrassing the Lord. You deserve it." The cultivators around them laughed. Although it seemed abrupt at first, they got used to it after a while. Seeing young master get hit by Mr. Mo, the crowd was very satisfied. Fong Ming-ho, who walked out of the ruins, was surprised to see Mo Yike. He stood aside, respectfully, not daring to go forward. "Jiang Tianni, I thought highly of you before. That's why I entrusted you with the affairs of Silver Moon City. How dare you mess it up like this? Mo Yike looked at Jiang Tianyi coldly. Please punish me, sir. Jiang Tianyi knelt down and said bitterly, What did you do wrong? You know now? Mo Yike looked at Jiang Tianyi coldly. There are rules in every profession. From the beginning, I couldn't let young master and do whatever he wanted in the #1 music tower. Then I made more mistakes. I didn't stop young master and in time. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly, you can still be saved. You still know that there are rules in the industry. You can reap what you sow. I have told you before that you can't step out of the circle. You really have a good memory. Mo Yike said coldly. Jiang Tianyi knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. After Mo Yike vented his anger, he turned to look in Gu Hai's direction. Mo Yike greets Elite Hall Master and Mr. Good. Mo Yike's expression instantly became gentle. Long Wan Qing was slightly stunned. Greetings, Mr. Mo. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, young master and is young and frivolous. I apologize to Mr. Good on their behalf. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Bowing to Gu Hai, the surrounding crowd was stunned. The moment Mr. Mo arrived, he gave young master a few slaps in a domineering manner. Now he was bowing to Gu Hai. Gu Hai was also slightly stunned. Mr. Mo, you're too polite. You don't have to do this. It's my duty. I'm just expressing my attitude to Mr. Good. Lu and the others' actions don't represent His Highness' actions. His Highness has always been thirsty for talents like Mr. Good. I'm not talented, but I just want to be on good terms with Mr. Good. I sincerely invite Mr. Good to work together. Mo Yike said with a smile. Long Wan Qing stared at Mo Yike with wide eyes. What was going on? Was he trying to poach him? They had just met, and he was already trying to help Lu Yang of Gojoseon recruit Gu Hai in a small attic not far away. Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes. This Mo Yike is indeed Lu Yang of Gojoseon's #1 strategist. He immediately saw the value of Gu Hai and wants to recruit subordinates for Lu Yang of Gojoseon. He's really quick to act. Countless cultivators around them looked at this scene blankly. They couldn't keep up with this pace. They were fighting to the death just now, but in the blink of an eye, they were treating the wise with courtesy. Gu Hai also looked at Mo Yike blankly. He then smiled bitterly. Mr. Mo, you must be joking. In this situation, isn't Mr. Mo's efforts futile? Don't ever mention this again. No, Mr. Good doesn't know His Highness's attitude towards talents. As long as Mr. Good is willing to enter His Highness's residence, then young Masterin? He won't be His Highness's legitimate grandson anymore. He'll be an ordinary royal grandson. Mr. Good, you don't have to worry about him causing you trouble. Mo Yike said. Young Master An's expression changed. He looked terrified. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Did Mr. Mo have so much power? Legitimate grandson? That was the highest status among Lu Yang of Gojoseon's grandchildren. If Lu Yang of Gojoseon passed away, his legitimate grandson would succeed him. If his legitimate grandson passed away, his legitimate grandson would succeed him. Mr. Mo just removed his status just like that. Chapter 199. With Mo Yike's promise, all the cultivators on the street suddenly quietened down. In order to invite Gu Hai, he did not hesitate to remove young Master An's position. Wasn't he placing too much importance on Gu Hai? In a small pavilion not far away, Sima Chongkong's expression changed. Mo Yike, you really dare to say that? Sima Chongkong's eyes flashed with anxiety. Sir, could that Mo Yike be deliberately degrading young master and elevating Gu Hai just to restore Lu Yang of Gojoseon's reputation? After all, the surrounding cultivators are all on Gu Hai's side. A subordinate at the side said, "No, Mo Yike is not that. He has such courage. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I still underestimated this Mo Yike. He really is a character." Sima Changkong said with a heavy expression, Sir, it can't be? Is that Gu Hai really that powerful? Is it worth it? This time, if not for, I would have thought of a way to recruit him. You don't understand. Some people are like gold in a pile of dirt. You can see the dazzling brilliance in one glance. Sima Changkong said with a frown. In the distance, young master and had a frightened expression. But at this moment, young master and did not dare to be presumptuous. Who was Mo Yike? Young master and knew better than anyone that he was the #1 strategist under his grandfather. His grandfather trusted him more than his own children. If Mo Yike went to his grandfather would definitely agree, without hesitation. Find trouble with Mo Yike himself? Don't joke. If he dared to find trouble with him, Mo Yike would not even need to tell his grandfather. His grandfather would definitely immediately take away all his positions. This was also the reason why he did not dare to retaliate when Mo Yike slapped him just now. At this moment, he looked at Gu Hai, who was not far away, and hoped that Gu Hai would not agree. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai with utmost sincerity. Gu Hai smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Mo, you're being too polite. I'm Class 1 Hall's Water Division Master, and I can be considered a colleague, right? As for entering the prince's mansion, I am just a country bumpkin. I still know my place. Being the water branch leader is already my limit." Gu Hai refused, but Mo Yike was not angry at all. He smiled and said, "Mr. Good, I know that my words just now were abrupt, but the door of the prince's mansion will always be open to you. You will know the sincerity of the prince's mansion in the future." Gu Hai smiled and didn't say anything. "All right, I'll take my leave as well. I wish Mr. Good's shop a prosperous business," Mo Yike said with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Mo, for your auspicious words." Gu Hai nodded. "Mayor he, since young master and has lost these properties in the name of the prince, then quickly transfer the ownership. Let's end today's matter here." Mr. Mo looked at Mayor he. "All right." Mayor he nodded. With Mr. Mo in charge, the transfer of the properties was extremely fast. Young Master An's expression changed drastically. Was everything a foregone conclusion? He had lost so many properties this time, and his grandfather did not know how to blame him. After the transfer, Mayor he withdrew his troops. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were no longer noisy, and everyone was happy. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of a guqin came from the sky above Silver Moon City. Oh, the people who were about to leave suddenly frowned and stopped, looking at the sky in confusion. Ding, ding, ding. Another 3 guqin sounds rang out continuously, resonating through the entire city. The clouds above Silver Moon City suddenly turned colorful. This is the old village master playing the guqin? That's right, the sound of the clouds. I remember it was the same last time. Old village master, what is this? Countless cultivators were confused. Buzz. Suddenly, hundreds of light beams shot down from the colorful clouds, flying in all directions in the city. 7 of them went straight to the street where Gu Hai was. 2 of them shot into 2 small lofts not far away. They were where Sima Changkong and Fairy Wan lived. 3 of them shot towards Mayor He Shikong, Young Masterin, and Fong Mingho. 2 of them flew towards Mu Chenfeng and Gu Hai. Buzz. It was a green light that suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at the thing in the green light in front of him with wide eyes. It was a little girl who was as tall as a finger, only as tall as a finger. there was a pair of transparent wings on the little girl's back. They were flapping rapidly. The fluttering of the wings seemed to form a beautiful melody. This is... Guhai stared with wide eyes. Thumbelina? And transparent wings? This is an elf. A musical elf formed by the old village masters Guqin. Long Wanqing explained. Countless cultivators around also stared with wide eyes in surprise. An elf? Guhai was confused. The reason why the Guqin Dao is ranked first among the Wenxiu is because the Guqin Dao can create souls with the sound of the Guqin. However, it is not something a normal person can achieve. Even Fairy One, or who fought with you, before didn't reach that level. Creating souls? The old village master created souls with the sound of the Guqin? This is a kind of soul without attributes, an ethereal soul. Everything is controlled by the player. They can also be called the essence of souls, so they are called elves. Long Wanqing explained. Essence of souls? Elves? Guhai stared at Thumbelina in front of him with wide eyes. This was created by the sound of the Guqin Dao. This was the Guqin Dao. In the Thousand Islands, see, Guhai already knew how powerful the Go Dao was. The Go skill could set up arrays and create worlds. Although he didn't know much about the Guqin Dao, the scene before him deeply shocked Guhai. Creating souls? Humans had 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. If the Guqin Dao could create souls, wouldn't it be able to seize the good fortune of the world and create new living beings? Create new races? Was this the Guqin Dao? The little elf in front of him looked at Guhai and said, "Owner of the invitation, I am the village master of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Your whereabouts are unknown, so I can only use this elf to communicate with you. In 10 days, please head to the Silver Moon Sea on time. The Guqin Dao conference will be held there in 10 days. Please prepare early." Huh. Guhai showed a confused expression. Rumble. The little fairy flapped its wings and immediately rushed toward the clouds in the sky. In a flash, it rushed into the clouds. Whoosh! Hundreds of elves charged into the colorful clouds together. Ding! 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 Amid the sounds of the Guqin, the colorful clouds slowly dissipated. It was as if nothing had happened, leaving behind countless shocked cultivators looking at the little elf that flew away. Little elf. Soul essence? The old village. Master created it with the sound of the Guqin? Guhai was still deeply shocked. Not far away, in a small pavilion, Fairy One-Er's eyes flashed with unwillingness and sourness. Humph. Soul essence? Elves? What's so great about that? I am about to break through my bottleneck. I will be able to create soon. Humph. Clearly not long ago, she wanted to compete with the old village master in the Guqin, but failed. Now, with the appearance of the elf, the outcome was clear. Fairy One only felt sourness in her heart. Elf. I saw an elf. Finally, a cultivator cried out excitedly. The old village master's Guqin Dao is so powerful. Elf. It's really an elf. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Countless cultivators were excited. Mo Yike suddenly raised his eyebrows. Silver Moon Sea. Mr. Mo, will Silver Moon Sea? Young master and approached carefully. Let's go, Mr. Mo said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone around responded. City Lord, he also quickly followed and left. Long Wanqing looked at everyone's backs as they left. She smiled and said, Guhai, you're rich this time. You've earned so many properties. Guhai smiled faintly and said, actually, these industries are nothing. As long as the people are still around and there are startup funds, they can still rise up again immediately. That Mr. Mo is much more thorough than Mr. N. Huh. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said, but even so, It will take a long time for them to recover. It will take a while, but didn't you see? As soon as Mr. Emo came, everyone around him no longer rejected Liu Yang of Gojosian's properties. He's a powerful figure, Guhai said solemnly. You mean he was just putting on a show just now? Not entirely, but part of the reason is in there. Guhai shook his head. You're not really going, are you? Long Wanqing bit her lip. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. No, don't worry. Staying at the elite hall is much more comfortable than staying at the Liu Yang of Gojosian mansion, Guhai said with a smile. That's good. Long Wanqing smiled. The army of the mayor's mansion left, but there were still many cultivators on the street. Everyone, thank you for your previous support. Today, the number 1 zither pavilion on this street is offering a 10% discount, Guhai said with a smile. Ha ha ha, 10% discount. You must buy one. Mr. Good is so generous. The surrounding cultivators were also very happy. Many people rushed into the number 1 zither pavilion on this street. Guhai and his group also slowly left the crowd's sight. After returning to a room, Mu Chenfeng frowned and said, Mayor, he used to be very fond of the old hall master. I didn't expect that he would help young master and against us. It's really cold when the person is gone. Long Wanqing nodded. Obviously, when she called He Shikang uncle at the beginning, he didn't react at all. No, He Shikang's behavior is a little strange. Guhai shook his head. Oh, although he was on young master An's side, he didn't have the intention to curry favor with young master An. It was as if he was helpless. Guhai frowned. Oh, Long Wanqing was puzzled. Let's go visit Mayor, Guhai said solemnly. Okay, Long Wanqing nodded. Chapter 200, Silver Moon Villa. In the pavilion. Cough, cough, cough. The old manor lord coughed. Yun Emo stood behind him worriedly and asked, Manor Lord, are you feeling better? The old manor lord smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm old after all. Playing the voice of the soul is exhausting. 10 days later, Silver Moon Ocean. Yun Emo frowned. Yes, Silver Moon Ocean. That's where Mr. Silver Moon left behind. Hee, Liu Yang of Gojosian? Does he think I don't know? The old manor lord sighed. Know what? Yun Emo asked blankly. It's better that you don't know. Even I can't do anything about it. Yun Emo, after I leave, you take good care of Silver Moon Villa. Remember, Silver Moon Villa is at a disadvantage if we rely on others. Only by becoming stronger can we be fundamental. All these years I couldn't support Silver Moon Villa, so I used the heavenly Qin in exchange for favors. If it was during Mr. Silver Moon's time, even if he put the heavenly Qin at the door, who would dare to take it? All the forces in the world are proud of befriending him. If there is a thief, there is no need for Mr. Silver Moon to do anything. Thousands of forces will uproot them. The old manor lord sighed. Manor Lord, you are already very powerful. I am far inferior, Yun Emo said bitterly. Powerful? Hee. I hope you are more powerful than me, so that you can take care of this villa. The old manor lord looked at Yun Emo. Yes. Manor Lord, don't worry, you won't die. Yun Emo gritted his teeth and said, Idiot, who can't die before becoming an immortal? The old manor lord smiled bitterly. Manor Lord, Emo Yike is outside the villa, requesting to see you. At this time, a disciple ran up. Emo Yike? The old manor lord raised his eyebrows. Yes, Mr. Emo Yike said that he will come in alone. His followers will stay outside and ask to see the old manor lord. He has important matters to discuss. The disciple said. The old manor lord was silent for a while, then nodded and said, Let him in. Yes. Soon, Emo Yike was brought to the pavilion. Mo Yike greets Manor Master Silvermoon. Mo Yike said politely, Mr. Mo, you're too polite. My body is weak, so I can't welcome you from afar. Please forgive me, Mr. Mo, the old Manor Lord said with a smile. This is the young Manor Lord. You are indeed a young hero. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Yun Mo. I wouldn't dare. Yun Mo replied, Young Villa Master, you're too polite. Silvermoon Villa Master, I am here on behalf of the prince to present a big gift to the old Villa Master. It can help the old Manor Lord avoid the problem of his lifespan. Mo Yike said with a smile. Oh, the Manor Lord was puzzled. Mo Yike looked at Yun Mo. It was as if he wanted to avoid it. Soon, Yun Mo will be the Villa Master. There is no need to avoid it, the old Villa Master said indifferently. Of course. However, this item requires the young Manor Lord's confirmation. Mo Yike said with a slight frown, but immediately changed the topic. Oh, the old Villa Master saw Mo Yike take out a jade box and hand it to Yun Mo out of curiosity. Yun Mo presented the jade box to the old Villa Master. Open it and take a look, the old Villa Master said. Yes. Yun Mo slowly opened the jade box, and a golden light came out of it. Then he saw a golden peach in the jade box. This peach looked very similar to the century lifespan immortality peach that Gu Hai obtained in the past. However, the bottom half of this peach was blood red. This is? Yun Mo asked, feeling confused. The century lifespan immortality peach. It comes from the innate puzzle world. Eating one can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. It can increase the old Villa Master's lifespan by 100 years. Mo Yike said with a smile. What? The century lifespan immortality peach? A lifespan immortality peach. Villa Master, you can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Yun Mo immediately showed joy on his face. However, the old Villa Master did not feel excited. Instead, his eyelids twitched wildly. The Luyang of Gojosian obtained the century lifespan immortality peach tree. That's right. He just took it out of the innate puzzle world not long ago. However, someone had already plucked the century lifespan immortality peach tree at that time, leaving only the empty tree. His Highness spent a lot of effort to nurture 10 more. Right after he nurtured them, he got me to send them over. Mo Yike said with a smile. The old Villa Master shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Many thanks for His Highness's kind intentions. However, this humble one truly does not have the fortune to enjoy them. Huh? Mo Yike said, feeling confused. Villa Master, Yun Mo said anxiously. The old Villa Master shook his head slightly and said, There is more than one lifespan plant in the world. If this old man were to cast aside his pride and go and ask for more, I could get some. However, this old man never thought of that. Does Mr. Mo know why? The innate puzzle world opens once every 2 centuries. This old man could also go and ask for more. After all, this old man could be considered familiar with Old Man Guanxi in the past. However, I did not. Why is that? Mr. Mo asked, feeling confused. A lifespan plant steals the world's lifespan. That is too harmful. The century lifespan immortality peach tree only bears fruit once every century. However, the Luyang of Gojosian managed to nurture new fruits in just a few months. Mr. Mo should know about this, right? The old Villa Master smiled bitterly. Mr. Mo frowned slightly. Villa Master, what's wrong with the lifespan plant? Why can't it be eaten? Yun Mo asked anxiously. The old Villa Master looked at Yun Mo and smiled bitterly. Do you know about the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the innate puzzle world? Do you know what the century lifespan immortality peach tree's nourishment is? Huh. Back then, in Old Man Guanxi's hands, the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots were planted in the netherworld. You know that? The tree is in the world of the living, and its roots are in the netherworld. However, the nourishment in the netherworld is een souls. Do you know that? What are een souls? They are een souls that died an unnatural death. They are the een soul's lifespan that they did not manage to use up in time. You know that? I heard that the old man Guanxi even asked someone called the unborn man to help him in the netherworld. Ha ha. Do you know how many een souls are gathered in 1 century lifespan immortality peach? Do you think I can eat an immortality peach nourished by een souls? A lifespan plant that uses een souls as nourishment? That unborn man Guanxi will not have a good ending. This is the cycle of the heavens. It is not that retribution is not coming, but that it is not time yet, the old villa master explained. Yun Emo felt slightly stunned. I am not even willing to eat that century lifespan immortality peach. Do you think I will eat this? Do you see the blood-red color on the bottom half of this century lifespan immortality peach? The Luyang of Gojoseon used living people as its nourishment, right? The old villa master suddenly looked at Emo Yike. Emo Yike's eyelids twitched, but he did not say anything. Living people as nourishment for the century lifespan immortality peach? Yun Emo exclaimed in shock. That's right. Directly taking away a living person's lifespan is too gory. Mr. Emo, you should put it away yourself. This old man cannot accept it, the old villa master said with a faint smile. Mr. Emo smiled bitterly and said, All right, since the old villa master is not willing to accept it, then forget it. Mr. Emo, is there anything else? The old villa master looked at Mr. Emo. Mr. Emo looked at the old villa master and remained silent for a while. Then he smiled bitterly and said, There is nothing else. I will take my leave as well. Yun Emo, send Mr. Emo off, the old villa master said with a smile. Yes, Yun Emo, returned the century lifespan immortality peach. Mr. Emo bowed slightly and was slowly sent off by Yun Emo. After the two left, the old villa master looked at Mr. Mo's departing figure and frowned. Sigh, what a shrewd Mr. Emo. I know you want to change the venue of the Guqin Lecture Conference, but the Silver Moon Villa doesn't want to get involved in your affairs. This time, the Guqin Lecture Conference must be held in the Silver Moon Sea. You can see my determination, but you won't mention it? Ha ha. I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing that Luyang of Gojoseon has a subordinate like you. The old villa master smiled bitterly. He picked up a small cloth at the side and gently wiped the almost rotting zither again. Silver Moon City, City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was on a huge floating island. There were many guards guarding it, and there was a group of large palaces above it. Guhai and Long Wanqing slowly walked out of a large hall. There were also some guards around them. Leader Long, Mr. Good, you have the wrong person. I have been living in Silver Moon City all these years. Leader Long's mother was killed in the Thousand Islands Sea. How would I know? Moreover, I am only in the Yuanying state. Leader Long won't suspect me, right? The city lord Shirkong smiled bitterly. No, I just have no clue. I remember that uncle he used to go to my mother's zither recitals. My mother even asked me to call you Uncle He. That's why I want to see if Uncle He has any clues. Long Wanqing said dejectedly. Shirkong was stunned. Sadness flashed in his eyes as he said, Your mother? Ha ha. Who would have thought that such a beautiful person would die? Sigh. Uncle He, are you feeling sad for my mother? But why? Long Wanqing opened her mouth and asked in confusion. Halfway through her sentence, Gu Hai pulled her back slightly. She looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai shook his head. Long Wan Qing didn't say much and nodded. City Lord He, since you don't have any clues, that's fine. Sorry for disturbing you this time, Gu Hai said with a slight smile. All right. City Lord He nodded. Gu Hai and Long Wan Qing said goodbye and left the City Lord's mansion. Gu Hai, why did you interrupt me just now? I was just about to ask He Shikong why he didn't come to pay my respects to my mother. Long Wan Qing asked curiously on the way. Don't ask. You won't get an answer. He Shikong is being watched, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ah, Long Wan Qing's expression changed. Do you remember the guard not far from He Shikong? From the moment we entered the City Lord's mansion, he had been protecting City Lord He. Wherever we went, he followed us. We passed through 3 corridors and 2 halls. Furthermore, during the day, that guard was also standing by He Shikong's side when he came to my first zither pavilion to cause trouble, Gu Hai said. Ah, you remember that? Long Wan Qing exclaimed in shock. Since I suspected City Lord, I paid more attention to the people around him, Gu Hai explained. It's all thanks to you, Long Wan Qing said gratefully. City Lord, he is being watched? How can that be? How are we going to continue investigating? Long Wan Qing asked worriedly. Do you remember the spirit from earlier? City Lord, he also has a qualification notice. Perhaps we can ask him at Silver Moon Sea, Gu Hai suggested. Long Wan Qing nodded. The two returned to Xiaoya Mountain Manor. Venerable Lu Nian and Shangwan Hen happened to return as well. Shangwan Hen, how was your trip this time? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Your Majesty, we tracked them to Silver Moon Sea. There is prime Xuanwu's head in Silver Moon Sea. An entire head. If I can obtain it, I can reach the Yuanying state, Shangwan Hen said with some excitement. Oh, Silver Moon Sea again. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Yes. Furthermore, we also saw Sin Dragons. They are the Sin Dragons that young master and brought to hunt Xuanwu in the Northern Sea. They are at Silver Moon Sea, blocking our path, Shangwan Hen said with a frown. Chapter 201. Silver Moon City was a huge city near the sea. The vast sea lay to the northeast of the city. Gu Hai's group left the city and quickly headed for the vast sea on a flying ship. On the deck, Gu Hai, Shangwan Hen, Long Wan Qing, and Venerable Lu Nian showed grave expressions. Mu Chenfeng felt confused at the side. Are we going to Silver Moon Sea? Mu Chenfeng asked out of curiosity. The zither recital is in a few days. Let's go and scout the terrain, Gu Hai said with a smile. That's true. Mu Chenfeng nodded. The flying ship moved very quickly, soon arriving at a vast sea region. Some islands dotted the sea region. It's over there, Silver Moon Sea. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor's sea is sealed, Long Wan Qing said as she pointed to a nearby sea region. Everyone lowered their heads and looked. At this moment, many ships were already on the sea. Some cultivators even rode cranes, flying around. Huh, many people are already here? Mu Chenfeng felt slightly stunned. They should be Silver Moon City's cultivators. When they heard that the zither recital was being held here, they came to watch. Furthermore, there are already several thousand people in the surroundings. I believe that not only are those with invitations here, but many of those without are also here to watch. Perhaps they might gain something unexpected, Long Wan Qing said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. In the past few days, I read the history of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. In the beginning, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor was not in the city. Instead, it was in this sea region. Back then, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's founder, Mr. Silver Moon, controlled this Silver Moon Sea. Back then, this sea region was filled with countless buildings and bustling with activity. Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, "That's right. Actually, the Silver Moon Ocean is not very large. Speaking of which, it is about the size of your 9-5 island. Although the Silver Moon Mountain Manor moved to the mainland, the residence here has remained the same north of the Silver Moon Ocean. Silver Moon Island. I heard that this is the place where Mr. Silver Moon comprehended the Tao. All the disciples of Silver Moon Villa would come here to forge their first harmonicas. The northern district of the Silver Moon Sea, Silver Moon Island? What about the south district?" Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. "South side. There is a group of small islands in the south. However, they are just small islands. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor has never managed them," Venerable Lu Nian explained. "Oh," Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. "A few days ago, we arrived at the southern district. We thought that there wouldn't be any obstacles, but we were wrong. Under the command of Long Wanqing, the flying boat slowly flew to the southern region of the Silver Moon Ocean. Flying high, hidden in the clouds, no Xiuzha came here. The Xiuzha that had come for the Zither teaching conference had all gone near Silver Moon Island in the north. Your Majesty, look, there are 3 small islands there," Shangguan Hen said with a frown as he pointed to the islands below. Gu Hai looked over. Indeed, there were 3 small islands. However, clouds shrouded them, preventing him from seeing what was inside. "Originally, Venerable Lu Nian, and I thought that these were ordinary desolate islands. However, when we got closer, we discovered that they were not desolate islands. A large army is stationed on these 3 small islands. Venerable Lu Nian said that these are City Lord He's subordinate armies," Shangguan Hen said with a frown. "Oh." Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, countless people pursued Long Xiaoya, including this humble monk, and that He Shirkong. Naturally, I research my competitors. I am sure that those soldiers are He Shirkong's trusted subordinates." Gu Hai nodded. Screech. Suddenly, a red-crowned crane carrying a Xiuzha flew past this place. Whoosh. Suddenly, 3 arrows shot out from one of the small islands. Screech. The crane let out a miserable shriek as it was killed on the spot. "What?" the person on the crane immediately exclaimed. "Take him down." A flock of cranes immediately charged out of the island, carrying 10-odd soldiers into the sky. "What? Who are you?" "I am just passing by," that person cried out as he fell. With the crane shot dead, that person had not reached the Yuanying state yet, so he could only fall and flee. In his horror, that person tried to dive into the sea below, preparing to escape by diving. Roar. Suddenly, a huge white dragon had appeared in the center of the 3 islands. Whoosh! The dragon had swallowed up that falling cultivator in one gulp. When the soldiers riding the cranes saw that the matter was resolved, they quickly returned to the 3 islands. Gasp! How can it be like this? Why would He Shirkong's army harm the innocent? They are just passing by, and they want to kill all of us? Mu Chenfeng said in shock. "Indeed, it is a sin dragon." Long Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. "After Venerable Lu Nian and I saw the army, we sneaked into the sea. However, the sin dragon discovered us the moment we entered the sea. Fortunately, Venerable Lu Nian was there, so we managed to escape," Shangguan Hen said with an unsightly expression. "What are you doing here?" Mu Chenfeng asked in shock as she goggled. However, Shangguan Hen ignored her. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and said, "Your Majesty, I sensed it here." "That's right." "What is the use of this snake head?" Gu Hai asked with a frown. He Shirkong's army was stationed here, and Lu Yang of Gojoseon's Sin Dragon was guarding. What exactly was below? Was it just for the snake head? The snake head is poisonous and can dissolve most seals. Shang Guanhen explained. Huh, what snake head? It can dissolve seals. Mu Chenfeng stared at him in confusion. However, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian knew that this was prime Xuanwu's snake head. As for why Shang Guanhen wanted it, the two did not know. The flying ship hid among the white clouds. The troops stationed on the 3 islands below did not know. However, in the deep sea, dozens of 150-meter-long dragons circled around a huge ocean valley. Each dragon had a sin symbol on its head. The largest of the black dragons, which was 250 meter long, originally circled around a huge rock at the bottom of the sea, resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its eyes. The surrounding water rippled. Oh, again? Humph! The black dragon said coldly as it narrowed its eyes. The 3 of you come with me, the black dragon said coldly. Boom! The 4 dragons suddenly charged towards the surface of the sea, soaring into the sky with a ferocious aura. High in the sky above the sea, Mu Chenfeng glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, what's going on? Aren't we scouting for the Zither imparting conference? What's going on with the snake head and the Sin Dragon? Why do I feel that you are here for some lousy snake head? Gu Hai ignored Mu Chenfeng. Instead, he looked at the surrounding sea and said with a frown, perhaps this Zither imparting conference is not that simple. Oh, Mu Chenfeng said, feeling confused. Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, that's right. Of all the places for the Zither imparting conference, he chose this sea region. The old manor lord definitely has other intentions. Perhaps. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the sea below. Suddenly, the sea surged. Huh. Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. Suddenly, a black figure soared into the sky, charging at the flying ship. The colossal black figure carried a strong aura, forming a huge storm as it charged at the flying ship. Oh no, it's a Sin Dragon. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Roar! A dragon roar rang out, and a tail suddenly whipped the flying ship. Buzz! Suddenly, countless ritual arrays appeared on the flying ship. Even so, the dragon tail was too strong. In an instant, the flying ship was flung far away. Ah! Mu Chenfeng's expression changed dramatically. Gu Hai and Shang Guanhen quickly grabbed the railing. Long Wanqing stabilized herself. Venerable Lu Nian instantly charged out of the ritual array and threw a palm strike at the dragon tail. Evil creature! Under the huge manifested palm strike, the dragon tail trembled slightly but did not injure it much. Boom! The flying ship landed on the surface of the sea not far away. 3 Sin Dragons immediately broke out of the sea and encased the flying ship. As Venerable Lu Nian stood in front of the flying ship, he looked at the largest black dragon in shock. Ghostface! Gu Hai's face sank. Ghostface was the leader of the dragons when they hunted Xuanwu in the Northern Sea. He fought with Miao Chun for a while. Before he left, young master and called out his name. I was wondering who it was. So, it is Venerable Lu Nian. And this group of elite hall members? Ghostface showed a cold smile. The colossal dragon had revealed a ferocious expression. Although the flying ship was large, the colossal dragons were also colossal. The 4 giant dragons trapped the flying ship in the center, blocking all paths of escape. Sin Dragon Ghostface, how dare you attack my flying ship? Are you trying to rebel? Long Wanqing glared. Ha 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 ha. Rebel? Hallmaster Long, you are overreacting. Why would I rebel? This is just a personal grudge. Don't elevate it so much. Furthermore, you should not have come to the Silver Moon Sea. Since you are here, you can forget about leaving. Ghostface sneered. Roar! Roar! Roar. The other 3 colossal dragons roared. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. The moment the celestial body phenomenon appeared, a torrential rain poured down. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed in horror, "How can it be like this? Why are you surrounding and attacking us? We are just passing by." Division Master Mu, it looks like my guess came true. The Silver Moon Sea is indeed problematic, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile at the side. Buzz. Venerable Lu Nian stretched out his hand and waved. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads immediately enlarged, looking like 18 huge, circular mountains surrounding them. Gu Hai, Hall Master, you go first. I'll block them. Venerable Lu Nian called out. All right. Long Wanqing answered with a nod. Boundless Buddhist Sea. Venerable Lu Nian waved his right hand. Buzz. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads carried an overwhelming ferocious aura as they charged at the 4 colossal dragons. Humph! Venerable Lu Nian, I have long heard of your great name. Unfortunately, you are the same as me, just from the Yuanying state. It is enough for me to block you. Capture this flying ship for me. Roar. Ghostface roared. Boom. As the dragon swung its tail, 18 lightning bolts in the sky obeyed, charging at the 18 Buddhist prayer beads. Ghostface charged at Venerable Lu Nian. Control the flying ship and leave quickly, Long Wanqing shouted. Just at this moment, a red dragon's tail instantly coiled around the flying ship's ritual array, preventing it from leaving. Roar. The 3 dragon heads immediately spat out a storm of ice cones, crashing into the ritual array on the flying ship. Rumble. The flying ship's ritual array shook violently. Furthermore, the red dragon pulled, instantly dragging the entire flying ship to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 202. Roar. The red dragon let out an excited roar. If the flying boat was dragged into the sea, it would be useless. Long Wanqing and Mu Chenfeng's expressions changed. Would origin break? A wooden staff suddenly appeared in Mu Chenfeng's hand. She extended the wooden staff, and a towering tree suddenly grew out. The tree crashed into a white dragon. Boom. It hit the white dragon's mouth. Woo-woo. The white dragon cried out in pain. It turned its head and clawed at the tree viciously. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the towering tree was torn into pieces. Roar! The white dragon roared and clawed at the array formation on the flying boat. It looked at Mu Chenfeng fiercely. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. Oh no, these flood dragons are at the 3rd nascent realm. They are stronger than me. The 3rd nascent realm was the condensation of the 3rd nascent soul. Their strength was similar to the Baxia Yao Jingtian of the Thousand Islands Sea. Slash. Long Wanqing slashed with her sword. Boom. The red dragon was in pain. It immediately opened its mouth and bit Long Wanqing's sword. Suddenly, Long Wanqing's sword was unable to move. Gu Hai, do something. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Chenfeng looked like she was about to cry. It's useless. Gu Hai is only at the Golden Core realm. These dragons are at the 3rd nascent realm. They are stronger than me. It's over. What do we do? There are more dragons swimming over. No, how can this be? Shangguan Hen helped the hall master's servant control the flying boat. Prepare to charge out. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Shangguan Hen immediately rushed to a spot not far away. Long Wanqing screamed, and the long sword in her hand immediately shattered. Gu Hai, quick. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Chenfeng was extremely depressed. He's only at the Golden Core realm. What can he do? Mu Chenfeng showed a look of despair. She did not believe that Gu Hai would be of any use. At this moment, Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out a large black seal. Suppress! Gu Hai shouted. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal flew out and suddenly enlarged into the size of a small mountain, slamming into one of the blue dragons biting the formation. The blue dragon let out a disdainful roar. Lan Long had heard it clearly. This was only a golden core realm cultivator. A golden core realm brat dared to be impudent in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The blue dragon instantly softened. Mu Chunfeng and the other two giant dragons' eyes almost popped out of their sockets, because the blue dragon's head was smashed into a pile of minced meat by the black seal. What? Mu Chunfeng was in disbelief. This giant dragon that she could not do anything to was smashed to death by Gu Hai's stone. The red dragon and white dragon also widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. What's going on? The red dragon said in surprise. Xiaolan is an idiot. He didn't use his magic power and wanted to use his scalp to fight with that stone. He's crazy. That's a magic weapon. The white dragon roared. Let's go. Shang Wanhen shouted. Boom. Suddenly, the flying boat broke through the shackles and shot out while the two dragons were in a daze. Where do you think you're going? You want to outrun us in the sea. You want to run after killing Xiaolan. Roar. The two dragons roared and instantly approached. Suppress. Gu Hai shouted coldly. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal flew out again and turned into a huge mountain, crashing towards the red dragon at the front. The red dragon roared ferociously. Suddenly, its body was covered with red light. Magic power surged into its body, and it crashed into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Hung! A loud sound rang out as the huge collision kicked up towering waves. With the magic power pouring into the red dragon's body, the red dragon's head did not get crushed. However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal was too strong. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Hung! The suppressive force soared again. The dragon vein's power was not something that the insignificant dragon race could compare to. Even the weak dragon vein was not something that the dragon race could compare to. The huge force instantly shattered the red dragon's magic energy barrier. Boom! Crack! The red dragon's horn instantly shattered. Blarg! The red dragon vomited a mouthful of blood as it retreated in horror. Boom! The red dragon and white dragon immediately went flying. Whoosh! When Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, the flying boat suddenly broke through the sea. Dark clouds covered the sky. Venerable Lu Nian fought Gui Chen not far away. Bastards! Gui Chen immediately showed rage in his eyes when he saw the flying boat escape. Ha ha ha! Quickly leave. You all. Venerable Lu Nian finally relaxed. Whoosh! The flying boat quickly shot into the distance. 5 huge dragons suddenly charged out of the sea. In the sea, the flying boat was not as fast as the dragons. However, in the sky, the flying boat moved astonishingly fast, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. Ong! 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 A series of furious dragon roars rang out, showing unwillingness amid the rage. The dragons could not catch up to Gu Hai's flying boat, so they suddenly turned around and headed for Venerable Lu Nian. Rumble! Dark clouds covered the sky. A huge battle could erupt at any moment. Gu Hai's group quickly left, not lingering. After a while, they charged out of the Silver Moon Sea and returned to a mountain peak on land. This was the place they had agreed on earlier. If anything happened, they would gather here. Long Wanqing looked at the distant sea anxiously. However, Gu Hai showed a grave expression. Shang Guanhen stood at the side, and Long Wanqing's 3 servants stood behind him. Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Is this Gu Hai really a golden core realm cultivator? What was that earlier thing? It was so horrifying. Also, why are there so many ferocious evil dragons in the Silver Moon Sea? Why are they trying to silence us without distinguishing right from wrong? Why is the Zither teaching conference being held there? Mu Qinfeng showed an extremely unsightly expression as she entered deep thought. For hours later, whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shot over from the distance. Whoosh! Venerable Lu Nian had returned. However, he cut a sorry state at this moment. There was some blood on his body, and there was a scratch on his face. Venerable, are you all right? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine. The blood on my body is not mine, but a red dragon's. My face is just slightly injured. Ghost Face is really incredible. He actually condensed 5 nascent souls. Furthermore, he did it at sea. If not for my secret recipe, I would have died here. It's good that you are fine. Gu Hai frowned slightly. How can this be? Have these Sin Dragons gone crazy? Why are they attacking even us? Mu Qinfeng asked worriedly. There might be something important under the sea, Gu Hai said with a frown. In that case, why did the old Manor Lord choose to hold the Zither teaching conference in the Silver Moon Sea? Based on what you said, there should be many Sin Dragons at the bottom of the sea? Mu Qinfeng asked, feeling confused. At least 50, Long Wanqing said, with certainty. How did Hall Master know? Mu Qinfeng said in shock. Because we met not long ago. Long Wanqing explained. Mu Qinfeng, what if the group of Sin Dragons comes during the Zither teaching conference? Mu Qinfeng asked, feeling confused. Everyone fell silent. That is so dangerous. That is so dangerous. In that case, I will not participate. I will not participate in the Zither teaching conference. Mu Qinfeng suddenly said with an unsightly expression. Oh, do you still want to participate? You are courting death. That group of Sin Dragons. Mu Qinfeng glared at everyone. I want to track down my mother's murderer. I must go, Long Wanqing said firmly. After all, they already had a clue. It was City Lord he. However, the only chance to communicate with City Lord he normally was at the Zither teaching conference. Hall Master, but it is too dangerous there. There are 50 Sin Dragons. They don't care about your identity at all. Mu Qinfeng said anxiously. Long Wanqing shook her head and said, It is okay. We will be careful. Chief Mu, are you coming with us? Mu Qinfeng. After a moment of silence, Mu Qinfeng shook her head and said, No, Hall Master, I will not participate. I will wait for your news in the city. The Silver Moon Sea is too dangerous. Long Wanqing frowned and said with a bitter smile, If that is the case, then forget it. I will go with Master. Mu Qinfeng did not say anything. Gu Hai, what about you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Shang Guanhen and said with a smile, How can I not go? The snakehead I need is there. Snakehead? Gu Hai, you still want that snakehead? Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai and said in surprise, Was Gu Hai courting death? Although they were saved by the royal seal, it was still very dangerous. Moreover, there were only 2 or 3 Sin Dragons. Now, there were dozens of Sin Dragons. Gu Hai still dared to go? Chief Mu, since you are not going, do you want the invitation? Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng. Mu Qinfeng's expression froze, but she still slowly took out the invitation. As Mu Qinfeng held onto the qualification invitation, his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Gu Hai casually tossed out something that he had not been able to obtain after so much effort. Now that he had obtained the qualification invitation, he had to give it up because of his cowardice? Ha ha, never mind. My zither Dao is not that good. I will just be accompanying the guests if I go. I will give it to you. Mu Chenfeng handed over the invitation. However, she felt disappointed in her heart. It was not just because she had lost the invitation, but also because she had shrunk back. It was like she had left the circle of this group of people. No one said anything. However, Mu Chenfeng felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Gu Hai received the invitation and handed it to Shangguan Hen. Huh, Gu Hai, you gave it to Shangguan Hen. What about you? The old manor lord gave you 2 invitation cards. He gave one to Venerable Lu Nian and the other to me. You don't have one now? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. It's fine as long as you can enter. As for me, I think the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's people should have recognized me long ago. The old manor lord personally sent the young manor lord to deliver the invitation cards to me twice. I believe that I can enter regardless of whether I have the invitation card or not. Huh? Right. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, the soldiers on the 3 islands are still fine. Their cultivation is not high. However, there is a group of dragons guarding the bottom of the sea. How are we going to deal with them? Shangguan Hen asked somewhat worriedly. They are guarding the bottom of the sea? In that case, think of a way to fish them out. Let's take it slow. There will be a way, Gu Hai said after a deep breath. Fish them out. You think you are fishing? You want to fish out this group of dragons? Gu Hai, are you crazy? Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai smiled faintly, but did not explain. Gu Hai had an idea in his heart. However, he could not say it. Chapter 203. Venerable Lu Nian, we were hiding in the clouds earlier. How did that huge dragon ghost mask discover us in an instant? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian curiously. It is because of me and Shangguan Hen. Although we managed to avoid the dragons after we left, the ghost mask left a trace of the dragon's fragrance on us. It was very faint, so we did not pay much attention to it. However, ghosts are very clear about this and instantly discovered us. However, don't worry. I have a way to get rid of the dragon's fragrance on me. It won't happen again, Venerable Lu Nian said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded and said, That's good. Let's return to the city first. I need to prepare some things to fish for dragons. At the side, Mu Chenfeng and the others revealed puzzled expressions. Everyone returned to the city. Although Mu Chenfeng was no longer participating in the zither recital, he was extremely curious about Gu Hai's so-called dragon fishing. He had been paying close attention to it. Gu Hai did not hide anything from him. After returning, Xiao Chun bought 2 things in bulk: cuttlefish and lotus roots. When Mu Chenfeng saw piles of cuttlefish and lotus roots being delivered to Gu Hai, he appeared confused. Cuttlefish? Lotus roots? Dragons do not like to eat cuttlefish, much less lotus roots. How do I fish for them? Although Mu Chenfeng was filled with curiosity, he was too embarrassed to ask. He had already avoided it. How could he have the face to ask? Mu Chenfeng sighed softly. On a floating island in a manor in Silver Moon City, Mo Yike sat in front of a desk in a small courtyard as documents were delivered to him. The manager, Jiang Tianyi, stood respectfully at the side. Although he had lost the number 1 zither pavilion, Mo Yike did not punish him too much. After all, Jiang Tianyi still had some talent. Is there news? Mo Yike asked sullenly. Yes, Mr. Mo. Everyone in the city has been searching everywhere and finally found out about that group of people. The leader seemed to be called Sima Chongkong. You were the first to buy Gu Hai's piano. Jiang Tianyi said respectfully. Sima Changkong? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Mr. Mo knows him? Jiang Tianyi asked, confused. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said, how could I not know? The leader of this generation of the Sima family. He actually came to Silver Moon City to investigate. It looks like the situation is a bit of a headache. Does he have the qualification card for the Guqin conference? Yes. Yes. No wonder the old manor lord held the Guqin recital conference in the Silver Moon Sea. So that's why, Old Manor Master, you really put in a lot of effort to protect Silver Moon Villa. Mo Yike's face darkened. Solemnly, Jiang Tianyi asked, Sir, do you want to take down Sima Changkong secretly? No need. You might not be able to take him down. Also, with his ability, if he were to hide, you wouldn't be able to get any information about him. But you found him? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Sima Changkong exposed himself on purpose? Why? There's no reason. Sima Changkong is in the light, but there must be someone else in the dark. Even if we catch Sima Changkong, the other people in the dark can't do anything about it. But why did he expose himself? He's showing me his sword. He's forcing me to not meet him face to face. Wherever he goes, I have to avoid him. If he wants to investigate something, I'm not allowed to stop him. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Why? Because he's the king's representative, and I'm the minister's representative. The king and minister's identities have to be clear. Otherwise, it's disrespectful. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Can we pretend not to know? Pretend not to know? You think too easily. He's reminding me and forcing me to avoid him. He's pretending not to know, but if I don't know what's good for me and barge in, he'll tear apart this disguise and use the king's order against me. Do you think I should respect him or not? Mo Yike said in a low voice. Jiang Tianyi's face darkened. He has people in the light or in the dark entering the Silver Moon Ocean. It's the same for our people. I won't go to the Zither giving conference this time. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. Inform Ghostface that the dragons are dormant. During the Zither giving conference, no one is allowed to come out of the ocean. The Silver Moon Ocean is huge. As long as they don't stir up trouble in that place, it's hard to find them. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Zither giving conference officially began. At this moment, a large number of Xiozha had gathered around the Silver Moon Ocean. Although many Xiozha could not participate, they still held on to a sliver of hope. North of the Silver Moon Ocean, Silver Moon Island. At this moment, the fog spread. Many cranes carried the Xiozha who obtained the invitation cards over. At the entrance of the island, one needed to be certified to enter. Long Wanqing, Shangguan Hen, and Venerable Lu Nian had already entered. Only Gu Hai arrived late, arriving at the entrance. The moment Gu Hai arrived, some of the nearby Zither masters recognized him. Mr. Good, Great Master Gu. Everyone greeted him. Gu Hai returned the greetings. Some of the people who had not seen Gu Hai before looked at him curiously. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples stood guard at the entrance of the ritual array. When they saw the crowd greet Gu Hai, they knew that it was Gu Hai. After all, how could the Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples not recognize someone that even the old manor lord respected? Furthermore, they all looked at Gu Hai with friendly gazes. When everyone showed their invitation cards and entered the ritual array, Gu Hai said, solemnly, greetings, Silver Moon Mountain Manor's fellow Taoists. Many thanks to the old manor lord for allowing me to participate in the Zither imparting conference. How is the old manor lord doing now? When others came, they all asked about the heaven grade Zither Gauchen. Was Gauchen here? Only Gu Hai did not ask about Gauchen. Instead, he asked about the old manor lord's health. This immediately won him a good impression of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples. Manor Lord, how are you doing? You often mention Mr. Good's canon and pathetique. Today, Manor Lord will definitely be happy that Mr. Good is here, a Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciple said with a smile. Right, that's good. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he followed the crowd into the inner area. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples did not check Gu Hai's invitation card and allowed Gu Hai to enter. Stop right there. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Huh! Everyone looked over. Then, they saw Fairy Wanner slowly walking over. When the Zither Masters saw Fairy Wanner, they all frowned. Discomfort flashed in their eyes. Gu Hai, he did not show his invitation card. And you let him in? Fairy Wanner shouted as she pointed at Gu Hai. Huh. Everyone looked at Fairy Wanner in confusion. I have been here for a long time. Earlier, a monk and an elite hall master took Gu Hai's invitation card and entered. Each invitation card had a different mark. I saw it clearly. Gu Hai did not have an invitation card, and you let him in so openly? Fairy Wanner said coldly. How can Great Master Gu not have an invitation card? That's right. Which, don't speak nonsense. The Zither Masters immediately defended Gu Hai and shouted angrily. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples frowned slightly. Just as they were about to speak, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Fairy Wanner, unexpectedly we meet again. Humph! Fairy Wanner snorted coldly. Fairy Wanner, do you think that I, Gu Hai, am not qualified to enter? Gu Hai asked Fairy Wanner with a smile. Of course, you are not qualified. You can't even play the zither. You do not have an invitation card. Why should I let you in? You do not have the zither. You can fool others, but you cannot fool me. I have seen through you long ago. Fairy Wanner shouted. Fairy Wanner was telling the truth. With her sharp insight, Fairy Wanner had already seen that Gu Hai did not have the zither. She had completely vented the resentment of her last defeat. Last time, Gu Hai embarrassed her. She also embarrassed Gu Hai once. Everyone looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. Ha 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 ha, Fairy Wanner, this is not a joke. I know you are resentful because you lost to me last time, but can't you find a better reason? Do you think everyone will believe your reason? Ha ha ha. Gu Hai laughed in a carefree manner. Everyone was slightly stunned. That's right. Which, your excuse is too lousy. Master Gu does not have the zither. Are you kidding? If he does not, how could you lose to Master Gu? That's right. If Master Gu does not have the zither, I will eat my harmonica. You don't even know how to lie. Which, is your IQ so low? Everyone immediately scolded. Fairy Wanner was about to vomit blood. You bunch of blind people. You can't see it yourself. Why are you blindly making a fuss? Gu Hai spoke again at the right time. Fairy Wanner, I know you want Gauchen, but please use the proper method. The old manor master will make a fair decision. What's the point of using this crooked method? So, the witch is afraid of Gu Hai. That's why she slandered Gu Hai. So, it's because of Gauchen? How insidious. Which? The group of zither players immediately scolded Fairy Wanner again. Fairy Wanner felt wronged. I'm telling the truth, okay? At this time, a disciple of the Silver Moon Villa frowned and said, Fairy Wanner, last time you plotted to kill the whole city, the manor master made an exception and gave you the qualification card. I hope you cherish it. Obviously, the disciple of the Silver Moon Villa could not stand Fairy Wanner's unscrupulous means to get Gauchen. Mr. Good, please come in. Another disciple of the Silver Moon Villa led the way for Gu Hai directly. Fairy Wanner was stunned to see Gu Hai enter the formation. She was constantly scolded by a group of people. She suddenly stamped her foot angrily and said, "Guhai, I'm not done with you." Guhai walked in without any psychological burden. He was not angry with Fairy Wanner. Although what she said was true, she should be very angry at this moment. On a huge square, Guhai met with Long Wanqing and others. There were a large number of zither players in 2s and 3s. They were chatting with each other. There was a thatched hut in the north of the square. A large number of disciples of the Silver Moon villas stood outside the hut. Yun Emo also stood respectfully outside the hut, as if he was guarding the hut. "Gaochen is in this hut. I haven't seen a heaven-level zither before. I wonder what it looks like. The old manor master is also in the hut, right?" There was a lot of discussion around. Guhai and others were looking for Castellan. He Shirkong is not here yet. Long Wanqing shook her head.